In a parallel world on the Blue Star. Along the coastal region of Zhe province in August, everything was wrapped in a scorching heat wave. 2 o'clock in the afternoon was the most merciless hour of sunlight in the entire day. Fierce light poured unobstructed onto the vast construction site, baking the forest of steel and concrete until it was searing hot. Even the air wavered and twisted slightly under the crushing heat. Qin Tian wore an old t-shirt so soaked and stained by sweat and cement dust that its original color could no longer be discerned. A towel hung around his neck, repeatedly soaked and dried, now crusted with white rings of salt. He was busy among the skeletal frame of a high-rise that had just taken shape, working alongside a middle-aged man from his village, Uncle Li. His job was that of a rebar worker. He was responsible for binding and securing each heavy-ribbed steel bar according to the requirements of the blueprints. It was undoubtedly one of the most exhausting jobs on the site, demanding tremendous strength and endurance. The boy's slightly thin figure appeared especially small before the piles of rebar, yet his movements were unusually steady and practiced. He bent over, hooked the wire with an iron tool, and fixed it, then twisted hard. Every step was clean and decisive. Sweat streamed down his darkened cheeks like a small rushing brook. Sweat dripped onto the scorching rebar and vaporized in an instant into faint wisps of mist. Prolonged exposure beneath the sun had turned what was once fairly fair skin into a deep, burnished brown. Only the areas shielded by his vest straps still retained a trace of his original complexion. Xiaoyan, take a break, have some water. Uncle Li straightened his back and thumped it with his fist. He picked up an oversized plastic water jug from the ground and gulped down several mouthfuls. All right, Qin Tian answered, then also stopped working. He walked into the shade and picked up his own water jug. The boiled water filled that morning had long since been heated to lukewarm by the sun. Yet he did not care in the least, tipping his head back and drinking in great gulps, his atoms, apple bobbing violently. This damned weather, truly murderous, Uncle Li muttered, wiping sweat from his bald head and neck with a towel. He glanced at Qin Tian, a trace of heartache in his eyes. You a kid, instead of staying home and resting during summer vacation, you just had to come out and suffer like this. This kind of work is not what someone your age should be doing. Qin Tian wiped the sweat from his face, revealing a set of white teeth that stood in sharp contrast to his skin as he smiled. Uncle Li, it's fine. I'm young, I've got strength to spare. Besides, this job pays well. 2 months of work will cover Grandpa and Grandma's medicine for a long time, and I can earn enough for next term's tuition and living expenses too. His voice carried the clear timbre unique to youth, yet the resolve in his tone far exceeded his age. Uncle Li sighed. Your parents left too early. Life has been hard on you and your grandparents. But you kid are truly promising. You study well and are filial. In our Hepping village, everyone says the old Qin family has a good child. Qin Tian smiled without replying, his gaze turning toward the distant forest of high-rises and the faint line of the sea beyond. Was it hard? Of course it was. He had to rise before dawn every day, toil under the blazing sun for 10 hours of heavy labor, and at night his whole body ached as if it were coming apart. Thick calluses had long since formed on his palms, and at the tiger's mouth of his hands were old and new cuts left by wire. Yet he had never considered retreating. For he knew that in Hepping village of Qin Town, thousands of miles away, 2 elderly figures with stooped backs were waiting for his return. Grandpa's pulmonary heart disease and Grandma's rheumatism both required long-term medication. Those bottles and jars of medicine were the hope he was determined to earn with all his strength. He was born in 2008, and it would be more than 2 months before he turned 18. When he was 2, his parents both died in a sudden car accident. What was worse, the at-fault driver's insurance had expired, and the penniless owner went to prison, unable to pay compensation. From then on, he depended solely on his frail, ailing grandparents. In his memory, childhood tasted of bitter herbal medicine. It was Grandpa and Grandma's hair whitening in worry as they scraped together his tuition. It was the occasional glances of sympathy and helplessness cast his way by the villagers. Poverty had made him understand the harshness of life earlier than his peers, and had forged within him a resilience far beyond the ordinary. From junior high onward, he used his vacations to help neighbors with farm work in exchange for a few coins. When he entered high school, the school was 15 kilometers from home, and he chose to live on campus. To save money and avoid adding to his family's burden, he took the initiative to find the canteen manager. He asked to wash dishes and clean the kitchen after breakfast, lunch, and dinner each day in exchange for 3 meals. Seeing the boy's awkwardness yet stubborn gaze, the manager's heart softened, and he agreed. Thus, for 2 years of high school, when his classmates rested at noon or relaxed in the evenings, Qin Tian was always in the back kitchen of the canteen, wrapped in a greasy apron. Facing piles of bowls and plates stacked like mountains, he quietly scrubbed them clean. During holidays, to save a few yuan of bus fare when going home, he often chose to walk. He measured the 15-kilometer journey with his own footsteps, taking nearly 3 hours. In summer, he arrived drenched in sweat, in winter dusted with frost, yet he never felt wronged. Because the money saved could buy an extra plaster for Grandpa and Grandma, or a small piece of meat to improve their meals. This summer vacation, after his 2nd year of high school, was his 3rd time coming out to work with Uncle Li and the others. Summer was hot, and rebar workers earned slightly higher wages, over 300 a day, So in a month he could indeed make around 10,000. 2 months meant 20,000 yuan, a fortune for the Qin family. Apart from the necessary school fees, most of it would be transformed into medicine bottles beside his grandparents' bed. Alright, let's get back to work. The sooner we finish this batch the day after tomorrow, we can settle accounts and go home. Having rested enough, Uncle Li called out. Qin Tian pulled his thoughts back and nodded vigorously. Okay, going home. Those 2 words held a boundless allure for him. In his mind, he could already see his grandparents' figures standing beneath the old locust tree at the village entrance, craning their necks in expectation. A day's labor finally ended as the sun sank in the west. In the makeshift dormitory on site, 7 or 8 men shared one room filled with the mixed smells of sweat, foot odor, and smoke. Dinner was a big pot of vegetables and steamed buns. Qin Tian wolfed down 4 large buns and 2 big bowls of broth before he felt some of his depleted strength return. After washing, he changed into his only relatively clean vest and shorts. Unlike the other workers, he did not gather to play cards, brag, or watch videos on their phones. He carried a worn smartphone, its screen marred by several cracks, and a notebook, and slipped away to a relatively quiet storage area for discarded materials at the edge of the site. From there, a larger swath of sky was visible. He found a concrete pipe to sit on and first turn on his phone. The faint glow of the screen lit his young face. He deftly flipped through a few photos stored inside, taken the last time he went home of Grandpa and Grandma. The images were low resolution and somewhat blurry, yet the gentle smiles on the 2 elders' faces were his best comfort when he was exhausted. Grandpa, Grandma, I'll be back in a few days. The wages have all been settled. This time I'll buy you some better medicine. He spoke silently in his heart. After looking for a long while, he finally exited the gallery and opened the electronic version of his second-year physics textbook stored on the phone. The screen was small, the characters even smaller, and he had to lean in very close to see clearly. Yet his attention was utterly absorbed, his brows slightly furrowed as his fingers occasionally traced shapes on his knee. With his final year of high school about to begin, he knew his grades were only above average, still some distance from the top universities. He had to make use of every possible moment to study. Life on the construction site had deprived him of systematic review time, but he had never given up. By the faint glow of his phone, he reviewed the key points of electromagnetic induction. In his mind, he recalled his teacher's explanations. Summer night insects fluttered around him, occasionally biting at his exposed skin. He only swatted absently, his gaze never leaving the tiny screen. The noise of the construction site gradually subsided. Only the faint neon glow of the distant city and the deep vast sky above kept him company. He did not know how much time had passed until the low battery alert chimed. Only then did he realize that it was already late. He closed his notebook, put away his phone, and tilted his head back, taking a deep breath of the slightly salty air. Then he looked up at the night sky. Of course, in this first-tier city of Hongqing, light pollution was severe and not a single star could be seen. Qin Tian had loved watching the stars since he was little. In Heping Village, that small mountain village with few lights to interfere the summer night sky, had been his freest entertainment in childhood. It was also his best companion in loneliness. Those distant points of light always allowed him to briefly forget the troubles of life and stirred longing in his heart. He often wondered, what were the stars like? Did they harbor life like Earth? Just how vast was the universe? For a poor youth, such questions were a luxury. Yet they were also the spark that fueled his undying curiosity. If I could go and see the stars myself, how wonderful that would be. A faint, improbable thought flashed across his mind, and he himself chuckled and shook his head. The pressing task at hand was to get into a good university, find a good job, and give his grandparents a better life. Interstellar travel. That existed only in the dreams of science fiction. He rolled his stiff neck and prepared to return to the dormitory to rest. Tomorrow, heavy work still awaited him. Just as he lowered his head and his gaze was about to leave the sky, in the night sky, a ray of light that had originally seemed utterly inconspicuous suddenly burst, without warning, into indescribably dazzling brilliance. That radiance did not vanish in a single flash, instead it seemed to gain life and substance. It transformed into a thread of light, so fine as to be almost unnoticeable, tearing through distant space, and moving at a speed that transcended physical law. It hurtled toward Earth, toward Jia province, toward this construction site, toward Qin Tian, in a straight plunge. Qin Tian had no time to react at all. He only felt a coolness between his brows, as though a drop of icy water seeped into his skin and went straight to the depths of his mind. Immediately afterward, an unimaginably vast torrent of information washed over his consciousness, accompanied by an ancient, boundless aura that seemed to come from the very origin of the universe. His vision went black, his body swayed. He collapsed softly to the ground and lost all awareness. Only the eternal night sky above remained silently watching this small human youth upon the earth, and the staggering encounter unfolding upon him, enough to alter the course of an entire civilization. Just before he slipped into complete unconsciousness, his final blurred thought was of his grandparents. Meanwhile, the tiny ray of light that had entered his brow was quietly fusing with his soul. A civilization seed belonging to a 9th-level civilization named Beta thus acknowledged him as its master. The sleeping youth did not know that this ordinary night of stargazing had already become the beginning of a great legend. His life, the world he lived in, and even the fate of the boundless sea of stars would from this moment on embark upon a completely different and magnificent path. Endless darkness like a tidal wave enveloped Qin Tian's consciousness. He felt as if he were adrift in an ocean of nothingness. No direction, no time, only chaos. Yet deep within this turbulence a faint glimmer, gradually. The glimmer grew ever clearer until it transformed into a gentle, non-glaring source of light. Qin Tian opened his eyes, or rather his perception was restored. He discovered that he was not lying beside a rough concrete pipe at a construction site. Instead, he found himself in an indescribably peculiar space, where soft white light emanated from all directions with no discernible boundaries and no sense of gravity. Suspended in midair, his body felt weightless. All the fatigue and soreness born from labor had vanished, replaced by an unprecedented clarity and ease. "Where's this?" Qin Tian murmured, his voice echoing through the tranquil space with a trace of uncertainness. He recalled fainting, and while gazing at the starry sky, a peculiar beam of light had struck him. "Welcome, inheritor." A calm androgynous voice with an ancient time-worn resonance resounded directly within his mind. Startled, Qin Tian looked around, but saw no one. Who is speaking?" "I am the guiding intelligent program of the Beta Civilization Seed. You may call me the guide." The voice spoke again unhurriedly. "You are now within the initial safe space inside the seed. Your body outside remains in deep protected sleep. There is no need for worry. Beta Civilization Seed. Guide." Qin Tian repeated these unfamiliar words, his inner shock immeasurable. It far exceeded anything his 17 years could have fathomed. Is this a dream? Yet the sensation is all too real. This is not a dream, inheritor, the guide seemed to say. You meet the hidden criteria of the highest Beta Civilization inheritance and have successfully bonded with the civilization seed. You are thus far the only individual to achieve this. Inherit. Bond. Qin Tian forced himself to remain calm. The hardships he had endured had steeled him beyond his peers. What is happening? What is the Beta Civilization? And what is this seed? The Beta Civilization was a super civilization, once reaching the pinnacle of level 9 in a distant cosmic era. The guide's voice carried a solemn reminiscence. A level 9 civilization represents the theoretical zenith of cosmic intelligence and technological advancement, nearly omniscient and omnipotent. Yet at the peak of its glory, the Beta Civilization vanished overnight. The Beta Civilization, uniting the efforts of its entire people, created this seed that encapsulated the essence of its civilization, cast into the cosmos in hopes that the flame of civilization might never be completely extinguished, perhaps even reborn in new soil. What you have received is this very civilization seed. Qin Tian listened, his heart stirred. Level 9 civilization. Civilization seed. These concepts battered his understanding like a cosmic storm. The Earth he inhabited could barely free itself from its planetary confines. And a level 9 civilization, nearly omnipotent in technology, had vanished overnight. Then, what does the seed contain? Qin Tian posed the pivotal question. The seed is the ultimate repository of the Beta Civilization's legacy, the guide declared with a hint of pride. Its interior utilizes spatial technology far beyond your current understanding, carving out a stable subspace. How vast is this space? Qin Tian asked curiously. Based on your measurable units, the stable space has a diameter of about 1 light year. One light year. Qin Tian nearly bit his tongue in astonishment. A light year is the distance light travels in 1 year, a cosmic scale. The Earth's diameter is barely over 10,000 kilometers, yet 1 light year spans nearly 10 trillion kilometers. That such a seed could harbor an inner space a light year across completely defied his understanding of physics. Indeed, 1 light year. And that is only the core stable zone. The guide confirmed this calmly. Within that space is stored the entire technological blueprint of the Beta Civilization, from levels 1 through 9, spanning energy, materials, biology, information, space-time, and every conceivable field. At the same time, it contains complete industrial production lines, scientific research equipment, and vast amounts of both elemental and rare materials. From the most basic metal ores to space crystals, beyond your wildest imaginings, it encompasses everything. Moreover, it includes a fully sealed museum fleet, a collection of representative starships ranging from level 1 to level 9, from unmanned probes to colossal vessels capable of supporting stars diverse in form and size. Qin Tian listened in numb disbelief. This was no mere seed. It was an entirely condensed universe of civilization. To possess it was to own the complete legacy of a civilization's journey from its first steps to its apotheosis. Why choose me? Taking a deep breath, Qin Tian voiced his deepest doubt. I am merely an ordinary earthling, a poor student laboring at a construction site. Shouldn't the legacy of a level 9 civilization be entrusted to someone far more formidable? Selection for inheritance is complex, not based solely on social standing, wealth, or power. The guide explained the core criteria include an unyielding will, a pure soul, an inherent thirst for knowledge, and a certain special quality. In the midst of extreme adversity, you have demonstrated filial piety, resilience, self-discipline, and an insatiable curiosity toward the unknown, fulfilling these hidden criteria. In a sense, it was you who chose the seed, not the seed choosing you. The guide's words left Qin Tian speechless. He recalled countless nights spent studying by a faint light after a long day's labor, recalled walking over 10 kilometers just to save the fare. Recalling the moment he lifted his eyes to behold a dazzling starry sky, a fleeting sense of calm and yearning filled his heart. Perhaps it was those seemingly trivial perseverances that moved this creation from the distant sea of stars. What must I do? Qin Tian asked, his voice slightly hoarse. Confronted with such a staggering legacy, he instinctively felt the weight of responsibility. Your primary task is to survive and grow, the guide said. The seed has bonded with your soul, you are its soul. You must learn and master the knowledge within the seed to elevate your abilities. The ultimate goal is to restore the glory of the beta civilization or to forge your own path of civilization. But this journey will be exceedingly long and arduous. Can I use what is within to first better my life on Blue? Qin Tian thought of his grandparents, an urgent feeling welling within him. If advanced medical technology existed therein, might it immediately cure their ailments? It is possible, but caution is required, the guide warned. Your current civilization level is about 0.7 level, far from achieving the standards of a level 1 civilization, which would freely harness all planetary resources and travel unimpeded in space. Prematurely exposing technology far beyond your era could trigger unpredictable turmoil and danger. It is advised that you first focus on your own advancement gradually and controllably influencing the outside world. Qin Tian nodded, understanding all too well that great treasures often bear the weight of grave peril. How should I begin? Qin Tian asked, his eyes hardening with determination. No matter how grand or fleeting the future may seem, the present was paramount. First, you must understand the two cornerstones that underpin the splendor of the beta civilization technology, and Yuanli, a new term once more. It is the primordial energy that pervades every corner of the universe. By employing specific techniques, sentient beings can guide, absorb, and utilize this energy to fundamentally optimize their form of life and transcend the limits of longevity and capability. In higher civilizations, this path of Yuanli cultivation is considered even superior to technology, optimizing life and extending lifespan. Qin Tian's heart pounded faster. For one who had lost his parents early, keenly aware of life's fragility, and having witnessed his grandparents suffer, these prospects were irresistibly alluring. Yes, Yuanli cultivation is divided into 9 realms: Yuanti, Yuanshi, Yuanmaster, Yunji, Yuanjuan, Yuanhuang, Yuandi, Yuanxing, and Yuanshan. The guide's voice grew solemn. Each realm represents a leap in the evolution of life. The first realm, in Yuantu 1, establishes the foundation of Yuanli. The body's strength, speed, and reflexes surpass those of ordinary mortals. Most importantly, the brain is profoundly developed, enhancing learning, memory, and analytical abilities, exponentially reaching what you would call photographic memory and inferential genius. Lifespan up to 1,000 years. 1,000 years. Qin Tian held his breath. On Earth, even the longest-lived humans barely reach 100 years, yet Yuantu begins with a millennium. This meant he would have ample time to learn, explore, and protect those he held dear. The second realm, Yuanshi, allows Yuanli to be projected outward, momentarily overcoming planetary gravity to enable physical flight. Lifespan 10,000 years. The third realm, Yuanmaster, deepens the mastery over Yuanli so that one becomes extraordinarily resilient, even able to survive briefly in the vacuum of space. The fourth realm, Yuanju, endows one with a protective Yuanli shield, enabling long-term survival in the cosmic void. Lifespan 1 million years. Every time the guide recited a realm and its corresponding lifespan, it was as if a heavy bomb had been dropped into Qin Tian's heart. Yuandi, also known as the immortal, eternal, and undying. The subsequent realms, Yuanxing and Yuanshan, lay beyond even his wildest imaginings. A scientist's lifespan is inextricably linked to their capacity for research. Even cosmic exploration hinges on lifespan. The guide's words stirred a deep awakening within him. In that moment, Qin Tian fully comprehended the gravity of this inheritance. It bestowed upon him not only formidable technology, but also a pathway to eternal personal evolution and empowerment. Please guide me. Let me begin cultivation. Qin Tian declared without hesitation, his eyes ablaze with fervor. He longed for power, for knowledge, and above all for that endless time to change everything. As you wish, inheritor. The guide's voice now carried a note of commendation. Now we embark upon the first step of Yuanli cultivation to sense Yuanli and establish its foundation. Soft, gentle white light converged around Qin Tian's consciousness. Streams of information imbued with the profound truths of the cosmos began to slowly merge into his. As the stream of information containing the mysteries of the universe's origin merged into Qin Tian's consciousness, he felt an unprecedented experience. It was not through the eyes to see, the ears to hear, or the skin to touch, but rather a more essential and direct form of perception. What the guide imparted was not a specific mantra or text to be memorized, but a unique frequency, a method to guide the spirit to resonate and capture the omnipresent primal force in the universe. Within the initial safe space, that pervasive soft white light began to change in Qin Tian's perception. He saw countless particles 1,000,000,000 times smaller than dust sparkling with a faint glow filling every corner of space, like an ocean. They danced lively, existing in a profound connection with one another. These were the primal force particles, the microscopic units of the universe's fundamental energy. Calm your mind, dismiss distractions, and use the basic primal force guidance technique I imparted to attract them with your intent, like a magnet attracting iron filings. The guide's voice resonated at the right moment, calm and imbued with a stabilizing power. Qin Tian followed the instructions, striving to empty his mind and focus all his attention on that mysterious frequency. He imagined his consciousness transforming into an invisible gentle net, slowly casting it towards the surrounding primal force particles. This process was not easy. His thoughts would inevitably drift away, thinking about the work he had to do at the construction site tomorrow or the impending start of his senior year. He thought of his grandparents' haggard faces. Each time he lost focus, the net of intent he had just formed would dissolve. Yet he did not feel discouraged. The resilient will cultivated from childhood hardships came into play. He failed repeatedly only to start over. With the same patience he exhibited while tying rebar, he was meticulous, unsure of how many times he had tried. Finally, at a moment of intense focus, he felt clearly. A few tiny specks of light seemed to be attracted by his mental frequency, gently and tentatively touching the edge of his consciousness. Then, like birds returning to their nest, they merged in. An indescribable coolness spread along the point of contact, instantly radiating throughout his entire consciousness entity. It even subtly influenced his physical body. The feeling was akin to someone who had traversed a desert for a long time, suddenly drinking from a refreshing spring. Every cell in his body emitted a comforting groan. He had succeeded. A wave of immense joy surged within Qin Tian. But he immediately recalled the guide's warning, not to be impatient or greedy. He suppressed his excitement and maintained that mysterious frequency. He continued to carefully attract more primal force particles. 1 to 10 100. The number of integrated primal force particles increased, and the coolness gradually turned warm. It felt as if a gentle energy was gathering and swirling deep within his consciousness. The guidance technique imparted by the guide began to operate automatically, starting to sort these initial primal forces. It guided them along specific paths, slowly settling down, laying the foundation for primal force cultivation, primal base. This process was slow and continuous. Qin Tian's consciousness was completely immersed, forgetting the passage of time. When he awoke from that profound meditative state, he felt that the entire world had changed. Although he still found himself in the initial space of the seed, his perception had become extraordinarily sharp. He could even hear the subtle sounds of energy flowing at the edges of space. He could see the joyful dance of primal force particles further away. The speed of his thoughts was astonishingly fast. Physical problems that had previously required intense contemplation now flashed through his mind with answers emerging almost instantly. Congratulations, inheritor. The guide's voice rang out. You have successfully sensed and drawn in primal force, initially building your primal base, officially stepping into the realm of a primal disciple. Though it is just the initial stage, your life form has begun to undergo a fundamental transformation. I feel incredible. Qin Tian could hardly contain his excitement. My mind has never been this clear, and my body feels full of strength. He even had the illusion that if he returned to the construction site now, he could finish tasks that previously required collaboration with Uncle Lee. Yesterday, I earned over 300, now I might make 600 or 700 in a day. This strange thought flickered through Qin Tian's mind. This is the preliminary optimization effect of primal force on your body and brain. As the primal base stabilizes and your realm improves, this optimization will continue to deepen. Your current learning and memory abilities have far surpassed those of ordinary inhabitants of the blue planet. Having perfect recall will become your basic ability. Perfect recall. Qin Tian's heart raced. For a student about to face the final sprint of senior year, needing massive memorization and review, it was undoubtedly a coveted divine skill. Guide, how long have I been here? What about the outside world? Qin Tian suddenly thought of a crucial question. He did not want to wake up after several days of unconsciousness, which would cause unnecessary trouble. Rest assured, approximately only 2 hours have passed in the outside world during your entry and initial cultivation. Your body is in a state of deep repair, and when you wake up tomorrow, you will feel invigorated with no discomfort. Qin Tian sighed in relief, finally able to contemplate more practical issues. Guide, what technologies can I access and utilize from within the seed? Given your current permissions and level of understanding, it is recommended to start with certain foundational and relatively easy to hide technologies from the later stages of Level 1 civilization, approaching the early stages of Level 2 civilization. For example, targeted nanobot technology in the field of biomedicine can precisely repair cellular damage and eliminate lesions, proving remarkably effective for treating your grandparents' ailments. Additionally, some formulas for high-strength lightweight alloys or specialized fiber technology in material science can be reproduced and improved to some extent using the existing industrial system of Earth, providing possibilities for accumulating initial capital. Nanobots for healing. Qin Tian's eyes erupted with astonishing brilliance. His grandparents' illnesses had always weighed heavily on his heart. If he could cure them, he would be willing to pay any price. However, I must remind you again that technology application must be approached with caution, the guide said sternly. Directly using finished pharmaceuticals or overly advanced medical equipment carries significant risks. It is advisable to learn the relevant technological principles thoroughly and then gradually introduce simplified phased results in the form of genius ideas that naturally develop from the technology tree of the blue planet. For instance, you could first develop a new type of pharmaceutical excipient or therapeutic device with significant effects rather than an instant cure. Qin Tian nodded seriously. He understood the guide's meaning. He needed to play the role of a genius rather than a quack. He needed to make the emergence of technology appear as a breakthrough achieved through the efforts of an Earth genius rather than an alien black technology that appeared out of nowhere. I understand. I will proceed with caution. Qin Tian clenched his fists, already formulating an initial plan. First, he would leverage the super learning ability brought by the primal disciple realm. During the final year of senior high school, he would absorb knowledge, frantically aiming for absolute excellence, and it would be best if he could enter a top university, preferably in a major related to biomedicine or material science. This would lay a reasonable foundation for his future genius performance. Secondly, under the premise of ensuring safety, he would quietly improve his grandparents' health using the technologies within the seed. Perhaps starting from regulating their bodies and alleviating their pain rather than immediate cures to avoid drawing too much attention. Finally, he would begin to systematically study the elementary technological knowledge within the seed, particularly in biomedicine and material science, preparing for a future startling performance. Inheritor, your preliminary plan aligns with the principles of steady development. The guide acknowledged. Do not neglect the cultivation of primal force. It is the foundation for mastering all technologies. Strong spiritual power and a long lifespan will be the cornerstones for facing all challenges in your future. I will, Qin Tian said firmly. After experiencing the transformative feeling brought by primal force, how could he possibly give up on cultivation? Now this guidance is about to conclude. You can connect with the seed space at any time through your intent for learning or cultivation. The sky outside will soon brighten, and you should return. As soon as the guide's words fell, Qin Tian felt a slight dizziness. The surrounding white light quickly faded, and his consciousness returned to his body like a receding tide. The unique noise of the construction site in the morning, the roar of mixers, the foreman's shouts, the sounds of workers washing up, gradually entered his ears. Qin Tian slowly opened his eyes. What came into view was the shabby, dust-covered ceiling. He was still lying on a hardboard bed with a rough straw mat beneath him. But everything was different. The world appeared incredibly clear to him. He could see every detail of a small insect crawling in the corner of the shed. He could hear every word of the workers' low conversations from afar. His body was filled with vibrant energy, and the muscle soreness from yesterday's intense labor had completely vanished. Instead, he felt that every muscle contained immense strength. His mind was exceptionally clear. The mathematical problem he had pondered before sleep last night now had several solutions forming instantly. He instinctively touched his brow, which felt smooth as ever. Yet a peculiar sensation of being connected by blood and containing the universe clearly told him everything from last night was not a dream. The seed of the Beta civilization, containing a light year of space, and the entire legacy of a level 9 civilization now quietly existed deep within his mind. Qin Tian sat up and clenched his fists, feeling the faint, yet real primal force flowing gently within him like a stream. A smile filled with hope and determination inevitably rose to his lips. In his pitch-black eyes, the past's weight and confusion were no longer present. In their place was a brilliance that shone like the stars. With only a few days left in summer vacation, the work at the construction site was about to conclude. Then he would return home, back to school. Senior year. College entrance exams. University. It was no longer just a narrow bridge to change his fate, but the starting point for him to step onto a broader stage. The impoverished boy Qin Tian from Pinkentown and Hepping Village had become a thing of the past. From today, his life would embark on a journey towards an unimaginable ocean of stars. At the end of August in Jia province, the summer heat had yet to dissipate. However, a hint of the coolness of early autumn was already mingling in the air. The phase of work at the construction site had finally concluded, considering that students would soon need to pay tuition and living expenses. The foreman cheerfully settled the wages for all the workers for 3 months. Of course, Qin Tian's wage was only for 2 months. Holding a thick stack of brand new bills, Qin Tian meticulously counted them twice. After deducting the basic living expenses for these 2 months, his net income amounted to 19,800 yuan. For a 17-year-old youth, this was undoubtedly a substantial sum. He carefully separated and stored the money. Most of it was hidden in a secret pocket close to his body, leaving only a small amount of change outside. Uncle Li from the same village watched Qin Tian's skilled movements. He patted him on the shoulder, and sighed, "Xiao Tian, go back and study hard, get into a good university. This kind of labor isn't a long-term plan. Your grandparents are counting on you to bring glory to the family. Thank you for taking care of me these past 2 months." Qin Tian sincerely expressed his gratitude. He looked at Uncle Li and the other workers. Their dark and simple faces evoked a complex emotion within him. The experiences of these 2 months had deepened his understanding of the hardships of life. He cherished this opportunity to change his fate even more. He silently vowed that if he had the chance in the future, he would surely help these kind villagers improve their lives. After bidding farewell to his co-workers, he carried several bottles of water and some snacks that Uncle Li had bought for him. Qin Tian initially did not want to accept them, but Uncle Li was somewhat angry, and he had no choice but to take them, silently remembering it in his heart. Qin Tian set off on his journey back home. He did not choose an expensive plane or even a sleeper train. Instead, he bought the cheapest hard-seat ticket. After nearly 20 hours of bumpy travel, he finally returned to Xinyang City in Jianghe Province. He then transferred from the city bus to Huaizhe County, and from the county seat, he took a bus to Qin Town. When the familiar rural concrete road came into view, Qin Tian's heart involuntarily began to race. Approaching his hometown filled him with trepidation, mixed with longing and worry for his grandparents. "Driver, please stop at the intersection ahead." The bus halted at a corner in the town. Qin Tian carried his simple belongings, a faded canvas bag, and quickly walked toward Heping village, which was a few kilometers away. This time his steps were light, and the thin trace of vital energy within him flowed naturally, making him feel not the slightest fatigue, but rather a sense of lightness. In the distance, the old locust tree at the village entrance came into view. Under its shade were 2 familiar hunched figures helping each other as they gazed down the road. It was his grandparents. Qin Tian felt a pang in his nose, and his eyes instantly reddened. He quickened his pace, almost running towards them. "Grandpa, Grandma, I'm back. Xiao Tian. It's Xiao Tian who's back." Grandma's keen eyes spotted him, and her voice trembled with excitement. Grandpa leaned on his cane, striving to straighten his back. His murky eyes were filled with joy. Qin Tian rushed forward, set down his luggage, and supported the 2 elderly people. He clearly saw that Grandpa's complexion was worse than it had been 2 months ago, and his cough seemed more frequent. Grandma's back was bent even more, making her gait somewhat unsteady. Time and illness had left merciless marks upon them. "As long as you're back, that's good, that's good." Grandma grasped Qin Tian's hand and scrutinized him up and down. Tears streamed down uncontrollably. "You've lost weight, and you're tanned. My child, you've suffered." Grandpa said nothing, merely using his rough hand, which resembled old tree bark. He gently stroked Qin Tian's bare arm, which bore the distinct marks left by the scorching sun. The old man's lips trembled, his eyes full of concern. "It's fine, Grandpa, Grandma, I'm strong. Working at the construction site builds character." Qin Tian forced a smile, took Grandpa's cane, and supported Grandma with one hand. "Come on, let's go home. I've earned some money, so you won't have to be so frugal anymore. I'll buy the medicine you need, and enjoy." Upon returning home, the familiar, yet slightly run-down brick house, kept clean, brought Qin Tian an unprecedented sense of peace. Grandma was busy trying to boil water and cook, but Qin Tian insisted she sit down. "Grandma, you rest. I'll cook today," Qin Tian said. He took out a piece of meat and several fresh fish he had specifically bought in the county, along with some fruits and pastries that his grandparents usually couldn't bear to buy. Seeing their grandson take out so many things, the 2 elderly individuals were both delighted and scolded him for spending money recklessly. Qin Tian only smiled, though his heart felt incredibly sour. For him, now this amount of things was nothing at all. But for this impoverished family, it was already a rare luxury. During dinner, Qin Tian took out the 18,000 yuan he had prepared and stuffed it into Grandpa's hand. "Grandpa, this is what I earned this summer. Please keep it safe. Buy some good medicine for Grandma, and take care of your cough, or keep the rest for home use." Looking at the thick stack of cash, Grandpa's hand trembled slightly. Grandma was even wiping her tears. "So much money. My child has suffered so much." "It's not suffering really," Qin Tian said earnestly. "Grandpa, Grandma, don't worry, I will definitely earn more money in the future, let you live a good life, and cure all your illnesses." This statement, which he had previously uttered with a youthful bravado and a touch of uncertainty, was now filled with undeniable determination, because he knew he now possessed the ability to realize all of this. As the night deepened and the house quieted, Qin Tian lay on his familiar little bed, his consciousness sinking into the seed space. "Guide," he called out. "Ere I am here," the guide's voice responded immediately. "I need medicine to treat my grandparents' illness. Grandpa has been suffering from pulmonary heart disease for many years, and Grandma has severe rheumatism and strain." Qin Tian's tone conveyed urgency. "Can the biomedical technology in the seed achieve complete healing? It must be gentle, not too obvious, and it would be best if they could gradually improve without realizing it." He gazed at his grandparents, tormented by illness. Qin Tian could no longer care about the potential for exposure and decided to keep it as discreet as possible. It is completely feasible, the guide replied affirmatively. Based on nanometer-level targeted repair and gentle regulation at the genetic level, we can completely restore their damaged organs and tissues, eliminate pathogens, and even reverse the functional decline caused by aging to some extent. I can customize a specialized cluster of nanobots for biological repair based on the genetic information and medical descriptions you provide. They can be ingested through regular meals, slowly releasing their effects within the body. The main repair process is expected to complete within a month, during which time they will gradually appear healthier and their pain will lessen without attracting external suspicion. That's great. Qin Tian was overjoyed. Let's customize it now. What do I need to do? You only need to focus on them. Next time you meet, the seed will automatically complete the genetic information sampling. The drug production is quick, and once completed it will be stored in liquid form within the space, allowing you to take it out at any time. The following day, Qin Tian successfully completed the genetic sampling while supporting his grandparents. A few hours later, the guide informed him. 2 colorless and odorless specially customized biological repair liquids had been prepared. Next came the challenge of quietly getting Grandpa and Grandma to take the medicine. Qin Tian thought of a way. He claimed that he needed to buy some herbal medicine to cool down and dispel dampness after working during the summer. He specifically went to the town's pharmacy to brew some common herbal medicine. This served as a reasonable cover, and the aroma produced by boiling the medicine could mask any faint energy emanating from the repair liquid. Each time he boiled the medicine or prepared food and soup, Qin Tian would take advantage of Grandpa and Grandma's inattention to use his mind to draw out a tiny amount of the repair liquid from the seed space. He mixed it in. The repair liquid dissolved instantly, colorless and tasteless, completely undetectable. Watching his grandparents drink the soup that had the special medicine added, Qin Tian's heart brimmed with anticipation. He could sense that those minuscule nano-units began to faithfully execute the repair program upon entering the elderly bodies. Although there was no immediate visible change, Qin Tian was keenly aware of the subtle shifts brought about by the vital energy. He could vaguely perceive the previously decayed and stagnant energy within the 2 elders gradually becoming smooth and abundant. Days passed with Qin Tian assisting his grandparents with household chores during the day. At night, he dedicated himself entirely to reviewing and cultivating his vital energy. With the foundational cultivation of a novice, his learning efficiency reached a terrifying level. He reread all the textbooks from his 3 years of high school in just 1 week. He achieved a genuine understanding that allowed him to memorize everything without effort. Problems that previously required repeated practice to master now appeared simple and clear to him. He could even see multiple solutions and the intent behind the questions at a glance. He began to try solving some higher difficulty competition problems. He even found the related content for beginner university courses to be quite manageable. The knowledge base of the first-level civilization in the seed space far exceeded the current level on Earth. However, its fundamental principles were interrelated, providing him with a deeper understanding of the essence of high school knowledge and achieving a lofty perspective. Meanwhile, he did not neglect his vital energy cultivation. Every night, he would enter the seed space. Under the guide's instruction, he attracted more vital energy particles. He constantly reinforced and expanded his energy foundation. He felt the warm current within him becoming more pronounced, and his physical fitness was gradually improving. His 5 senses also became increasingly acute. He could even hear the sounds of insects crawling in the grass from 100 meters away. The changes in his grandparents also began to subtly manifest. Grandpa's coughs noticeably decreased, and his speaking strength improved. His complexion was no longer that sickly gray. Grandma's back seemed to be able to straighten a bit. She also murmured less about her leg pains and wore a lot more smiles. All of this filled Qin Tian with immense comfort and motivation. The tail end of summer silently slipped away. The start of the new school year for the 3rd year of high school was imminent. A test to assess the results of the summer break awaited all prospective 3rd-year students. Qin Tian knew this would be the first step for him to showcase his talents and embark on a new journey. The morning light of September carries the lingering warmth of late summer. It shines through the window of Class 7 in the 3rd year of high school at Huaizhe County No. 1 High School, illuminating the floating dust in the air. It also brightens the more than 50 faces, each displaying different expressions, yet all bearing the unique tension of the 3rd year. The relaxed atmosphere of the school opening has long since vanished. In its place is a sense of impending pressure, like the calm before a storm. Today marks the first day of the placement exam for the new school year, and the first battle is the heavily weighted mathematics test. For the 3rd year students, this exam is akin to a show of authority intended to assess the results of their 2 months of summer vacation. It also serves as the starting point for rearranging the seating. There are a total of 15 classes in the 3rd year with nearly 900 students. Classes 1 and 2 are the key classes that gather top scholars. Classes 3 to 7 belong to the experimental classes with slightly lower scores, but still possess a certain level of competitiveness. Class 7, where Qin Tian is roughly at the upper middle level of the grade. In the past, the top 50, or even the top 100 students have mostly been monopolized by the key classes and the previous experimental classes. It is rare for Class 7 to have students break into the top 100. Qin Tian's best score only hovers around 570 to 800 points, ranking about 100 in the grade, yet he manages to place in the top 5 of his class. However, this is not particularly impressive in the overall ranking. The head teacher and mathematics teacher Wang Ping is a middle-aged man with a slightly plump figure wearing black-rimmed glasses and appearing quite serious. He walked to the podium, holding a sealed test paper bag, scanning the class with his gaze pausing slightly on the faces of a few students he holds high hopes for. His gaze finally landed on Qin Tian, who was seated near the window in the back row. Wang Ping knew about Qin Tian's summer job and couldn't help but feel a bit worried. He feared that the student might have neglected his studies during the holiday and would fall behind right at the start of the third year. Students, it's the third year now, let's get straight to the point. Wang Ping's voice was loud, carrying an undeniable authority. I want to emphasize the importance of this placement exam. Everyone focus and show your true level. Let's distribute the test papers. The test papers were passed down from the front row. Immediately, a soft murmur of surprise and gasps filled the classroom. The difficulty of the test was clearly beyond many people's expectations. The questions were flexible, and the amount of calculations looked daunting. His deskmate Li Wei, a slim boy with average grades, was currently making a distressed face, mumbling softly. This question looks so difficult. Qin Tian smiled at him, but said nothing. He calmly unfolded the test paper, his gaze quickly sweeping across the entire sheet, capturing and analyzing all the information from the multiple-choice fill-in-the-blank and problem-solving questions. The terrifying learning ability and thinking speed brought by the Yuan 2 realm made these questions, which seemed difficult in the eyes of his classmates, appear as clear as day in his mind. The answers and various solving paths were crystal clear. This is too easy. Qin Tian thought to himself, feeling somewhat bored. If he wanted, he could easily complete it within 20 minutes and guarantee a perfect score. But he immediately suppressed that thought, remembering the guidance of his mentor, progress step by step and reveal his abilities reasonably. Jumping from 100th place in the grade to a perfect score would be too shocking and would attract unnecessary trouble and scrutiny. What he needed was a significant leap that was still within the realm of genius explanations. The goal is to score above 670 points to enter the top 5 in the grade, enough to catch the attention of Teacher Wang and the school, and obtain more resources without being immediately viewed as a monster. Qin Tian's thoughts raced, and he quickly formulated a detailed score control plan. Mathematics, this is his strong suit, and also the subject of head teacher Wang Ping, so he must create a stunning effect. Goal: 150 points, full score. He decided to answer perfectly throughout, showcasing impeccable strength. After all, while perfect scores in mathematics are rare, there are always top students who achieve them each year. It is not beyond acceptance. Comprehensive science, physics, chemistry, biology, total of 300 points. Although the difficulty is high, it does not create too large a gap for top students. Goal: 286 points. He planned to make a calculation error on a minor question of the final challenging physics problem and lose points for inaccurate expression in the chemistry experimental question. Biology would guarantee a full score. This way the points lost are dispersed, making it seem more like fluctuations in performance. Chinese, highly subjective, not easy to control points. Goal: around 120 points. The essay can be written brilliantly, but he could accidentally write 1 or 2 mistakes in the classical literature memorization or reading comprehension, missing some points. Basic knowledge, and the essay could also lose a few symbolic points. English, also easy to control points. Goal: 125 points. The essay doesn't need overly ornate phrases, just a few points deducted. Listening carelessness could lead to a few wrong answers. Multiple choice questions errors could lead to a few mistakes. Control the deductions to around a few points. Total score goal: 150,286,120,125,681 points. This score is enough to firmly place him at the forefront of the grade, creating history for Class 7. It would be enough to astonish teacher Wang Ping. But it wouldn't be so high that it would be incomprehensible. The plan was set, and Qin Tian took a deep breath, beginning to write. The bell signaling the start of the exam felt like his starting gun. During the mathematics exam, he wrote with speed and grace. The problem-solving process was concise and smooth, the steps as clear as a textbook model. When faced with questions that had multiple solving methods, he chose the most standard one that wouldn't raise suspicion. While most classmates were still racking their brains over medium difficulty questions, Qin Tian had already begun tackling the last 2 challenging problems. His speed caught the attention of teacher Wang Ping. Wang Ping frowned, pacing around the classroom. Several times he walked behind Qin Tian, observing his neat and error-free solving process. The astonishment in his eyes deepened. In less than an hour, Qin Tian had completed the entire mathematics test. He carefully reviewed it, confirming that there were no oversights. This time he decided to leave no points for deduction in mathematics. He wanted that perfect score. He raised his hand to signal that he was done. Finished. Have you checked? Teacher Wang Ping walked to his side, took the test paper, and quickly glanced at it, especially the last few major problems. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. This answer was nothing short of perfect. It was even more concise and clear than the standard answers. You've checked it? Qin Tian replied calmly. Amidst the astonished gazes of his classmates, Qin Tian stood up and left the classroom, while Teacher Wang held the paper that could almost serve as a standard answer. Watching Qin Tian's retreating figure, he was speechless for a long time. This kid, has he undergone a transformation after just one summer vacation? In the upcoming comprehensive science Chinese and English exams, Qin Tian strictly followed his plan. In the comprehensive science exam, he accurately manufactured calculation errors and vague expressions. In the Chinese exam, he accidentally wrote a mistake in a classical poem memorization. In the English exam, he carelessly chose the wrong answer in a reading comprehension. Each error appeared natural and unintentional, as if he were an excellent student in great condition who was bound to have some oversights. After 2 days of exams, the grading work began in earnest. In the mathematics research group, Teacher Wang Ping held Qin Tian's test paper, excitedly telling the other teachers, "Look, a perfect score. And it's an undisputed perfect score." For the last question, he didn't use any of the 2 advanced methods. He relied entirely on knowledge from our textbook. Yet the clarity of thought and the rigor of the steps are something I've rarely seen in my years of teaching. After passing it around, the other teachers expressed their astonishment as well. Class 7 has produced a student with a perfect score in mathematics. This is undoubtedly explosive news. When the scores from all subjects were compiled and the overall ranking was released, the entire third-year office erupted in commotion. Qin Tian Mathematics 150 points. Comprehensive Science 286 points. Chinese 120 points. English 125 points. Total scores 681 points. Grade ranking 3rd place. Only behind the 2 long-standing top scholars from Class 1. The moment the report card was posted, Class 7 was surrounded by students, and it was impossible for anyone to pass. 681 points. 3rd in the grade. Is it Qin Tian? Qin Tian from Class 7. Wasn't he always around the 100th place? A perfect score in mathematics. My goodness. How is this possible? Did he go find a famous teacher for intensive training over the summer? In the classroom, the students looked at Qin Tian with disbelief. Deskmate Li Wei gaped, slapping Qin Tian's shoulder hard. Wow. Qin Tian, you were hiding deep enough. Did you secretly evolve over the summer? Head teacher Wang Ping entered the classroom, holding the mathematics test paper, his face unable to conceal his excitement and joy. He had the class monitor distribute the mathematics test papers and walked straight to Qin Tian. He gave Qin Tian's shoulder a firm pat, his voice trembling slightly. Good job, young man. You've made Class 7 proud. This time you did exceptionally well. Keep it up. Looking at the unhidden admiration and surprise in Wang Ping's eyes, Qin Tian knew that his plan had succeeded. He had perfectly showcased his talent, attracting enough attention without exceeding the bounds of reason. This placement exam was like a thunderclap, signaling his rise. It also laid a solid foundation for his even more astonishing performances to come. Wang Ping returned to the podium, his gaze slowly sweeping across the entire class, finally resting for a moment on Qin Tian's face. A trace of subtle appreciation flickered in his eyes. Clearing his throat, he began the customary post-examination session. The classroom was silent as a grave, all students' eyes focused on him. Especially those students whose grades had fluctuated significantly held their breath, awaiting the arrival of the judgment. Classmates, you all already know the scores from this mock exam. Wang Ping's voice remained loud, but was noticeably softer than usual. First, I want to commend some students. He picked up the score sheet and read out a few names. These were students who had performed excellently or shown significant improvement in this exam. Naturally, the first name he called was Qin Tian. Qin Tian, your total score for this exam is 681, ranking 3rd in the grade. Wang Ping's voice involuntarily rose an octave, filled with evident pride. Especially in mathematics, you scored a perfect 150. This is the pride of our Class 7. Everyone should learn from Qin Tian, emulating his diligent study and perseverance. A round of warm applause erupted in the classroom. The students turned to look at Qin Tian, their gazes full of envy and respect. Qin Tian slightly lowered his head, appearing somewhat bashful. Yet he felt a sense of calm within. After the commendations, Wang Ping's expression grew slightly serious. His gaze shifted to several other students. However, I must also emphasize criticism for a few students. It seems that after 2 months of summer vacation, some of you have completely relaxed. Your performance has declined severely, with some even dropping nearly 100 points. In such a state, how do you plan to face your senior year? How will you confront the college entrance examination? The few students called out lowered their heads in shame. Wang Ping did not scold them too harshly, but his stern gaze was enough to make them feel like they were sitting on needles. What does senior year mean? Wang Ping's tone shifted, becoming earnest and grave. Senior year is a battlefield. It is a war without gunpowder. Every bit of effort you put in now is for the battle that will determine your fate next June. This exam is just the beginning. It is both a wake-up call and an opportunity. Those who performed well cannot become complacent, to those who did poorly must be ashamed and strive harder. I hope that from today onward our Class 7 can cultivate a good academic atmosphere where we help and push each other to excel. Striving for ideal results in next year's college entrance examination, achieving admission to top universities, and not disappointing our 12 years of hard study, nor the expectations of our parents and teachers. His words resonated deeply, stirring the students' hearts. Many secretly clenched their fists, determined. All right, enough of the chit-chat, let's review the exam papers. Wang Ping picked up the math test paper. This test paper had a certain level of difficulty, but the foundational questions accounted for a large portion of the score. Let's focus on explaining the questions with a high error rate. Wang Ping's explanation was as meticulous as ever. His writing was neat, and the logic was clear. The students listened attentively, taking notes. Qin Tian also sat upright, although this knowledge was already second nature to him. Yet he remained focused as a sign of respect for the teacher, and could reflect on the foundational teaching methods through the teacher's explanations. Soon they arrived at the final challenging problem. This was a complex question combining functions, derivatives, sequences, and inequalities, extremely difficult. Very few in the entire class could solve it. Even those who managed to do so struggled through the process. Wang Ping wrote the problem on the board and surveyed the class. This question requires a clever approach and has a large amount of calculations. Is there anyone willing to come up and share their solution? The classroom fell silent. Most students lowered their heads. Even a few who usually excelled in math showed looks of difficulty. This problem truly exceeded the capabilities. Wang Ping's gaze naturally landed on Qin Tian. Qin Tian, why don't you come up and share your thought process with everyone? Qin Tian had anticipated this. He calmly stood up and walked to the podium, taking the chalk, facing the eyes of all his classmates. He felt no nervousness. Classmates, I would like to share my understanding of this problem. Qin Tian's voice was clear. This question appears complex, but we can break it down into several familiar modules. He did not immediately write down the solution process on the board. Instead, he began by analyzing the structure of the problem and the concepts being tested, while drawing simple diagrams. He marked the key conditions. Therefore, the key here is to discover this hidden recursive relationship of the function, then use derivative tools to study its monotonicity combined with the technique of scaling sequences. Qin Tian's explanation progressed logically and deeply. He not only explained how to solve it, but also thoroughly analyzed why this approach was taken along with the basis for each step and whether there were other possible methods. His speech was concise and accurate with extremely clear logic. It felt as though he was guiding everyone through an intriguing mathematical maze rather than solving a difficult problem. He even casually pointed out several variations and pitfalls that could arise from this question content that Wang Ping had thought of during preparation, but might not fully cover in class. At first, the students below looked somewhat puzzled. However, as Qin Tian's explanation continued, more and more eyes brightened with realization. Oh, so that's how it is. It can be thought of this way. This step is crucial. Wang Ping stood at the back of the classroom, arms crossed. The more he listened, the more astonished he became. As a veteran math teacher, he was acutely aware of the difficulty of this problem and the challenges of explaining it. Qin Tian not only fully grasped the question, but also surpassed his own teaching plan in depth, breadth, and clarity. It hardly felt like a high school student speaking, but rather like an experienced and excellent teacher. Could it be? This child is truly a mathematical genius, previously held back by his family's circumstances. Wang Ping's heart surged with waves of emotion. He looked at the confident and composed young man on the podium, as if seeing a rising star in mathematics. When Qin Tian finished writing the final answer in the most concise and elegant steps, the classroom erupted into spontaneous applause. This round of applause was even more sincere and enthusiastic than the previous one when Wang Ping praised him. It was the students' acknowledgement and admiration for true talent. That was outstanding. Wang Ping stepped forward, genuinely praising him. Clear structure, easy to understand. Even I as a teacher benefited immensely. From now on, I think we should have Qin Tian come up to share his thought processes on such challenging problems more often, so we can all improve together. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Wang Ping tidied up his lesson plan, saying to Qin Tian, please come to my office for a moment. Qin Tian nodded and followed Wang Ping to the teacher's office. Wang Ping had Qin Tian sit in a chair beside his desk, poured him a glass of water, and asked kindly, Qin Tian, you've done exceptionally well this time. I'm truly happy for you. Tell me, how did you review during the summer vacation? It feels like you came back as a completely different person, especially in math. The improvement is tremendous. Qin Tian was already prepared to answer. He revealed a slightly shy smile and said, Teacher Wang, there isn't anything particularly special about it. I just revisited all my math textbooks, notes, and error books during my fragmented time between working in the summer, carefully going through everything. Perhaps it's because my mindset was calm without distractions. Many previously unclear and half-understood concepts suddenly clicked this time. It feels like my knowledge system has become much clearer, as if I suddenly had an epiphany. He paused and continued, perhaps it was a quantitative change leading to a qualitative one. Plus, working in the summer helped me physically, boosting my energy levels. An epiphany. A quantitative change leading to a qualitative one. Wang Ping nodded thoughtfully. Although this explanation seems somewhat mystical, there indeed are cases of students who experience sudden insights. He looked at Qin Tian's sincere gaze, combining it with his previous impression of Qin Tian's diligent efforts. He chose to believe this explanation. After all, besides this, there didn't seem to be a more reasonable explanation. That's great. This indicates that your foundation is actually quite solid. Oh, perhaps there were some issues with your methods or mindset before. Now that you've found the right rhythm, your potential has burst forth. Wang Ping said with relief. How is your family? Are your grandparents doing well? I heard you worked during the summer to buy the medicine. Mentioning his grandparents warmed Qin Tian's heart, and his tone became lighter. Thank you for your concern, teacher. They are much better. The weather has been good lately, and their old ailments seem to have eased a bit. Their spirits are much better than before. I can study with more peace of mind now. That's wonderful, that's wonderful. Wang Ping nodded repeatedly. Once the elders are healthy, you'll be able to study without worries. Qin Tian, with your current grades, maintaining them gives you great hope for entering the top universities in the country. Be sure to remain humble, continue to push yourself. There is still room for improvement in Chinese and English. Your total score can be even higher. I understand, teacher. I will keep striving, Qin Tian promised earnestly. Good, you can head back now. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to come to me. Watching Qin Tian leave the office, Wang Ping's emotions were stirred. He picked up the phone on his desk and first called the Chinese teacher Wu Feng. Is this teacher Wu? This is Wang Ping. Yes, I wanted to tell you something. That student Qin Tian from our class scored 120 in Chinese this time, and he has enormous potential. This kid's math and comprehensive science skills are outstanding, and if he can improve a bit more in Chinese and English, just imagine what that would be like. You need to pay more attention to him, and see if you can help elevate his abilities further. Next, he dialed the English teacher. When Xiaoqing was a young female teacher in her late 20s, stylishly dressed and lively in her teaching style. Teacher, when good news. Our class, Qin Tian, scored 125 in English this time. He's ranked 3rd in the grade. It seems this child had a breakthrough during the summer, making rapid progress. You have effective methods in English teaching. Please put in the effort to see how we can help his English scores break through like his math scores. There is still space for improvement in vocabulary, reading, and composition. On the other end of the line, when Xiaoqing listened to Wang Ping's excited words, glancing at Qin Tian's astonishing total score and his relatively average English score on the report, her beautiful eyes were filled with curiosity and interest. This suddenly emerging dark horse student ignited her tremendous passion for teaching. Qin Tian was unaware of the conversation happening in the office. However, he could feel the attention and expectations from the teachers. It was like warm sunlight shining more brightly upon him. This was exactly the result he desired. With this attention, his subsequent extraordinary performances would appear perfectly reasonable. As he walked back to the classroom, his steps were steady and his gaze was determined. He had firmly established his footing on the senior year's stage. Next, he would steadily advance toward higher goals. Qin Tian made a remarkable impression during the mock exam, like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring ripples that had yet to subside. All the subject teachers, especially the Chinese and English teachers, took notice. At the special request of the homeroom teacher Wang Ping, they began to pay great attention to this suddenly rising new star. That afternoon during self-study, the Chinese teacher Wu Feng called Qin Tian to the Chinese research group office. Mr. Wu, nearing 50, was slender and wore thick glasses. He was known for being a meticulous scholar-type teacher in the school. His desk was piled high with books and test papers. The air was filled with a faint scent of ink and old books. Qin Tian, sit, Mr. Wu said, gesturing to the empty chair beside him, his tone gentle yet serious. He picked up Qin Tian's Chinese test paper, pointing to the score. You scored 120 this time, with almost no points lost in the foundational section. Your mastery of classical poetry and basic knowledge is solid, which shows you've put in hard work. Especially your handwriting, Mr. Wu's finger lightly tapped above the composition paper, his eyes filled with appreciation. The structure is proper, the strokes are strong, and the paper is clean and fresh. This is a significant advantage in college entrance exam grading. The examiners face thousands of papers every day, and good handwriting can win immediate favor. Qin Tian humbly smiled. Thank you, Mr. Wu. I practice whenever I have time. This is not an empty boast. After enhancing my cultivation, my control over my body has reached an exquisite level. Naturally, the structure and stance of my writing are perfect, with power penetrating the paper comparable to calligraphy. Good habits must be maintained. Mr. Wu nodded and flipped to the composition section. Your composition, titled The Path, has a good theme, linking your personal journey of learning to the broader journey of life, showing a greater perspective. The language is also fairly fluent. However, he shifted his tone. There is still room for improvement in the depth of your arguments and the elegance of your writing. Look here, this allusion is used a bit awkwardly, and the emotional expression could be more abundant. Mr. Wu meticulously analyzed the strengths and weaknesses of Qin Tian's composition, then concluded, Qin Tian, you must understand that at your score level the differences among top students in mathematics, science, and even English are often minimal, making it hard to gain a score advantage. The key that truly determines whether you end up in an ordinary key school or aim for the very top institutions often lies in Chinese, especially in composition. As long as the composition stays on topic and the sentences are coherent, it's not difficult to score high, but to stand out the theme must be profound, the language beautiful, and the argument strong. Achieving full marks is not impossible. As for reading comprehension, that tests your depth of thought and ability to closely read the text. You need to ponder it thoroughly and develop your own answering strategies and terminology system. Qin Tian listened attentively, nodding occasionally. What Mr. Wu said was indeed the harsh reality of the college entrance exam competition. For ordinary students, science and math are the main score boosters. But for top students aiming for the highest honors, the subtle differences in Chinese make all the difference. Thank you, Mr. Wu, I understand. I will put more effort into Chinese, especially in composition and reading comprehension, Qin Tian said sincerely. In his heart, he thought that with his current level of brain development and comprehension ability, grasping the answering strategies and enhancing his writing skills in Chinese would not be difficult. All he needed was to reasonably showcase this ability. Good, with your attitude, I feel reassured. Here are a few books I've compiled of excellent compositions and notes on reading answering techniques. Take them home and have a look, and feel free to ask me anytime if you don't understand anything. Mr. Wu took out a few thick notebooks from the drawer and handed them to Qin Tian. Thank you, Mr. Wu. Qin Tian accepted the notebooks and expressed his gratitude once more. Coincidentally, the next day after English class, the young and fashionable English teacher, when Xiaoqing, smiled and called Qin Tian over. Qin Tian, come to my office for a moment. I want to talk to you about learning English. When Yanhuang's office appeared much brighter and livelier. On the desk were cute succulent plants and fashionable magazines. She wore a well-fitting dress that exuded a light fragrance. Qin Tian, you scored 125 in English, which is quite good. When Xiaoqing smiled and gestured for Qin Tian to sit down. Especially your listening section, nearly perfect, which is rare. For students in our county high school, English often lacks a language environment, making listening a weak point. Your achievement indicates a good sense of language. She picked up Qin Tian's test paper and focused on the composition part. Your English writing is also very beautiful, neat, and clear like printed text, which will leave a very good first impression on the grading teachers. Writing quality is undoubtedly important in English exams, especially in the composition section. Qin Tian humbly expressed that it was the result of his regular practice. When Xiaoqing continued, however, Qin Tian, you must recognize a reality. Many children in big cities have foreign teachers from a young age and attend bilingual kindergartens, laying a very solid foundation in English. Students in our county mostly start systematic learning in junior high, which is much later. To catch up, or even surpass them, there is no shortcut. It relies on rote memorization combined with practical application. She used the term rote memorization, but her eyes held no disdain. Only practicality. Vocabulary is the foundation and grammar rules are the framework. Without skill, hard work is required to memorize them firmly. Then you should read more, listen more, and write more. I suggest that aside from textbooks, you try reading some simplified English classics, listen to slow English news, and attempt to write diaries in English, even if it's just a few sentences a day. If you persist, your language sense and expression ability will make a qualitative leap. When Yanhuang's teaching philosophy clearly emphasized practice and application, she handed Qin Tian several English learning materials, including classic prose excerpts and practical writing sentence patterns. You have great potential. Your strong performance in science and math shows your exceptional logical thinking. As long as you find the right methods for English and invest enough time, your grades can definitely reach a new level, even achieving top-tier results. When Xiaoqing looked at Qin Tian with great anticipation. Thank you, Miss. 1. I will try to follow your advice, reading more, listening more, and writing more to expand my vocabulary. Qin Tian made another promise. Faced with the careful guidance and earnest expectations of the two teachers, he was well aware that he had already mastered language skills far beyond the high school level. Yet he still displayed full respect and humility. He needed this reasonable guidance and attention to pave the way for his future academic improvement. Thus, in the days that followed, Qin Tian became an even more diligent and studious example in the eyes of his teachers. He would read ancient texts and excellent essays aloud during Chinese morning reading. He actively participated in English class discussions. He diligently studied the notes and materials provided by his teachers during self-study sessions. However, unbeknownst to anyone, in class, when teachers explained knowledge he had already thoroughly mastered, his consciousness had quietly entered the seed space in his mind. There he was eagerly absorbing foundational theories of genetic engineering from a first-tier civilization, principles of new material structures, even introductory knowledge of quantum mechanics and cosmic sociology. For him, high school textbooks were already true. After a semester leveraging his superbrain in the realm of Yuan 2 and the time flow adjustment function of the seats, he not only integrated knowledge of core undergraduate courses like mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology, but had even begun to dabble in some cutting-edge research paper topics. He was like a wise man secretly navigating a hidden path, outwardly adhering to the rules of high school, yet internally accumulating disruptive power for a broader stage. All of this was hidden beneath the steadily rising scores he achieved in each exam. The study life in senior year was intense and monotonous. Like a tightly wound pendulum, it raced forward in the cycle of exams, reviews, and more exams. After the mock exam, it was followed by the monthly tests. Like 3 continuous obstacles testing the student's mettle. In this series of monthly tests and the subsequent Qin Tian staged a jaw-dropping score showcase. His performance revealed a terrifying control and stability. In the first monthly test, total score 699 points. Mathematics 150 points, full mark. Science 294 points, Chinese 125 points, 5 points increase from the mock exam. Slight improvement. In composition, stable performance. In foundational questions, English 130 points, 5 points increase. Slight improvement. In reading and composition, grade ranking second. When the results came out, the teachers were already very satisfied. Teacher Wang Ping patted Qin Tian on the shoulder. Good. Maintain this momentum. With more refinement in Chinese and English, there is still room for growth. In the second monthly test, total score 716 points. Mathematics 150 points, full mark. Science 300 points, full marks. Chinese 128 points, 3 points increase. Improvement. In reading comprehension, English 138 points, 8 points increase. More proficient in vocabulary and grammar, grade ranking first. This time, Qin Tian successfully surpassed those 2 top students in the key class, claiming the top spot in the grade. When the news spread, the entire first high school was once again shaken. Class 7 erupted in joyful noise. Homeroom teacher Wang Ping was so excited he nearly dropped his thermos. Chinese teacher Wu Feng and English teacher Wen Xiaoqing also felt gratified, believing their guidance had taken immediate effect. In the third monthly test, total score 722 points. Mathematics 150 points, full marks. Science 300 points, full marks. Chinese 132 points, English 140 points, grade ranking first, increasing lead. The appearance of full marks in science made all the science teachers uneasy. This could no longer be explained by enlightenment. It was simply a combination of epiphany and divine intervention. Qin Tian's name began to be recognized by the school leadership. Finally, they welcomed the key event of the first semester of senior year, the final exam. This exam was on a larger scale with questions uniformly set by the city. The difficulty and reliability were significantly higher. It was seen as an important rehearsal before the college entrance exam. After the exam, the grading work was extremely tense. When the final scores from all subjects were compiled in the Academic Affairs Office, all the teachers who saw that score sheet gasped in shock, almost unable to believe their eyes. Qin Tian final exam results: Mathematics 150 points. Science 300 points. Chinese 142 points. This composition was nearly perfect, winning over all the grading teachers. English 148 points. Consistent performance, total 740 points. Grade ranking first. Moreover, the total score surpassed the second place by a full 50 points. How much? 740 points. When homeroom teacher Wang Ping heard the score reported by the Academic Affairs Director over the phone, he trembled, spilling the freshly brewed strong tea all over himself without realizing it. His voice suddenly rose, cracking with excitement. My heavens! Double excellence in science and Chinese. This is going to the heavens. The head of the physics research group trembled while holding Qin Tian's science test paper. Quickly bring me some anti-hypertensive medicine. An older vice principal looked at the score sheet, feeling his blood pressure surge, clutching his chest, and repeatedly saying, Huaizhe County no. One high school has been established for decades. Oh, when has there ever been such terrifying scores? In previous years, if a student scored over 700 points, it would be a celebration. 740 points. This has far exceeded the comprehension of many teachers. This means that aside from slight deductions in Chinese, other subjects have nearly reached their limits. A dragon. No. One high school is about to produce a true dragon. The principal at the administrative meeting was flushed with excitement, his voice booming. Qin Tian is the pride of Huaizhe County no. One high school. He is our only hope of contending for the provincial top scorer in next year's college entrance exam. How many years has it been since our county? No, our city has produced a top scorer. We must mobilize all resources to ensure that student Qin Tian can meet the college entrance exam in the best condition. In an instant, Qin Tian became the indisputable national treasure of Huaizhe County no. One high school. The school leadership held a special meeting to strategize how to provide Qin Tian with the best study and living conditions. A separate study room. The best nutritional meals. Unknown tutoring from the most experienced teachers. All resources were directed towards him. Homeroom teacher Wang Ping regarded Qin Tian as his most precious possession. Every day, he would check on his study and health. Afraid that he might have any slip-ups, Chinese teacher Wu Feng and English teacher Wen Xiaoqing also frequently used their free time to provide Qin Tian with extra help. Although they found that Qin Tian often grasped concepts with just a hint, it seemed that the things they could teach were becoming increasingly limited. Amidst all the accolades and attention, Qin Tian maintained his maturity and humility surpassing his age. He thanked every teacher for their concern and expressed that he would continue to work hard, not letting anyone down. However, only he knew how much control he had over that 740 points. In class, he spent most of his time exploring the ocean of knowledge within the seed space. From the principles of controllable nuclear fusion to the mathematical models of curvature engines. From the ethical dilemmas of gene editing to the evolutionary laws of interstellar civilizations. The high school knowledge was already beneath his feet. His goal was not merely to be the top scorer in the college entrance exam. That was just a stepping stone to a broader world. While the entire school faculty and students were in a frenzy over his astonishing high score, Qin Tian's heart was already planning how to use this top scorer identity as a cover for his true journey into the starry sea. The Dragon of the No. One high school had already raised its head, its gaze transcending this small realm, aiming at the boundless starry sky. The aftermath of the final exam has yet to completely settle down. The astonishing score of 740 has already placed Qin Tian on a pedestal within the prestigious Zhe County High School and even the entire educational community of the county. However, for Qin Tian himself, the score and ranking are merely parts of a larger plan. He is more eagerly anticipating the upcoming winter vacation and the home that carries so many of his concerns. On the last day of the semester, delicate snowflakes began to fall from the sky, draping Qin Town and Heping Village in a thin layer of silver. Qin Tian carried his not-so-heavy backpack, walking along the familiar country road, returning to that well-known brick house. Before he even reached the door, he spotted his grandfather diligently sweeping the snow off the entrance with a broom. His grandmother was busy in the kitchen, wearing an apron. The smoke from the chimney curled upward, mingling with the aroma of food, spreading through the cold air and creating an exceptionally warm scene. "Grandpa, Grandma, I'm back," Qin Tian called out from a distance. "Oh, little Tian is back." His grandfather raised his head upon hearing the voice, his face breaking into a smile as radiant as chrysanthemums. His voice was loud and strong, showing no trace of the frailness he had before. He set down the broom and quickly walked over to take the backpack off Qin Tian's shoulder. Grandma also poked her head out of the kitchen, holding a spatula, her face glowing with health. Come inside, it's cold outside. I've made chicken soup for you to warm you up." Looking at the vigorous pace of his grandparents, their rosy faces and the wrinkles on their brows that had relaxed, Qin Tian's heart surged with a great warmth and sense of achievement. All of this was thanks to the miraculous nanorepair technology of the civilization seed. In just a short semester, the two elders who had suffered from illness for many years seemed to have regained their vitality. Their bodies became robust, and the atmosphere of the entire home blossomed with vitality. Upon returning home, Qin Tian noticed that the house was much tidier than before. With their improved health, his grandparents could no longer stay idle and had tidied both the inside and outside of the house. They even took the initiative to tend to the 2 to 3 acres of idle land behind the house. "Since we're not doing anything anyway, we might as well plant some vegetables and raise a few chickens and ducks. Not only can we eat what we grow, but we can also save a lot of money for your university expenses. Well, now that we are healthy, this work is nothing to us," Grandpa said with a cheerful laugh. Grandma echoed, "Exactly, we used to be a burden to you, dear boy. Now that we're able to move, we can't just let you worry alone. Just look, with these chickens and ducks, we'll have eggs every day, and occasionally, we can even kill a chicken to nourish you." Watching his grandparents smile with satisfaction at being able to support themselves and even contribute to the family, Qin Tian felt his eyes moistening. This physical and spiritual recovery brought them much more joy and dignity than any medicine could provide. He did not stop them, but reminded them to act within their limits and not to overexert themselves. This winter vacation was the most relaxed and happiest holiday Qin Tian had ever experienced. No longer burdened by heavy life pressures, he was free from worries about medical expenses. Every morning he woke up with the rooster's crow, accompanying his grandfather to stroll in the fields, breathing in the chilly winter air. During the day, he would enter the seed space in his small room, continuing to study knowledge far beyond his time or practice his primordial power. In the evening, he helped Grandma cook and listened to her talk about the village gossip. At night, the family gathered around the warm hearth. Grandpa would brew a pot of coarse tea, discussing Qin Tian's studies and dreaming of his future university life. The spring festival of 2025 arrived in this peaceful and warm atmosphere. Although the family remained poor, Grandma still carefully prepared several signature dishes. Grandpa even made an exception and had a small cup of liquor. Outside, firecrackers sporadically sounded, while inside the air was filled with the steam of delicious food and sounds of laughter. Watching the genuine smiles on his grandparents' faces, Qin Tian felt that this was the best flavor of the new year in the world. He secretly vowed that every spring festival in the future he would ensure that his grandparents would have a better time than this year. On the eve of the spring festival, an unexpected guest arrived. This visitor brought a strong sense of joy to the family. It was none other than their homeroom teacher Wang Ping. He rode a motorcycle against the cold wind, asking for directions all the way until he reached Heping village. When he found Qin Tian's slightly secluded courtyard under the guidance of the villagers, he could hardly believe his eyes upon seeing Grandpa Qin chopping firewood and Grandma Qin feeding the chickens. How could these be the elderly who had been bedridden with illness for years? Their vitality surpassed that of many retired city dwellers. Teacher Wang, what brings you here? Please come in. Qin Tian, hearing the commotion, rushed out, both surprised and delighted. He quickly ushered Wang Ping inside. Wang Ping surveyed the simple, yet clean and tidy living room, feeling a surge of emotions. He grasped Grandpa Qin's rough and powerful hand, and excitedly said, "Old man, old lady, you are truly blessed. You raised a wonderful grandson." Qin Tian scored 740 points in this final exam. He is first in the county, no first in the city. This is an incredible achievement. How much? 740 points. Although Grandpa Qin did not fully grasp the concept, hearing first in the city made his eyes widen in disbelief. With trembling lips he repeated, "First. My little Tian came in first." Grandma was so overjoyed that she wiped her eyes with her apron. Heaven has opened its eyes. I knew my child would succeed. Wang Ping explained in detail what 740 points meant, and how great Qin Tian's chances were of getting into the best university, even aiming for the provincial top scorer. Listening to Teacher Wang's excited words and seeing his grandson's calm and confident demeanor, the wrinkles on the faces of the two elders blossomed with smiles, as if they had become 10 years younger. This year, due to their proud grandson, everything felt particularly different. Wang Ping's home visit spread like a gust of wind throughout the small Heping village. The villagers finally learned that the quiet child from the old Qin family, who had grown up eating from the hands of others, had now become a model for learning throughout the county. There was a possibility that he could become a sensation across the province. Thus, during the spring festival, the threshold of Qin Tian's home was nearly worn out. Uncle Li Jianguo from the same village brought along 2 workers he had been working with on the construction site, carrying fruits and snacks. He slapped Qin Tian on the shoulder with a hearty laughter. "Good kid. You really brought honor to our village. I always said you were no ordinary child. Study hard, become the top scorer, and I promise even if I work far away, I will come back to set off firecrackers for your celebration." Others came one after another to congratulate him. Some brought homegrown vegetables, some carried baskets of eggs, and some even stuffed red envelopes into Qin Tian's hands. Their words were simple and sincere. "Little Tian's study will bring pride to our rural kids. Your grandparents have had it tough. Now they can enjoy your blessings. If you encounter any difficulties, just let everyone know, don't be shy." Looking at the weathered yet warm-hearted faces and hearing their heartfelt words, Qin Tian's memories seemed to drift back to his childhood. Back then, when the family was poor and his grandparents were ill, it was these not-so-fluent villagers who would help them. One family would bring a bowl of rice, another a handful of vegetables. Occasionally, when someone slaughtered a pig, they would send a piece of meat to their home, helping them through the most difficult times. This pure rural affection had always been etched in his heart. At this moment, feeling the villagers' genuine joy and hope for him, Qin Tian's heart surged with a strong sense of responsibility. Standing in his small yard looking at the fields covered in thin snow, he silently made a vow. "Grandpa, Grandma, and dear villagers, you can rest assured. I, Qin Tian, would not be where I am today without your kindness. When I truly have the ability, I will definitely return to help our Heping village, help our Pinkin town escape poverty, and let everyone live a good life. This is my promise to this land that has nurtured me." Although the winter was cold, the warmth of family, teachers' kindness, and rural affection combined into a flow that made Qin Tian's heart burn with passion. His roots are here, and his journey is destined to lead to the Starry Sea. But no matter how far he goes, this warm bond will be an inexhaustible source of strength for him. The young phoenix sings, its voice echoing through the countryside. When it spreads its wings in the future, it will surely shake the heavens. The sound of firecrackers from the new year seems to still echo in the ears. Yet the calendar has mercilessly turned to the end of February. The high school seniors bid farewell to the brief winter break and the warm spring festival. Stepping back onto the campus of Huai's County now, one middle school, the air is no longer filled with the laziness and cheer of the festive season. Instead, there is an invisible yet palpable urgency that quickens everyone's heartbeat. In the upper right corner of every senior classroom's blackboard, a line of bold red chalk reads 106 days until the college entrance examination. This number weighs heavily on everyone's heart like a massive stone. It serves as a silent whip, urging each person to gallop forward. Even the usually carefree students who lag behind in grades at this moment have restrained their playful thoughts and quietly opened their dusty textbooks. In the last 100 days, they attempt to create a small miracle. The atmosphere in the classroom is so tense that it feels as if water could drip from it. During the 10-minute break between classes, the once noisy corridors are now much quieter. Most students are either resting on their desks or studying fervently, racing against time. The voices discussing problems are kept low, fearing they might disturb others. The second semester of senior year has truly entered the critical sprint phase. Seated by the window, Qin Tian gazes outside at the bare branches and the still cold sky. Yet his heart is as calm as water. For him, the countdown to the college entrance examination feels more like a ceremonial symbol. The knowledge and abilities he possesses far exceed the boundaries of this exam. Nevertheless, he still strictly adheres to the school's rules, diligently completing daily assignments and tests. This is not only to maintain the persona of a genius student, but also a form of respect for this ordinary journey of youth. The teachers have also entered a full battle preparation mode. Test papers are distributed like snowflakes, and review classes occupy most of the time. The homeroom teacher Wang Ping wears an even more serious expression than in the previous semester. Often patrolling the classroom, he casts a stern gaze at any student who seems distracted or lax. However, when he looks at Qin Tian, there is always an unmistakable expectation and a hint of subtle worry in his eyes. He fears that the pressure on this child might be too great, and that tightly strung string could snap suddenly. The first monthly exam after the semester begins arrives as scheduled amidst this highly tense atmosphere. This time the school has intentionally increased the difficulty. The intention is to admonish those students who might have relaxed during the holiday. At the same time, it aims to further filter out the top talents. For Qin Tian, the examination process remains as effortless as breathing. He even doesn't need to worry excessively about controlling scores, because at his current level, accurately writing the standard answers while avoiding any beyond the syllabus methods that may raise suspicion is a form of higher mastery. He smoothly completes all subjects, always being the first to submit his papers. With an indifferent expression, it seems as though he has merely completed an ordinary practice. The grading process is being conducted under the heightened attention of the school leadership. The first subjects to be graded are mathematics and comprehensive sciences. Another perfect score, 150 points. Flawless. His solution to this final difficult competition question was even more concise and elegant than our prepared reference answer. The science group was in an uproar, 300 points. Full marks in physics, chemistry, and biology. This is simply beyond human capability. The design and expression of the experimental question were nothing short of perfect. The news flew to the English group like it had wings. The objective questions of the English paper were numerous, making the grading swift. All the multiple-choice questions, closed tests, and reading comprehension, all correct. The essay, the handwriting was impeccable, the grammar precise, the word choice authentic, and the content substantial. Full marks, 150 points. The voice of the head of the English group teacher, when shouting, trembled with excitement. Finally, all eyes focused on the Chinese group. The Chinese exam, especially the essay, was the biggest variable. Teacher Wu Feng personally graded Qin Tian's essay. The topic this time was boundaries. He put on his reading glasses, took a deep breath, and began to read. Gradually, his fingers started to tremble slightly. The essay began with geographical boundaries. It rapidly ascended to the boundaries of knowledge, the boundaries of thought, and even the boundaries of human cognition. Citing references, it was profoundly speculative and eloquently written. Between the lines, there was a vision and perspective that transcended age. What's more, the handwriting was neat and elegant, and the paper was pleasingly tidy. This essay, Teacher Wu Feng murmured to himself as he read it several times, but couldn't find any points to deduct. In the end, with a mix of excitement and caution, he wrote down a score of 58 in the essay section. In the basic knowledge and reading sections, Qin Tian once again displayed a terrifying accuracy. Ultimately, Qin Tian's scores were compiled in the Academic Affairs Office: Mathematics, 150 points. Science, 300 points. English, 150 points. Chinese, 148 points. Total score, 748 points. When this report card was delivered to Principal Li Ming's office, the nearly 50-year-old, usually composed principal suddenly stood up from his chair. His hands braced against the table, leaning forward. His eyes were fixed on that number. His breathing became heavy. 748. 748 points. He repeated the number, his face flushed with excitement. This is going to break through the skies. He seemed to envision. If Qin Tian could achieve or come close to this score in the college entrance examination, he might even score full marks. What kind of sensation would that cause? The name Huaizhe County No. 1 high school would no longer be merely associated with a remote county school, but rather with phrases like cradle of top scholars and birthplace of legends. What would follow would be an unprecedented influx of funds from the higher education department. New teaching buildings, modern playgrounds, advanced laboratory equipment. All the resources he had fought for years to acquire would be within grasp. And he, Li Ming, as the head of the school, leading the school to achieve such a historic breakthrough his own career. Thinking of this, his heart raced even faster. At 50, he was in need of such a weighty achievement to advance further in his career. He forced himself to calm down and immediately grabbed the phone. His voice was slightly hoarse with excitement. Quick! Notify Class 7's homeroom teacher Wang Ping, as well as all of Qin Tian's subject teachers, to come to my office immediately. Before long, Wang Ping, Wu Feng, Wen Xiaoqing, and several key teachers from the science group gathered in the principal's office. Excitement and pride radiated from everyone's faces. Dear teachers, thank you for your hard work. You all have seen Qin Tian's results, right? Principal Li Ming tried to keep his tone steady, but the sparkle in his eyes was undeniable. 748 points. This is an unprecedented high score since our school was established. This is the result of your diligent nurturing and the honor of our one high school family. He scanned the crowd, finally landing his gaze on homeroom teacher Wang Ping. Teacher Wang, how has Qin Tian been doing? Is he under a lot of pressure? Is there any difficulty in his life? Wang Ping quickly replied, Principal Qin Tian is very stable right now, and his mindset is also good. He hasn't become arrogant due to his good results. Instead, he has become even more composed. In terms of life, we have been keeping an eye on him, and so far there are no issues. Good, good. That's great. Principal Li Ming nodded repeatedly. The more critical the moment, the more we must pay attention to the student's psychological state. Talents are rare, and we must protect them. We must encourage him to maintain the momentum and create history, but we also need to be mindful of the methods and not impose extra pressure on him. We must ensure he finds a balance between work and rest, keeping this string taut, but not broken. He then looked at the subject teachers. Dear teachers, Qin Tian's achievement is inseparable from the careful guidance of each of you. Now his scores in mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology can be said to have reached their peak with almost no room for improvement. The only variable is Chinese, especially the essay. He turned his gaze to Chinese teacher Wu Feng. Teacher Wu, discuss with your Chinese group. Given the current level of Qin Tian's essay, if it were presented in the college entrance examination grading room, is there a possibility of giving full marks? Teacher Wu Feng adjusted his glasses and pondered, Principal, from the quality of the essay itself, this piece boundaries is profound in thought, skillful in writing, and rigorous in structure. It absolutely qualifies for full marks. However, you know that there is a tradition of cautious awarding of full marks in college entrance exam essays unless it is truly stunning and indisputable. Principal Li tapped his fingers on the table, thinking for a moment, said, I understand this tradition. However, rules are dead and people are alive. What we need to do now is not just evaluate, but also nurture and inspire. For students like Qin Tian, conventional incentives may no longer be effective. A full mark on an essay might significantly boost his confidence. The importance of confidence for performance in critical moments is self-evident. He paused and continued. What I mean is, in the upcoming internal monthly exams and mock tests, if Qin Tian's essay indeed reaches an impeccable level, can we consider breaking the norm and giving him full marks? This would be an absolute affirmation of his abilities and would help him build a strong confidence that my essay is the standard for full marks. This may have a miraculous effect on his college entrance examination preparation. Teacher Wu Feng exchanged glances with other Chinese teachers and finally nodded. The principal has considered this thoroughly. If the essay is indeed outstanding, we can attempt to give full marks in the internal examination to help him build his confidence. Good. Then it's settled. Principal Li Ming made a decisive statement. In any case, dear teachers, Qin Tian is our one high school's biggest hope for this year's college entrance examination. We must rally the strength of the entire school to ensure he can face this significant examination of life in the most perfect condition. The development of the school and the future honors of everyone present may hinge on this move. After the meeting, Wang Ping found Qin Tian to convey the school's leaders' concerns and expectations. He also did not forget to remind, Qin Tian, your results are excellent, keep it up. But don't put too much pressure on yourself, take care to rest. Health is the foundation of everything. Qin Tian looked at the sincere concern in his teacher's eyes, feeling a warmth in his heart. He calmly nodded. Thank you, Teacher Wang, I will, you can rest assured. Of course he wouldn't feel any pressure. At this moment in his mind space, he was working through a complex formula regarding the synthesis of room temperature superconducting materials. For him, the battlefield of the college entrance examination was merely a plain he had long since conquered. He was just waiting for that predetermined moment of victory. Then he cast his gaze toward the distant towering mountains belonging to the stars and the sea. The ripple of 748 points was but a tiny wave in his heart. In the final semester of high school, as the countdown numbers dwindled day by day, it felt as if a fast-forward button had been pressed for most students at Huaize County one high school. It was a period filled with exam papers, evaluations, anxiety, and occasional hope. However, for Qin Tian, it was an exceptionally fulfilling and effortless time. He resembled a hidden master among ordinary soldiers, skillfully handling the battles before him, while secretly honing a blade capable of changing the world. In the classroom, Qin Tian had become a unique presence, particularly noted by the science teachers, especially those teaching mathematics, physics, and chemistry. They increasingly performed a similar action. During explanations of complex integrated problems or topics, their eyes would naturally drift toward that windowside seat. Then, with an encouraging and trusting tone, they would say, Qin Tian, this question requires a flexible thought process. Can you come up and share your views with everyone? At first, the classmates felt a mix of curiosity and a hint of jealousy. But soon this sentiment was replaced by genuine admiration. Because Qin Tian's level of teaching was astonishingly high. He never recited the textbook or merely repeated the answers. Each time he stepped onto the platform, he always managed to present complex concepts in the most accessible manner. He would begin with the most fundamental concepts using vivid and interesting metaphors to spark everyone's interest. Then layer by layer he would guide his classmates to discover the key problems and solutions themselves. When he explained a question, he focused not only on how to do it. He emphasized why it is done this way or there are other methods. And what are the core points and common pitfalls of this type of question? His language was humorous and engaging, occasionally interspersing small stories or anecdotes from the history of science, making the otherwise dry problem-solving process lively and interesting. His writing on the board was neat and aesthetically pleasing with logical diagrams that were clear and comparable to teaching materials. What was even rarer was his unique affinity. He could keenly capture the puzzled expressions of his classmates and would promptly explain things in a different way until everyone understood. Listening to Qin Tian explain is more enlightening than reading the answers 3 times myself. It feels like he can directly implant knowledge into my brain. So physics, chemistry, mathematics is actually this interesting. Such praises began to circulate in Class 7 and even throughout the entire grade. Under Qin Tian's influence and selfless sharing, the learning atmosphere in Class 7 soared to unprecedented heights, with notable improvements in students' efficiency and results. Even the homeroom teacher Wang Ping sighed in amazement, stating that Qin Tian alone had raised the average score of a whole class. The news spread quickly. Other homeroom teachers could no longer sit still, especially those from the key classes 1I and 2, after witnessing Qin Tian's eloquence and ease in public classes. They shamelessly extended an invitation to teacher Wang Ping, hoping Qin Tian could deign to teach a class or two to enlighten their top students. To these requests, Qin Tian always graciously agreed. He held no biases in his view knowledge. Thus, during occasional self-study or activity classes, Qin Tian would appear on other classes' platforms, igniting waves of enthusiasm for learning wherever he went. Some teachers even secretly sat in the back row to listen, taking notes on Qin Tian's teaching methods and expressing how much they benefited from it. The name Teacher Qin quietly resonated within the high school. Everyone realized that what this student possessed was not just top-notch problem-solving skills, but also an unfathomable reservoir of knowledge and extraordinary teaching talent. Some whispered that even if Qin Tian participated in teacher recruitment, now he would undoubtedly be the most sought-after candidate, regarded as the best teacher without exception. However, unbeknownst to anyone, while Qin Tian spoke eloquently on stage, offering guidance to his classmates, most of his consciousness was immersed deep within the vast seed space of his mind. To him, high school knowledge had long become mere remnants he had chewed through countless times. What truly captivated him was the vast ocean of technology, ranging from level 1 to level 9, within the civilization seeds. He was delving into the deeper principles of genetic engineering, striving to understand how to optimize life forms more perfectly. He was researching the constraints and utilization of antimatter energy, laying the theoretical foundation for a future energy revolution. He was simulating the spatial distortion algorithms of curvature engines to deduce the possibilities of interstellar navigation. His learning efficiency was so high that if measured by Earth standards, by the end of one semester, he could easily attain several doctoral degrees and complete multiple cutting-edge research projects. Class time had become a window for him to rest and engage in social practice. Meanwhile, his cultivation of primordial power had never slackened. The accumulation of the Yuan master realm was deepening, and he could feel the surging warmth within him growing more immense. The transformation of his body was becoming increasingly profound. Finally, on a tranquil night 50 days before the college entrance examination, as Qin Tian meditated deeply within the seed space, a qualitative change was triggered by quantitative accumulation. It felt as though some barrier had been broken. He sensed his consciousness explode with a boom, instantly reaching a new level of perception in relation to the surrounding environment. He could hear the subtle frequencies of insect wings vibrating from afar. He could see the primordial particles in the air dancing like joyful sprites. The primordial power within him, once like a stream, suddenly converged into a rushing river, surging through meridians that had expanded countless times. A powerful sense of strength filled every cell in his body. He had entered the Yuan master realm, and his lifespan limit had jumped from 1,000 years as a Yuan disciple to 10,000 years. This meant that as long as nothing unexpected occurred, he had ample time to achieve any goal. What was even more terrifying was the further leap in his cognitive abilities. If the Yuan disciple realm's photographic memory and analytical reasoning still belonged to the category of supergeniuses, then the cognitive abilities of the Yuan master realm approached Tao. An ineffable intuition and deductive ability began to form in his mind. Given enough time, he might truly be able to reconstruct the entire edifice of modern mathematics step by step, starting from the most basic 112 and a few axioms. Using pure logical deduction, he could even touch upon the edges of unproven conjectures. His understanding and integration of knowledge reached an astonishing level. Now looking at the advanced technological concepts in the seed space. Many originally obscure and difficult aspects suddenly felt clear and enlightening. The breakthrough in his cultivation brought the most direct impact. It was reflected in his subsequent simulated tests. At this point, Qin Tian had reached a realm of mastery over knowledge. His answers were not merely correct. They were an art form of profound insight into the essence of knowledge. Especially in Chinese composition, after breaking through to the Yuan master realm, his depth of thought and expressive ability soared once again. The articles he wrote not only showcased exquisite literary talent, but also contained a philosophical power that resonated deeply, leaving the evaluating Chinese teachers in awe. This essay on limits. I can find no words to praise it, said Wu Feng, the head of the Chinese language research group, trembling slightly as he held Qin Tian's paper. The depth of thought, the rigor of logic, the beauty of diction, and the intricacy of structure have all reached perfection. If such an essay cannot receive full marks, then the concept of a perfect essay holds no meaning. With the principal's tacit approval and unanimous recognition from all Chinese teachers, Qin Tian's composition was formally awarded a perfect score of 60 points for the first time. Immediately afterward, he no longer controlled his scores in other subjects, showcasing absolute dominance. Mathematics 150 points. Science 300 points. English 150 points. Chinese 150 points. Total 750 points. Full marks. When this report card appeared again, the reaction was no longer just shock, but a near-numb reverence. Principal Li Ming looked at the report card, rubbing his eyes repeatedly, fearing he had misread it. Finally, he let out a long sigh of relief, his face beaming with a radiant smile. He said to Wang Ping beside him, "It's stable. This time it's really stable. As long as the college entrance examination goes well, the top scholar. No, a perfect score top scholar is possible." Qin Tian's reputation had long since spread beyond the high school campus, circulating throughout Huaizhe County and even further. Some eager students or parents photographed Qin Tian's near-perfect scores and final full-score report cards. They posted them on social media platforms like Douyin, accompanied by exaggerated titles such as "The emergence of a learning deity in our county and a candidate for full marks in the college entrance examination." Local netizens, already feeling proud of the possibility of producing a top scholar, were even more elated, sharing and commenting in a wave of supportive enthusiasm. The topic Huaizi learning deity Qin Tian even gained a bit of traction in local circles. The reactions online were polarized. Some were in awe and worship. Is this a literary star descended to earth? The child of other families. Kneeling, this is a true scholar. But there were also skeptics and mockers. Is this staged? It must be photoshopped. How could a genius emerge from a county school? They must be exaggerating. Waiting to see them get slapped in the face in the college entrance examination. To this clamor, Qin Tian occasionally saw the comments on his old phone with a cracked screen and simply smiled it off. He even liked a comment adamantly asserting that he must have cheated. To him, the praise and criticism of the world were nothing more than the croaking of frogs by the pond. They could not affect him in the slightest. His gaze had long since transcended these worldly disturbances. As the college entrance examination approached, the school's protective measures escalated to the highest level. Every holiday when Qin Tian went home, the school would arrange for the most stable driver and calmest vice principal to personally drive him to and from school. This was ostensibly to care for outstanding students, but in reality, it was out of fear that their precious gem would encounter any mishaps, even if it was just a fall or a cold. The school leaders regarded Qin Tian as the golden sign and living advertisement for the school's development over the next decade. Sitting in the smoothly driving car, watching the scenery fly by outside, Qin Tian felt a bit helpless. If he wished, using the protective abilities of the seed space, he could prevent even the smallest traffic accident or withstand the instant explosion of Blue Star. Even a helium flash from the sun could not harm a hair on his head. Yet he still graciously accepted this goodwill as a form of respect for the school and the teachers. 3 days before the college entrance examination, the school held a grand and solemn oath-taking ceremony. On the playground, red flags fluttered and slogans flew. Nearly 900 students from the senior year stood in neat rows, their faces glowing with tension, excitement, and longing. The principal delivered an impassioned speech, and the teachers offered their sincere blessings. Finally, as the student representative, Qin Tian was invited onto the podium to deliver the final mobilization speech for all his classmates. Standing before the microphone, he scanned the youthful and vibrant faces below. He did not take a script, merely adjusting his breathing slightly. Then a powerful confidence and charisma naturally radiated from him. Fellow students. His voice resonated across the playground through the loudspeakers, clear and magnetic. 12 years of hard work, over 4,000 days and nights of struggle, are finally about to be tested at the last moment. Some say the college entrance examination is a battlefield filled with smoke. I say that's right. But this battlefield is not for slaughter, it is for proof. To prove that our youthful sweat was not in vain, to prove that our solitary lights at midnight are worth igniting, to prove that we possess the power and ability to control our own destinies. Some say the college entrance examination is a narrow bridge with 1,000 troops and horses. I say that's true. But on this bridge we are not fighting alone. We have dedicated teachers guiding our direction, parents who are silently supportive, and comrades beside us, encouraging each other and fighting together. His words sometimes crashed like waves against the shore, stirring the hearts. Sometimes they fell like spring rain, nurturing the soul. He spoke of the meaning of hard work, shared insights on learning, and envisioned a bright future. He did not merely shout slogans. Instead, he ignited everyone's fighting spirit with powerful logic and sincere emotions. So fellow students, lift your heads, stand tall. Let us walk into the examination hall with confident smiles and a belief in victory. That is not a judgment seat. It is a stage for us to display the accumulations of 12 years. That is not a finish line. It is the starting point towards a broader world. In a narrow encounter, the brave win. The universe is still undecided, and you and I are both dark horses. I wish each of us can dominate the battlefield of the college entrance examination, achieve stellar results, and not let our youth go to waste. Dominate the battlefield. Achieve stellar results. Not let our youth go to waste. Nearly 900 students below were stirred by these words, blood surging, and they shouted in unison, their voices echoing like thunder. They longed to rush into the examination hall, immediately wielding their pens like swords. After the oath-taking ceremony, the school took a break. The teachers repeatedly advised, keep your admission tickets and ID safe. Prepare your 2B pencils, erasers, and black pens. Adjust your schedules, relax your minds. The atmosphere of society began to pave the way for the college entrance examination. Construction sites stopped work at night, square dancing paused, and even property management in residential areas posted notices, reminding residents to take good care of their pets to avoid barking that could disturb the students' rest. This atmosphere of societal care warmed the third-year students while also adding a bit of pressure. It felt as if a major battle concerning their destinies was about to commence. On the day of the break, Principal Li Ming and the vice principal, who had been responsible for taking Qin Tian back and forth, drove him back to Pingyi Village. Upon arriving at his doorstep, Principal Li tightly grasped Qin Tian's hand, speaking earnestly, Qin Tian, don't think about anything else, just eat well and sleep well, relax your mind. The school has prepared everything for you. On the day before the entrance exam, we will arrive on time to pick you up. The school has arranged the best accommodation for you to ensure you rest well and greet the exam in the best condition. Thank you, Principal. Thank you, teachers. I will be ready. Qin Tian smiled and nodded at the principal and vice principal, who looked almost ready to overflow with expectation and anxiety. Watching the car drive away, Qin Tian turned and walked into his small courtyard. His grandfather was watering the vegetable garden, while his grandmother was in the kitchen preparing his favorite dishes. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the courtyard, creating a peaceful and serene atmosphere. While external storms loomed, it felt like spring here. Qin Tian knew that what he was about to undertake was not just an examination. It was the first formal step towards stepping onto the stage and beginning an extraordinary life. Everything was in June. Huaizhe County was already enveloped in the sultry heat of summer. The afternoon before the college entrance examination, Principal Li Ming personally drove the school's finest car. He once again appeared at the entrance of Peace Village. This time his mood was more tense and solemn than ever. The car stopped outside Qin Tian's small courtyard. Principal Li adjusted his slightly wrinkled shirt from driving. After taking a deep breath, he opened the door and got out. Grandpa Qin was busy tidying up farming tools in the yard. Seeing the principal arrive again, he hurriedly set down his work. He approached with enthusiasm. Principal Li, you came in person again. This is too much. Grandpa Qin rubbed his hands together, a simple and grateful smile on his face. Now he was in good health, his voice loud and clear, no longer showing signs of illness. Old man, it's only right. Principal Li quickly grasped Grandpa Qin's hand. The college entrance examination is tomorrow. This is a big deal. I came to take Qin Tian to the school to settle and get familiar with the exam room and ensure everything goes smoothly. At this moment, Qin Tian also walked out from the house. He was wearing a clean white short-sleeved t-shirt, his expression calm and his gaze clear. There was no trace of pre-exam tension. He seemed more like he was going to attend an ordinary monthly test. Hello, Principal. Qin Tian greeted politely. Good. Principal Li surveyed Qin Tian from head to toe, increasingly satisfied with what he saw. Is everything ready? Admission ticket, ID, stationery bag, let's check again. Qin Tian smiled and took out a transparent document bag. Inside, the admission ticket and ID were neatly placed. The stationery bag contained several black pens, 2B pencils, erasers, rulers, and everything else needed. I've checked everything, no problem, Principal. Good, being careful is important. Principal Li nodded and turned to Grandpa. Old man, rest assured, everything is arranged at the school to ensure Qin Tian eats well and has a good place to stay, so he can take the exam in the best condition. Grandpa Qin's eyes glistened with moisture as he nodded repeatedly. Rest assured. With the school, and you, Principal Li, taking care of us, we are completely at ease. Xiao Tian listened to the principal and teachers. Do your best in the exam, don't be nervous. He patted his grandson's shoulder firmly, his countless words transformed into encouragement and hope in his eyes. Grandpa, I understand. You and Grandma take care of yourselves at home too. Qin Tian replied gently. After bidding farewell to his grandparents, he got into Principal Li's car. The car smoothly drove towards the county city. Along the way, Principal Li tried to find some light topics to chat about, attempting to ease any potential tension, though his own palms were slightly sweaty. Instead, it was Qin Tian who responded effortlessly, his tone calm, as if he were the one providing comfort. Upon arriving at the school, Principal Li did not directly take Qin Tian to the dormitory. Instead, he first took him to the exam venue, a standardized classroom within the school. The classroom was already set up with desks and chairs arranged neatly and surveillance cameras flashing red lights. Principal Li pointed to the exam room number and seating chart on the door, allowing Qin Tian to confirm his position. "Look, it's the 4th row by the window, a great spot, well ventilated. Tomorrow morning at 8:30 you can enter. Don't come too early and don't be late. ID and admission ticket will be checked at the entrance." Qin Tian listened attentively, even though he was already familiar with these rules. However, he could feel the principal's deep concern. Once they were familiar with the exam room, Principal Li took Qin Tian to the special dormitory for the college entrance examination that the school had prepared for him. This was a teacher's dormitory, usually used to accommodate teachers from other schools. The conditions were much better than the student dormitories, with single rooms and private bathrooms. Air conditioning and water heaters were complete, the environment quiet and clean, and the bedding was all brand new. "You will stay here these few days, and for meals go to the small kitchen in the teacher's cafeteria. I've arranged everything with balanced nutrition and cleanliness." Principal Li meticulously detailed everything. "Get to bed early at night, don't stay up late, and if you can't sleep, just lie down and rest your mind. If you need anything, feel free to call me or Teacher Wang. Thank you, Principal, for your care." Qin Tian sincerely expressed his gratitude. This excessive care, while not necessary for him, was noted as a gesture of goodwill. After settling Qin Tian in, Principal Li reminded him several more times before leaving, looking back 3 times. The vast campus gradually quieted down, leaving only the sounds of cicadas. Qin Tian stood by the window, gazing at the familiar playground and teaching buildings outside. The setting sun cast a golden edge on them. Tomorrow this place would become a battleground for countless students. For him, however, it was just a calm display. He sat cross-legged on the bed. His consciousness did not enter the seed space, but was unusually cleared. Adjusting his breath, he allowed the primordial energy within him to flow naturally, like a gentle stream, nourishing his body and mind. There was no need to be nervous or excited. Maintaining an absolute calmness and focus was the best state. June 7, 2026, the early morning. The sunlight had already bathed the land. At the entrance of Huaizhe County No. 1 high school, a barricade had already been set up. A large number of candidates and parents had gathered. The air was filled with a complex mixture of anticipation, anxiety, and blessings. Traffic police directed traffic at the intersection, ensuring a quiet and orderly atmosphere around the exam venue. Qin Tian quietly had breakfast in the school cafeteria, and then accompanied by Principal Li and Teacher Li, another school leader responsible for logistics. He arrived at the exam building half an hour early. Unlike other candidates, he did not seize the last moments to review his notes. He simply stood there quietly, calmly observing everything around him. His calmness stood in stark contrast to the slightly restless atmosphere surrounding him. At 8:30, the entry bell rang punctually. Candidates held their documents, lining up to pass through the security check, being inspected by the invigilators. Qin Tian smoothly found his exam room and seat amidst the crowd. After sitting down, he placed his documents at the corner of the desk, adjusted his breathing, and quietly waited. At 9 o'clock, a clear bell announced the official start of the first subject of the college entrance examination, the Chinese language test. The invigilator publicly unsealed the test paper bag and distributed the test papers and answer sheets. When the test paper, fragrant with ink, reached Qin Tian's hands, he did not rush to start writing. Instead, he quickly and carefully skimmed through the entire test paper, as per his habit. Basic knowledge, classical poetry, reading, modern text reading, application of language, and writing. The types and difficulties of the questions were all as expected. The essay topic was Vigil, an open-ended and profound title. For Qin Tian, possessing a brain of the Yuan master realm, the process of understanding the topic was almost instantaneous. The best answers to all the questions, various solutions, and scoring points unfolded like a clear scroll in his mind. He could even estimate the average time needed for each question and the possible pitfalls. After completing the topic review, he took a deep breath and picked up the ordinary black pen. The moment the pen tip touched the answer sheet, an indescribable sense of control surged within him. He began to answer. There was no frantic writing like a storm. His pace was even and steady. Each character he wrote carried a unique aesthetic. The precise control over his body muscles brought by his primordial energy cultivation made every Chinese character he wrote seem like a meticulously calculated work of art. The structure was balanced, the strokes vigorous with rhythm and flow, resulting in an overall presentation that was astonishingly clean. It seemed not handwritten, but rather the finest printed text. This had surpassed the realm of just being good-looking. It reached a state of being visually pleasing, enough to create a favorable impression on any examiner at first glance. In the basic knowledge section, his answers were accurate and decisive. In the classical poetry reading, his translations were faithful, elegant, and pinpointed the core. In modern text reading, his key points were comprehensive, his expressions rigorous, and his logic clear, almost serving as a standard answer model. The entire answering process flowed smoothly, exuberant, and unrestrained. The agility of thought combined perfectly with the stability of his wrist, with no pauses, corrections, or hesitations in between. Within less than an hour, including the extensive writing of classical poetry memorization and reading comprehension, all objective and subjective questions were neatly transcribed onto the answer sheet. Finally, it was the main event, the essay. Vigil. Qin Tian pondered for a moment, opting not to choose an overly grand or tragic narrative. Instead, he focused on a more enduring and intrinsic power. He decided to approach it from the perspective of cultural heritage and the watch over one's spiritual homeland, exploring how individuals can uphold their inner values and ideals amidst the tide of the times and illuminate others with this. With the theme established, a torrent of literary thought began to gather in his mind. After a brief contemplation, he picked up his pen to write. He then referenced historical sources, extracting the figures of the guardians from the annals of time, not content with mere examples, but delving deeply into their spiritual essence. His discourse progressed layer by layer, combining rational contemplation with an emotional warmth. The language was elegant and concise, rich in vocabulary, skillfully employing parallelism, metaphors, and other rhetorical devices. This rendered the article both grand in momentum and splendid in literary quality. Moreover, it conveyed an extraordinary calmness and insight that transcended age, a profound concern for civilization and the future. The entire article flowed seamlessly from start to finish, devoid of any redundancy, and without the need for revisions. As he placed the final period on the composition, a meticulously structured, deeply thoughtful, and beautifully penned masterpiece had emerged. He read through it once, nodding, slightly satisfied with his performance this time. With that, he had completed all the questions. The time had just passed 1 hour and 10 minutes. Qin Tian gently set down his pen, organized the exam paper and answer sheet, and placed them on the corner of the desk. He did not, like some top students in stories, flamboyantly submit his paper early and leave. Instead, he quietly leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. Seemingly resting, he was actually entering a state of introspection, continuing to nurture the primordial energy within him. He was acutely aware that in this examination room besides him, there were dozens of classmates who had endured 12 years of hard study. Many of them might be struggling with a particularly challenging question at this very moment. They could be battling with feelings of tension. Every minute and every second was crucial for them. Submitting the paper early might showcase one's ease. However, the crisp sound of footsteps and the noise of opening and closing doors would undoubtedly disturb the tranquility in the minds of other candidates. It might even affect their final performance. A mere point of difference in this fierce competition could mean a world of it could mean the difference between reaching one's ideal university or a subtle shift in the trajectory of one's life. Qin Tian possessed absolute strength, yet he never lacked basic empathy and respect. His strength was not to highlight others' weaknesses, nor was it to satisfy vanity. His battlefield lay in higher realms. There was no need to prove anything in this moment. He chose to wait quietly, like an experienced old hunter, maintaining utmost patience until the prey was. This was also the most basic respect for this examination, which would determine the fates of countless individuals and for all the candidates striving hard. Time passed second by second. Within the examination room, only the sound of pen tips scratching against paper, along with occasional soft sighs or coughs, could be heard. The invigilator occasionally cast a glance at the handsome youth who had stopped writing the earliest, yet remained calm and composed. Curiosity and admiration flickered in his eyes. Finally, at 11:30 in the morning, the bell signaling the end rang out crisply. Exam time is up. All candidates must stop writing, immediately place the exam paper and answer sheet face down on the desk, and wait for the invigilator to collect the papers. The invigilator's voice rang out. Qin Tian complied, calmly waiting for his paper to be collected. When he walked out of the examination room alongside all the other candidates, he still wore that serene expression. Outside, anxious parents and media awaited, and the noise hit him like a wave. Principal Li Ming and teacher Wang Ping had long been stationed outside the examination center. Upon seeing Qin Tian emerge, they immediately squeezed through the crowd to greet him, their faces written with tension and anticipation. Qin Tian, how did it go? Were the questions difficult? How was your performance? Principal Li bombarded him with questions, his voice slightly trembling. Qin Tian observed the nervous demeanor of the two teachers, smiled faintly, and replied with a relaxed yet affirming tone, "Principal Teacher Wang, don't worry. Everything went smoothly how it should. Be fine." His words were calm, yet carried an undeniable strength, as if stating an established fact. The sunlight bathed him, and that extraordinary composure and confidence beyond his years eased the heavy stone that had been lodged in the hearts of the anxious principal and class teacher. Finally, with a thud, it had mostly fallen. 3 o'clock in the afternoon on June 7th. The bell for the mathematics exam rang on time, heralding the start of the second battle of the college entrance examinations. Compared with the flutter of thoughts he felt during the Chinese paper, Qin Tian faced the math paper with a temperament like a deep ancient well, unfazed. When the papers were handed out, he went through his usual routine, a swift, careful reading of the questions. He completed the analysis and verification of every problem in his mind before picking up his pen to write. Mathematics, after all, is the supreme expression of logic and rule. For Qin Tian, whose mind had already attained the Yuanshi realm, it was as natural as breathing. For multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank items, answers surfaced almost the instant he finished reading the questions. His pen followed unfailingly precise. In the solution sections his handwriting flowed, each step was clear and rigorously arranged. The logical chains were flawless, even more concise and elegant than the standard keys. Complex function graphs, tedious sequence derivations, abstract, solid geometry, all were transformed beneath his hand into neat symbols and clean lines. In the vast examination hall, only the rustle of pen on paper could be heard, occasionally pierced by a helpless sigh or a nervous inhalation. On Qin Tian's side, it was as if someone had pressed a mute button, only even breathing and the steady sound of his pen breaking the silence. In less than 20 minutes, he had perfectly conquered the entire math paper, including the final exceptionally difficult capstone question. After one careful review to ensure nothing was missed, he closed his eyes again and entered a state of calm repose, patiently waiting for the exam to end. The invigilator could not help but notice this unusually composed candidate. In the watcher's mind it dawned, the legendary study god might indeed be sitting there, watching his seamless, artful script across the papers. The invigilator could only marvel inwardly. Principal Li Ming and homeroom teacher Wang Ping had not returned to stake out the exam room that afternoon as they had earlier. Their school as a test site was busy with myriad duties. Trusting completely in Qin Tian's mathematical prowess, they only confirmed via exam staff that he had entered the room calmly. Satisfied, they attended to other matters. To them, even the most uncertain bastion, Chinese, had already brought good news. Mathematics, Qin Tian's most solid stronghold, seemed utterly secure. On June 8th, the final day of the exams, the morning saw the comprehensive science test, the subject with the broadest coverage and the greatest demand for synthesis. Physics, chemistry, and biology interwove into a formidable challenge for many candidates. Yet before Qin Tian, the boundaries between these subjects had already blurred. He stood upon a higher plane of knowledge, surveying these foundational disciplines. Their interconnections and underlying laws were plain to him at a glance. Mechanics and electromagnetism in physics appeared to him as expressions of the universe's basic rules. Molecular reactions and energy conservation in chemistry belonged to the same lineage as his studies in materials science, and energy conversion, cell structures, and genetic codes in biology touched upon the very origins of life. When he answered, he could not only give the standard responses, but also sense the beauty of the natural laws behind them. The process remained smooth, his thought as precise as fine machinery, his handwriting like flowing clouds and water. Although the science test lasted longer, Qin Tian finished and checked his answers in roughly half an hour. The afternoon's English exam became another stage for him to display absolute efficiency. In the listening section, his auditory nerves, nourished by Yuan power, were extraordinarily keen. Every word, every intonation was captured clearly, and the answers came instantly. In the written part, multiple choice, close reading comprehension, the tasks that test vocabulary, grammar, and discourse comprehension were as effortless for him as reading his mother tongue. His reading speed far exceeded that of ordinary people. A single sweep was enough for him to extract and analyze the information. Most astonishing was his English composition. Given the prompt to comment on the impact of artificial intelligence, Qin Tian paused only briefly before an essay with clear structure, sharp arguments, ample evidence, and natural fluent language formed in his mind. He put pen to paper with a steady wrist. One by one, the elegant English letters leapt forth like musical notes, the strokes continuous, the spacing uniform. The overall appearance rivaled printed type. Yet it retained a distinct handwritten charm. From reading the prompt to finishing, he completed this high-quality composition in under 5 minutes. With all questions answered, Qin Tian glanced up at the wall clock. The exam had lasted only 15 minutes. He was once again the earliest student in the room to finish. With no intention of handing in his paper prematurely, he sat quietly in his seat. He withdrew his awareness inward and continued the circulation of Yuan power within his body. The surrounding rustle of writing and occasional page turns became the background sound, aiding his meditation. When the bell signaling the end of the final English exam rang, the 2026 college entrance examinations finally drew to a close. A tremendous roar erupted outside the exam halls. There were cries of liberation, sighs of regret, excited embraces, and tears of relief. 12 years of diligent study reached their definitive endpoint in that instant. Regardless of the results, a chapter of youth had come to an end. Qin Tian moved calmly with the crowd out of the test site. He did not, like others, rush to find his parents or compare answers. Instead, he walked straight to the rendezvous spot his class had agreed upon. the Senior 3 Class 7 classroom. Many classmates had already gathered. The atmosphere inside felt as if it might lift the roof. Voices overlapped as everyone discussed the papers, complained about difficulty, and shared post-exam moods. The moment Qin Tian entered the classroom, he became the center of attention. Qin Tian's here. Study God, how did you do that last math problem? For the chemistry equilibrium in the science paper, was it C or D? What did you argue in your English essay? Was it hard? Classmates swarmed him, firing off a rapid series. Their eyes shone with expectation, curiosity, and a touch of reverence. Qin Tian showed no impatience. He smiled and selected a few representative questions to address. He explained his reasoning and answers in concise, clear language, though he avoided offering absolute verdicts so as not to dampen the spirits of those whose answers differed. Just as the classroom buzzed with excitement, homeroom teacher Wang Ping hurried in. He carried a stack of the recently obtained reference answers for the exams. It was obvious he had been running non-stop these past days. Fatigue showed on his face, yet his eyes gleamed with quiet down. Wang Ping climbed onto the platform and clapped his hands. Students, the exams are over. Thank you for your hard work. No matter how you performed, you held on until the end, and that in itself is commendable. Here are the reference answers for each subject. You may check them to estimate your scores and gain some idea of where you stand. But remember, these are only references. The final official results will prevail. The students immediately surged forward to snatch the answer sheets. The classroom filled with exclamations of, "I missed that one," and "Ha, I got this right." Wang Ping pushed through the crowd toward Qin Tian. He motioned for Qin Tian to step outside. The two moved to a quieter corner of the corridor. Wang Ping looked at Qin Tian and took a deep breath. He forced his voice to sound steady, though his trembling fingertips betrayed his excitement. "Qin Tian, now that it's just the two of us, tell me frankly, how did you feel about the exams? Do you have confidence?" He fixated on Qin Tian with a mixture of unprecedented hope and nerves. Qin Tian met his homeroom teacher's gaze, noting the almost overwhelming expectation there. He returned a reassuring smile, his tone calm, yet imbued with absolute confidence. "Mr. Wang, rest easy. No problem. If the Chinese composition isn't penalized," he paused and enunciated the next words clearly, "I should be able to obtain full marks." "Mr. Wang's voice shot up and then dropped as if afraid of being overheard. He seized Qin Tian's arm, his hands shaking violently. "You mean? The total score is full marks? 750. Qin Tian nodded affirmatively. Wang Ping felt blood rush to his head. His vision swam, his lips trembled for a long while. He could not form words. Having guided so many graduating classes, he had never dreamed he might teach a student who scored a perfect result on the college entrance examination. This was not merely a provincial top scorer. This would be history-making, an event to reverberate nationwide. He imagined the Ministry of Education's commendation, the media frenzy, the most brilliant chapter of his career unfolding before him. Wonderful. Amazing. This is incredible. Wang Ping finally regained his composure enough to speak, his voice trembling with emotion. "Qin Tian, you are simply extraordinary. Teacher is proud of you. Proud of our Yizhong." He patted Qin Tian's shoulder with force, his eyes moist. After a few seconds of forced calm, Wang Ping told Qin Tian, "You should go back to class or home to rest for now. I must inform the principal at once." He stumbled as he rushed toward the office, forgetting even his phone. He wanted to tell the principal this earth-shaking news, and when the call connected and Wang Ping, barely coherent with excitement, relayed Qin Tian's anticipated full marks to Principal Li Ming. There was a brief silence on the other end before Li exploded into a cry of joy that even cracked his voice. "What? Full marks? Are you certain, Mr. Wang?" Qin Tian said it himself. "My heavens. Bless Yizhong. Bless Yizhong." Principal Li paced in his office, snatching up the phone. He first reported the news to the County Education Bureau chief, and then directly dialed leaders at the Municipal Education Bureau. Those officials had been following Qin Tian's situation closely. Hearing the prospect of a possible perfect score, they were stunned and ecstatic. "Principal Li, is this accurate? This is no time for jokes." The Municipal Bureau chief's voice was serious, yet brimming with restrained excitement. "Mr. Director, Qin Tian told his homeroom teacher personally, the boy never boasts. Besides, his mock exams were full marks several times. We have confidence." Li Ming assured them emotively. "Excellent. Splendid. If he truly attains full marks and becomes the top scorer, this will not only be an honor for Yizhong, but a major event for our city and perhaps the entire province. I will report to the provincial department at once." The municipal official could not sit still. The news spread like wildfire through a small circle of leaders. Some, seized by enthusiasm, even wanted to order celebratory banners and arrange a banquet immediately. They were restrained by more cautious colleagues. "Hold on, calm down. The exams have just ended and scores aren't official yet. If we make a big display, and then, God forbid, something goes wrong, and it's a false alarm, the embarrassment would be immense. Wait for the official scores, and when they're confirmed, we will celebrate properly." With the initial excitement slightly tempered, the vice principal, who had been responsible for Qin Tian's transport, drove him back to Heping Village as planned. Along the way, the vice principal looked at Qin Tian's calm profile and felt a flood of emotion. What waves would this young man soon set in motion? At home, his grandparents had been waiting anxiously. Seeing their grandson return safely, their faces relaxed into smiles, and the worry that had weighed on them finally eased. Qin Tian said little about the exams, merely that they went well and that they should not worry. He decided not to go out to work. He resolved to stay at home to accompany his increasingly frail grandparents. Each morning he accompanied his grandfather for walks among the fields, breathing the earthy scented air. In the mornings, he helped his grandmother with chores. In the afternoons, he retreated to his small room, entered seed space with his consciousness, and continued exploring the technological treasures of advanced civilizations. He also devoted himself to cultivating his Yuan power, feeling the strength within grow ever purer and more majestic. At dusk, the family gathered in the courtyard to eat the simple, yet tasty meals his grandmother prepared and talk about village happenings. Watching the sun sink, time felt gentle and unhurried. This warm, peaceful, contented life stirred in Qin Tian, who had endured hardship and now possessed extraordinary power, a deep heartfelt satisfaction. He sometimes found himself imagining that if he could always stay by his grandparents' side and live this simple, happy life, it would be more than enough. Yet he knew this was only the calm before the storm. In a matter of days, when the exam results were released, his name would surely resound across the nation. That tranquil life would be broken. The path he chose was destined to be the stars and the sea. The warmth before him was both his motivation and the treasure he must protect. He savored this rare leisure while bracing himself for every challenge the future might bring. In those days of awaiting good news, time itself seemed to soften and slow. June 23rd, the day before the college entrance examination scores are released. In the principal's office of Huaizhe County No. 1 high school, the air seemed to solidify into substance. It was filled with an almost scorching anxiety and anticipation. Principal Li Ming and class teacher Wang Ping, two figures who usually held absolute authority in the school. At this moment, however, they resembled two examinees anxiously awaiting their final judgment, unable to sit still. Principal Li Ming suddenly sprang up from his chair behind the desk. He paced back and forth in the office adorned with a deep red carpet, the sound of his leather shoes thumping dully against the carpet. After a while he plopped back down heavily. His fingers unconsciously tapped the smooth surface of the desk, his gaze occasionally darting towards the wall clock ticking away. It quickly returned to the silent red telephone on the desk. That phone was a direct line to the higher education department. At this moment it felt like a sacred object determining the fate of the school. Teacher Wang Ping sat on the sofa opposite. Leaning forward, his hands clasped tightly together, his knuckles turned slightly white from the pressure. He tried to find some topics to ease the suffocating tension. Principal, the weather is nice this year, so the examinees should perform well. Or, I heard there's a student in the neighboring county who's quite outstanding. But no matter what he said, his gaze never left that red phone. His words sounded dry and devoid of substance. It should be about time, right? Principal Li Ming looked at the clock for the 100th time, his voice carrying a barely noticeable hoarseness. From the province, according to past practices, there should be news soon. It's coming, it's coming. Wang Ping echoed, his throat feeling tight. They both knew that they were not waiting for the overall score statistics. They were merely waiting for news about one student, Qin Tian, the student who had created a myth within the school and was expected to reach the pinnacle. Just as the two thought time was almost standing still, the long silent red phone suddenly rang with a crisp sound. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding. This ringing sounded like a heavy hammer striking hard at both of their hearts. Principal Li Ming almost reflexively jumped up. He dashed to the desk, took a deep breath, and tried to steady his trembling hand before grabbing the receiver. Hello. This is Principal Li Ming of Huaizhe County No. 1 high school. His voice sounded a bit hurried and high-pitched due to the tension. Teacher Wang Ping also suddenly stood up from the sofa, holding his breath, staring intently at the principal's face. He tried to read any subtle changes in expression for information. A clear yet slightly serious male voice came from the other end, carrying an official tone. Hello, Principal Li, this is the Admissions Examination Office of the Provincial Education Department. I am now notifying your school about a student's college entrance examination score. Li Ming's heart raced to his throat as he quickly said, Please go ahead. Please go ahead. The examinee's name is Qin Tian. The examination number is... The other party recited a series of numbers to confirm the identity. Each number felt like a drumbeat striking Li Ming's nerves. A brief pause felt like a century long. Then that voice rang out again. Although still trying to maintain calm, there seemed to be a hint of barely detectable excitement. The examinee scores are as follows: Chinese 150 points, Mathematics 150 points, Science Comprehensive 300 points, English 150 points. Upon hearing this, Principal Li Ming's eyes instantly widened. Color rushed to his face, and his breathing became heavy. Wang Ping beside him could see it clearly, and a wave of overwhelming joy instantly drowned him. He could hardly contain his urge to shout. Full marks. It really is full marks. The voice on the other end continued. Total score, 750 points. After verification, it has been confirmed as accurate. The examinee's score ranks first in the province for this year's regular college entrance examination in science. Congratulations to your school for nurturing such an excellent student. Thank you. Thank you, leaders. Principal Li Ming's voice trembled with excitement as he expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Thank you for the recognition from the provincial department. We will definitely remain humble and continue to work hard. After hearing a few more official remarks about score announcements and follow-up matters, the call ended. Beep. 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 Listening to the busy tone in the receiver, Principal Li Ming felt as if all the energy had been drained from him. Slowly yet with great heaviness, he sank back into his chair, forgetting to put down the receiver in his hand. He exhaled a long, deep sigh. That breath seemed to have been held for over a decade. Wang Ping could not contain himself and rushed forward, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Principal. Is it? Li Ming looked up at the diligent old class teacher in front of him. A smile blossomed on his face, unprecedented and radiantly bright. That smile was filled with ecstasy, pride, and a sense of relief. He nodded vigorously, speaking deliberately. Teacher Wang. Congratulations. Qin Tian, full marks of 750. The Provincial Science College Entrance Examination Champion. Our one high school, our Huaizhe County, our Shenyang City, has made history. This is the first time in college entrance examination history that there has been a full score champion. Boom. Wang Ping felt as if his brain went completely blank. A tremendous sense of happiness overwhelmed him like a tsunami. His lips trembled violently, wanting to say something, but not a word came out. He could only emit excited sounds of heh, tears uncontrollably streaming from his eyes. Having taught for a lifetime, this moment was the pinnacle of his career. After a brief daze, Principal Li Ming suddenly came to his senses. He grabbed the internal phone on the desk connected to the school office and shouted commands in an almost roaring voice. Quick! Notify all administrative staff to gather in the conference room immediately. A monumental good news. Hurry! He then trembled as he opened his computer. Logging into the school's work group and teacher group, his fingers tapped on the keyboard. He sent out that explosive news special announcement. Our student from Class 7 of the 3rd year, Qin Tian, achieved an outstanding score of 750 points in the 2026 National College Entrance Examination, with scores of 150 in Chinese, 150 in mathematics, 300 in science, and 150 in English, winning the title of Science Champion in Jianghe Province. This is a milestone in the history of our school, thanks to the collective efforts of all teachers and students. Congratulations to Qin Tian. The brief contents of the provincial department's announcement were attached. The moment the news was sent, the entire network world of the school seemed to be struck by a spiritual atomic bomb. My goodness. 750 points. Full score champion. Is this real? I'm not dreaming, am I? Qin Tian. It really is Qin Tian. The myth has come true. Long live one high school. Qin Tian is amazing. The group chat was instantly flooded with exclamation marks and emojis. The news spread through the entire education community of Huaizhe County at lightning speed, like nuclear. It then quickly spread throughout the county, the city, and the province. Media reporters already prepared sprang into action, sending articles to major platforms like snowflakes. Within just a few hours, hashtags like Jianghe Province full score champion, Qin Tian 750 points, and the myth of the poor boy rocketed to the top of trending topics online. Each was followed by a bright red explosion character. The whole internet was in an uproar. Various news websites, social media platforms, and short video apps were almost entirely flooded with Qin Tian's name and story. 750 points. Is that a score a human can achieve? I kneel to the academic god. Please accept my kneeling. What kind of fantasy male-led is this coming into reality? This is too amazing. Envy and jealousy. But no hatred. What is there to hate? Is there even a reason to hate? I declare that from today on, Qin Tian is my only idol. Various media and enthusiastic netizens began to dig deep into Qin Tian's background. His impoverished family background, the experience of losing his parents at a young age, the hardships of living with his grandparents, working in the cafeteria for meals, sweating on construction sites to earn medical and tuition fees, walking over 10 kilometers home to save transport costs. All of this formed an extremely strong contrast with his dazzling full score. After these details were exposed, a new wave of emotional storms surged online. I'm broken. Really broken. He deserves all of this. Who says it's hard for the poor to produce noble sons? Qin Tian is the best rebuttal. Look at him. Then look at my own child who plays video games all day. It's infuriating. This child has had it tough. Now that he has reaped the rewards, it truly shows that heaven is watching. If I had such a son, I would support him every day. The family tree would start a new page just for him. This is a true youth role model. 1,000 times better than those celebrity stars. Qin Tian's image transformed from a mere study genius, instantly elevated to a symbol embodying numerous beautiful qualities such as inspiration, gratitude, and perseverance, resonating widely with society and garnering praise. At this moment, Huaizhe County one high school had turned into a sea of joy. Principal Li Ming's face glowed with excitement, his voice hoarse from continuous excitement and commands, yet he remained spirited, quick. Arrange to make banners. The largest, the reddest. Fill the school entrance. No. At all major intersections, bus stations, squares in the county, wherever it can be hung, hang it up. The content should read: warm congratulations to our student Qin Tian for achieving 750 points and winning the title of science champion in Jianghe province. He recalled something and added, hire a few more fleets accompanied by drums to parade throughout the county. We need everyone to know about this monumental good news. The county leaders couldn't sit still either. The county head personally called Li Ming to express congratulations and instructed on the spot. This is an unprecedented educational event in our county's history. It is a pride of the entire county. We must immediately organize materials to write extensively about Qin Tian's achievements in the county annals. We need to ensure future generations remember this forever. A small Huaizhe county was completely engulfed in celebration because of one name. Meanwhile, far away in the quiet little courtyard of Pingyi village, Qin Tian had just finished his morning cultivation session and was currently helping his grandmother by the stove. A pot of home-raised free-range chicken simmered, filling the air with a mouth-watering aroma. Grandfather sat on the doorstep smiling as he puffed on a pipe, watching his grandson. The outside world had turned upside down. Yet the boy at the center of the storm continued to savor the last moments of tranquility and warmth before the impending storm. His ship, soon to sail towards the Sea of Stars, had already sounded its first world-shocking horn on this ancient land. The news of Qin Tian being awarded the top score in science in Jianghe province was like a nuclear bomb dropped on the calm surface of a lake. The shockwave swept across the nation at an astonishing speed. In the information age, the media has an acute sense of smell. Almost as soon as the results received preliminary official confirmation, of battle for the first news spot had already begun. Reporters from national television, major portal websites, well-known newspapers, and countless self-media platforms gathered like bees sensing nectar rushing towards Huaizhe County from all directions at the fastest speed. Their first stop was naturally at Huaizhe County No. 1 middle school, where they found Principal Li Ming and class teacher Wang Ping, who were still rational amidst their ecstasy. Principal Li, teacher Wang, we are from XX TV station. Where is Qin Tian right now? Can we interview him right away? We are from XX website. How does Qin Tian usually study? Teacher Wang, as Qin Tian's class teacher, how do you feel at this moment? The reporters instantly surrounded the two with cameras and microphones. Principal Li Ming suppressed his excitement, cleared his throat, and spoke into the microphone. Thank you to all the media friends for your attention. Qin Tian is currently resting at home. We have arranged transportation to take you there. However, we hope everyone can maintain order and not disturb Qin Tian and his family's normal life. Thus, a massive convoy consisting of dozens of media vehicles under the guidance of Principal Li Ming and class teacher Wang Ping set off grandly from the county town, heading towards Pinkin Town and Heping Village. The convoy raised dust, breaking the tranquility of the countryside. When the convoy finally arrived at the slightly lonely brick house at the village's edge, the reporters looked at the scene before them, and an involuntary ripple arose in their hearts. The house clearly showed its age, with peeling walls revealing the bricks inside. The wooden doors and windows were painted in a patchy manner. The low courtyard wall was clean, but showed signs of age. This formed a stark contrast to the family environment they had imagined for a top scorer. Some seasoned reporters already understood the incredible perseverance behind this young man's achievements. Qin Tian had already sensed the commotion outside. He calmly helped his grandparents out of the house. When the reporters saw the protagonist appear, they immediately rushed forward. Yet they instinctively maintained a certain distance, with cameras pointed squarely at the family of three. At that moment, Qin Tian was wearing a plain white t-shirt, his posture upright. Due to the continuous nourishment of his elemental power, his skin exhibited a healthy glow and his muscular lines were smooth yet powerful. His facial features were already handsome, and in this moment they appeared even more defined under the influence of his inner cultivation. His eyes were clear and deep, carrying a calmness and composure that surpassed his age. Standing next to his slightly stooped but spirited grandparents, he resembled a robust pine tree. Qin Tian, congratulations. How do you feel knowing you scored the top score? A female reporter was the first to extend her microphone. Faced with the dense array of cameras and expectant gazes, Qin Tian showed no signs of nervousness. He smiled slightly, his tone calm and sincere. I am very happy and feel at ease. I feel that the 12 years of hard work have not been in vain. I have finally lived up to the expectations of my grandparents as well as those of the villagers, teachers, and everyone who has helped me. This result is a satisfactory answer for me. His response was neither humble nor arrogant, but rather a calm acceptance of the outcome. We understand that your family conditions are relatively difficult, and you have worked hard since childhood, even working on construction sites to support your family and pay for your tuition. Looking back, do you feel that period was particularly hard? Another reporter posed a somewhat sharp but concerning question. Qin Tian glanced at his grandparents beside him, noticing the concern in their eyes. He felt a warmth in his heart, shook his head, and replied calmly, to be honest, I didn't feel it was particularly hard. Although my family conditions are a bit poor, I am very content. My grandparents raised me and gave me all their love. The uncles and aunts in the village have often helped our family. The teachers at school have also always cared for me. I feel that the warmth and help I received far outweigh the hardships I endured. I am very grateful to them. After he finished speaking, many reporters present nodded secretly. Their favorability toward him increased. This young man not only possesses exceptional talent, but also has a rare heart of gratitude and openness. However, Qin Tian's words felt like needles piercing the hearts of his grandfather and grandmother. To avoid worrying them, Qin Tian had always reported good news rather than bad. For instance, washing dishes in the school canteen for meals, or walking several kilometers home to save a few bucks on transportation. These details were something his grandparents learned for the first time today through the reporter's questions and Qin Tian's calm responses. Tears instantly welled up in Grandma Qin's eyes as she tightly grasped her grandson's arm. Her voice choked. Xiao Tian. My dear child, you are still washing dishes at school. You walked home. All the way. Why have you never told me? The elderly woman could not speak through her tears, her wrinkled face filled with heartache and guilt. Grandpa Qin's eyes were also red-rimmed as he leaned heavily on his cane, letting out a long sigh, tears streaming down his face. My dear child, you have suffered. It's us who are useless. We have burdened you. Seeing the two elderly people cry upon learning the truth moved every reporter present. Cameras turned towards this deeply touching scene. Qin Tian's filial piety and resilience were vividly illustrated in that moment. The reporter's feelings of admiration and respect for this young top scorer soared once again. Qin Tian gently patted his grandmother's back, softly comforting her. Grandpa, Grandma, it's all in the past. Look at me, I'm doing well now, right? Those were just small matters, they helped strengthen my body. His comforting words made him appear so understanding that it was heart-wrenching. After managing to calm his grandparents' emotions, the reporters continued to ask questions. Qin Tian, having achieved such brilliant results, what are your future goals? Which university do you plan to choose, and what major? Qin Tian's gaze was firm as he looked into the camera and clearly said, my goal is to become a scientist. I hope to learn more knowledge and contribute to the field of scientific research in the future, to contribute my modest strength to the development of our nation and the rise of our people. The words scientist and national rise, spoken by a young man just past 18, carried an undeniable sincerity and strength. Everyone present felt his lofty aspirations. Just as the interview was in full swing, several luxury cars with capital city license plates drove into Heping village, stopping beside the media convoy. The people who got out of the car all had extraordinary bearing. They were the directors of the admissions offices of the top universities in the country, Shuimu University and Yanhuang University. They had clearly also received the news and traveled day and night personally, coming to compete for this unprecedented top scorer. Thus a unique battle for talent began in the humble hall of Qin Tian's house. The reporters tacitly made way, but the cameras focused on this rare scene. Qin Tian, I am the director of the admissions office at Shuimu University. On behalf of Shuimu University, I sincerely invite you to join us. We promise to fully exempt you from all tuition and fees during your undergraduate master's and doctoral studies, and provide a scholarship of 500,000. You can choose any major, and the best mentor resources will be made available to you. The director of Shuimu University spoke first, offering generous conditions. Qin Tian, don't rush. The director of Yanhuang University immediately followed up. We at Yanhuang University will also exempt you from all fees, allowing you to study for your bachelor's, master's, and doctoral degrees continuously. We are willing to provide a 1 million enrollment reward. Furthermore, we guarantee your entry into our Yuanpei College, where you will enjoy the best nurturing program. Normally, in previous years, the competition for provincial top scorers was intense, but the rewards were usually not so exaggerated. However, Qin Tian's situation was too special. He did not score 750 points. Rather, it was that the full score is only 750 points. There existed an insurmountable chasm between his results and those of other high scorers, even those who scored 740 points. It represented an absolute crushing strength. This symbolic meaning and future potential led these top universities to be willing to pay an unprecedented price. The two directors spoke one after another, continuously raising their offers, each condition more generous than the last. Principal Li Ming and class teacher Wang Ping were left dumbfounded, and the villagers were equally amazed. Qin Tian quietly listened, his face maintaining a calm smile. He had long had his own calculations in mind. What he needed was a higher platform and a more free research environment, as Shuimu University's foundation in science and engineering aligned better with his future plans. After the two directors paused for a moment, Qin Tian politely spoke up. Thank you very much to Shuimu University and Yanhuang University for your kindness. After careful consideration, I have decided to choose Shuimu University. The director of Shuimu University instantly beamed with joy, while the director of Yanhuang University displayed a look of regret. However, he still graciously expressed his congratulations. Ultimately, after negotiations between both parties and under the witness of the media, A series of generous conditions were confirmed, including a cash reward of 1,500,000 full scholarships, continuous study for bachelor's, master's, and doctoral degrees, freedom to choose majors, and priority for mentors. The interview and battle for talent finally came to a close. The media reporters left with a wealth of first-hand material preparing to create impactful news. Qin Tian's high-definition photos and interview videos instantly exploded on various websites and short video platforms along with their reports. In the videos, Qin Tian's handsome, sunny, yet resolute face, upright posture, and calm demeanor, along with his composed choices in the face of temptation, instantly captured the hearts of countless netizens. Especially among female netizens, there was an uproar. "Oh my, is this the top scorer? He's way too handsome. A double whammy of looks and intelligence. What an amazing aura. He's only 18, yet feels more manly than those celebrities. He has a good moral compass, high IQ, great looks, and is filial. What a perfect male god. Mom, why am I kneeling to lick the screen? Ladies, I declare him in love, even though I'm 10 years older than him. Don't compete. He's my husband. Help me up. I can still have kids. This kind of gene must be passed on." The internet was filled with various exaggerated and enthusiastic comments. Qin Tian's popularity even surpassed that of top celebrities, becoming a phenomenon-level national idol. His impeccable demeanor in front of the camera made even the most critical netizens unable to find a single flaw. They could only sincerely exclaim, "This boy is certainly not an ordinary person." In the eye of the storm, Qin Tian sent off the last batch of guests. Looking at the quiet courtyard, he let out a gentle sigh of relief. The world outside was boiling because of him, while his heart remained as calm as a deep pool. He had already begun planning the next, even more magnificent journey. Shuemu University would be the first important stage on his path to the forefront. On the following morning, as the rising sun cast its golden rays upon Huai's county, a sedan adorned with bright red silk, and the slogan "Top Scholar Achieved," had already come to a steady stop outside the courtyard of Qin Tian's home in Heping Village. Principal Li Ming personally arrived to welcome this student, who had brought unparalleled glory to the first high school and the entire county back to school. "Congratulations, Qin Tian," exclaimed Principal Li as he tightly grasped Qin Tian's hand, his face brimming with uncontrollable joy and pride. "The school has decided in an emergency meeting that even though our first high school has always been short on funds, this time we will reward you with 500,000 yuan, even if it means sacrificing everything. This is a recognition of your hard work and also serves as an encouragement for all students in the school." Hearing this, Qin Tian felt a stir in his heart. He was well aware of the financial situation of the county's high school. This 500,000 was likely squeezed out by the entire school tightening its belts. Just as he was about to decline, Principal Li seemed to see through his thoughts. He patted Qin Tian's shoulder, firmly lowered his voice, and said with a hint of excitement, "Don't decline. Let me share good news with you. Because of your achievement, both the city and province are paying great attention and have decided to allocate 50 million yuan in special educational funding to our first high school. This will be used to improve teaching facilities and introduce outstanding teaching staff. Your 500,000 reward is insignificant compared to this huge amount. It is what you rightfully deserve. You are truly a great contributor to our first high school." Upon hearing that the school had received invaluable funding for long-term development, Qin Tian accepted it calmly. He sincerely said, "Thank you, Principal. Thank you, school. I hope the younger students of First High School can achieve even better results in the future." As the convoy drove back to the county town, the atmosphere had already changed. The main streets of the county town were already adorned with bright red banners. The words, "Warm congratulations to our county's Qin Tian for achieving full marks in the science category of the provincial college entrance examination," could be seen everywhere. This created a festive atmosphere. The car did not head straight to the school, but first arrived at the county government courtyard. Several key county leaders had been waiting here. Upon seeing Qin Tian, they eagerly stepped forward to shake hands and offer their congratulations. In addition to the official commendations and encouragements, they also brought another unexpected surprise. A deputy county head in charge of education smiled and said to Qin Tian, "You have brought honor to our county and created history. Some businesses in the county, although small in scale and with thin profits, have voluntarily organized and contributed 300,000 yuan entrusted to us to present to you as a token of goodwill and to wish you a bright future. Moreover, some large national enterprises and charitable foundations that focus on education were deeply moved upon learning about your situation and achievements, and have jointly raised 500,000 yuan in prizes entrusted to us to hand over, hoping you can scale new heights in your future scientific endeavors and contribute to the nation." In no time, various rewards came pouring in. Qin Tian roughly calculated, in addition to 1,500,000 from Shuemu University, the 500,000 from the school, 300,000 from local businesses, and the 500,000 from charitable organizations. The total cash rewards amounted to a staggering 2,800,000 yuan. This truly confirmed the old saying that there is a house of gold within the books. A student from a humble family relying on his talent and hard work had dramatically changed his fate, gaining recognition and tangible rewards from all sectors of society. This scene reported by accompanying media deeply inspired countless students who were diligently studying and their parents. What warmed Qin Tian's heart even more was that the county leaders announced a decision on the spot. We have also seen your family's old house. The county has decided to fund the free reconstruction of a 2-story building on the original site for your family. This will improve your living conditions and is a small token of appreciation for a great contributor. This gift moved Qin Tian far more than cash. It meant that his grandparents could enjoy their later years in a spacious and bright new house. He sincerely expressed his gratitude to the county leaders. After the commendation ceremony, the real top scholar parade began. Qin Tian was invited onto an open-top sightseeing vehicle with a large red embroidered ball hanging in front. Behind him was a large convoy composed of the school's honor guard folk, drumming teams, and numerous vehicles. The convoy slowly drove out of the county government and paraded along the main streets of the county town. The sound of drums and firecrackers filled the air. Citizens had already crowded the streets, young and old, creating a sea of people. People stood on tiptoes, stretching their necks, eager to catch a glimpse of the top scholar. Look, that's Qin Tian. Wow, what a spirited young man. He truly is the reincarnation of the Yanhuang star. Kids, you should learn from brother Qin Tian. Cheers, praises, and the sound of camera shutters echoed endlessly. Children waved small flags, young people cast admiring glances, and the elderly wore smiles of contentment. Qin Tian stood on the vehicle, smiling and waving to the villagers along the way. His composed demeanor and handsome appearance radiated a halo under the sun, leaving a deep impression on every onlooker. At that moment, he was not only an academic idol, but also a spiritual symbol of this small county town. However, the excitement in the county town was merely a prelude. The real celebration reached its peak the next day in Qin Tian's true roots, Heping Village. On the second day before dawn, Heping Village was already engulfed in a boiling commotion. The sound of firecrackers and the pop of fireworks had hardly ceased since morning. The air was thick with the strong smell of gunpowder and a festive atmosphere. A huge inflatable arch was set up at the entrance of the village, inscribed with the words, "Warm congratulations to our village's Qin Tian for winning the top scholar in the college entrance examination." Villagers who were originally working in other places hurried back as long as they could take a day off. Uncle Li Jiangguo arrived early at Qin Tian's home, dressed in new clothes, his face beaming with joy as he hugged Qin Tian tightly. "Good kid. You've truly brought honor to our village. I told you if you became the top scholar, everyone would come back to celebrate you. I keep my word." The respected elders of the village sat together with Grandpa Qin, their faces glowing as they discussed. They ultimately reached a consensus to hold a flowing banquet, a grand celebration, for 3 consecutive days. No matter who it was, whether known or unknown, as long as they came to congratulate, they were welcome. Everyone could share in the joy of the top scholar. The preliminary plan was for 100 tables. However, they vastly underestimated the allure of the name Qin Tian at this moment. The news spread like wildfire. Not only did the villagers from this village come out in droves, but people from nearby villages arrived. Residents of the county town drove in, and curious individuals from the urban area also came. There were even some from neighboring provinces who, upon seeing the news online, drove hundreds of miles just to witness this legendary youth and share in this rare academic spirit. Starting from the morning, the originally quiet country road leading to Heping Village was blocked by various vehicles, causing a traffic jam. The village's only threshing ground and all available open spaces were filled with round tables and benches borrowed from everywhere. The original plan for 100 tables was far from enough. They extended it to 150 tables, and it was still overcrowded. In the end, tables and benches were set up all the way to the edge of the fields outside the village. They set up over 200 tables, just barely accommodating the incessantly arriving crowd. Smoke from cooking wafted through the air as dozens of temporary earthen stoves were fired up simultaneously. Men, women, and children skilled in cooking from the village all pitched in washing vegetables, cutting meat, lighting fires, and cooking, busy and bustling. The air was filled with enticing aromas of food mixed with sounds of laughter and chatter, creating a grand and touching scene. Many who came to congratulate not only brought sincere blessings, but also stuffed red envelopes in a Qin Tian or his grandparents' hands. Qin Tian and his family tried to decline, loudly proclaiming, "The fact that you came is already heartfelt. We absolutely cannot accept these red envelopes." Yet unable to resist the warmth of the people, they often found the envelopes stuffed into their pockets amidst the crowd. Or they were simply placed on the tables or chairs, and the person would turn and run off without even asking their name. "Top scholar, this is just a token of goodwill. We'll buy some books for the child. Take it for good luck. Don't push it away. This is the goodwill of our entire village." This scene left even the seasoned media reporters in awe. After the 3-day flowing banquet ended, when Qin Tian and his grandfather sorted through the red envelopes, they discovered varying amounts inside. Some contained dozens, some hundreds, and even thousands. When they carefully counted all the envelopes, the total amount left the entire family stunned. Nearly 500. Looking at the small mountain of red envelopes on the table and the lingering festive atmosphere in the courtyard, Qin Tian's eyes became moist. This money was likely a significant expense for many ordinary families who came to congratulate. They brought it not for any other reason, but to express the most simple and sincere blessings and joy. This weighty affection felt even more shocking and warming to him than the enormous reward of 2,800,000. Standing at the gate of his small courtyard, gazing at the still lively village in the distance, a strong sense of responsibility surged within him. This land, these kind-hearted villagers were his roots. He clenched his fists tightly and made a vow in his heart. Grandpa, Grandma, fellow villagers, your affection, I, Qin Tian, will remember it deeply. Today I take pride in my hometown. In the future, I will do my utmost to bring honor to my hometown. I will definitely return using the knowledge I have learned to help my hometown develop, making this land that has nurtured me even more prosperous and beautiful. The bond with his hometown, like wine, only grows richer with time. This celebration sparked by him was not only a reward for his past efforts, but also injected tremendous strength for his future journey. The clamor of midsummer gradually receded like the tide, and Heaping village slowly returned to its former tranquility. The newly built two-story house of the Qin family stood out prominently under the sun. However, Qin Tian felt little joy in the relocation. Instead, a faint sense of parting lingered in his heart. Soon he would embark on a journey to Yanhuang, starting his university life. This meant he would be unable to accompany his elderly grandparents for a long time. Watching his grandparents, though spirited, still bore the indelible marks of time. Qin Tian secretly resolved. He could not impart the complete method of cultivating primordial energy to them, as it was too extraordinary, and his grandparents' bodies might not be able to endure it. However, he could attempt to teach them a simplified version of the primordial energy guidance technique meticulously derived by the seed intelligence. This technique focused more on health and wellness. Through specific breathing rhythms and gentle body movements, it subtly guided the faint particles of primordial energy in the world to nourish the physical body. Though it would not grant extraordinary powers, the effects of prolonging life, strengthening the body, and delaying aging should be significant. Grandpa, Grandma, he said seriously after dinner, pulling them to sit in the courtyard. I've recently figured out a great method for exercising, a kind of gymnastics that combines breathing and movements. If you stick with it, it will be particularly beneficial for your health. They'll teach you both. When I go to university, you can practice it at home every morning and evening, okay? His grandparents naturally believed their grandson's words and cheerfully agreed. Thus, in the following days, Qin Tian began his patient instruction. He corrected his grandparents' movements step by step, guiding them to feel the unique rhythm of breathing. However, things were not smooth sailing. His grandparents were elderly, and their bodily functions had deteriorated. Their meridians were not as open as younger people, making it exceedingly difficult to sense and guide the faint primordial energy particles. In the first few days, aside from feeling a bit awkward in their movements, they had almost no special sensations. Qin Tian did not lose heart. He explained even more meticulously. At the same time, after his grandparents fell asleep at night, he would quietly expend his own primordial energy to gently smooth their meridians and nourish their organs. Though each time he expended little, the continuity of this effort proved valuable. Meanwhile, he also adjusted the details of the guidance technique based on the real-time physical data of his grandparents, making it more suitable for the physical condition of elderly people. Efforts do not betray the diligent. With Qin Tian and the seed intelligence's relentless efforts. Almost 2 months later, just before the start of school, his grandparents experienced a strange sensation almost. During a morning exercise session, Grandpa Qin breathed and stretched according to his grandson's rhythm, suddenly feeling a weak warmth rising in his lower abdomen. This warmth flowed like a stream in early spring, slowly spreading to his limbs. Wherever it passed, an indescribable sense of comfort enveloped him, as if years of fatigue had been washed away. At almost the same time, Grandma Qin also exclaimed softly. She felt that her previously stiff joints had become much more flexible, and her breathing was smoother and longer. More importantly, the changes began to manifest externally. The originally gray hair of the two elders surprisingly started to sprout fine black strands at the roots. The wrinkles on their faces seemed to have softened a bit, and their eyes sparkled brighter than before. They looked as if they had rejuvenated by more than 10 years. Little tea on this. This gymnastics is truly amazing. Grandpa Qin exclaimed in surprise, touching the new black hair on his head. Grandma Qin also looked in the mirror repeatedly, her face blooming with a smile. Seeing that his grandparents had finally grasped the basics, and that the effects were so remarkable, the heavy stone in Qin Tian's heart finally fell, and a wave of immense relief surged within him. He solemnly reminded his grandparents, Grandpa, Grandma, this exercise method is very effective, but you must remember it can only be our secret. You must not tell anyone, not even Uncle Li and the others. Looking at their puzzled expressions, he lowered his voice and added seriously, if this gets out, it could lead to big trouble. Many people will come to disturb us, and it might even be detrimental to me. For my safety, you must keep it a secret. Upon hearing about their grandson's safety, the smiles on Grandpa and Grandma Qin's faces instantly faded. In their place was a solemnity that felt almost sacred. Grandpa Qin nodded vigorously. Rest assured, dear grandson, we know the importance of this. This secret will stay buried in our hearts, and we won't say a word. Grandma Qin quickly added, yes, we won't tell anyone. We can't let you get into trouble. Seeing his grandparents take it so seriously, Qin Tian felt relieved. Then he combined the red envelopes he had received from school, the county businesses, and banquets totaling about 3 million yuan, and handed the bank card to his grandparents. Grandpa, Grandma, take this money. Try to do less work in the fields in the future. Don't tire yourselves too much. Just grow some vegetables, and raise a few chickens and ducks for your own consumption. Buy whatever you want, don't hold back. Upon seeing so much money, his grandparents hurriedly declined. No, you keep you are going to university, you will need money everywhere. The expenses in a big city are high, you should keep it. Yes, little Tian, we don't spend much at home, take this money with you. Feeling warm inside, Qin Tian insisted, I won't need much money at university. My tuition is fully covered, and I also have scholarships that will be enough for me. This money is for you. You raised me all these years, you deserve to enjoy life. Take it, otherwise I won't feel at ease outside. Unable to refuse, his grandparents reluctantly accepted. Grandma Qin fondled the bank card and murmured then, they'll save this for you to use when you get married in the future. Hearing this, Qin Tian felt a bit embarrassed and chuckled helplessly. Grandma, I'm only 18, just starting university, marriage is still a long way off. Not too early, before you know it I'll be here. Grandma began to calculate, causing Qin Tian to quickly change the subject. The moment of parting finally arrived. Amidst the reluctant gazes and countless reminders from his grandparents, Qin Tian boarded the bus heading to the provincial capital airport. Then he headed to the city that carried countless dreams, Yanjing. Shuaimu University, a century-old prestigious school, welcomed its new students with its profound heritage and solemn demeanor. Following the guidance, Qin Tian quickly completed his enrollment procedures and found the dormitory he had been assigned to, room 402 of a certain building in the Zijing apartment. He pushed open the dormitory door, where 3 young men were already organizing their beds. Hearing the noise, the 3 turned around simultaneously. After a brief silence, their eyes met. One tall boy wearing glasses suddenly widened his eyes, pointing at Qin Tian, his voice carrying a hint of uncertain excitement. You are Qin Tian, the perfect score genius. Qin Tian. The other 2 immediately scrutinized him closely, and their faces displayed expressions of surprise and disbelief. Wow, it's really Qin Tian. Big shot. The living big shot. We actually share a dormitory with the perfect score genius. These 3 boys were also top students from various provinces. Not being the top scorer, but still among the top ranks, it was inevitable for them to be somewhat proud. Yet in front of Qin Tian, the unprecedented perfect score genius, that pride was instantly crushed into admiration. A few or even 10 points difference in exam scores could be attributed to performance issues. But a difference of several dozen points, or even approaching a perfect score, signified a different dimension altogether. Qin Tian looked at his 3 roommates, who had transformed into fans in an instant, and smiled shyly. Hello, I am Qin Tian, majoring in biological sciences. From now on we will be roommates, please take care of me. Take care? We should be learning from you. The tall boy was the first to react, extending his hand enthusiastically. My name is Zhao Chong from Dongshan province, majoring in physics. Another boy, slightly plump and appearing quite sturdy, chimed in. Son Hao from Jiangnan province, majoring in computers. The last boy, who was shorter but had quick eyes, laughed. I'm Zhou Wei from Chuanyu province, majoring in electronic engineering. After the 4 introduced themselves, lined up by age, Zhao Chong was the oldest, being the big brother. Son Hao was next, the second oldest. Qin Tian was third, and Zhou Wei was the youngest, the 4th. What a fate. Big brother Zhao Chong patted Qin Tian's shoulder firmly. From now on, room 402 will be the genius dormitory. You, the 3rd, must guide us more. Right. Zhou Wei, the youngest, nodded repeatedly. If you have any study secrets, you mustn't keep them to yourself. Qin Tian was moved by their enthusiasm and smiled. Let's learn from each other. After finishing their unpacking, it was already evening. Big brother Zhao Chong suggested, brothers, since we're all gathered for the first time, shall we go to the cafeteria for a meal? I heard our school's cafeteria is known as the largest in Asia, with countless delicacies. Let's go have a look together. This suggestion received unanimous agreement from everyone. The 4 of them made their way to the nearest cafeteria, and indeed it lived up to its reputation. The windows were numerous, with a wide variety of dishes and flavors from all over the world were available. They found a quiet corner to sit down, their trays filled with the delectable food they had chosen. Come, let's toast with drinks instead of wine to celebrate our gathering in room 402. Big brother Zhao Chong raised his glass of orange juice. To celebrating our reunion. The second brother, Sun Hao, and the 4th, Zhou Wei, also raised their cups. Qin Tian smiled and raised his glass of water. To celebrating our reunion, and in the coming years, please take care of each other. The 4 cups clinked together, producing a crisp sound. Though there was no alcohol to catalyze the atmosphere, the friendship and enthusiasm among the young people quickly warmed up. They chatted about their hometowns, their aspirations for university, and their dreams for the future, filled with laughter. The campus of Xuemu University resembles a miniature academic kingdom embodying both the solemnity of a century-old heritage and the vibrant energy of youth. Qin Tian's university life quietly began in this environment where the ancient intertwines with the modern. Indeed, on the land of Xuemu University where talents gather, provincial champions are not uncommon, even to the point of being everywhere. Yet the name Qin Tian still stirred ripples like a stone thrown into a calm lake. After all, the title of perfect score champion is too dazzling. The legend he created has long transcended the boundaries of region and score, becoming a phenomenon. In the first few days of school, as Qin Tian walked around the campus, he could occasionally feel the gazes and whispers from all around, curiosity, admiration, and a hint of scrutiny. Qin Tian had long since grown accustomed to these glances. He maintained his characteristic composure, walking steadily with clear eyes. It was as if the clamor of the outside world had nothing to do with him. He understood that any sensational effect would gradually fade with the passage of time. Indeed, as classes began and everyone immersed themselves in intense and fulfilling study, the focus on him gradually diminished. In its place emerged a more reserved recognition based on merit. Qin Tian did not belittle the education at university simply because he possessed technology far beyond his time. On the contrary, he valued the platform of Xuemu University immensely. The library here is vast, with a plethora of resources in its databases. It encompasses the most cutting-edge research findings across various disciplines globally. Many of the professors here are leaders in their respective fields. Their insights and thoughts represent one of the highest forms of wisdom of our current Earth civilization. Qin Tian set a clear goal for himself to systematically understand the current world, especially the technological level, industrial manufacturing capacity, materials science foundation, and biomedical development status of Huaxia. This was not for the sake of learning, but for assessment. He needed to clearly understand the position of the land beneath his. In the future, he needed to know which technologies he could present that would be relatively reasonable and could maximally promote the advancement of civilization. Thus, he became a regular at the library. His reading speed was extraordinarily fast due to the terrifying information processing ability brought on by his Yuan Shi realm. It enabled him to browse, filter, memorize, and comprehend vast amounts of information at an unimaginable speed. From the most basic textbooks to top-tier academic journals, from macro industry reports to micro-technical patents, he explored broadly. To outsiders it might seem he was merely flipping through books. Yet in reality, a three-dimensional picture of the current scientific civilization on Earth was rapidly being constructed in his mind. Of course, he also attended the necessary courses, not for credits, but to establish connections with the professors. In class, he never deliberately showed off. However, when the professors posed some open-ended questions, he was always able to provide unique angles and profound insights. His contributions often transcended the textbook framework, directly addressing the core of the issues. He could even extend discussions into broader interdisciplinary fields, making the teaching professors feel enlightened. After class, he would also proactively seek discussions with the professors. In the guise of a seeker, he explored some cutting-edge problems in various subjects. His questions were always incisive, and under his guiding inquiries, professors often found themselves inspired with new ideas. After a few exchanges, several professors praised this new student profusely. Qin Tian has a very solid knowledge base, an extremely agile mind, and his ability to draw inferences from one instance is the strongest I've seen in my years of teaching. A senior professor made such a remark in the research office. Talking with him is both stressful and rewarding. He always strikes at the heart of the matter. Some of his ideas, although wildly imaginative, contain immense potential for innovation upon closer examination. A young associate professor sighed. Qin Tian quickly became familiar in the circles of professors with his impeccable academic potential and humble attitude, leaving a very good impression. That afternoon, as usual, Qin Tian was in the third-floor natural science reading area of the library, checking some foreign literature on the latest advancements in gene editing technology. Immersed in the data analysis of a paper, he suddenly caught a faint, subtle fragrance wafting to his nose. He instinctively looked up to see a girl sitting down gently in the empty seat diagonally across from him, holding a few thick biology tomes. The girl wore a simple white dress, her long hair cascading down her shoulders like a waterfall. Her profile was graceful, with a straight nose and skin so fair it was almost translucent. She seemed to have sensed Qin Tian's gaze and slightly turned her head. In that moment of eye contact, Qin Tian felt a slight stir in his heart. The girl's eyes were bright like obsidian, immersed in clear water, calm and serene, radiating a scholarly. Her beauty was striking, but what was even more captivating was the tranquility and gentleness that emanated from her, like a delicate orchid in a noisy world. Qin Tian recognized her, or rather he guessed who she was. Su Qing, a second-year student majoring in biological sciences, one of the famous talented women and campus beauties of Xuemu University. There were many rumors about her outstanding grades, remarkable capabilities, and seemingly good family background. Yet she was low-key with numerous admirers, but never rumored to be involved with anyone. Su Qing clearly recognized Qin Tian as well. For this nationally renowned junior, she was quite familiar with his name. Yet meeting him in reality was the first time she was so close. She noticed Qin Tian lifting his head, his deep-set eyes carrying a hint of exploration and appreciation lacking the usual awe or awkwardness that other boys exhibited upon seeing her. He was tall and upright, exuding a steady aura as he sat there, his handsome features sharply defined by the sunlight streaming in through the window. Junior Qin Tian. Su Qing's lips curved slightly, revealing a gentle, perfectly timed smile, her voice soft like a breeze brushing over strings. Senior Su Qing. Qin Tian also smiled and nodded in response, his demeanor natural and gracious. Are you here to look up information as well? Yes, preparing a course paper. Your reading cell. Su Qing raised the book in her hand, her gaze falling on the top-tier journal opened before Qin Tian. It seems you're quite interested in the forefront of biology. Just browsing, getting a sense of things, Qin Tian replied calmly. The two began to converse naturally. From the ethical boundaries of gene editing technology to the development prospects of synthetic biology, and then to the design thoughts of certain classical biology experiments. Su Qing found that the depth of thought and breadth of knowledge of this junior far exceeded her expectations. Many of his viewpoints were incisive, enlightening her in ways she hadn't anticipated. Qin Tian also appreciated Su Qing's solid professional foundation, clear logic, and that calm demeanor that was neither proud nor anxious. In their exchange, both felt a rare resonance. Junior, could we exchange contact information? In the future, I might consult you on some professional issues. Su Qing gracefully took out her phone. You're too polite, senior. We can learn from each other. Qin Tian also took out his phone, and they added each other on WeChat. This serendipitous encounter in the library was like a seed quietly planted. In the days that followed, they occasionally exchanged messages on WeChat, sometimes discussing an interesting academic question, sometimes sharing a good article they had read, and sometimes just a simple greeting. Their relationship swiftly grew closer through these plain, yet natural interactions. Qin Tian sensed Su Qing's wisdom and sincerity. Meanwhile, Su Qing was deeply attracted to Qin Tian's maturity, wisdom, and that mysterious reserve that surpassed his peers. Just as Qin Tian was gradually adapting to university life and his relationship with Su Qing was steadily developing, he did something that seemed a bit unorthodox to outsiders. While browsing literature in the field of mathematics, he noticed a famous conjecture that had troubled the mathematical community for decades, the Hammersley-Leach manifold convergence problem. This conjecture held significant importance in the realms of differential geometry and topology, but its proof was exceedingly complex. For Qin Tian, endowed with the thinking ability of the Yuan-Shi realm and a seed knowledge base, the path to proving this conjecture was almost transparent. He spent several nights rigorously writing out the proof process in a language and with tools understandable and accepted by the current mathematical community. Then, as a freshman at Shuemu University, he submitted a paper titled A Proof of the Hammersley-Leach Manifold Convergence Conjecture to one of the world's top mathematical journals, the Annals of Mathematics. The paper's review process initially sparked controversy. However, after rigorous evaluations by several world-class mathematicians, the proof was ultimately confirmed to be correct. The paper was quickly accepted and published. The news reached Shuemu University, causing an even greater stir than before. My goodness! Qin Tian proved the Hammersley conjecture. Isn't he studying biology? How did he get into mathematics? This cross-discipline is just too outrageous. We don't understand the world of geniuses. The professors in the mathematics department were even more excited, gathering to study the paper, and were all in awe after reading it. The university president and the leadership of the biological sciences department, where Qin Tian was also both surprised. Soon national news media reported on this significant scientific achievement. Young scholar Qin Tian conquers the world mathematics problem, perfect score champion creates another academic miracle. The reports emphasized that Qin Tian was merely a freshman who had just enrolled not long ago. Online, especially in academic circles, and among tech-savvy netizens, discussions about Qin Tian surged once again, as expected of Qin Tian. He made such a big splash right after starting university, double majoring in mathematics and biology. Is he even human? It feels like he can achieve top-tier levels in anything he studies. Kneeling before this big shot, this is a true academic powerhouse. Facing the renewed praise and attention, Qin Tian remained calm. For him, this was merely a small step in executing the plan step by step. It was both to accumulate necessary academic prestige and to verify his own capabilities. A month passed swiftly amidst enriching studies and explorations. Qin Tian resembled an efficient information processor. He categorized the vast amount of information from the library and databases of Shuemu University into his own cognitive system. He gained a remarkably clear and systematic understanding of the current world, especially the advancements of Huaxia in key fields such as biomedicine, materials science, and precision processing. The conclusion is a solid foundation, with some fields leading. However, overall, especially in cutting-edge original theories and core processes, there remains a gap compared to the top levels. Many aspects are constrained by external factors. Particularly in the high-profit, innovative drug sector, foreign giants hold an absolute advantage due to patent barriers. It is time to initiate the first step of the plan. That afternoon, Qin Tian knocked on the door of Professor Chen Jingming's office in the School of Biology. Professor Chen is an authority in the field of respiratory disease research in the country, and he was one of the individuals Qin Tian had sought advice from multiple times, praising Qin Tian's talent. "Good afternoon, Professor Chen," Qin Tian greeted politely. "Oh, it's Qin Tian, come in quickly." Professor Chen looked up from a pile of literature, a smile spreading across his face. "What's up? Do you have some brilliant ideas to discuss with this old man today?" Qin Tian sat across from Professor Chen, his expression serious, as he said, "Professor, after this period of study and contemplation, I have some immature thoughts on targeted therapy and immune regulation for lung cancer that I would like to discuss with you in depth, hoping to receive your guidance." Hearing this, Professor Chen's eyes instantly brightened, and he unconsciously straightened his posture. He put down his pen and said with a teasing yet expectant tone, "Good boy, finally remembering your roots and wanting to tackle my area of expertise. I've been waiting eagerly for you to tell me, what bold ideas do you have?" Qin Tian did not immediately present the answer, but guided the discussion like a skilled Socrates. He began to delve into the complex pathological mechanisms of lung cancer, issues of resistance to existing targeted drugs, and the immune suppression within the tumor microenvironment. He engaged in an in-depth discussion with Professor Chen, posing sharply pointed questions that directly addressed the bottlenecks of current research. "Professor, why do third-generation targeted drugs for EGFR mutations develop resistance approximately within a year? How do tumor cells cleverly disguise themselves to evade the immune system's pursuit? Where are the key notes? Can we design a more intelligent delivery system that releases drugs only in high concentrations of lactic acid, a characteristic of the tumor microenvironment, for precise strikes?" Initially, Professor Chen approached the conversation with a mindset of testing and discussion, but as the dialogue deepened, he grew increasingly alarmed. Qin Tian's questions not only demonstrated his profound understanding of the frontier of the field, but also subtly pointed to possible solutions behind each query. What if, instead of directly attacking cancer cells, we find a way to tear off their disguise and allow immune cells to recognize them again? Perhaps we could design a bispecific antibody, one end tethering to T cells, and the other accurately targeting specific new antigens on the surface of tumor cells. Regarding drug delivery, I've recently looked at some research on pH-responsive polymer materials and think we could draw on that. These thoughts flashed like lightning in the dark, instantly illuminating many entangled uncertainties in Professor Chen's mind. The more he listened, the more excited he became, sometimes deep in thought, sometimes pounding the table in excitement, intensely discussing details with Qin Tian. He felt a clear and feasible path to conquering lung cancer gradually emerging before his eyes. Brilliant. Bispecific antibodies precisely activating T cells. This idea is fantastic. The P-responsive carrier for targeted release can significantly reduce side effects. Qin Tian, your thoughts are practically a tailored framework for lung cancer treatment solutions. Professor Chen, flushed with excitement, looked at Qin Tian, his eyes filled with awe and fervor. He seemed to have already envisioned the groundbreaking paper that would shock the academic world, and the miraculous drug that could save countless lives in the future. However, just as Professor Chen basked in the ecstasy of breakthrough ideas, Qin Tian appropriately reined in the topic, glancing at the time and apologetically saying, "Professor, I'm sorry, I have a class to attend shortly. Today's discussion has greatly benefited me, clarifying many vague ideas." Though he was interrupted while expressing his enthusiasm, Professor Chen nodded in understanding. "All right, go to your class. Qin Tian, your ideas are extremely valuable. These are not just thoughts, they are almost a complete RD roadmap." He took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and solemnly invited Qin Tian, "Qin Tian, I formally invite you to join my research group on the mechanisms of major pulmonary diseases and innovative drug research. Our team has a solid foundation and can delve into the directions you propose today for in-depth research and verification. Together we aim to develop this technology as soon as possible for the benefit of humanity." This was exactly the result Qin Tian desired. Without hesitation, he nodded in agreement. "Thank you for your trust, Professor. I am very willing to join and learn from you and the senior students in the team." "Wonderful." Professor Chen was overjoyed, and then, as if recalling something, a knowing smile flickered in his. He asked, "By the way, the team still needs some diligent undergraduates to handle some auxiliary work and learning. Do you have any recommended candidates? For example, someone you are quite familiar with and is capable at." Qin Tian understood and realized that the professor might have perceived something. He did not hesitate, responding candidly, "I think Sister Su Qing from the sophomore biology department has a solid foundation and is meticulous in her work. If possible, I hope we can invite her to join us." Professor Chen revealed a knowing smile. He pointed a finger at Qin Tian, saying, "All right, I know that girl Su Qing, she is a good prospect. No problem, I will have someone notify her. You young people should learn together and progress together." Once the matters were settled, Qin Tian took his leave. Professor Chen watched Qin Tian's departing figure, unable to help but shake his head in awe. What a prodigy. It seems our group is going to make waves. Meanwhile, Su Qing quickly received the invitation from the research group. When she learned that Qin Tian had recommended her to Professor Chen, an indescribable joy surged in her heart. She accepted the invitation without hesitation. Not merely because of the platform and academic reputation this national key research group would bring. More importantly, she now had a legitimate reason to work in the same team as Qin Tian. Together they strived for a noble goal. She believed that with Qin Tian involved this project would undoubtedly achieve remarkable results. Qin Tian formally joined Professor Chen's research group. Besides Professor Chen, there were 7 or 8 doctoral and master's students in the team. During their first meeting, although the senior students superficially welcomed this well-known junior on campus, their eyes contained varying degrees of doubt and scrutiny. A genius. A top scorer. Proving mathematical conjectures. It sounded impressive, but biomedical research is grounded in practical experimental science requiring a vast accumulation of knowledge and hands-on skills. What could a freshman who had barely been in school for less than a month possibly achieve? Was he just talk like Xiaoqua? However, this doubt began to waver when Qin Tian first attended a group meeting and raised questions about a very subtle flaw in a certain experimental design, offering a better solution. In subsequent experimental designs and literature discussions, the terrifying knowledge reserve and insight Qin Tian displayed left all group members stunned. He not only quickly understood and grasped the fields they had studied for years, but also pinpointed key issues and proposed constructive solutions. Whether it was molecular biology, cell biology, immunology, or medicinal chemistry, he handled it effortlessly and integrated knowledge seamlessly. What impressed them even more was that Qin Tian had no airs about him. While advancing the research, he patiently explained underlying principles to team members encountering difficulties analyzing possible reasons for experimental failures. He seemed like an extremely experienced senior scholar guiding the juniors. Just one day of collaboration left all team members thoroughly convinced of Qin Tian. Junior Qin, how did you come up with this knowledge? I feel like my doctorate was in vain. Hearing Qin Tian explain once yields more than reading 3 days of literature myself. The following research progress was almost propelled at high speed under Qin Tian's guidance. He acted like a guide already familiar with the answers, precisely planning each step of the research direction, avoiding all possible detours and traps. Complex gene cloning, protein expression, purification, cell function experiments, animal model verification. Under his predictive guidance, progress was remarkably smooth. Su Qing primarily handled part of the cell experiments and data organization within the team. Her meticulous and serious attitude along with solid operational skills were acknowledged by everyone. She and Qin Tian were particularly in sync, understanding each other's intentions with just a glance. As they spent time together, their relationship grew increasingly close. In just half a month, on a weekend evening, when the last batch of tumor-bearing mice's in vivo imaging data came out showing that the tumors had been completely eliminated with no signs of recurrence, the entire laboratory fell into a brief silence followed by an explosion of jubilant cheers. We did it. We succeeded. All the tumors in the experimental group's mice have disappeared. The pathological slices confirmed no residuals. The side effects are extremely low. This is simply a miracle. Professor Chen held the flawless experimental report, his hands trembling with excitement. He looked at Qin Tian, who stood among the crowd with a calm smile, his voice choking. Qin Tian. We really did it. This is a result that could change the treatment landscape for lung cancer. A biopharmaceutical capable of curing lung cancer efficiently, precisely, and with low toxicity. Right here in the laboratory of Shuemu University, under the leadership of this boy, who had just entered school for a little over a month, it emerged. The lab was filled with the joy of success, while Qin Tian's heart remained exceptionally calm. This carefully nurtured fruit was about to bring him the first bucket of gold necessary to kickstart a grand plan. Professor Qin Jingming's research team at Shuemu University has successfully developed a special drug for lung cancer. It was like dropping a deep water bomb on a calm lake. The gigantic waves stirred by this news quickly swept across the nation and rapidly spread worldwide. The official media first reported it with a major headline. Our nation's scientists have made a significant breakthrough. Curing lung cancer is no longer a dream. Shuemu University has developed a new biological agent. Clinical trials show an almost 100% cure rate for lung cancer. A pride of national science. A solid step towards conquering the fortress of cancer. The report detailed the astonishing effects of the drug. It could precisely identify and eliminate lung cancer cells while causing minimal damage to normal cells. In preclinical models, it achieved an almost perfect cure rate. This is not just a scientific breakthrough, but also a tremendous boost to national confidence and pride. Online, there was a wave of celebration and encouragement, with countless individuals feeling uplifted. When the research paper was officially published in the top international medical journal, The Lancet, the long list of author names left every member of the research team exhilarated. Professor Qin Jingming, as the corresponding author and project lead, had his name listed last. The first name, however, was Qin Tian. Following were several outstanding doctoral and master's students along with Su Qing, who contributed significantly to the project. This was not just a paper, it was a heavy honor medal for their future academic and professional careers, especially for undergraduates like Qin Tian and Su Qing. To hold a significant position in such a heavyweight achievement was nothing short of a miracle. The research team held a small celebration. Professor Chen Jingming, holding a drink, emotionally addressed everyone, especially Qin Tian, saying, "Comrades, students, we have succeeded. This is an achievement worthy of being recorded in history. Here I must particularly thank student Qin Tian." He gazed at Qin Tian with intense admiration. Without his astonishing initial concept and the pivotal guidance throughout the subsequent research, we could never have achieved such remarkable results in this short time. Qin Tian, you are the soul of this project. Thank you. Thank you, senior brother Qin. Qin Tian, I can't thank you enough. Other team members also expressed their heartfelt gratitude and admiration towards Qin Tian. They all knew that they were primarily executors and learners. The true driving force always lay with this extraordinarily young genius. Su Qing stood in the crowd watching Qin Tian maintain an admirable composure in the face of praise, her beautiful eyes sparkling with affection that almost overflowed. She came from an illustrious background. Her father was a prominent figure in a major economic province, a person of high rank. Having grown up in such an environment, she had seen many talented young individuals, but none had captivated her as deeply as Qin Tian. He possessed extraordinary talent, but even more rare was his calm and steady temperament, neither arrogant nor impatient. Participating in such a significant project and receiving credit meant not only a tremendous academic gain for her. This substantial and tangible scientific achievement would also undoubtedly become a bright and unignorable highlight in her father's career. This was a silent, yet powerful form of reciprocation. Under the meticulous organization of the publicity department and related departments at Xuemu University, a grand press conference targeting the world was held at the university's International Conference Center. The venue was packed and media representatives from all over the world gathered. Domestic media reporters were beaming with pride and excitement, standing tall while asking questions, while many foreign mainstream media reporters wore more complex expressions. Professor Chen, how can the authenticity of such astounding efficacy data be guaranteed? Has it undergone sufficient peer review? Qin Tian, as a major contributor, how do you evaluate the maturity of this technology? Are there any undiscovered potential risks? Has this technology considered sharing with the global scientific community to benefit humanity more rapidly? Faced with these questions, Professor Chen Jingming and Qin Tian responded calmly. With detailed data, rigorous logic, and ample evidence, they answered each question without leaving a single gap. Qin Tian's fluent responses and composed demeanor were broadcasted live around the world. At the end of the press conference, Xuemu University officially announced, along with Professor Chen Jingming, that the lung cancer special drug would immediately commence Phase 1 clinical trials. The cooperating party was the top Xia hospital in Yinjing, and they would officially recruit qualified lung cancer volunteers nationwide. As soon as the news broke, it ignited a beacon of hope among countless lung cancer patients and their families who were struggling in despair. The official recruitment link was nearly overwhelmed by a massive influx of traffic. After strict screening, over 100 volunteers from various regions across the country of different ages and stages of illness from early to late stage, including several terminal patients who had been declared doomed, were selected. With a final glimmer of hope, they gathered at Xiao Hospital. For the next half-month, the entire society's attention was focused on this group of volunteers. The media provided limited follow-up coverage. Every day, uplifting news emerged. The first batch of treated volunteers showed a significant decrease in tumor markers. Imaging examinations revealed that several patients had significantly reduced tumor volume. Mr. Wang, a late-stage patient who needed to stay in bed before treatment, can now get up and move around. When the concentrated treatment and observation period of half a month ended, Xia Hospital, in conjunction with the Xuemu University research team, announced the final clinical data. The entire society was once again set ablaze. All more than 100 lung cancer patients participating in the clinical trial met the clinical cure standards. Imaging examinations showed that the tumor lesions had completely disappeared. Relevant tumor markers had dropped to normal levels. The patient's overall health had significantly improved. Side effects were mild and controllable. Detailed case reports and comparative images served as the most powerful evidence presented to the world. The scenes of recovered patients embracing their families and weeping with joy reverberated through the media, deeply shocking everyone. A miracle. A true medical miracle. My father is saved. Thank you, Xuemu University. Thank you, Professor Chen. Thank you, Qin Tian. Huaxia technology is powerful. The cheer in the country soared to the skies. Meanwhile, internationally, especially among countless patients suffering from lung cancer, it sparked a tidal wave of pleas and calls. Please, we need this drug. Save us. When will it be available in our country? The world is watching. Don't let us die. Meanwhile, in the boardrooms of major global pharmaceutical companies, the atmosphere was unprecedentedly tense and urgent. Pfizer, Merck, Roche, Novartis, GSK. The leaders of these pharmaceutical giants with their keen business instincts immediately realized that this was a super revolution capable of overturning the global lung cancer treatment market valued in the hundreds of billions. Whoever masters this technology will hold the future's throat. At all costs, we must obtain authorization. Immediately organize the top negotiation team and fly to Yanjing. Investigate. Who is that student named Qin Tian? Make contact with him as soon as possible. In a flash, many business elites with hurried expressions and heavy briefcases flew from all over the world. Their goals were unified. Shui-Mu University. A silent commercial war surrounding this epic-making technology was about to quietly ignite at this century-old prestigious institution. And at the eye of the storm, Qin Tian calmly awaited the fish to take the bait. His carefully laid plans for his first pot of gold were already within reach. Yanjing, this ancient capital with a history spanning 1,000 years, has recently become the focal point of the global pharmaceutical industry due to a groundbreaking medical achievement. Executive suites and conference rooms in top-tier hotels like Hilton and Marriott have been almost entirely occupied by representative teams from international pharmaceutical giants such as Pfizer, Merck, Roche, Novartis, and Johnson & Johnson. An invisible tension and urgency permeated the air as a commercial game surrounding a special lung cancer drug quietly unfolded. However, there were significant disagreements on whether and how to collaborate with foreign pharmaceutical companies regarding this technology. Relevant national departments took this matter very seriously and dispatched experienced leaders. An internal communication meeting was held with the leaders from Shui-Mu University, Professor Chen Jingming, and core members of the research group. The atmosphere in the conference room was serious. The leader of the relevant department got straight to the point and explained the strategic significance of this technology. Comrades, this technology is not only a breakthrough in medicine, but also relates to the health and well-being of our citizens, the autonomy of our national healthcare strategy, and even has the potential to grant us greater leverage and benefits in international negotiations. If sold abroad, we might gain considerable economic benefits in the short term, but in the long run, we would lose strategic initiative and most of the profits would be seized by foreign giants. This goes against our policy of technological self-reliance. Professor Chen Jingming was the first to express his opinion, his expression grave. The leader is right. As researchers, our original intention in developing this technology is to benefit our country's people and elevate our national healthcare standards. I prefer that the technology remains in our country, industrialized by capable domestic pharmaceutical companies, ensuring our autonomy over technology and pricing. Other members of the research group, whether doctoral or master's students, echoed his sentiments. Although they yearned for the fame and fortune that results could bring, they remained steadfast in their stance when faced with major moral dilemmas and national interests. The value brought by this technology is not merely monetary, it represents supreme honor and a tangible contribution to the nation far exceeding the value of money itself. In no time, the conference room was filled with voices opposing the sale abroad. Only Qin Tian sat there gently tapping his fingers on the table, his gaze calm, remaining silent throughout. The leader hosting the meeting noticed this key figure's silence. He understood in his heart that Qin Tian was the soul of this technology, and his attitude was crucial. Such silence must hold profound meaning. Perhaps there were certain words that were inconvenient to articulate in a crowd. All right, I have heard everyone's opinions, which are insightful and reflect each person's patriotism and perspective on the bigger picture. The leader timely concluded the discussion. Thus, Professor Qin Tian, please stay, so we can discuss the details. Although the others were somewhat puzzled, they complied and left the conference room. In the large room, only the leader, Professor Chen, and Qin Tian remained. After the door closed, the leader looked at Qin Tian, his tone gentle, yet inquisitive. Qin Tian, now that there are no outsiders, what are your thoughts? Feel free to speak your mind. This technology stems from your wisdom, and your opinion is very important. Professor Chen also looked at Qin Tian, his eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. Qin Tian knew the moment had come. He took a deep breath, a hint of regret mixed with immense confidence appearing on his face, and looked at Professor Chen. Professor, first I must apologize to you. Regarding the technology for the special lung cancer drug, I might have to make a decision that you find somewhat prodigal. Professor Chen was taken aback. Oh, what do you mean? Qin Tian did not answer directly, but instead threw out a more shocking piece of news. In my view, the special lung cancer drug is already somewhat outdated. Outdated? Both Professor Chen and the leader were astonished. Yes. Qin Tian's tone was steady, yet it resonated like thunder in their ears. During the research process for the special lung cancer drug, I gained significant insights. During this time, I conducted some independent research privately, and have already achieved breakthroughs. He paused, clearly articulating each word. I successfully developed a broad-spectrum gene drug. It no longer targets a specific cancer, but instead addresses the common fatal weakness of all cancer cells, their uncontrollable infinite division characteristics. In the conference room, one could hear a pin drop, as only Qin Tian's clear voice echoed. This gene drug can precisely act on the key gene signaling pathways that maintain the infinite proliferation of cancer cells, fundamentally turning off their division switch and inducing cancer cells to undergo programmed cell death. Normal cells which possess regulated life cycles are completely unaffected. In other words, Qin Tian looked at the astonished eyes of the two, slowly summarizing. It can cure almost all cancers caused by the infinite proliferation of cancer cells and theoretically has no side effects. How is that possible? Professor Chen suddenly stood up, his voice slightly cracking with excitement. Qin Tian, are you sure? This is no joke. Broad spectrum, highly effective, and no side effects. This is simply the ultimate dream of cancer treatment. Although the leader of the relevant department was not as familiar with technical details as Professor Chen, he completely understood what it meant when the words cure all cancers and no side effects were combined. This would be one of the greatest milestones in the history of human medicine. Its significance far surpasses that of the special lung cancer drug. The leader took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He looked sharply at Qin Tian. Qin Tian, how confident are you? Do you have experimental data to support this? Qin Tian met their gazes, his eyes steady and confident. I have absolute confidence. Due to confidentiality reasons, I cannot present all the core data and principles at this time. But I can guarantee with my character and previous credibility that this technology is real and mature. Looking into Qin Tian's deep and determined eyes, and recalling the numerous miracles he had created, Professor Chen and the leader's doubts were swiftly replaced by immense joy. They believed that Qin Tian was not someone who spoke without substance. Good. Professor Chen was so excited that he repeatedly exclaimed good while vigorously patting Qin Tian's shoulder. Good lad, you truly can always bring surprises. No, it's surprises. A tremendous surprise. He then looked back at the document regarding the special lung cancer drug, and his expression indeed became complicated, mixed with a hint of disdain. By comparison, this special lung cancer drug is indeed somewhat of a useless endeavor. The leader couldn't help but chuckle, imagining if the special lung cancer drug had feelings, it would probably be furious right now. He quickly regained the calm of a decision-maker and said to Qin Tian, if your broad-spectrum anti-cancer drug is indeed valid, then the handling of the special lung cancer drug can certainly be reconsidered. Selling it abroad to secure development funds, while we maintain control over more core and disruptive technology, is indeed a brilliant move. He pondered for a moment and continued, however, your broad-spectrum anti-cancer drug is of great significance. It is no longer merely a commercial act. It concerns the national economy and the people's livelihood, even the global healthcare landscape. I need to report this to higher authorities immediately. The national level needs to seriously study how to proceed cautiously with this matter, including approval, production, pricing, and inclusion in health insurance. This will take time. I understand. Qin Tian nodded. Leader, regarding the special lung cancer drug, my suggestion is to publicly auction it to the highest bidder, preferably a one-time buyout, to rapidly accumulate a substantial amount of startup capital. Professor Chen completely understood at this moment and smiled. I agree with Qin Tian's plan. Trading the soon-to-be outdated technology for solid cash to support him and his future company in developing more advanced technologies is a worthwhile deal. With the policy established, actions quickly unfolded. Soon a highly publicized auction for the technology transfer of the special lung cancer drug was held at Shuemu University. Well-known pharmaceutical companies from both domestic and abroad gathered. The atmosphere tense and charged. While domestic pharmaceutical companies showed interest, their bids clearly could not compete with the deep pockets of international giants. The core of the auction quickly turned into a contest among several foreign giants. When the price was raised to $800 million, the venue had quieted considerably. Finally, a representative from Pfizer, a well-groomed and formidable vice president, announced a jaw-dropping final bid. We at Pfizer are willing to offer $1 billion. After tax, a one-time buyout of all global rights to this technology. The venue was in an uproar. $1 billion after tax. This is absolutely an astronomical sum. It fully demonstrated Pfizer's determination to secure the deal. Moreover, that vice president looked intensely at Qin Tian. He threw out an incredibly tempting personal offer. Mr. Qin Tian, we at Pfizer's Global R&D Center sincerely invite you to join us. We will provide you with top-notch laboratories, no less than $100 million annually for R&D, funding, a salary in the millions, and will handle green cards for you and your family, fully supporting all your research explorations. The generous terms made many in attendance gasp. This was the research environment and personal treatment that many scientists dreamed of. However, faced with such enticing conditions, Qin Tian simply shook his head calmly. His tone showed no signs of wavering. Thank you for Pfizer's kindness, but my aspirations lie elsewhere. My roots are in the Dragon Nation. I accept the $1 billion offer, but I cannot accept the personal invitation. The vice president of Pfizer flashed a hint of regret, but securing the technology was already a significant victory. Ultimately, the agreement was signed. The $1 billion post-tax amount quickly flowed into the designated regulatory account at an astonishing speed. According to the previously negotiated distribution plan with the school and the research group, Qin Tian, as the primary inventor and core contributor of the technology, would receive 60, which amounts to $600 million. Professor Chen Jingming, as the project leader and important advisor, would receive 15, while other members of the research group would share the remaining 25 based on their contributions. Even the lowest share for group members exceeded $10 million. For these still students, this was akin to reaching the heavens in a single leap. The entire research group was engulfed in immense joy. This truly was a perfect ending, achieving both fame and fortune, fulfilling the dreams of researchers. The research group thus had ample funds to embark on more cutting-edge explorations. Holding the agreement, symbolizing $600 million. Qin Tian stood by the window gazing at the bustling streets of Yanjing outside. His gaze was calm and profound. This initial fortune was even more abundant than he had anticipated. The plan of openly paving the way while secretly crossing the river was perfectly realized. Next, it was time to utilize this substantial capital and the trump card that could change the world, the broad-spectrum anti-cancer gene drug. To truly embark on his journey of stars and seas, his hometown Huai's County was about to witness an unprecedented transformation. After successfully acquiring the global rights to a lung cancer miracle drug, Pfizer immediately demonstrated its formidable execution capabilities as an international pharmaceutical giant. Massive funds were quickly mobilized and advanced production bases in the Dragon Nation and Europe began intensively remodeling or constructing production lines based on technical data. Top-notch lawyers and lobbying teams started to vigorously promote the FDA's expedited approval process. The marketing department was eager to seize dominance in this multi-billion-dollar blue ocean. Everything was operating at high speed, and everyone at Pfizer felt satisfied with this lucrative deal, anticipating enormous profits in the not-so-distant future. However, paper cannot contain fire forever. 3 days later, news broke that the miracle drug for lung cancer developed by Waterwood University was sold to Pfizer for a staggering $1 billion. Like a wildfire, this news spread across the internet, instantly igniting public opinion. Initially, most netizens reacted with astonishment and envy. $1 billion. My goodness, the research team has collectively achieved financial freedom. Knowledge is power, knowledge is wealth. Ancient wisdom doesn't deceive me. Qin Tian is amazing. This is the right way for a top student. But soon another voice began to emerge, quickly gaining the upper hand. How can such an important technology be sold abroad? Isn't this aiding the enemy? In the future, if our people need this drug, will we have to spend exorbitant amounts to import it from abroad? Is the research team throwing money away? Shouldn't the government intervene? The loss of core technology is heartbreaking. As Qin Tian played a core role in the technology development, his name was thrust back into the spotlight. With the organized and premeditated efforts of certain ulterior motives, such as those who received foreign funds, specialized internet trolls, and some public intellectuals who opposed anything from the Dragon Nation, public opinion began to deteriorate rapidly. They deliberately ignored the commercial logic behind the technology transfer and the potential strategic considerations of the nation, focusing their attacks on Qin Tian with personal insults and vilification. He truly is a poor boy from the countryside, shallow and forgetting his ancestors at the sight of money. Traitor. He hands over such important technology for a bit of dollars. Such a person doesn't deserve to be a citizen of Huaxia. The attacks became increasingly vicious, even starting to involve Qin Tian's deceased parents. Look at his poor appearance. His parents died early, and no one taught him what patriotism is. Perhaps his parents are not at peace in the afterlife because of their traitorous son. They died well. Otherwise, they would be driven to death by this ungrateful son. Such intolerable remarks spread across the internet like venom. Many uninformed netizens were incited by this extreme sentiment, blindly following along and joining in the verbal assault against Qin Tian. Qin Tian's online image plummeted from genius scholar and national pride to being labeled as ungrateful and a disgrace seeking personal gain. Even more alarmingly, the online turmoil quickly spilled over into real life. Some hot-blooded youth driven by emotions vowed to confront Qin Tian at Waterwood University to make him pay the price. Some even managed to find Qin Tian's home in Qin Tian, Huai's County. They gathered outside the newly built 2-story house, shouting loudly and using filthy language. Traitor, come out. Your whole family are no good. Even in old age, they can't rest raising such a thing. Grandpa Qin and Grandma Qin had never experienced such a scene. They had lived their lives honestly and kindly. They had never been insulted like this. The two elders trembled with anger. Grandma Qin's tears flowed, but she held her husband's hand tightly, her voice trembling, yet firm. My child is not that kind of person. He would never do anything to betray the nation. You are talking nonsense. Fortunately, the local government in Huai's County had been closely monitoring the online public sentiment and had anticipated potential risks. The county police swiftly dispatched officers to Peace Village, decisively detaining the ringleaders who were stirring up trouble and using inflammatory speech. They were taken for investigation on suspicion of provoking disturbances and patiently dispersed the onlookers. The officer used a loudspeaker to address the villagers, and those who had come upon hearing the news. Villagers, please remain calm, don't believe in internet rumors, and do not participate in illegal gatherings. Comrade Qin Tian is the pride of our Huai's county. The nation recognizes his contributions. The truth of the matter will be determined by public opinion. Do not blindly follow others which could violate the law. With the strong intervention and persuasion of the police, the unrest at home was quickly quelled. However, the storm on the internet showed no signs of abating. In fact, it was escalating. And what was Qin Tian at the center of the storm doing these days? He seemed oblivious to the clamor outside, as if the venomous curses had nothing to do with him. He applied to the university to use a higher security P3 laboratory. Accompanied by a few trusted assistants like Su Qing, he worked tirelessly day and night. In the laboratory, white mice and rabbits induced with various malignant tumors, including liver cancer, gastric cancer, breast cancer, lymphoma, etc., were present. Even a few monkeys used for higher-level validation were injected with the transparent gene drug developed by Qin Tian. The results were astonishing. Within 24 hours post-injection, tumor markers began to plummet. After 48 hours, imaging examinations showed a significant reduction in tumor size. After 72 hours, most of the small animals' tumors had completely disappeared. After a week, even those monkeys with late-stage malignant tumors, the cancerous lesions in their bodies miraculously receded, and their mental state and physiological indicators rapidly recovered. All experimental data pointed to one conclusion: this gene drug perfectly achieved its design goal. Broad-spectrum, efficient, and free of side effects in eliminating cancer cells. We succeeded. We truly succeeded. Su Qing looked at the final perfect test report, her voice choked with emotion, and her gaze toward Qin Tian was filled with immense admiration. She understood deeply what this meant. Qin Tian looked at the report that gathered all successful data, his gaze sharp as a blade. He knew it was time. He had to use this trump card to completely shatter all slanders and silence those who and give a resounding slap to Pfizer, who thought they had found a bargain. He immediately contacted the relevant national departments and the publicity department of Waterwood University. I want to hold a press conference. His voice was calm to announce a new scientific achievement. A new achievement. The official was taken aback. About what? About cancer. Qin Tian paused and clearly articulated a gene drug that can cure all cancers. On the other end of the line, there was a long silence lasting several seconds. Then came the sound of a sharp intake of breath from the other party, who was extremely shocked. All cancers. Qin Tian, are you sure? I am certain. The animal experimental data is perfect. We can prepare for clinical volunteer recruitment at any time. This news was reported up the chain, causing a stir at the highest levels. The relevant departments swiftly made two decisions: first, to fully support Qin Tian in holding the press conference, and to prepare the highest level of security and public opinion guidance. Second, to take immediate action against those well-known opinion leaders and public intellectuals who had been maliciously defaming scientific contributors, inciting opposing emotions, and suspected of receiving foreign funds based on previously gathered evidence. Just as the internet trolls were still reveling, a swift and silent capture operation commenced. Several opinion leaders who usually had a large following and spoke vehemently were taken away by the police in their homes. The relevant departments immediately released a brief announcement stating that these individuals were suspected of receiving foreign funds, spreading rumors, defaming national heroes, and provoking disturbances, and were legally subjected to criminal coercive measures. Official media simultaneously voiced their strong condemnation of online violence, emphasizing that scientific contributors cannot be defamed and rationally view technological cooperation, lest we be exploited by those with ulterior motives. This series of combined actions quickly silenced the noisy internet. Many followers began to calm down, realizing that the situation might not be so simple. At this moment, Waterwood University sent out the most urgent and highest-level invitation for a press conference to global media. The theme: a revolutionary breakthrough, the emergence of a broad-spectrum anti-cancer gene drug. When the media reporters saw this title, everyone was stunned. Broad-spectrum anti-cancer. All cancers. How long has it been since the last one? After the lung cancer miracle drug, now this. Does Qin Tian's research capability have no bottlenecks? On the day of the press conference, the venue was packed to capacity, and the atmosphere was even more heated and strange than before. Meanwhile, the CEO of Pfizer, who had just finished a meeting and was preparing to urge the acceleration of the lung cancer miracle drug's market launch, saw the live broadcast announcement of the press conference on the office television. The title struck him like a hammer, hitting hard at his heart. What? A broad-spectrum cancer gene drug? He dropped his coffee cup with a thud, brown liquid splattering everywhere. An extremely ominous premonition instantly enveloped him. Damn it. We've been played. That little bastard. Did he just buy a piece of junk that was about to be completely phased out for $1 billion? The absurdity and anger almost suffocated him. In the International Conference Center of Shuimu University, the largest auditorium is filled with people. The atmosphere is tense and heated. The cameras of major global media outlets are once again aimed at the podium. However, compared to the last conference on the lung cancer miracle drug, this time, the eyes of the reporters in the audience reflect not only curiosity and anticipation, but also a hint of disbelief and caution. After all, the combination of terms like broad-spectrum anti-cancer gene drugs and all cancers sounds more like a beautiful vision than a tangible reality. On the backdrop of the podium, a prominent line reads, "A revolutionary gift of life, the press conference for the broad-spectrum anti-cancer gene drug Qiming." When Qin Tian, dressed in a simple dark suit, confidently walks onto the stage alone, the entire audience falls silent, all cameras focusing on his youthful, yet composed and confident face. He has no assistants and no elaborate opening remarks, going straight to the microphone. "Hello friends from the media." Qin Tian's voice clearly resonates through the venue, without a ripple. "Today I will introduce a new scientific achievement that we have named the Qiming gene drug." He gets straight to the point. As we all know, the terror of cancer stems from the abnormal ability of cancer cells to divide, proliferate, and metastasize uncontrollably. Many of our existing treatment methods, such as chemotherapy, radiotherapy, and even some targeted drugs, are essentially chasing cancer cells, but they often inflict heavy damage on the body while doing so and can easily lead to drug resistance. In contrast, the design concept of the Qiming drug is fundamentally different. Qin Tian's words capture everyone's attention. It does not directly kill cancer cells, but fundamentally deprives them of their ability to commit evil. The large screen behind him lights up at the right moment, showcasing a well-crafted, easily understandable animated demonstration. The core of the Qiming drug is a gene fragment carrier that has been specially programmed. It can accurately identify and enter the interior of cancer cells. Note that it accurately identifies with minimal impact on normal cells. In the animation, the green light representing the drug like a smart missile accurately attaches to the grotesque cancer cells and integrates into them. Once inside the cancer cells, it targets several key genes that maintain their infinite division characteristics, such as the telomerase activity area and several core proliferation signaling pathways. The animation clearly illustrates the process of several key molecular targets being locked and turned off. When these switches are turned off, the cancer cells are deprived of their immortal characteristics that sustain their existence. They can no longer divide infinitely, and their cell cycle will return to normal regulation, leading to aging and programmed cell death. In other words, Qin Tian surveys the audience, his tone resolute. "We are not here to kill cancer, but to let cancer terminate itself, allowing it to return to the life trajectory that a normal cell should have. Life, and also death." The principle sounds clear, and even carries a beauty of simplicity. But the hearts of all knowledgeable reporters and global biomedical experts watching the live stream are stirred with turbulent waves. This principle may sound simple, but achieving precise identification, efficient introduction, and simultaneously regulating multiple key targets without disturbing normal cells is an unparalleled technical challenge. With the current level of global technology, even giving them 50 more years may not be enough to overcome all the technical barriers. They cannot comprehend how Qin Tian accomplished this astonishing feat in such a short time. They certainly do not know that Qin Tian relies on the knowledge base of the civilization seed and his mind optimized by vital energy comparable to a supercomputer. After a brief silence, it is the domestic reporters who first break into enthusiastic applause filled with uncontainable excitement and pride. A reporter from CCTV seized the opportunity to ask student Qin Tian, "First, allow me to represent many people, to extend the highest respect and congratulations to you. Your contribution is undoubtedly the most precious gift to humanity. What is your outlook on the future of the Qin?" Qin Tian slightly nods in acknowledgement. "Thank you. I believe that the emergence of the Qiming drug means that cancer, this terrifying enemy that has plagued humanity for centuries and claimed countless lives, will have its arrogance thoroughly extinguished. It will gradually transform from a disease that sends shivers down the spine into one that can be quickly cured. It will inevitably disappear into the annals of history, becoming a conquered chapter in medical textbooks. This is a victory for human civilization." His words are filled with power, transmitted through live broadcasts to every corner of the world. They bring unprecedented hope to countless patients and families battling cancer. Next, a reporter from Xinhua News asked Mr. Qin, "What specific plans and thoughts do you have regarding the commercialization and widespread application of the Qiming drug? Will you consider technology transfer like the lung cancer miracle drug?" Qin Tian responded, "The Qiming drug is crucial to the nation's economy and people's livelihoods of great significance. I will fully cooperate with the relevant national departments, adhere to the strictest scientific norms and approval processes, and promote its prompt, safe, and effective market application, ensuring that its price remains reasonable and benefits the largest number of patients. Currently, there are no plans for technology transfer." At this moment, a CNN reporter stood up, her tone evidently skeptical and probing. "Mr. Qin, as we understand, you recently sold the lung cancer miracle drug to a certain well-known pharmaceutical company in a world superpower for $1 billion just a month ago. Now you are announcing the more comprehensive Qiming drug, which will undoubtedly devalue the lung cancer miracle drug significantly, even rendering it meaningless. Does your behavior constitute commercial fraud against that pharmaceutical company? Have you considered compensating them? This question is exceedingly sharp, and the gaze of the entire audience focuses again on Qin Tian. Qin Tian's expression remained unchanged, his tone still calm, but carrying an undeniable rational strength. The advancement of science and technology, like the wheels of history, follows the laws of human civilization development, and it will not stop due to the interests of any individual or group. It is normal for new and superior technologies to replace old and limited ones. I developed the Qiming drug to conquer cancer and benefit humanity. This is the duty and pursuit of a scientist. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the reporter, and continued, in this process, if some commercial interests based on old technologies are impacted, I express my understanding, but it is limited to understanding. To promote the overall welfare of human civilization and the advancement of technology, launching more advanced technologies is an inevitable choice and my responsibility. I believe that the pharmaceutical company, as a long-established multinational enterprise that respects science, can understand this. This response is neither servile nor overbearing, standing on the high ground of human ethics and technological development. It also skillfully avoids the compensation trap, reducing the question to the inevitable laws of technological iteration. Meanwhile, across the ocean, the CEO's office of the pharmaceutical company is in chaos. Expensive decorations, documents, computer screens. Everything that could be smashed has been swept to the floor by the enraged CEO. His eyes are bloodshot, staring intensely at Qin Tian's calm face on the screen. Listening to his lofty response, he trembles with anger, cursing incessantly. $1 billion. Just like that, gone. It has become a laughingstock for the entire world. At the press conference, another reporter posed a bolder and more far-reaching question. Mr. Qin, since you can precisely limit the division of cancer cells, does that imply you also possess the longevity code to extend the division of normal cells or human lifespan? This question made the entire audience hold their breath again. Qin Tian shook his head and cautiously replied, "This is a very good question, but also very dangerous. Restricting cancer cell division and inducing their death is a beneficial cleansing process for the human body. However, the human body is an extremely complex symbiotic system, and different types of cells have their specific life cycles and renewal rhythms. Blindly altering the division limits of normal cells could easily disrupt this delicate balance, leading to systemic collapse and unpredictable, possibly disastrous consequences. With our current understanding of life systems and technological capabilities, we are far from safely touching the so-called longevity code. This requires much longer and more cautious fundamental research." His response displays scientific rigor and eliminates unrealistic fantasies. After all the reporter's questions have concluded, Qin Tian finally announces, "Currently, the Qiming drug has officially started the recruitment of clinical volunteers in collaboration with relevant national departments and top medical institutions, such as Yanhuang Xia Hospital. We will announce the registration information through official channels, screening suitable cancer patients for free treatment. We will use the most rigorous data to prove the effectiveness and safety of Qiming to the world." The press conference concludes successfully. Yet the storm brought by Qin Tian has just begun to sweep the globe. Once the recruitment information is released, cancer patients from various countries have almost gone into a frenzy. The registration channel was overwhelmed with a flood of applications within minutes. After an urgent and strict screening, over 100 volunteers from around the world, covering nearly all common types of cancer and at various stages of illness, including a significant number of critically ill late-stage patients, were quickly gathered at the collaborating hospital in Yanjing. Many of these volunteers are small streamers who have long been broadcasting their cancer-fighting journeys on platforms like they are raising funds for expensive medical expenses and seeking a reason to persist. They present their pain and struggles to the public, accumulating a large number of followers and attention. Upon learning of their selection, their fans are both excited and anxious, leaving encouraging messages in the live stream room. With the consent of the patients and their families, and ensuring that it does not affect treatment and privacy, the hospital and platform collaborated to live stream parts of the treatment process within limits. The treatment began. The volunteers, filled with their last hopes, received injections of the Qiming gene drug. Miracles happened under the watchful eyes of many. Just hours after the injection, many patients who had previously lost their appetite due to cancer pain and chemotherapy side effects suddenly expressed to the nurses that they were hungry and wanted to eat something. This subtle yet crucial change thrilled the families and netizens waiting in the live stream room. The hospital prepared liquid food or nutritional meals based on the patient's physical conditions. Watching the patients begin to eat voluntarily, their spirits visibly improved. A spark of hope ignited in everyone's heart. The treatment lasted 3 days. When the final comprehensive examination results came out, the entire hospital, and even all those watching the live stream, erupted in excitement. Over 100 volunteers had all cancer cells eradicated from their bodies. Imaging examinations found no tumor lesions. All relevant tumor markers returned to normal. Except for the time needed for physical recovery, due to long-term illness, all patients' physiological indicators and mental states had greatly improved. "I'm okay. I'm really okay. A young girl with late-stage osteosarcoma once declared to have only a few months to live looked at her examination report, tears of joy streaming down her face, and excitedly shouted at the camera. "Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Qin Tian. Thank you, the nation." An elderly man with late-stage liver cancer supported by his wife trembled as he attempted to kneel and bow before a poster of Qin Tian. He was promptly supported by medical staff, tears streaming down his face, repeatedly muttering, "I am no longer a burden. I am no longer a drag on the family. Rebirth. This is rebirth." A Douyin streamer suffering from pancreatic cancer sobbed before millions of viewers in the live stream room. His fans flooded the screen with comments of "Congratulations on your rebirth," and "Thank you, Qin Tian." Despair was dispelled by hope and death was conquered by life. These deeply moving scenes were transmitted to the entire world through live broadcasts and media reports. They washed away all previous doubts and slanders regarding Qin Tian. The light of Qiming has already illuminated countless lives that were lost in darkness. As Qin Tian, the bearer of this light, takes his next step, the entire world's nerves are already stirred. The Qiming gene therapy developed by Qin Tian surged forth like an unstoppable torrent, rapidly reshaping the existing global medical landscape with its revolutionary efficacy. After the official confirmation of the success of the clinical trials, the ensuing chain reaction began to manifest. The first to be affected were those international pharmaceutical giants that had long relied on the development and sale of cancer drugs to reap immense profits. Pfizer's dire situation was merely the tip of the iceberg as Merck, Roche, Novartis, and BMS Bristol Myers Squibb, these once mighty leaders in the field of oncology, faced similar fates. On the day the clinical results of Qiming were announced, their stock prices collectively experienced a breathtaking cliff-like plunge, resulting in a cumulative market value evaporation exceeding $1 trillion. Many small to medium-sized biotech companies focused on specific cancer drug research declared bankruptcy overnight, turning the global cancer drug market upside down. In contrast, while domestic pharmaceutical companies were also impacted, the effects remained within a controllable range, primarily because for a long time, the domestic sector in high-end innovative cancer drugs was mostly in the stages of following and imitation, with core technologies and substantial profits monopolized by foreign companies. Domestic enterprises primarily took on production and sales roles or made strides in some niche areas. The emergence of Qiming has indeed disrupted part of the market for domestic generics and auxiliary drugs. However, it has also significantly compressed the space for exorbitantly priced imported drugs. In the long run, this could benefit the transformation, upgrading, and independent innovation of the domestic pharmaceutical industry. The impact brought by Qiming extends far beyond the commercial realm. In a solemn conference room, a high-level internal discussion was underway. The topic was the potential impacts of the launch of the Qiming gene therapy on various aspects of the nation and the corresponding strategies to address them. The head of the relevant department first reported the preliminary assessment. It is undeniable that the launch of Qiming will exert certain pressures on some domestic tumor drug manufacturing companies, and the business structures of some cancer hospitals will also need adjustment. The career development paths of some doctors, especially oncologists, may require replanning. In the short term, it may bring some growing pains. A leader took over the conversation, speaking with a calm and powerful tone. Growing pains are inevitable. The emergence of any revolutionary technology will disrupt the old balance. But we must also recognize the enormous positive impacts it brings. He scanned the room, articulating clearly, first and foremost, millions, even tens of millions of cancer patients and their families will be completely liberated from the torment of illness and the risk of financial ruin. This is the greatest boon to people's livelihoods and a monumental victory for humanitarianism. Second, this will have immeasurable effects on enhancing our national confidence, pride, and cohesion. It proves that we, the people of the Dragon Nation, can also lead the world in cutting-edge technology. Third, on the diplomatic front, Qiming will become a powerful trump card for us. As we understand, many leaders and wealthy individuals from various nations along with their families are plagued by cancer. With Qiming in our hands, we will gain unprecedented initiative and discourse power in negotiations and collaborations across numerous fields. Fourth, from an economic perspective, the global cancer patient population is an exceedingly large demographic. As a necessity, Qiming will bring about enormous and sustainable economic benefits and stimulate the development of related industries. He paused, raising his voice, slightly, quoting Qin Tian from the press conference as Comrade Qin Tian said, "The replacement of old technology by new technology is an inevitable law of historical development. We cannot abandon the promotion of significant innovations that benefit the country and the people simply because of potential negative impacts and the resistance from vested interests. Doing so would severely dampen the enthusiasm and creativity of countless researchers who would dare to devote themselves to researching disruptive technologies in the future. If no one dares to explore or break through, how can we talk about technological self-reliance and strength? How can we discuss the great rejuvenation of our nation?" His high-level remarks set the tone for the meeting. The leaders present nodded in agreement. The final summary by the leader was, the Qiming drug is a great thing that benefits the country and the people with lasting significance. We must fully support it. All departments should closely cooperate, handle special cases, and pave the way for the rapid and safe market launch of Qiming. We must ensure this good thing is done well, allowing it to truly become a strong tonic that benefits the people and aids in national rejuvenation. This set the national tone and support for the initiative. This cleared the largest obstacles for the promotion of Qiming. Soon someone conveyed the decision to Qin Tian and asked, Comrade Qin Tian, the nation has decided to fully support the industrialization of Qiming. What specific ideas do you have regarding the company's location, construction, and future operations? Do you require the state to coordinate resources, for instance, to provide you with the best land and policy support in technology hubs like Yinjing, Xinjiang, or Pingcheng? Qin Tian had already thought this through. He smiled and shook his head, speaking firmly. I have already made a decision regarding the company's location. I plan to establish the company and build the production base and R&D center for Qiming in my hometown, Qin Tian, Huai's County, Jiangyi Province. The visitor was clearly taken aback. To place such a high-tech company destined to influence the world in a remote... This was indeed unexpected by everyone. Qin Tian noticed the visitor's confusion and explained, I grew up there, but is that land and the local people who nurtured me. I had vowed before that once I had the capability, I would give back to my hometown. This time Qiming is an opportunity. I hope that through this company I can stimulate the development of my hometown, so that the locals can find good jobs at their doorstep, and that land can be revitalized. This is both my personal wish and a small way to repay my hometown. After hearing Qin Tian's explanation, the visitor's eyes filled with admiration and emotion. In this era, when many pursue resources in first-tier cities, it is rare to find someone like Qin Tian who possesses such profound local affection and a spirit of giving back. Good. Giving back to one's roots, keeping true to one's original intentions. Comrade Qin Tian, I wholeheartedly support your idea. The visitor nodded vigorously. Rest assured, I will immediately notify the relevant departments in Jiangyi Province and Huai's County to fully cooperate with your work and make all necessary preparations so that you can start right away when you return. With the national recognition and support secured, Qin Tian felt a sense of assurance. The next crucial step was to assemble the core team for the company. He aimed for research and macro strategy, so it was impossible for him to manage the daily operations of the company personally. He needed to find a trustworthy and exceptionally capable CEO. This selection was critical. Qin Tian mentally filtered through the people he knew. Be they classmates, teachers, or former members of his research group, none seemed particularly suitable. Most of the people he knew were still in the academic circle and lacked experience in large enterprises, especially in managing a future world-class pharmaceutical company. In desperation, Qin Tian sought help from the seed of civilization in his mind. Guide, I need to select a suitable candidate for the CEO of the company. Please set the selection criteria, inheritor. Qin Tian pondered for a moment and proposed several core requirements. First, must be a descendant of Yin and Huang, proud of this, and possess a strong sense of national identity and pride. Their immediate family, parents, spouse, children should not have immigrated abroad to ensure core loyalty. Second, should have good character, be honest and reliable, possess professional ethics, and be grateful, not merely profit-driven. Third, must have rich experience in corporate management, preferably having held senior positions in large enterprises, especially as a CEO capable of navigating the complexities during the company's startup and rapid growth phases. Fourth, what would be best if they have some understanding of Jiangyi Province or the situation in my hometown? The criteria have been recorded, starting fuzzy matching and deep behavioral analysis across the internet and specific databases. The guide's efficiency was remarkable. Moments later, a well-organized brief profile of several candidates appeared in Qin Tian's consciousness. His gaze quickly scanned the materials, finally resting on one. Name: Zhou Yanfeng. Age 40. Hometown: Linzhou, Jiangyi Province, adjacent to Huai's County. Family: parents were retired teachers and Linzhou wife is a middle school teacher. One son currently in junior high. None have overseas residency rights. Education: MBA from a top domestic business school. Undergraduate background in engineering. Work experience: worked for 15 years at a well-known domestic home appliance manufacturing group, starting as a market specialist and progressing through regional manager, branch manager, and group vice president, appointed as CEO by the board 3 years ago. During his tenure, he vigorously promoted technological innovation and brand internationalization, resulting in significant growth for the group in a fiercely competitive market, enhancing its overseas market share and earning the title of the breakthrough maker. Current status: forced to resign a year ago due to internal power shifts within the group as a family member of the original chairman took over the CEO position. Zhou Yanfeng is currently unemployed but has declined high-paying offers from multiple headhunting firms, seemingly waiting for the right opportunity. Seeds additional assessment: based on his public statements, past decisions, and social media traces, he possesses a strong sense of national identity, his upright values commitments, manages with a stable yet pioneering style, and is highly sensitive to new technologies. Having been forced to leave a company he devoted himself to, he harbors a strong desire to prove himself once again. Zhou Yunfeng. Qin Tian repeatedly looked over this profile. Whether it was his hometown family background character or his practical experience and decisiveness in breaking through in the home appliance industry, all of it greatly satisfied Qin Tian. The complexity of management in the home appliance industry is similarly high, and his experience could be fully transferred to the pharmaceutical sector. Especially during the company's startup and rapid expansion phases, what is needed is a leader capable of fighting tough battles and breaking through barriers. It's him. Qin Tian made his decision. He planned to visit the neighboring Linzhou before returning to his hometown. He intended to personally meet Zhou Yunfeng, inviting him to emerge from retirement to lead the commercial empire he was about to create. With determination set, Qin Tian did not delay. He packed a simple bag, preparing to return to Huai's county. Before leaving, he found Su Qing. The sunset's glow bathed the campus tree-lined path, and Qin Tian looked at the serene girl before him. He spoke, "Su Qing, I am preparing to return to Huai's county to establish a company and produce qiming." Su Qing was not surprised. She had already heard rumors from various channels. She nodded, her beautiful eyes looking at Qin Tian, waiting for him to continue. "Starting a company involves numerous complexities, and I need reliable help." Qin Tian spoke sincerely. "Your professional knowledge in the biological field and your meticulousness in work would greatly assist me. So I would like to invite you to come back with me to help me for a while." "Of course." He paused, a hint of gentle smile appearing on his face. "I also have some personal motives, or I hope you can be by my side." Listening to Qin Tian's words, especially the last subtle confession, her cheeks flushed slightly and a wave of sweetness and determination surged within her. Without much hesitation, she smiled brightly, like a spring flower blooming. "Okay, I will go with you. It's also a chance to see what kind of land nurtured someone as capable as you." Their relationship at that moment silently deepened further. The next day, Qin Tian, along with Su Qing, and with robust national support and a meticulously prepared plan, embarked on the journey back to his hometown. This time he was no longer the impoverished boy who needed to walk to save bus fare. Instead, he carried the technology and capital to change the world, ready to set forth upon the land of his hometown, to draw a grand new blueprint. A journey of industry aimed at stimulating the development of his hometown and subsequently influencing the world. At the south station of Yinjing, the crowd was bustling. Qin Tian and Su Qing traveled light as they boarded the high-speed train heading south. Outside, the skyscrapers swiftly receded, gradually replaced by the vast expanse of the North China Plain. Unlike his previous solitary journey, Qin Tian was now accompanied by a beautiful and intelligent companion. With her by his side, he also bore a weighty responsibility and a clear vision in his heart. Their first stop was not Huaizhe County, but the neighboring Linzhou city. Following the address provided by the seed, the two took a taxi to a tranquil and well-managed community. Standing outside a building, Qin Tian adjusted his clothing and rang the doorbell. The door was opened by a middle-aged man in his 40s. He maintained an impressive physique, and even in casual home attire his erect demeanor could not be concealed. His sharp gaze revealed a hint of barely noticeable fatigue. It was Zhou Yunfeng. Upon seeing the two standing outside, especially when he recognized Qin Tian's face, he clearly froze for a moment, his eyes flashing with surprise and confusion. "Are you Mr. Qin Tian?" Zhou Yunfeng asked, a bit uncertain. Although he was currently idle at home, he had been closely following the news. He naturally recognized this young scientist who stirred the world's winds. However, he never expected the individual would appear at his doorstep. "Hello, Mr. Zhou. I apologize for the intrusion. I am Qin Tian." Qin Tian smiled, extending his hand with a humble demeanor. "This is my classmate Su Qing." "Oh, it truly is Mr. Qin Tian. Please come in." Zhou Yunfeng quickly reacted, stepping aside to let the two enter. As he called for his wife to make tea, he mentally calculated the purpose of this unexpected guest. The living room was simply and elegantly arranged with shelves filled with books on economics and history. Zhou Yunfeng's wife brought over hot tea, politely greeting them before taking the child to another room, leaving space for their conversation. "Mr. Qin, Miss Su, please have a seat." Zhou Yunfeng invited them to sit, his tone filled with a hint of emotion. "I really didn't expect you to honor us with your presence. First, please allow me to express my sincere admiration. The qiming drug has made significant contributions in our time and will benefit humanity for generations. It is truly a great achievement." "Mr. Zhou, you flatter me. I merely did what I could," Qin Tian humbly replied, taking a sip of tea before directly addressing the main topic. "Mr. Zhou, I have come to you today with a request." "Oh, please go ahead, Mr. Qin." Zhou Yunfeng sat up straight, his curiosity deepening. As a former corporate executive now unemployed, what could he possibly do to assist this scientific genius? "I plan to establish a company in my hometown Qin Tian Peace Village, Huaizhe County. The core business of the company will focus on the industrialization of the qiming gene drug and the subsequent expansion into other high-tech industries." Zhou Yunfeng's heart stirred with a hint of understanding, though he could not be certain. Qin Tian continued, As the company is in its infancy, it is especially lacking a captain capable of overseeing the broader picture and managing complex situations. I have learned about your experience and capabilities, Mr. Zhou, through various channels, and I believe you are an exceptionally suitable candidate. Therefore, I sincerely invite you to become the CEO of the company with a preliminary annual salary of 5 million, which will be adjusted based on the company's development and performance. Although he had an inkling hearing the invitation directly, especially the title of CEO, and the annual salary of 5 million made Zhou Yunfeng's heart race uncontrollably. After leaving Huaxiang Electric, he had not been short of opportunities. Many headhunters had approached him with decent offers, but either he would have to work as a subordinate under constraints, or he did not see a bright future in the industry. Yet Qin Tian's invitation directly put him in charge of a company destined to shock the world. The allure was immense. However, being someone who had weathered storms, he quickly suppressed the waves in his heart and calmly asked, Mr. Qin, thank you for your consideration. However, I have some doubts. You are a world-class scientist, but business management is a different matter. We have never met before. Why are you so certain that I am the right choice for CEO? Is it merely because of the information available online? Qin Tian had anticipated this question and answered calmly. Information is fundamental. What I value is your complete history of rising from the grassroots to CEO in Huaxiang Electric over 15 years, which demonstrates your resilience, capability, and profound understanding of business. What I value more is your boldness and achievements in promoting technological innovation and brand internationalization during your tenure as CEO. The title of Huaxiang's breakthrough figure was not earned without merit. What I need is precisely a breakthrough figure who can boldly explore and manage on the platform I will establish. He looked earnestly at Zhou Yunfeng. As for trust, I believe in my judgment and am willing to grant you full trust. I will be responsible for the core technology of the company, but I hope that the operation and management can be entrusted to the most professional person. This statement resonated deeply with Zhou Yunfeng. During the latter part of his time at Huaxiang, the greatest obstacle he faced came from internal family interference and conservative forces obstruction. Many ambitious reform proposals ultimately fell through. Qin Tian's attitude of technology is mine, management is yours was precisely the working environment he had longed for. Zhou Yunfeng took a deep breath, no longer hesitating, and nodded seriously. Mr. Qin, thank you for your trust and appreciation. I am full of confidence in the prospects of Qiming and full of expectations for the blueprint you have outlined. I will take on the role of CEO. He then put forth his own requirement. Mr. Qin, since you want me to be the CEO, I hope to have sufficient authority and decision-making space in the normal operation and management of the company. I need an environment that allows me to take full charge. That goes without saying. Qin Tian agreed without hesitation. I plan to establish Xingho Group. The group's business will cover multiple cutting-edge fields, including pharmaceutical manufacturing, aerospace, industrial manufacturing, electronic technology, and information technology. Initially, the pharmaceutical company will be launched as a wholly-owned subsidiary of the group. I will hold 100 of the group's shares. You will serve as the group CEO while also acting as the general manager of the pharmaceutical company until a suitable candidate is found for the transition. He clarified the division of responsibilities. You will be fully responsible for the daily operations of the group and the management of all subsidiaries. As long as the overall direction of the company's development does not deviate from our established strategic path, I will not interfere with the specific management. However, Qin Tian's tone turned serious. I will establish an Xingho Research Institute directly under my leadership, focusing on cutting-edge scientific and technological research. The Research Institute will operate independently of the group's operational system and exist parallel to the group. As the group CEO, you will have no authority over the Research Institute nor interfere with its research direction or any technological outcomes. I will authorize the Research Institute's output to the group for industrialization based on circumstances. Zhou Yunfeng listened carefully, his heart clear as day. This structure was very clear. Qin Tian firmly controlled the core source of technology and strategic direction, while completely entrusting the burden of commercial operations to him. This was both a trust in his capabilities and a form of checks and balances. He had no objections to this, and even felt that such clear divisions of labor would yield the highest efficiency. A very reasonable structure. I completely agree. Zhou Yunfeng readily accepted. Technological research and development is the lifeline of the company and should be personally controlled by you. Operational management is my responsibility, and I will do my utmost. With the major issues settled, the atmosphere became even more amicable. The two delved deeper into the company's preliminary planning, organizational structure, talent recruitment, and construction of production bases. Zhou Yunfeng showcased his rich experience and clear ideas, putting forth several practical suggestions that further convinced Qin Tian that he had not chosen the wrong person. Mr. Zhou, then let's finalize it this way. Qin Tian stood up, shaking hands with Zhou Yunfeng once again. I will return to Peace Village tomorrow to start the preliminary preparations. Please take care of things at home, and come to join us as soon as possible. Rest assured, Mr. Qin. Zhou Yunfeng changed his form of address, his tone firm. I will sort things out at home and definitely report to Peace Village on time tomorrow. After leaving Zhou Yunfeng's home, Qin Tian and Su Qing took the nearest inner-city bus and finally returned to Peace Village, Qin Town, Huaizhe County before dark. When the brand new two-story building came into view, Qin Tian felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Hearing the commotion, Grandpa Qin and Grandma Qin had already come out to greet them. Xiao Tian, you're back. Grandma Qin grabbed her grandson's hand, looking him up and down with a loving expression. Grandpa, Grandma, I'm back. Qin Tian smiled, and then introduced Su Qing beside him. This is Su Qing, my classmate from university, here to help me out this time. Su Qing stepped forward gracefully, slightly bowing as she sweetly greeted. Hello, Grandpa. Hello, Grandma. Sorry to bother you. Not at all, not at all. Grandma Qin looked at the beautiful and graceful girl before her, her eyes squinting into a line, liking her more. Grandpa Qin nodded with a smile beside them. The old couple's hearts were as clear as day. Their grandson had brought home such a beautiful girl. Their relationship must be extraordinary. This was indeed a great joy. Hearing that Su Qing was visiting Huaizhe County for the first time and had no place to stay, Qin Tian naturally would not let her stay in a hotel in the county. Grandma Qin decisively declared, stay in a hotel. There are plenty of empty rooms in the new house. Little Su, just stay here and make yourself at home. As she spoke, she enthusiastically took Su Qing to see the room prepared for her. Su Qing looked at the clean and tidy room, feeling the unreserved warmth of Grandpa and Grandma Qin. Her heart felt warm, and the slight apprehension she had felt before vanished. That evening, Grandma Qin exerted herself to the fullest, preparing an exceptionally lavish spread of farmhouse dishes: soup, made from home-raised free-range chicken, stir-fried garlic sprouts, with preserved meat, steamed river fish, seasonal vegetables. Although not as exquisite as those from a high-end restaurant, it was full of homely flavor and sincere emotion. At the dining table, Grandpa and Grandma Qin continually served dishes to Su Qing. They inquired about her well-being, and the atmosphere was warm and harmonious. Watching this scene, Qin Tian wore a genuine smile on his face. The warmth of home breakthroughs in research, the beginning of a career, and the quietly emerging beauty by his side. All of this made him feel an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and satisfaction. On November 29, 2026, in the early morning, Peace Village was still shrouded in a thin layer of morning mist, but the Qin family's courtyard was already filled with the rising smoke of cooking. Qin Tian and Su Qing had just finished the simple breakfast prepared by their grandmother when Zhou Yunfeng hurriedly arrived. He was dressed in a sharp suit full of energy, a stark contrast to his appearance at home yesterday. Good morning, Chairman Qin, Miss Su. Zhou Yunfeng's voice was loud and full of vigor. Thank you for coming so early, General Zhou. Qin Tian smiled as he welcomed him into the house. Have you had breakfast? I had some on the way, Zhou Yunfeng replied, immediately shifting into work mode. Chairman Qin, should we first discuss the specific details of the company registration and the location of the pharmaceutical company's factory? Before he could finish, the sound of car engines roaring came from outside the courtyard. The few of them looked through the window and saw several black official cars coming to a stop in succession. A group of 7 or 8 distinguished-looking middle-aged men got out. Leading the group were Wang Weimin, the head of Huaizhe County, and Li Jiangwo, the deputy head. The others, judging by their demeanor, seemed to be the main leaders of various departments. Why are the county leaders here? Zhou Yunfeng asked in surprise. Qin Tian, however, appeared calm, as if he had anticipated their arrival. He adjusted his clothes and went out to greet them. Good morning, Headwang, deputy head Li, and all leaders. What brings you here today? Qin Tian smiled as he extended his hand for a handshake. Wang Weimin, the head of the county, shook Qin Tian's hand tightly, his tone warm, yet serious. Comrade Qin Tian, welcome back to your hometown to start a business. We received a notification from the province yesterday learning that you are planning to establish a high-tech pharmaceutical enterprise in your hometown. This is a tremendous piece of good news. The province attaches great importance to this and has instructed us to fully cooperate, providing all conveniences to ensure the successful implementation of the project. He lowered his voice. The higher-ups have said this is a directive, and we cannot afford to be negligent. Li Jiangwo, the deputy head, also smiled and added, Yes, Comrade Qin Tian. We brought the heads of the relevant departments, including industry and commerce, taxation, and land, with us this morning. We are here to work on-site, aiming to help you complete the company registration and land use procedures as quickly as possible. Qin Tian understood that this was rapid support at the national level. He turned to introduce Zhou Yunfeng to the leaders. Headwang, deputy head Li, this is Mr. Zhou Yunfeng, the CEO of Xingho Group, whom I have hired. All specific matters of the group and its subsidiaries will be fully managed by General Zhou. Zhou Yunfeng immediately stepped forward, greeting each leader with poise and confidence, showcasing the qualities of a professional manager. He invited the leaders into the main room to take their seats. Although it was somewhat crowded, the atmosphere was very amicable. Qin Tian explained his plans to the county leaders in detail. The parent company I plan to establish is called Xingho Group, symbolizing that a single spark can start a prairie fire. In the future, the group will venture into multiple high-tech fields, including pharmaceutical manufacturing, aerospace, industrial manufacturing, electronic technology, and information technology. Currently, we are first launching a wholly-owned subsidiary, Xinghe Pharmaceutical Co., Ltd., which will be responsible for the industrial production of the Qiming gene drug. Upon hearing terms like aerospace and electronic technology, the county leaders' eyes lit up. They realized that Qin Tian's ambitions were not trivial. This was not merely about establishing a pharmaceutical factory. It was about creating a high-tech industrial cluster. As for the startup capital, Qin Tian's tone was calm as he dropped a bombshell. I am personally investing 4 billion renminbi as the initial operating capital for the group and the pharmaceutical company. 4 billion. Even though the county head and deputy head were somewhat prepared, they were still taken aback by this figure. As an inland county with a GDP of only about 30 billion a year, when has there ever been a single investment as high as 4 billion landing here? This was simply unprecedented. The head of the Industry and Commerce Bureau was so excited that his hands trembled. Great. Excellent. Comrade Qin Tian, you are truly a blessing for Huaizhe County. The head of the county excitedly made a decision. All departments listen up. All procedures today will be prioritized, and there will be a green light all the way. We must deliver all licenses to Comrade Qin Tian in the shortest time possible. With the command given, the entire county government machine began to operate efficiently. The leaders of the Industry and Commerce Bureau directly opened a laptop in Qin Tian's main room to input information on site. The leaders from the Taxation Bureau explained preferential policies. Our office staff were responsible for printing and stamping. The processes that would originally take weeks or even months were advancing at an unprecedented speed. Qin Tian instructed Zhou Yunfeng to assist in processing the relevant procedures and handed over the prepared identity materials to them. Meanwhile, he used online banking to transfer the staggering sum of 4 billion renminbi in batches. As the notification of the massive funds arriving reached the staff present, although they were prepared, they couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Looking at Qin Tian, their eyes were filled with shock and admiration. Incredible. Truly incredible. Just 3 months into college, and he's earned back 4 billion, all of which he will invest in his hometown. This is the true pride of heaven with a heart for his roots. The county leaders did not hesitate to shower him with praise. This massive investment represented not just the birth of a high-tech enterprise. It would also greatly stimulate local employment, tax revenue, and the development of related industrial chains. Its significance cannot be overstated. The company registration and other procedures were completed in the morning. The brand new business license and related documents were respectfully handed to Qin Tian and Zhou Yunfeng. Next came the crucial land use issue. Qin Tian directly unfolded a prepared map of Peace Village and the surrounding area, pointing to the open flat land on the east side of the village, primarily consisting of farmland and a small amount of wasteland. Yanhuang Deputy Headley, I plan to place the initial land use for the group and the pharmaceutical company here. This area is open, has great development potential, and is suitable for long-term planning. The county leaders gathered around to take a look and nodded repeatedly. The head stated on the spot, no problem. This area has clear land use rights, and the difficulty of expropriation is relatively low. The county has plenty of land. As long as we can keep you the Golden Phoenix here, we can even clear out the county government yard for you to use overnight. Though this statement was somewhat exaggerated, it demonstrated their determination. Qin Tian replied earnestly, thank you for your support, leaders. Regarding land expropriation, I have 2 principles. First, for all villagers whose land is expropriated, compensation must adhere to the highest standards set by national and local regulations. We cannot let them suffer losses. Second, once the company is established, each family affected by the land expropriation will be prioritized for at least 1 job offer. Considering the villagers' educational levels, positions can be arranged in cleaning, greening, security, canteen, and other logistical roles. Formal labor contracts will be signed, and all 5 social insurances and housing funds will be fully paid, with salary levels definitely exceeding the average for similar positions in the county. Great. Chairman Qin has considered everything thoroughly. Deputy Head Li Jianguo slapped his thigh with enthusiasm. With these 2 guarantees, I will personally oversee the land expropriation. I dare to make a military order that all signatures and compensation payments for the villagers will be completed within a day. With Qin Tian's promise and the county government's strong push, the land expropriation work began at an astonishing speed. Town and village officials all mobilized, visiting the farmers affected, explaining policies, calculating compensation, and signing agreements. The villagers had some initial concerns. But upon hearing that not only would there be compensation exceeding their expectations, but they would also secure stable jobs, and that these jobs would be at a large company run by Qin Tian, the Wenkuxing, a deity associated with literature. There was hardly any hesitation, and they quickly signed an agreement. Compensation payments were processed through a green channel and were deposited into the villagers' accounts on the same day. In just 1 day, the expropriation of nearly 1,000 acres of land was successfully completed, creating the fastest land acquisition record in Huaizhe County's history. After resolving the land issue, Qin Tian immediately issued orders to Zhou Yunfeng. General, Zhou, your task ahead is significant. First, immediately initiate the planning and design of the pharmaceutical factory and its supporting facilities. The standards have been sent to your email. They must adhere strictly to the highest cleanliness levels and intelligent factory requirements with no room for laxity. Contact a national-level construction company and have them start construction as quickly as possible. The construction period must be fast and quality must be guaranteed. The goal is to complete the main construction and key equipment installation and debugging before the Lunar New Year so that production conditions are met. Second, according to the equipment list and parameter requirements I gave you, issue inquiries and purchase intentions to the world's top equipment suppliers. Complete the ordering of core production lines and laboratory equipment as soon as possible. Third, immediately start building the company framework. Core departments such as human resources, finance, legal affairs, logistics, and marketing reserved must be established as soon as possible. When recruiting personnel, keep our core requirements in mind: a clean family background being descendants of Yin and Huang, without overseas residency among direct relatives. Integrity and responsibility are crucial. Ability and experience can be relaxed appropriately, with those willing to learn prioritized. Better to have fewer than to have mediocre hires. Fourth, recruit a few capable assistants and secretaries for yourself to help manage daily affairs. Fifth, simultaneously plan and construct necessary facilities such as a temporary office area, employee canteen, and dormitories to ensure that the initially recruited personnel have places to work and live. Zhou Yunfeng quickly jotted down notes, his eyes lighting up more and more. He enjoyed this work filled with challenge. Understood, Chairman Qin. I'll get to work right away. With each order issued by Zhou Yunfeng, the sleepy peace village seemed to be infused with vigorous energy. The next day, a large number of construction machinery, excavators, bulldozers, pile drivers, heavy trucks, like a torrent of steel, surged into the freshly leveled land on the east side of the village. The roar of the machines shattered the centuries-old tranquility of the countryside, yet it also heralded the prelude to hope and transformation. The national-level construction company demonstrated astonishing organizational capability and construction efficiency. Site leveling, foundation, excavation, factory-based construction. All tasks were unfolding in an orderly manner. At the same time, the recruitment information for Xinghe Pharmaceutical was released on municipal and county platforms, attracting a lot of attention. Peace Village, once a remote and tranquil little village, was undergoing a tremendous transformation at an unprecedented speed. Everyone realized that a spark representing the future and hope was igniting fiercely here. At the construction site of Xinghe Pharmaceutical Company Tower, cranes stood tall and machines roared. Various engineering vehicles shuttled back and forth, creating a scene bustling with activity. The state-owned construction company demonstrated an astonishing Huagua speed. The foundation and steel structure of the factory were rising visibly. The county provided the highest level of support for this project. The laying of dedicated lines for water, electricity, and network communication was proceeding simultaneously, almost in parallel with the construction of the factory, ensuring that the day the factory was completed was also the day when all support systems were in place. Under the efficient operation of Zhou Yunfeng, the core management framework of Xinghe Group was rapidly established. He sent the preliminary list of candidates for department heads along with their detailed information to Qin Tian. Qin Tian did not make decisions based solely on resumes. Instead, he had the guide in his mind connect to a broader database, conducting in-depth checks and verifications on the backgrounds, past online behavior, and credit records of these candidates. Ultimately, a rigorously selected appointment list akin to a political review was confirmed. Finance Department Director Lin Wei, 30 years old, with short hair, always impeccably dressed, and possessing a sharp and focused gaze. She had previously served as a senior audit manager at a large domestic accounting firm renowned for her meticulousness, attention to detail, and acute sensitivity to numbers. Seed evaluation showed that she came from a simple family background, with both parents being retired state-owned enterprise employees, having no negative credit records or complicated overseas connections, and was known for her integrity and strong principles. Human Resources Department Director Zhao Lei, 31 years old, with a calm demeanor and excellent communication skills. He had years of experience in human resource management in large manufacturing companies, adept at constructing compensation systems and employee development plans. Seed analysis indicated that his past work evaluations were extremely high. He was fair-minded, valued employee welfare, and enjoyed a harmonious family life, being a typical family-oriented man. Security Department Director Wang Tiejuan, 35 years old. He had a strong physique, a piercing gaze embodying the standard military style. He was a former deputy commander of a reconnaissance company in a certain army group, had received commendations and sustained injuries, and after retiring had worked as an instructor in a large security company. Seed evaluation indicated his loyalty was extremely high, with strong discipline, solid military training, and a deep affection for the country and the military. Network Information Department Director Zhang Ming, 28 years old, with a tech-savvy demeanor. Yet his eyes sparkled with a passion for technology. He had previously been a key technical staff member in a well-known domestic internet company and was an active contributor to the open-source community with recognized technical prowess. Seed verification showed that his online footprint was clean, marking him as a pure technology enthusiast with a strong sense of patriotism. The heads of other departments like administration, logistics, and procurement were also gradually confirmed. Most of them were around 30 years old, experienced with clean backgrounds and filled with energy. What Qin Tian aimed to create was a youthful, professional, and loyal startup team. Once the management team was in place, each department immediately began operations. Qin Tian provided specific instructions regarding personnel recruitment. He told Zhao Lei, the HR director for production line operators, "I suggest primarily recruiting graduating seniors from several universities in our city. These students have just stepped into society like blank slates, their thoughts are pure, and they are highly adaptable, making it easier for them to accept our corporate culture and values." The intelligent production line does not demand much in terms of physical strength, but it requires high learning ability, discipline, and responsibility. University students fit this perfectly. Initially, we will recruit around 50 individuals with an internship salary of 8,000. After they become permanent staff, salaries will be adjusted based on performance, with full contributions to social insurance and housing fund. Zhao Lei immediately understood Qin Tian's intention. This was not just about hiring, it was about cultivating the future grassroots backbone of the company. He quickly contacted the Employment Guidance Center of local universities. Regarding the position of production line manager, Qin Tian found Su Qing. "Su Qing, I would like to entrust you with the initial management of the production line and the training of this batch of university students." Qin Tian looked at her with eyes full of trust. "Having participated in the research and development of Qiming with me, you have a deep understanding of the biopharmaceutical processes and key quality control points. I feel most reassured with you leading them. Once we find a more suitable full-time production management personnel, you can step down." Su Qing did not decline, as she knew she was the most suitable candidate. She could also use this opportunity to enhance her management skills and better assist Qin Tian. "All right, leave it to me," she confidently nodded. Regarding the security department, Qin Tian had very clear requirements for Wang Taijun, the security director. Director Wang, security is of utmost importance to the company, particularly concerning our future technologies and products. I need an absolutely reliable, disciplined, and responsive security team. I hope you will reach out to a group of trustworthy veteran comrades, while also recruiting excellent retired soldiers from society, with an initial target of 50 personnel. The starting salary will be 10,000 with increases based on position and capability, and full contributions to social insurance and housing fund. The loyalty and quality of our soldiers are trustworthy. Upon hearing the term soldiers, Wang Taijun couldn't help but stand a little taller, filled with a sense of honor and responsibility that came from being trusted. "Rest assured, Chairman Qin, I will definitely bring you a reliable and formidable team," he promised loudly. Network Information Department Director Zhang Ming was assigned the task of building the company's official website and internal office system. He also recruited several recent graduates in computer science and began to work diligently. Although the official factory, office building, research institute, canteen, and dormitory were still under construction, the prototype of Xingho Group had already begun to take shape in a temporarily rented idle warehouse in the town. The newly recruited 50 senior students, preparatory employees for the production line, began their intensive theoretical training and simulated operations under Su Qing's guidance. Lin Wei, finance director, was already working on sorting out the financial systems and managing the large flow of funds, while Zhao Lei, HR director, was busy improving the recruitment system, salary structure, and employee handbook. Wang Taijun, security director, was particularly swift in his actions. He had already contacted a dozen excellent veteran comrades and began preliminary physical and discipline training. Peaceful Village, a quiet village previously filled only with the sounds of roosters and dogs, seemed to be infused with vibrant energy overnight. Construction workers and new employees of Xingho Group suddenly surged into the village by the thousands. The village became lively and filled with vitality. The company's canteen and dormitory were still in the planning and construction phase, but Qin Tian placed great importance on these two aspects of employee welfare. He demanded the employee dormitories must be single-occupancy rooms equipped with independent bathrooms and basic furniture, ensuring employees' privacy and quality of rest. The canteen must be open for free to all employees, ensuring not only that they eat enough, but also enjoy good meals. The variety of dishes must be rich, covering classics from major cuisines, employing outstanding chefs to guarantee balanced nutrition and flavor. Before all of this is completed, how to accommodate so many new employees became an issue. Fortunately, most of the new houses built by the villagers in Peaceful Village over the years were 2- or even 3-story buildings. Most of the young people in the families worked outside, leaving many rooms vacant. Under the coordination of the village committee, villagers began tidying up the spare rooms. They rented them to these newly arrived white-collar workers and preparatory technicians. Most of these new employees were recent or soon-to graduates. They possessed high quality and were polite and attentive. Living in the villagers' homes, they addressed them as uncle, aunt, grandpa, and grandma. This made the villagers feel warm inside. The company also promptly distributed meal and housing allowances with a standard of 100 yuan per person per day directly given to the employees. This allowance not only solved the employees' food and accommodation issues, but unexpectedly invigorated the village's economy. Some skilled villagers began cooking home-cooked meals at home. They sold these to the young employees who preferred not to cook for themselves. Although they were just simple stir-fried dishes, noodles and dumplings. The ingredients were genuine and the taste was homely, making them very popular among employees. Villagers discovered that the vacant rooms in their homes could actually generate rental income. Making some home-cooked meals could also earn them some pocket money, which was something they never dared to imagine before. The elderly in the village were even happier. Their children were often away, and suddenly these cultured and polite young people moved into their homes. In their spare time, they chatted and listened to the young people talk about the outside world, making them feel younger. The entire peaceful village was filled with an unprecedented sense of harmony and hope. Standing on his second-floor balcony, Qin Tian looked at the vibrant scene before him, feeling a surge of emotions. He brought back not just funds and technology, but rather a hope for development, a powerful momentum to transform the appearance of his hometown. The spark has yet to officially ignite, but its warmth and light have already begun to illuminate this land, changing the lives and perceptions of the people here. All of this is just the beginning. As time passed amidst the roar of machines and the anticipation of the crowd, the end of 2026 quietly approached. A modern technologically advanced complex now stood on the once empty land east of Heping village. The silver-gray exterior of the factory gleamed with a cold luster under the winter sun, featuring clean and sharp lines. The new office building's research and development center, employee dormitories, canteen, and other supporting facilities were all fully equipped. The layout was orderly with wide and clean roads, and the greenery was also in its initial stages of completion, creating a striking yet harmonious contrast with the surrounding traditional rural scenery. Inside the factory, the customized intelligent production lines had been thoroughly installed and debugged. The equipment procured from top global suppliers was indeed sophisticated. However, the core critical nodes of the production line had silently been replaced by equipment manufactured within a seed space by Qin Tian, surpassing the current technological level of Earth. These devices were not only more efficient and precise, but they also embedded unique energy signatures and molecular-level encryption locks. Even if the formula for chiming and the external production processes were completely stolen, without the specific energy fields required to activate and recognize these core devices, any attempts at imitation were destined to fail. What would be produced were merely lifeless waste liquids. This was the most solid safeguard Qin Tian had placed as a technical barrier. Considering the company's growing demand for business travel, Yanhuang arranged for the procurement department to purchase a batch of high-end business cars, at Qin Tian's suggestion. For administrative use, each department director was also provided with a dedicated vehicle to enhance work efficiency and the company's image. The company also equipped Qin Tian with a top-level bulletproof vehicle. Security Director Wang Taijun personally selected 2 retired Special Forces members who were politically reliable, skilled in military tactics, and quick-witted. They were assigned as Qin Tian's dedicated drivers on standby around the clock. Qin Tian expressed his gratitude for Wang Taijun's meticulous arrangements and specifically instructed the finance department to triple the salaries of the 2 drivers. You bear a special and important responsibility, and this is what you deserve. Qin Tian's words warmed the hearts of the 2 iron-blooded men, further strengthening their determination to fulfill their duties. With the completion of all buildings and facilities, personnel in each department were also mostly in place. The company had hired several experienced chef teams with high salaries from big cities to manage the canteen. The auxiliary positions for cleaning, vegetable washing, and other tasks in the canteen were prioritized for recruitment from Heping village and the surrounding villages, selecting dozens of nimble and honest villagers. The daily cleaning work of the company was similarly entrusted to a cleaning team recruited from the village. All these positions had formal labor contracts signed. Salaries started at over 5,000 yuan, and all required social insurance and housing funds were strictly paid according to regulations. This stable job and considerable income were undoubtedly the greatest blessing for the villagers before the new year. Their gratitude towards Qin Tian and Xingho Group was evident. As everything was ready just before the Lunar New Year holiday, Qin Tian held the first important meeting of all executives since the establishment of Xingho Group in the conference room of the brand new headquarters. Seated at the oval conference table were the department directors, led by Zhou Yunfeng, all in high spirits, their eyes filled with expectations for the future. Qin Tian scanned everyone with a steady and powerful tone. Everyone, after more than 2 months of joint efforts, our Xingho Group and the core subsidiary Xingho Pharmaceuticals have completed the initial infrastructure and team building. First, I want to thank each and every one of you for your hard work, and also thank all the new and old employees for their diligence and training efforts. Applause erupted in the conference room. Qin Tian raised his hand to signal for silence, his expression turning serious. There are several key points I need to emphasize in today's meeting. First, and most importantly, the company's welfare system must be implemented without fail, he stated clearly. The company strictly adheres to and exceeds the national labor protection regulations. All administrative positions will have 2 days off on weekends, and employees will have regular time off during national holidays. For positions on the production line and others that cannot stop work, a strict 3-shift system will be implemented to ensure employees get sufficient rest. Night shift allowances and triple wages for holiday overtime, or even up to 5 times based on circumstances, must be strictly enforced. The finance department must ensure accurate statistics and timely payments with no allowances for any deductions, omissions, or errors. Lin Wei, finance director, immediately responded seriously. Rest assured, Chairman Qin, the finance department has developed a detailed salary calculation and payment process to ensure every employee's legal rights. Qin Tian nodded and continued, the canteen must provide hot meals 24 hours a day, ensuring that night shift and overtime employees can eat nutritious and delicious food at any time. This is the most basic care and guarantee our company provides for employees. He looked at Zhou Yunfeng and the administrative director beside him. The living conditions for employees must also be well assured. Single rooms are a non-negotiable standard, and we must create a living environment that gives employees a sense of belonging and comfort. Understood. Zhou Yunfeng and the administrative director responded in unison. Next, about the year-end bonuses. Qin Tian shifted the topic, causing the executives present to perk up. Although the company has not yet officially operated to generate profits, in gratitude for everyone's hard work over the past 2 months, the company has decided to issue year-end bonuses. Lin director, for newly hired production line employees and grassroots clerks, an additional 2 months' salary will be issued as a year-end bonus. For all department directors and core staff, the year-end bonus starts at 500,000 yuan. This figure stirred excitement among the directors present. 500,000. For many of them, this was previously their total annual income. Finally, Qin Tian's gaze landed on Zhou Yunfeng. Zhou, as the group CEO, you bear the heaviest burden and have made the greatest contributions. Your year-end bonus is set at 3 million yuan. Zhou Yunfeng had been psychologically prepared, but upon hearing this figure, he couldn't help but pause his breath. He took a deep breath, stood up, and sincerely said, "Thank you for Chairman Qin's trust and kindness. I will do my utmost to live up to the expectations." Qin Tian pressed his hand down to signal him to sit, and emphasized again, the finance department must maintain close communication with the tax bureau. All of the company's income and expenditures, especially the personal income tax generated from employee salaries and bonuses, must be strictly timely and fully paid. Paying taxes according to the law is the social responsibility that enterprises must fulfill. There must be no issues regarding this matter in Xingho Group. Chairman Qin, we will ensure that. Lin Wei prompted. To the security department, Qin Tian looked at Wang Tiejuan. The security of the company is of utmost priority. Especially regarding technical confidentiality and the safety of the factory area, there must be no mistakes. Rest assured, Chairman Qin. All security personnel will strictly adhere to their posts to ensure everything is foolproof. Wang Taijian's voice was firm. Heads of departments also expressed their commitment to diligently uphold their responsibilities and maintain the normal operation of the company. After the meeting, Qin Tian personally led all executives. They changed into sterile protective suits and entered the core pharmaceutical production area. He was about to conduct the first trial production of the Qiming gene medicine. In the spacious, clean temperature and humidity-controlled workshop, an automated enclosed production line stood quietly. The preparatory employees, dressed in uniform clean attire, were in position, looking focused, yet slightly tense. Start the material input. Qin Tian commanded. Various strictly tested raw materials were accurately introduced into the reaction kettle via sealed pipelines. Complex processes of biosynthesis, purification, modification, canning, freeze-drying, and packaging were carried out in an orderly manner under the control of intelligent equipment. The employees closely monitored the parameters on the control screen to ensure everything was normal. The whole process was remarkably smooth. Hours later, the first batch of beautifully packaged Qiming gene medicine slowly emerged from the end of the production line. In the transparent vials, the light blue freeze-dried powder shimmered with a hopeful glow under the light. We succeeded. Someone let out a low cry first. Immediately, the factory was filled with uncontrollable cheers and warm applause. All the executives excitedly gazed at that small vial. It was as if they saw the hope of countless lives being saved. Preliminary calculations indicated that this production line had a design capacity of 500,000 vials per day. Moreover, the comprehensive cost per vial, including raw materials, energy consumption, equipment depreciation, and labor, was astonishingly controlled at around 10 yuan. This cost was incredibly hard to believe. This was primarily due to the core efficient equipment and optimized processes provided by Qin Tian. Qin Tian then conducted an urgent live efficacy validation with this batch of trial-produced medicine in the nearby P3 laboratory. The results were perfect. The efficacy was completely consistent with the samples prepared in the laboratory, efficiently and precisely eliminating various cancer cells. Next, discussions regarding the pricing and sales strategies for the medicine began. Qin Tian, Zhou Yunfeng, and key members of the newly established marketing department held a closed-door meeting. With a cost of 10 yuan and sufficient capacity, Zhou Yunfeng looked at the data pondering. Chairman Qin, what do you think about the pricing? Qin Tian already had a plan in mind. He calmly replied, the factory price will be set at 20,000 yuan per vial. This price made everyone present except for Qin Tian gasp slightly. 20,000 compared to the 10 yuan cost resulted in a profit margin of nearly 2,000 times. But upon careful thought, it was still within reason. Compared to traditional cancer treatments that easily cost hundreds of thousands to millions and are far less effective than qiming. At 20,000 yuan per vial, a typical treatment requires only 3 to 5 vials totaling between 60,000 and 100,000 yuan to achieve a complete cure for cancer. For the vast majority of families, although it remains a substantial expense, it is no longer an astronomical figure that is unaffordable. It can completely be addressed through medical insurance, commercial insurance, or family savings, the marketing director analyzed. Qin Tian nodded. Our goal is to ensure that the vast majority of domestic patients can afford and access it. This is not a price that pursues maximum profit, but a price that balances accessibility and sustainable development for the enterprise. Regarding the sales model, Qin Tian set the tone. We will not directly face patients, but adopt a collaborative model with medical institutions. In each province, we will select 1 to 3 top public hospitals with good reputations and standardized management as partners, authorizing them to use qiming for treatment. At the same time, we will establish a strict usage monitoring system to ensure that every vial of qiming can be traced, preventing the drug from leaking or being misused. He particularly emphasized a strict rule. The agreements signed with partner hospitals must clearly state the qiming medicine we provide can only be used for patients with Huaxia nationality and is strictly prohibited for foreign nationals. This is a matter of principle. Then, what if a foreigner wants treatment? Zhou Yunfeng inquired. Qin Tian's eyes sparkled. We designate Huaizhe County People's Hospital as the only pilot hospital for foreign treatment. Foreigners wishing for treatment must come personally to our county hospital. As for the price, he paused, $20,000 per vial. Moreover, appointments need to be made in advance and must pass our review. $20,000 per vial. This converts to over 14,000 Huaxia yuan. For a complete treatment cycle, the cost could reach 4 to 500,000 Huaxia yuan. This huge price difference reflects Qin Tian's clear strategic intention to prioritize the health rights of the domestic citizens while leveraging technological advantages to gain high profits from overseas markets. For patients in domestic need who truly find it extremely difficult to pay for the medication, Qin Tian added, we will establish a charity assistance channel allowing for medication fee reductions or even free treatments upon verification. This matter will be led by the group office in coordination with relevant departments and charitable organizations. With the policies set, all departments immediately took action. Qin Tian ordered the pharmaceutical factory to operate at full capacity for inventory production until the holiday. Time flew by, and soon it was the 20th day of the 12th lunar month. Xinghe Group officially announced the start of the New Year holiday. The company released a vacation notice across all channels, including its official website and social media. Simultaneously, they announced a major piece of news. Xinghe Group and Xinghe Pharmaceuticals will hold a grand press conference and production commencement ceremony on the 18th day of the first lunar month in 2027, officially announcing the launch of the qiming gene medicine. Leaders at all levels, partners, and global media will be invited to witness this moment. The notice also specified that the company would officially resume work on the 17th day of the first lunar month. Standing in front of the factory area that would soon quiet down temporarily, Qin Tian gazed at the faint rising smoke from the village in the distance and the occasional sound of firecrackers, filled with tranquility and anticipation. Everything is in place, just waiting for the right moment. The 18th day of the first lunar month next year will be when qiming lights up the world, and it is also the historic moment when Xinghe Group officially set sail. The Xinghe Group officially began its holiday. Most employees carrying substantial year-end bonuses and dreams for the future embarked on their journey home for the new year. The factory, which had been bustling for nearly 2 months, suddenly fell silent. Only the necessary security personnel and a few technicians responsible for maintaining core equipment remained. The automated production lines ceased their roaring, and the office building sank into silence, with only the newly hung red lanterns lining the factory roads. Swaying gently in the winter wind, they adorned the festive atmosphere. Before the employees gradually left, Su Qing also needed to return home to reunite with her family. She packed her luggage and stood in front of the temporary office building. Watching Qin Tian come to see her off, her eyes were filled with reluctance. Are you really not coming with me to Yanjing for the new year? Su Qing asked softly with a hint of last hope. She knew that Qin Tian's grandparents were right here, yet deep down she still wished he could return home with her to meet her parents. Qin Tian looked at the bright-eyed girl in front of him. Over the past 2 months, Su Qing had not only provided tremendous support in his work, she had also gotten along well with his family, and the feelings between them had long become unspoken. He smiled, gently brushing aside the strands of hair blown by the wind. This year I'll pass. I need to accompany my grandparents for the new year. They're getting older, and this is my first year starting a business in my hometown, so it holds different significance. Please send my regards to your parents, and after the company's press conference, I will definitely make a special trip to Yanjing to visit them. Although Su Qing felt a bit disappointed, she understood Qin Tian's filial piety and sense of responsibility towards his hometown. She nodded, her eyes shimmering with tears. Then it's settled, you must come after the new year. My parents, they actually already know about you and are eager to meet you. All right, definitely. Qin Tian promised. Su Qing boarded the company-arranged vehicle, waving goodbye to Qin Tian through the window. She continued to wave until the vehicle disappeared at the end of the village road. Qin Tian stood in place, a sense of melancholy rising within him at the farewell. Yet more than that, he felt anticipation for the future. The quietness of the company did not affect the liveliness of Heping Village. On the contrary, as the new year approached, a more intense and grounded festive atmosphere began to permeate the village. Young and middle-aged workers who had been working away from home for years returned, like migratory birds, to their hometowns from all over the country. The village roads, usually somewhat empty, were now filled with the joyful sounds of reunion and the laughter of children. The sounds intertwined, creating a symphony filled with the festive spirit of the countryside, accompanied by the honks of motorcycles and cars. The returning wanderers quickly learned from their excited families about the tremendous changes that had taken place in the village over the past 2 months. What? The empty second floor of our house has been rented to university students. $8,500 a month. Mom, you said you're just making some buns and noodles at home to sell to the company people, and you can earn $2,000 to $3,000 a month. Dad, you and Mom have saved over $10,000 just from rent and selling food in the last 2 months. That's even more than what I sent back while working outside. Incredulity, surprise, emotion. Various feelings surfaced on the faces of the returnees. For the first time, they discovered that staying home and relying on this land could yield such considerable income. In the past, the expenses of the elderly at home and the children largely depended on the money they sent back from afar, causing significant economic pressure. Now, with a stable income at home, their burden had lightened significantly, and the smiles on their faces became more genuine and relaxed. What they talked about the most was no longer the hardships and drifting of the outside world, but rather new terms like Xingho Group, Qin Tian, and university student employees. Their words were filled with hope for the future and gratitude towards Qin Tian. The 2-story house of the Qin family undoubtedly became the liveliest center of the entire village. Starting from the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month, villagers and friends began to visit in droves, almost wearing down the threshold. Some came purely to express gratitude, while others brought homemade New Year goods. Many came with a hint of expectation, hoping to see if Qin Tian, this once star and big boss, could help their children find a path. Qin Tian and his grandparents warmly welcomed the villagers' visits. The living room was filled with people, and tea, sunflower seeds, and candies never ceased. Looking at the elders who had watched him grow up and many childhood friends, Qin Tian's heart was filled with warmth. Little Tian, we really owe it all to you. If it weren't for you, how could our family have money coming in just by sitting at home? An elderly lady with silver hair held Qin Tian's hand, constantly patting it. Brother Tian, you are now the pride of our village. A young man dressed fashionably, just back from working in the south, grinned, his eyes full of admiration. Qin Tian smiled and responded to every villager without any airs. He had specifically prepared many red envelopes, with each elderly person over 65 in the village receiving a large envelope of 8,888 yuan, symbolizing good fortune. The elderly received the hefty red envelopes, many of them moved to tears. They had never received so much lucky money in their lives. This is too much, little Tian. You have brought us so many benefits, how could we take your money? The elders all declared. Grandparents, please accept it. This is my little gesture of thanks for everyone's care for our family in the past, and I wish you all health and longevity. Qin Tian spoke sincerely, forcefully putting the red envelopes into the hands of the elders. Besides expressing gratitude, many elders took this opportunity to awkwardly make requests. Little Tian, you see, my boy has no education. He graduated from junior high and went out to work, suffering quite a bit. Does your company have any work he can do, even if it's just manual labor? Yes, Qin Tian, my grandson graduated from high school, but didn't get into university. He's now working as a manager in a county internet cafe, which isn't a lasting solution. Facing the hopeful gazes of the villagers, Qin Tian understood their feelings. He pondered for a moment and said solemnly, Dear uncles and grandfathers, I understand your feelings. Please rest assured the company will develop rapidly next year, and the need for personnel will only increase. As long as they are from our village, have good character, and are willing to work hard, I will do my best to arrange suitable positions. He explained candidly. However, we also have to face reality. Many positions in the company require educational qualifications and skills. For villagers with lower educational levels, we can prioritize positions like cleaning, landscaping, warehouse handling, and production line assistance. Although the starting point may not be high, as long as one is willing to learn and work hard and follow company rules, the treatment and development will not be poor. I assure you as long as there's an opportunity, we will prioritize our own people. Upon hearing Qin Tian's heartfelt words, the villagers' anxious hearts were eased and smiles of relief and gratitude appeared on their faces. Good. That's great. Little Tian, with your word, we can rest assured. You can trust us. If anyone in your company dares to slack off or cheat, without you saying anything, we old fellows will be the first to object, breaking their legs. An elderly man with a fiery temper waved his smoking pipe and shouted, causing everyone to echo in agreement. Right? Brother Tian, if we can get in, we will definitely work hard and never embarrass you. The young people present also expressed their determination, their eyes resolute. Watching the villagers' simple and enthusiastic reactions, Qin Tian felt a warm current surge within him. Seizing the opportunity, he proposed another plan to increase the villagers' income. There's one more thing to discuss with everyone. Next year, as the company expands, there will be more employees and the demand for ingredients in the cafeteria will be very high. I suggest that everyone can make use of the idle land at home to grow vegetables and fruits. Those who can should raise some chickens, ducks, geese, or even pigs, cows, and sheep. I emphasize, if we are going to plant, let's plant well. If we are going to raise, let's raise well. Try to minimize or avoid chemical fertilizers and pesticides, using organic fertilizers instead. The same goes for breeding. Try to use grains and forage, avoiding hormone feed. As long as the inspection standards are met and the quality is good, our company cafeteria will purchase at prices 1 to 2 times higher than the market rate long term and at designated points. This news excited the villagers even more. Farming and raising livestock are their old professions. If they can sell steadily to the company, wouldn't that be an additional reliable source of income? Qin Tian continued to plan. I intend to build a standardized vegetable market at a suitable location in the village next year. By then, every household's surplus vegetables, eggs, and meat can be sold in the market. Not only can we sell to company employees, but we can also attract nearby people to purchase. We want to turn Heping Village into a green and healthy agricultural product supply base. This idea is great. Awesome. Now we don't have to worry about selling the produce from the fields. The villagers cheered as if they could already see the bountiful harvest in the fields next year and the bustling scene of the vegetable market. Qin Tian then looked at Uncle Li and a few other strong laborers who often worked at construction sites, smiling as he said, Uncle Li, and all the uncles, you have construction experience. Next year the company will have major infrastructure projects to undertake, factories to expand and new research and development buildings to construct, so there will be plenty of work. If you are willing, you won't need to go far to work. You can work right at our doorstep. The salary and benefits will definitely not be worse than those outside. Upon hearing this, Uncle Li and the others stood up excitedly. Little Tian. No, Mr. Qin. Is what you said true? We can really work at our doorstep. Uncle Li's voice choked a bit. Working outside is tough, not to mention facing people's moods and some inexplicable discrimination. Being able to stay in their hometown with their wives and children while earning money is what they have always dreamed of. Of course it's true. Qin Tian nodded affirmatively. That's great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Uncle Li and the others kept expressing their thanks, their faces radiating genuine joy. In the following days, many returning young people came out of curiosity. Groups of 3 or 5 wandered around the outskirts of the Xingho Group factory. Although they couldn't enter the heavily guarded factory, just viewing the silver-gray futuristic factory buildings from the outside was enough to leave them feeling immensely impressed and proud. Wow, this factory is so cool. Just like in the movies. Is this Tian Guest Company? So impressive. From now on, our village will also have a big enterprise. The young people excitedly discussed, took photos, and posted to their social media. Their words were filled with admiration for Qin Tian and pride in the tremendous changes in their hometown. This heartfelt sense of belonging and honor is something that money cannot measure. On the 29th day of the 12th lunar month, the eve of the new year, Qin Tian deliberately visited the company to see the employees who had stayed behind. To his surprise, security director Wang Taijun had not gone home. He stayed at the company personally, directing the security team's rotation. Director Wang, why didn't you go home for the new year? Qin Tian asked with concern. Wang Taijun stood tall and replied, Mr. Qin, the company has given me such high pay and trust, assigning me such an important security task. I cannot be the slightest bit negligent. During the new year, it's easy to become complacent. I must stay here to ensure the company's absolute safety. My family understands and supports me very much, allowing me to work with peace of mind and not to let down the company's trust. Seeing Wang Taijun's resolute and serious expression, Qin Tian felt moved. He patted his shoulder firmly. Thank you for your hard work. Also, please thank your family for me. With you here, I feel assured. Qin Tian and all the employees who stayed behind, including security, maintenance, and those specifically left in the cafeteria to serve them, shared a lavish and festive New Year's Eve dinner in the spacious, yet warm company canteen. Chicken, duck, fish, meat, various seafood, and exquisite dishes filled the table, creating a lively atmosphere. Qin Tian raised his drink to toast all the employees who stayed behind. Dear colleagues, it's the new year, a time meant for family reunions, yet you have remained steadfast at your posts for the safety and operation of the company. On behalf of the company and myself, I extend my heartfelt thanks to you all. You've worked hard. Thank you, Mr. Qin. It's what we should do. The employees all stood up responding excitedly. After the meal, Qin Tian gave each employee who stayed behind a thick red envelope, once again expressing his gratitude and New Year's wishes. As he exited the cafeteria, sporadic fireworks burst forth in the night sky. Qin Tian looked back at the brightly lit factory standing quietly in the night, then glanced at the distant village where dim lights twinkled and faint laughter was heard, revealing a smile of contentment. This new year, because of his return and the establishment of Xingho Group, was destined to be particularly different and full of hope for all the people of Heping Village. On New Year's Eve, every household in Peace Village is adorned with colorful lights. The air is filled with the aroma of festive dishes and the faint smell of firecrackers. Inside the new house of the Qin family, warmth envelopes the space, and the lights shine brightly. On the round table in the dining room, a sumptuous New Year's Eve dinner prepared by Grandma is laid out, steamed base, symbolizing abundant harvests, braised pork representing prosperity, soup made from home-raised chicken, and various exquisite home-cooked dishes, rich and filled with the taste of home. Qin Tian sits with his grandparents, cherishing this rare time of reunion. The Spring Festival Gala plays on the television, its lively background enhancing the warmth of the room. Xiao Tian, seeing you so successful now, Grandpa feels sweeter than honey in his heart, said Grandpa Qin, sipping a small cup of fine wine that Qin Tian brought back, his face glowing with joy. Who would have thought that our family could achieve what we have today, and that people in the village could live such good lives? Grandma Qin continuously serves dishes to her grandson, her eyes filled with love and pride. Yes, now when people in the village see us, their enthusiasm is almost like offering to a deity. Just a few days ago, old Li at the village head insisted on sending over the best piece of cured meat from his family this year, saying it was to thank you for helping his son find a job. This is all thanks to you. Hearing his grandparents' sentiments, Qin Tian felt warmth in his heart and smiled, saying, Grandpa, Grandma, this is what I should do. Our lives will only get better from here. While chatting, Grandma suddenly put down her chopsticks, looked at Qin Tian with a meaningful smile, and asked Xiao Tian, don't you feel like something is missing from this year's New Year's Eve dinner? Qin Tian was taken aback and looked around the table filled with dishes. He glanced at his smiling grandparents and shook his head in confusion. Nothing is missing, there's so much food, we can hardly finish it all. Grandma gently pointed at Qin Tian, and then at herself and Grandpa, softly saying 3 people. Qin Tian instantly understood Grandma's implication and felt his face flush. Grandma is nudging him to find a partner. Seeing her grandson's shy demeanor, Grandma smiled even more kindly, saying, although I am old, my eyes are still sharp. That girl Su Qing is beautiful, has a good temperament, is educated, and is capable. She's a girl from a big city who is willing to come to our poor village to help you. Don't you understand her intentions? Grandpa also nodded in agreement with a smile. Grandma continued, you are already 20 this year, not too young. As a man, you should start a family. Now that your career is established, it's time to consider this. You cannot let the girl down. Listen to Grandma. After the new year, find some time. Seriously visit her family, meet her parents, and show your sincerity. Qin Tian listened to Grandma's words, and Su Qing's tranquil smile and busy figure flashed in his mind, filling his heart with warmth. He pondered for a moment and nodded solemnly. Grandma, I understand. I will go after the new year. After finishing this warm and slightly matchmaking New Year's Eve dinner, Qin Tian returned to his room, took out his phone, and dialed Su Qing's number. The call was quickly answered, and Su Qing's cheerful voice came through. Hello, Qin Tian. Have you had your New Year's Eve dinner yet? I just finished. Grandpa and Grandma prepared a big feast. Hearing her voice, Qin Tian couldn't help but smile. What about you? We just finished too. We are watching the Spring Fest. Su Qing's voice was lively. It's just, I miss you a bit. The last part was said softly, tinged with a girl's shyness. Qin Tian felt a stir in his heart and gently replied, I miss you too. He paused and said the words he had prepared. Su Qing, I'm coming to Yanjing on the 3rd day of the new year to visit your uncle and aunt. Is that convenient for you? There was silence on the other end for a few seconds, then Su Qing's voice came through, filled with disbelief and excitement. Really? You are coming over on the 3rd day? That's convenient. Of course it is. I will tell my parents right now. Her voice trembled with excitement. Before the new year, she had invited Qin Tian to come back with her, but he had declined to accompany his grandparents. She didn't expect him to actively propose to visit her home. The significance of this was self-evident. After ending the call, Su Qing held her phone, her face glowing with happiness as she shyly walked to the living room. Su's mother was chatting with Su's father while watching television. Upon seeing her daughter's demeanor, she understood immediately. She smiled and asked Qing, was that Qin Tian on the phone? What good news do you have that makes you so happy? Su's father also put down his newspaper, looking over with curiosity. Su Qing's cheeks flushed, and in a tiny voice, she said, Mom, Dad. Qin Tian said, he wants to visit our home on the 3rd day. Upon hearing this, Su's mother's eyes brightened, and she smiled. Great. I've been wanting to meet this renowned genius scientist to see what kind of young talent can captivate our Qing so much that she would stay away for so long. Su's father felt a jolt in his heart. A complex emotion resembling a little cotton-padded jacket about to let in the wind surged up. He maintained a calm demeanor, but merely replied with a faint Yet his gaze held a hint of scrutiny. On New Year's Eve, Qin Tian adhered to the old tradition of staying up late. He spent time chatting and watching television with his grandparents, until the clock struck midnight and the sound of firecrackers reached a climax once more. On New Year's Day, Qin Tian woke up early to begin the traditional New Year visits. This is an old tradition in the village. Young people should bring gifts to the homes of the elderly and wish them a happy new year, expressing respect for the elderly. Qin Tian's status is now different, yet he remains humble. Carrying carefully prepared nutritious products and red envelopes, he visits one household after another. He chats casually with the elders, listening to their stories from the past, creating a warm and friendly atmosphere. The villagers were full of praise for Qin Tian's respect and nostalgia for his elders. On the second day of the new year, Qin Tian met up with two drivers he had contacted in advance. Driving the bulletproof vehicle provided by the company, he embarked on the journey to Yanhuang. After a long journey and a night at a hotel in Yanhuang on the morning of the third day, Qin Tian reconfirmed the time with Su Qing. 9:50 in the morning. Qin Tian's vehicle arrived punctually at a serene and heavily guarded villa area in the western suburbs of Yanhuang. He didn't bring any expensive gifts, as that would seem tacky and inappropriate. He only brought some local specialties prepared by his grandparents: homemade sausages, dried chicken, some high-quality mountain goods, and 2 boxes of good tea. Simple, yet filled with thoughtfulness. The vehicle stopped in front of an elegant villa where Su Qing had been waiting eagerly at the door. Upon seeing Qin Tian get out of the car, her face immediately lit up with a bright smile as she hurried over. "You're here." Su Qing's voice was filled with excitement. "Yes, I'm not late, am I?" Qin Tian smiled, gesturing for the driver to take out the gifts from the trunk. They entered the villa together, and Su's father and mother were already waiting in the living room. Su's father was tall and had an elegant demeanor combined with an imposing presence. Su's mother exuded warmth and kindness, her eyes filled with curiosity and scrutiny. "Uncle Annie, Happy New Year. I'm Qin Tian. I hope it's not too presumptuous of me to visit." Qin Tian stepped forward and bowed slightly, his demeanor respectful, yet composed. "Happy New Year. Please come in, don't be polite." Su's mother warmly welcomed him, her gaze scanning Qin Tian with, "This young man is indeed talented and possesses a steady demeanor." Upon seeing the gifts Qin Tian was holding, Su's mother politely said, "It's enough just for you to come. There's no need to bring anything, it's too formal." Qin Tian handed the gifts to the approaching housekeeper and smiled. "Annie, they aren't anything valuable, just some local specialties prepared by my grandparents: sausages, mountain goods, and so on for you and uncle to try as a token of my appreciation." "Oh, the elders are too courteous. Thank you, thank you." Su's mother repeatedly expressed her gratitude, feeling more fond of Qin Tian for his thoughtfulness. Su Qing watched the initial pleasantries between Qin Tian and her parents, feeling both nervous and sweet. Her cheek. After a brief exchange, Su's mother signaled to Su Qing. "Qing, come help your mother in the kitchen. Oh, let's have a nice meal at noon." Su Qing understood and cheekily made a cheer-up gesture to Qin Tian before following her mother to the kitchen. In the living room, only Qin Tian and Su's father remained. After serving hot tea, the housekeeper quietly withdrew. Su's father gestured for Qin Tian to sit, picking up his teacup and blowing on the foam. Seemingly casually, he initiated the conversation. "Qin Tian, please don't feel constrained. I heard from Qing that your company back home is about to officially start production." "Yes, uncle," Qin Tian replied, sitting up straight. "The launch conference and production ceremony are planned for the 18th of the first lunar month. The production line has been debugged and is ready for large-scale production." "Oh, that's quite efficient." Su's father nodded. "What is the daily output? What are your plans for the future market?" Qin Tian did not hold back and answered candidly. "The design daily output is 500,000 units. Regarding pricing, we have considered cost accessibility and sustainable development, setting the factory price at 20,000 Hua currency per unit. The sales model is to cooperate with top public hospitals in various provinces, establishing a regulatory system to ensure that the medication is used for domestic patients. For economically disadvantaged families, we will establish assistance channels." Listening intently, Su's father silently calculated. A daily output of 500,000 units at a factory price of 20,000 means daily revenue could reach 10 billion Hua currency. That amounts to over 30 trillion in a year. This is simply astronomical. Even as a high-ranking official accustomed to economic data, he was deeply shocked by this figure. The economic value brought by a groundbreaking medication is frighteningly immense. The power of technology is truly astonishing. However, amidst the shock, Su's father's brow furrowed slightly. He put down his teacup, his gaze becoming deep and serious as he looked at Qin Tian. "Qin Tian, your achievements are indeed unprecedented, and I am happy for you. However, as an elder, there are some things I must remind you of." Qin Tian's expression stiffened, sitting up straight. "Please speak, uncle." Su's father spoke earnestly. "Your company has exorbitant profits. 100 billion a day, 30 trillion a year. This wealth is enough to drive anyone, any force mad with desire. Your current situation is like a defenseless child walking through a bustling market with a huge gold bar in hand. Both domestic and international, how many pairs of eyes are watching you both openly and covertly, legally and illegally? The road ahead will not be smooth sailing. He paused and continued. Although pharmaceutical companies have high profits, the directly created jobs are relatively limited, mostly requiring highly educated talents. What's most important for you now are two things. First, once you have the capability, you should quickly venture into manufacturing, which can create a large number of jobs. Bind the interests of more ordinary people with your company. When your business is related to the livelihoods of thousands of families, its stability becomes not just an economic issue, but a social one. Anyone wishing to harm you will have to weigh the potential social unrest it could cause. Second, you must continue to enhance your personal and company reputation and influence both domestically and internationally. Become a symbol, a banner. When you and your company represent the image of national technological innovation and become a part of national pride, you will naturally gain an extra layer of protection. This is your amulet. Sue's father's voice dropped even lower, carrying a hint of warning. Additionally, you need to have a backup plan. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. In case of encountering uncontrollable storms in the future, these backups may give you a chance to make a comeback. Qin Tian listened seriously, his heart surging with waves. Sue's father's words were insightful and pointed to the core. These issues were not entirely unconsidered by him, but he had not thought through them as deeply and systematically as Sue's father had. Truly, he was an exceptional high-ranking official. His political wisdom and foresight were indeed remarkable. After some contemplation, Qin Tian understood the stakes and nodded solemnly. Uncle, I will remember your words. They are incredibly beneficial. Thank you for your guidance, oh, I will take it seriously and prepare accordingly. Seeing Qin Tian so receptive and humble, a glint of appreciation flashed in Sue's father's eyes. This young man is not only talented, but also possesses a calm nature. He listens to advice while truly a person with potential. At that moment, Sue's mother and Su Qing emerged from the kitchen with the prepared dishes, inviting them to dinner. The dining table was filled with exquisite dishes, and the atmosphere relaxed significantly. Everyone chatted while eating, and the topics expanded beyond business. They talked about the customs and culture of Yanhuang, Qin Tian's educational experiences, and so on, enjoying a delightful conversation. After the meal, Sue's father and mother made their stance clear. Qin Tian, regarding your relationship with Qingqing, we as parents will not interfere too much. You are both adults and have your own judgment and choices. We only hope that you can support each other and progress together. This was tantamount to acknowledging their relationship. Su Qing felt overjoyed, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Su's mother warmly invited. Qin Tian, since you are here, stay in Yanjing for a couple of days before heading back. Let Qingqing show you around and relax a bit. Qin Tian glanced at Su Qing, who looked eagerly at him and gladly accepted the kind offer. All right, thank you, Auntie. I don't want to trouble you. During these few days in Yanjing, aside from touring famous spots like the Forbidden City and the Great Wall with Su Qing, he also made time to visit his mentor, Professor Qin Jingming from Shuimu University. Professor Qin's home was filled with the festive atmosphere as well. Upon seeing Qin Tian's visit, he was very glad. Qin Tian, come in. I heard you made such a big splash back home. You are indeed formidable. Professor, Happy New Year. I'm here to wish you a belated New Year. Qin Tian smiled as he presented the gifts. I've been wanting to thank you for your guidance and help before. Oh, there's no need to be polite. Seeing you achieve such success makes me happier than anything else. Professor Chen waved his hand, asking with concern, how is the company preparation going? Is the launch of Qiming on schedule? Everything is ready. The official launch is on the 18th of the first lunar month. Qin Tian briefly updated Professor Chen on the situation. Professor Chen nodded repeatedly, feeling emotional. Good. This is a great thing for the country and the people. You can base your company in your hometown and drive local development. That sentiment is even rarer. If you ever need help from the school or me, just feel free to ask. The teacher and student conversed joyfully, discussing research, industry, and future developments for a long time. Qin Tian gained many valuable suggestions and spiritual support from Professor Chen. A few pleasant days passed in a flash. After the tours and visits, Qin Tian did not let Su Qing return to Huaizhe County with him right away. Instead, he kindly encouraged her to spend more time with her parents, cherishing this rare reunion. The chill of January has yet to fully fade. However, Peace Village is already enveloped in a wave of impending warmth. Time has quietly slipped to the 17th of January. The Xingho Group has concluded its spring festival holiday and officially resumed work. In the days following the new year, a significant change has quietly occurred around the Xingho Group. Several kilometers away from the factory area, an originally empty space has astonishingly transformed into a well-equipped and heavily guarded military camp. The sign hanging at the camp entrance prominently displays that this is an informationized heavy mechanized battalion. The towering radar, the faintly visible armored vehicles, and the soldiers patrolling day and night all highlight the uniqueness and importance of this place. The purpose of the garrison here is self-evident: to provide the most solid security barrier for the Xingho Group, a rising national treasure. Almost simultaneously, Qin Tian received news from the county. To strengthen local stability and emergency response capabilities, the higher-ups have approved the establishment of an armed police detachment in Qin Tian Station right next to the town's police station. An informationized heavy mechanized battalion and an armed police detachment. These moves by the state to ensure the smooth development of the Xingho Group are undoubtedly substantial and costly. This not only reassured Qin Tian, but also deepened his understanding of the responsibilities and expectations he bore. On the morning of January 17th, just as dawn broke, Qin Tian, accompanied by Su Qing and CEO Zhou Yunfeng, arrived at the grand entrance of the Xingho Group. Behind them, several administrative staff were carrying a large cardboard box. Inside were the prepared red envelopes for the start of work. As the work time approached, employees began to arrive one after another from all directions. Seeing the chairman, the CEO, and director, Su personally welcoming them at the entrance surprised everyone, followed by a wave of heartfelt emotion. Good morning, Chairman Qin. Good morning, CEO Zhou. Good morning, Director Su. Happy New Year, everyone. Welcome back. Qin Tian beamed a warm smile together with Zhou Yunfeng and Su Qing. He personally handed each employee a red envelope containing 200 yuan in cash. New year, new beginnings, and good luck for the start of work. In the new year, let's work hard together. Employees were pleasantly surprised to receive the red envelopes, though the amount may not be large. Yet the intention and blessing coming from the highest leadership made it far more warming and uplifting than money. Thank you, Chairman Qin. Thank you, CEO Zhou. We will definitely work hard. Every employee who received the red envelope wore a joyful smile, sending their New Year blessings to the company and its leaders. A strong sense of belonging and cohesion quietly blossomed and spread during this simple ceremony. After welcoming all the employees, Qin Tian immediately held the first executive meeting of the new year at the top-level conference room of the group headquarters. Sitting at the oval conference table, the department directors were full of energy, sitting upright, filled with the vigor of the new year's beginning. Happy New Year, everyone. Qin Tian surveyed the crowd, his voice steady and powerful. First of all, I would like to once again welcome everyone back to the big family of Xingho. In the past year, we have made significant progress from nothing, laying a solid foundation. In the new year, we will face real challenges and a period of rapid development. His gaze was piercing as he continued. The listing of Qiming is just the first step we've taken. The future of the Xingho Group is certainly not limited to the pharmaceutical field. This means that everyone present will bear a heavy burden and face very challenging tasks. I hope everyone can quickly get into the groove with the highest enthusiasm and efficiency to dedicate themselves to the work of the new year. He particularly emphasized the importance of collaboration. Departments must break down barriers and work together, whether it's production, research and development, sales, or logistical support. We are a whole, and we grow together. He then looked at Human Resources Director Zhao Lei and gave a clear directive. Director Zhao, the recruitment tasks for the personnel department will be very heavy this year. You must maintain close communication with each department to dynamically grasp their personnel needs. Once a gap arises, immediately initiate the recruitment process to ensure that the company's development speed is not affected by personnel issues. Understood, Chairman Qin. Zhao Lei immediately took notes. Additionally, Qin Tian added, we must proactively reach out to major universities across the country to establish long-term and stable talent supply partnerships, to reserve outstanding talents for our future expansion in various fields. As for the recruitment of scientific researchers for the Xingho Research Institute, I plan to personally lead a team to several universities for outreach and interviews in a few days. He looked at everyone, his tone particularly serious. The Research Institute is the heart of the Xingho Group, the source of technological innovation. For scientific researchers, my requirements may be a bit different. While knowledge level and research capability are important, I prioritize character, personality, and love for the country and its people, giving them even greater weight than mere academic ability. I need like-minded partners who can immerse themselves in research, have a deep affection for the nation and its people, and are absolutely loyal and reliable. Better to have fewer than to have poor quality. This statement sent a chill down the spines of the executives present. They understood that Qin Tian was building the most core and reliable technological backbone for the group. At the end of the meeting, Qin Tian once again emphasized the importance of tomorrow's press conference. Tomorrow, January 18th at 9 a.m., our Qiming gene drug will be officially launched globally. This is the first time for the Xingho Group and for all of us to truly stand in the global spotlight. All departments must ensure everything is flawless, cooperate fully, and make this grand event a success. The press conference will take place at the county's exhibition center, and the county government has provided us with maximum support. After the meeting, the entire Xingho Group operated like a finely tuned machine, preparing at high speed for the final preparations for tomorrow's appearance. Meanwhile, the small Huaizhe County has already been completely stirred up due to the upcoming press conference. Reporters from major global media, financial media, technology media, and medical professional media have already surged into this inland county like a tide days ago. CNN, BBC, Reuters, the Associated Press, AFP, Xinhua News Agency, People's Daily, CCTV, all gathered here. The sudden influx of a large number of people instantly saturated the county's already limited reception capacity. All hotels, inns, and even some better-conditioned homestays were fully booked. Many late-arriving foreign journalists had to endure the inconvenience of poor accommodation conditions, unstable hot water supply, and intermittent internet, leading to unavoidable complaints. However, sharp business acumen is always the most sensitive. Several nationally renowned chain hotel groups have already sent inspection teams to frequently appear in various potential sites in Huaizhe County. They clearly see the enormous business opportunities brought by the Xingho Group and the future development potential of this city. Plans for constructing 5-star hotels have already been put on the agenda. It is believed that before long more commercial brands will follow in Xingho's footsteps and settle in this fertile ground. For the ordinary residents of the county, this spring festival has truly opened their eyes. On the streets one can see foreigners of various skin colors, hair colors, and eye colors everywhere. Young people curiously pointed at the endless stream of blonde and blue-eyed beauties, marveling at their long legs and sculpted features. Adults were equally amazed by the Middle Eastern journalists with bushy beards or the dark-skinned African counterparts. It felt like watching a moving World Expo. To cope with the surge in crowds and ensure absolute safety, the city has dispatched a large number of police officers and armed police forces. They conducted 24-hour uninterrupted patrols around the county's main streets and the exhibition center. Police lights flashed, and the officers stood in proper formation, creating an invisible safety net. This made all participants feel secure and silently proclaimed the state's high regard for this press conference. On January 18th, at 8 a.m., inside and outside the Huaizhe County Exhibition Center, it was already bustling with voices, the atmosphere as lively as midsummer. On the huge red backdrop, the words Xingho Group's Qin Tian Drug Global Launch Press Conference, in both Chinese and English, were particularly eye-catching. Inside the venue, every seat was filled and journalists from around the world were adjusting their equipment and whispering to each other. An air of anticipation and tension permeated the atmosphere. In the backstage lounge, Qin Tian adjusted his crisp suit. Zhou Yunfeng, Su Qing, and several core executives accompanied him. Chairman Qin, everything is ready. Zhou Yunfeng whispered, a hint of excitement in his tone. Qin Tian nodded, his gaze calm and profound. He peered through the door gap, glancing at the noisy venue outside. He knew that at this moment the whole world was waiting for his voice. At exactly 9 a.m., the lights in the venue focused, and the music stopped. The host's steady voice rang out. Leaders, guests, ladies and gentlemen, friends from global news media, good morning. Welcome to the Xingho Group's Qin Tian Drug Global Launch Press Conference. Amidst thunderous applause and countless flashing lights, Qin Tian took a deep breath and walked with steady and determined steps. Alone he walked towards the stage that belonged to him and would shock the world. Under the dazzling array of flashing lights reminiscent of a galaxy, and with all eyes focused on him, Qin Tian walked steadily to the center of the press conference stage alone. He stood tall and composed, his deep-set eyes sweeping over the crowded attendees below, as if harboring wisdom and calmness that transcended his age. His gaze paused slightly at the front row where sat the provincial head and accompanying municipal leaders. Qin Tian nodded slightly in greeting, and they responded with encouraging and appreciative glances. The press conference was being broadcast live via media signals around the world. Countless eyes on the internet were holding their breath, eagerly awaiting the announcement of epic-making news. Qin Tian settled behind the podium and adjusted the microphone. A clear and steady voice resonated throughout the venue, reaching every corner of the world. Good morning, esteemed guests and friends from the press. I am Qin Tian, chairman of the Xingho Group. First and foremost, I would like to extend a warm welcome and heartfelt thanks to all of you for being here today. The opening remarks were concise and powerful, and the venue fell silent save for the clicking of camera shutters. After months of intensive research, rigorous clinical trials, and efficient industrial preparations, Qin Tian's voice rose slightly, carrying a weight of historical significance. Today I am honored to announce here that the Qin Tian drug developed independently by Xingho Group and capable of effectively curing cancer is officially entering production and will soon be available for market application. As his words fell, a momentary silence enveloped the audience before it erupted into thunderous applause. Despite the news having circulated earlier, the official confirmation at this moment brought an unparalleled shock. Qin Tian waited for the applause to subside before continuing. The emergence of Qiming signifies that from today onwards, cancer, which has plagued humanity for centuries and claimed countless lives, will no longer be the terrifying terminal illness it once was. We can confidently bid farewell to this formidable adversary. Or rather say goodbye forever. This powerful declaration, broadcasted live, instantly ignited a spark of hope for countless patients and their families who are battling cancer. Of course, Qin Tian shifted his tone to a more pragmatic one. Due to the ramp-up period for production capacity, in the initial stage the output of Qiming cannot fully meet the enormous global demand at once. Thus we will temporarily prioritize the medication needs of domestic patients. This is based on our responsibility to prioritize the life and health rights of our citizens, and we ask for your understanding. Next, the much-anticipated QA session began with a reporter from a domestic authoritative media outlet receiving the first opportunity to ask questions. He introduced himself and sincerely said, "Chairman Qin, first allow me to represent the general public in expressing the warmest congratulations on this great achievement by you and your team. My question is, what is the pricing of the Qiming drug, which is of utmost concern to many patients? Are there any corresponding assistance measures for families facing economic difficulties?" This question echoed the voices of countless individuals, and all cameras turned towards Qin Tian. Qin Tian smiled slightly and calmly announced, "Thank you for your congratulations. Regarding the pricing, after careful assessment, we have ultimately determined the price of the Qiming drug to be 20,000 huabi per dose." As soon as this price was announced, a ripple of small commotion spread through the audience and online. Qin Tian continued to explain, "Based on our extensive clinical data, the vast majority of cancer patients, depending on the severity of their condition, usually only need 3 to 5 doses of Qiming within a treatment course of 3 to 5 days to achieve clinical recovery. This means that the total cost of completely overcoming cancer will be between 60,000 to 100,000 huabi." He emphasized, "We are fully aware that some families may still find it challenging to bear this cost. Therefore, Xinghe Group has simultaneously launched the Qiming Light Charity Assistance Program. Families of patients who are verified to be facing economic difficulties can submit relevant proof materials through the Xinghe Group's official website. They can apply for significant reductions in medication costs, or even full free treatment. We promise that no patient will lose the opportunity to regain health due to financial issues. Thank you. Thank you very much for your answer, and for such a socially responsible initiative." The domestic reporter sat down satisfied. Online viewers watching the live stream were instantly thrilled. So conscientious. Compared to previous solutions costing tens to hundreds of thousands that might not even cure, this is simply a bargain. And there's aid available. Qin Tian and Xinghe Group are truly commendable. This is what a truly responsible entrepreneur looks like. I'm sold. Just then another domestic reporter asked, "Chairman Qin, how should patients specifically undergo treatment with Qiming? Should they come to your company or go through hospitals?" Qin Tian replied, "We will not interact directly with patients. Xinghe Group will adopt a model of cooperation with medical institutions. We will carefully select 1 to 3 top public hospitals with standardized management and good reputations in each province, autonomous region, and municipality across the country as our partners. We will supply the Qiming drug directly to these partner hospitals." His tone suddenly became extremely serious. "At the same time, we will establish an extremely strict usage supervision and traceability system. The agreement signed with partner hospitals will clearly stipulate ensuring that the Qiming drug is prioritized and exclusively used for Huagua citizens. We will strictly review the flow and usage of every single drug. Once any partner hospital is found to be in violation of regulations using the drug for foreigners or engaging in any other misconduct, Xinghe Group reserves the right to unilaterally terminate cooperation immediately and pursue corresponding legal responsibilities and economic compensation. The consequences will be very severe." This resolute statement once again won the applause of online viewers. At the same time, many foreign reporters at the scene became restless. Soon it was the turn of foreign media to ask questions. A blonde Western reporter eagerly stood up, his tone filled with skepticism and dissatisfaction. "Mr. Qin, I am a reporter from BBC. As we know, cancer is a global disease, and there are many patients in other countries suffering and waiting for treatment. Does Xinghe Group's current refusal to provide drug exports mean that these foreign patients can only wait to die in despair? Does this lack basic humanitarian spirit?" This question was quite sharp, carrying an obvious sense of moral coercion. Qin Tian's expression remained unchanged as he calmly responded, "Sir reporter, I believe you have misunderstood. Xinghe Group has never stated that we will never export. I just emphasized that this is a temporary and phased measure due to our current limited production capacity. We must first meet the basic needs of domestic patients, which is a priority choice made by any responsible enterprise. Once production capacity is increased, ensuring sufficient domestic supply, we will consider export matters as appropriate based on actual conditions." He then shifted his tone, offering another option. "Of course, if foreign patients are indeed very urgent, and their respective governments are willing to coordinate, we can also make special arrangements. Currently, we have designated Huai's County People's Hospital as the only pilot hospital for receiving foreign patients. Eligible foreign patients can apply to come here for treatment." He paused, clearly announcing the price. However, it should be noted that the treatment cost for foreign patients is $20,000 per dose. And due to the current huge demand from domestic patients, we can only open a very limited number of slots, which will require strict qualification review. $20,000. A wave of gasps and whispers erupted from the audience. This price is almost 7 times that of the domestic rate. Another foreign reporter immediately seized this point to question, his tone excited. "Mr. Qin, I am a reporter from CNN. Why is there such a vast price disparity? Domestic patients pay 20,000 Huabi, while foreign patients have to pay 20,000 US dollars. Isn't this a form of price discrimination? It's extremely unfair to foreign patients. This question ignited the atmosphere in the room, and everyone looked at Qin Tian awaiting his response. Facing the challenge, Qin Tian remained calm, slowly speaking with clear enunciation. Lady reporter, I believe you have confused a concept. This is not price discrimination, but a reasonable pricing based on the principle of labor value equivalence. He further explained, the people of our Huawa earn Huabi, and their labor value is measured in Huabi. In contrast, people in countries such as Europe and America earn US dollars, and their labor value is measured in The pricing of Qiming, 20,000 Huabi in relation to the labor value of domestic citizens compared to 20,000 US dollars relative to the labor value of citizens in Europe and America, has been meticulously calculated to be approximately equivalent and fair within their respective economic systems. This fully complies with market laws and international business practices. As this theory of labor equivalence was presented, the audience was first taken aback. Then domestic reporters and billions of online viewers watching the live stream erupted into a chorus of agreement and applause. Well said. This is so reasonable. Haha, what a brilliant mind for labor equivalence. How did Qin Tian come up with this? Compared to those companies that sell exorbitantly domestically while being cheap abroad, Xingho is a breath of fresh air. Support Qin Tian. This is the way to go. Various animations of likes and rewards flooded the live stream screen. At this moment, a reporter from a certain country raised his hand urgently to ask a question. He asked with a hint of inexplicable superiority and urgency, Mr. Qin, I am a reporter from a certain country. According to your labor equivalence theory, our country's citizens earn Korean won. So should the treatment cost for our patients be 20,000 Korean won? As soon as this was said, the entire venue fell into a bizarre silence. 20,000 Korean won. That's only a little over 100 Huabi. This is simply ludicrous. Qin Tian looked at the reporter from that country, who had a face that suggested, of course, that's reasonable. He felt a wave of speechlessness, losing even the desire to retort. He directly ignored this absurd question, not even bothering to give a glance. He simply turned around, slightly bowed to the audience, and then walked straight towards the backstage, leaving the reporter from that country standing awkwardly below the stage amidst the irrepressible laughter and discussions of the audience. Seeing this, the host promptly and smartly took the stage, announcing loudly, "Thank you to all media friends for your questions. The press conference for the global launch of Xingho Group's Qiming Gene drug has come to a successful conclusion. Thank you all once again." In the online livestream room, viewers were even more delighted, flooding the screen with various comments. Ha ha ha, Qin Tian, I can't be bothered with you, and gave you a cold shoulder. The certain country reporter, I think I make a lot of sense. Qin Tian, you're a fool. I'm dying of laughter. 20,000 Korean won. How could he even think that? Awesome. This is so satisfying to watch. After the press conference, Qin Tian did not pause. He, along with the provincial leaders, moved under the follow of numerous media to the grand entrance of the Xingho Group's magnificent pharmaceutical factory. A grand ribbon-cutting ceremony had already been prepared here. A red silk ribbon stretched across the entrance, and a hostess held a tray with golden scissors. Amidst the warm applause and media cameras, Qin Tian and the provincial leaders jointly cut the ribbon, symbolizing the official launch of Xingho Pharmaceuticals. Subsequently, everyone moved to the central control room inside the factory. A beautifully crafted red button was placed in a prominent position connected to, well, mainly to the atmosphere group. At Qin Tian's invitation, the provincial leaders stepped forward, their faces glowing with excitement. Under the gaze of the entire audience, they solemnly pressed the red start button. Simultaneously, on the large screen in the control room, an animation effect showing production line starting appeared, accompanied by real-time production data beginning to leap on the screen. Of course, this was simulated. The production line employees, already prepared at their respective posts under Su Qing's command, strictly followed the procedures they had trained countless times, pressing the actual equipment start button. The low and steady sound of machine operations faintly reached through the soundproof glass, symbolizing the Qiming gene drug of life and hope. It began to be produced at a scale of 500,000 doses per day, continuously rolling off the intelligent soon to be dispatched across the country, bringing the dawn of rebirth to countless families trapped in darkness. The successful completion of the press conference and production inauguration ceremony did not make Qin Tian feel the slightest relaxation. This was merely the first step of a long journey. After bidding farewell to the media from various countries, he immediately accompanied the enthusiastic provincial and municipal leaders, as well as county officials. They entered the core pharmaceutical factory of the Xingho Group, passing through layers of air showers and clean passageways. The group arrived at a spacious, bright, and almost spotless production workshop. Before them lay a fully enclosed intelligent production line. Only a few employees monitored various data at the control console. Robotic arms precisely completed the transfer and packaging of materials. Everything was efficient, quiet, and orderly, filled with a sense of futuristic technology. The provincial leader, despite being well-traveled and knowledgeable, could not help but nod in admiration. Mr. Qin, this production line is truly of international top-tier level. The provincial leader exclaimed. Qin Tian accompanied him and introduced, "You flatter us, leader. Our production line has achieved a high level of automation and intelligence with a design capacity of 500 units of Qiming medicine per day. 500,000 units per day." The provincial leader calculated silently, even though he was already mentally prepared. Yet when this number was confirmed, it still stirred his emotions. Does that mean the daily revenue can reach? Yes, based on the factory price, the daily revenue is approximately 10 billion huabi. Qin Tian calmly continued, as if discussing an insignificant number. The annual revenue exceeds 30 trillion. The county leader beside him spoke with a trembling voice. This figure far surpassed the total annual GDP of Huaizhe County and even the entire city several times over. He felt as if he were dreaming. A small county unexpectedly birthed a giant enterprise with a daily revenue of 10 billion. The provincial leader took a deep breath, striving to calm the shock within. He patted Qin Tian's shoulder firmly, his tone filled with emotion and admiration. Incredible. Truly incredible. Comrade Qin Tian, you have not only established a business. You have created an economic miracle, and you have also made an immortal contribution to the country and the nation. To witness and support the rise of the Xingho Group during my tenure is a great honor. He then turned to the county leader, his expression becoming serious and solemn. You must recognize the extreme importance of the Xingho Group. This is not just a treasure for your Huaizhe County, but also a strategic enterprise for our province and even the country. Your primary task, indeed your only important task, is to closely cooperate with the development strategy of the Xingho Group. Ensure all service support work is in place, and be good servants and guardians. Policies should be given, land should be provided. You must not hold back the Xingho Group in any aspect. The county leader immediately straightened his back. Like accepting a military order, he replied powerfully, "Rest assured, Secretary. We, the entirety of Huaizhe County, will definitely spare no effort using all our strength to clear all obstacles for the development of the Xingho Group. We will provide the strongest support. The needs of the Xingho Group are our highest command." The provincial leader nodded in satisfaction. He then revealed a significant piece of good news to Qin Tian. Comrade Qin Tian, regarding infrastructure support, the province has already made initial plans. To meet the future massive logistics and talent flow needs of the Xingho Group, and to enhance regional competitiveness, the province has already initiated discussions. We plan to select a site in Huaizhe County to build an airport, while also adding a stop for the planned interprovincial high-speed railway, and accelerating the expansion of the highway leading to Huaizhe. We want Huaizhe to become a regional hub thanks to Xingho. This news excited all the municipal and county leaders present. An airport, high-speed rail, and highways. These once seemingly unattainable infrastructures were about to become a reality because of a single enterprise. They looked at Qin Tian with even more admiration and gratitude. Qin Tian sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Secretary, and thank you to all leaders for your strong support. The Xingho Group will definitely strive to develop, live up to expectations, and aim to make greater contributions to our hometown province and country." After the visit, Qin Tian thought for a moment and proposed to the provincial leader, "Most of our employees are young graduates who have just started their careers. Since you rarely get to visit, could you please share a few words to inspire them?" The provincial leader gladly agreed. "Sure. I also want to see our young team of technology vanguards." Soon, apart from the production line employees who had to stay, the young employees in other administrative and research support positions were quickly gathered in the spacious and bright cafeteria and activity center. Hundreds of young, vibrant faces filled with excitement and a hint of nervousness looked ahead. The provincial leader stood at the makeshift podium. Looking at these young people who represented the future and hope, he felt a surge of emotions. He did not use a script, but began speaking in a warm and approachable tone. "Good afternoon, young friends of the Xingho Group. Today I am very pleased to stand here at the Xingho Group, which attracts attention from our province, our country, and even the whole world, and meet with all of you. Each of you present is fortunate and has an important responsibility. You have chosen to join Xingho to work alongside the ancient century genius Mr. Qin Tian, and to devote yourselves to this great cause that saves lives and changes the world. This is the right choice for your life and a call of the times." He fully acknowledged their previous efforts. "I know that many of you sacrificed your holidays, worked overtime, and underwent rigorous training for the smooth production of Qiming, putting in tremendous effort. It is your hard work that has forged the brilliance of today's inauguration ceremony. On behalf of the provincial committee and provincial government, I express my heartfelt gratitude and high respect to you." A warm applause erupted from the audience, and the young employees were all stirred. However, the provincial leader shifted his tone, speaking with anticipation. "This is just the beginning. The future of the Xingho Group is as vast as the stars and the sea. Your future stage will be incredibly broad. I hope you will cherish this rare platform. Follow in the footsteps of Chairman Qin, continuously learn, be bold in innovation, and fulfill your duties. Not only strive for personal value, but also contribute your youthful wisdom and strength to the rejuvenation of the nation and the strength of the country. I believe that in the near future, more technological experts and management elites will emerge among you. Xinghe will shine even brighter because of you, and the nation will grow even stronger because of you. The provincial leader's speech was both lofty and filled with care and expectation. It greatly inspired the young employees' sense of pride, responsibility, and passion for striving. After the speech, the applause continued for a long time. Afterward, the provincial leader stepped down from the podium. Accompanied by Qin Tian and Zhou Yunfeng, he warmly shook hands with the employees in the front row, inquiring about their alma maters and job positions, encouraging them to work hard. These young people were mostly experiencing such close contact with leaders of this level for the first time, and their faces turned red with excitement. They tightly held the leader's hand, repeatedly assuring that they would work hard. Finally, all the employees present took a significant group photo in front of the grand entrance of the Xinghe group. In the photo, every person's face radiated confidence, pride, and boundless hope for the future. After the event, the provincial leader had to return to the provincial capital due to busy official duties. Qin Tian, along with municipal and county leaders, escorted the provincial leaders to the convoy. Comrade Qin Tian, please stay for a moment. The provincial leader shook hands vigorously with Qin Tian again. Go all out. The province will be your strong backing. Thank you, leader. We will definitely do our best. Qin Tian promised earnestly. After sending off the provincial leaders, he did not rest at all. He knew that the competition among enterprises ultimately boiled down to talent competition. Especially the core research and development team must be firmly grasped in his own hands. Moreover, he needed to ensure their purity and loyalty. He immediately summoned Human Resources Director Zhao Lei and several capable recruitment specialists. Director Zhao, gather the core team and prepare, we will set off soon. Mr. Qin, where are we going? Zhao Lei asked. To the provincial capital, to XX University and XX Institute of Technology. Qin Tian named several top engineering universities in the province. We are going to recruit the first batch of true seeds for the Xinghe Research Institute. Zhao Lei immediately understood that this was to initiate the recruitment of the core research team that Mr. Qin had emphasized and would personally oversee. He did not dare to be negligent and immediately made arrangements. Moments later, a recruitment team, led by Qin Tian, was formed, including several personnel specialists, 2 drivers, and several elite security personnel arranged by Wang Taijun. They boarded the company's business vehicle and sped out of the Xinghe group, racing towards the provincial capital. Qin Tian sat in the car, closing his eyes to rest. However, his mind was racing with thoughts about recruitment standards and strategies. What he needed were not just top students with good grades. He sought to find those who harbored ideals of serving the nation with technology, had good character, could endure loneliness, and withstand temptation. Young individuals willing to tie their personal fates closely to the Xinghe group and the nation's technological future. He wanted to personally interview and screen them to lay the most solid and reliable talent foundation for the upcoming grander research blueprint. The vehicle sped along the highway with fields and villages rapidly retreating outside the window. Qin Tian understood that what he would bring back was not merely researchers, but rather the initial and most critical seeds for whether the Xinghe group could ignite a blaze. The night was as dark as ink, enveloping a remote valley in the southwest. In a dilapidated adobe house with peeling walls and dim lighting, the only source of light came from the screen of an old smartphone. On the screen, a live broadcast room named Night Frog was displayed with the footage slightly shaking. The background was a simple room, nearly bare. The walls were gray and dusty, and the furniture was old and worn. The only appliance was likely the bare bulb connected by tangled wires, casting a faint yellow glow. In front of the camera stood a small figure dressed in an obviously ill-fitting green frog costume. The oversized headpiece completely obscured her face. Her tiny body was almost swallowed by the bulky outfit, making her appear particularly fragile. There were only a few viewers online in the live room. However, the barrage of comments was refreshing at an unusually rapid pace. These few fans seemed to know each other while passionately discussing something. Frog, did you see the press conference for Starfire today? Yes, Frog. It's tremendous news. Starfire's cancer treatment drug is now on the market. Qin Tian said it himself, it can cure you. Frog, you have hope. It's real. It's called Qiming, and it's already in production. Frog, hurry, and watch the replay. Your illness has hope. The green frog headpiece slightly moved, as if she was looking down at the barrage of comments on the screen. She was the host, Night Frog. Her real name was Li Xiaomei, and she had just turned 16. She certainly knew about the press conference for Starfire today. Since the news of Qin Tian developing a cancer gene drug began circulating online last year, she had been quietly following it. That young man, 3 or 4 years older than her, was already standing at the pinnacle of the world. He had been a vague source of envy and longing deep within her during countless pain-filled sleepless nights. When she learned that Starfire was recruiting volunteers for clinical trials, she trembled with excitement. With that old phone, she almost reverently filled out the application information. In that moment it felt as if a crack had opened in the darkness, allowing the only potential light of her life to seep in. However, the flicker of hope was soon extinguished by the cold reality. She was not selected. Looking at the official announcement of the chosen candidates, her name was nowhere to be found. She felt all the strength in her body being drained away. The crack instantaneously sealed and darkness swallowed her once more. In despair, she thought that she had lost even this one free chance at treatment. Even if the drug were to be released in the future, its exorbitant cost was beyond the reach of a family like hers. It seemed that fate always enjoyed playing tricks on the unfortunate. Li Xiaomai's life was even more arduous than that of Qin Tian. She was born in the barren mountains of the southwest. When she was around 4 or 5 years old, her parents tragically perished in a sudden landslide with not even their remains found. From then on, she relied solely on her elderly grandmother for companionship. They survived on a little over an acre of barren land, and her grandmother, bent with age, would gather wild vegetables and take on odd jobs to make ends meet. Her grandmother exerted all her strength to support her schooling. Li Xiaomai was exceptionally understanding, knowing the hardships of life from a young age. Perhaps it was due to long-term malnutrition or the water quality and dietary habits in the mountains. She often felt abdominal discomfort early on, but she never dared to tell her grandmother. She knew that it would be of no use. They simply couldn't afford medical treatment. She always naively thought that if she just endured it would be fine. Until that summer when she was 14. While helping her grandmother weed in the field, a heart-wrenching pain shot through her abdomen. It turned her face pale, instantly causing cold sweat to pour down as she curled up and fell to the ground, unable to even stand. Her grandmother, terrified, dropped her hoe and rushed over. Seeing her granddaughter in pain broke her heart. She realized that her granddaughter's body might be in serious trouble. The elderly woman used all her strength to carry Li Xiaomai back home. She dug out over 1,000 yuan in savings hidden beneath her pillow, wrapped in layers of plastic bags. Money she had saved for an unknown length of time. It was intended to pay for the next semester's tuition and to buy her granddaughter a new outfit. Her grandmother carried Li Xiaomai, walking over 10 miles of mountain roads, to the county hospital. The doctor looked at the pale, emaciated Li Xiaomai and wrote a series of tests. When the results came back, the doctor, holding the report with a furrowed brow, called her grandmother aside. With a heavy tone, he said, "Elderly lady, initially the situation doesn't look good. It might be stomach cancer. Our facility is limited, so I suggest you take the child to a major hospital in the provincial capital for a definitive diagnosis. I hope it is a misdiagnosis. Stomach cancer." The two words struck the grandmother like a thunderbolt. Her body swayed, her vision darkened, and she nearly collapsed to the ground. She leaned against the wall, barely managing to stand, as murky tears streamed down her face. Why must the heavens treat us, this grandmother and granddaughter duo, this way? With my son and daughter-in-law gone, and only this lifeline left, do you still want to take her away? I can't fall. My granddaughter is counting on me. The grandmother forced herself to steady her thoughts, wiping away her tears. With the cheap pain relief medications prescribed by the doctor in hand, she carried her frail granddaughter back up the mountain. Back home, the grandmother set Li Xiaomai down without pausing for rest. She began knocking on doors, borrowing money from neighbors. "Uncle, please lend me some money, Xiaomai. She's sick and needs to go to the provincial capital. Auntie, please help save the child." Initially, the villagers were somewhat puzzled. However, when the grandmother tearfully mentioned that it might be stomach cancer and they needed to go to the provincial capital for a diagnosis, the kind villagers were shocked, and sympathy welled up. Although this village was poor, it had a simple and kind-hearted spirit. Everyone contributed, some 100, others 50, and they managed to gather 20,000 yuan. The village chief pressed the money into the grandmother's hands, saying solemnly, "Elderly sister, hurry and take the child. If the money isn't enough, we will figure something out." With the heavy 20,000 yuan in hand, filled with the hopes of the entire village, the grandmother once again carried Li Xiaomai and boarded the bus to the provincial capital. On the bus, the grandmother held the sleeping Li Xiaomai tightly. Again and again she prayed to all the deities. She knew it must be a misdiagnosis. Bodhisattva bless, Jade Emperor bless, ancestors bless, it must be a misdiagnosis. My little sister will be fine. However, fate seems to enjoy testing the unfortunate. At the top-tier hospital in the provincial capital, after a series of more precise tests, the final diagnosis was ruthlessly laid before them: stomach cancer stage 4. A true thunderbolt from the blue. The grandmother stared at the paper as if she no longer recognized the words. She stood there in a daze, and the sounds of the entire world faded away. Only the sound of her heart shattering was clear. Her only hope, her last thought for living in this world, was it to be taken away by this damned illness. In the days of hospitalization, the 20,000 yuan was quickly drained like flowing water, and they even accrued an extra day's fee. The attending physician learned about their situation. Both parents had passed away, leaving her to rely solely on her elderly grandmother, and they lived in extreme poverty. The doctor sighed, calling the grandmother over. With a heavy but sincere tone, he provided the most realistic yet helpless advice: "Elderly lady, the child's illness has reached an advanced stage, and the hope for a cure is very slim. Continuing to stay in the hospital is like a bottomless pit of expenses, and in the end it may still result in loss of both life and wealth. Instead, how about taking the child home for palliative care, minimizing her suffering, and allowing her to live her final days more comfortably? At that moment, a trustworthy, strong villager from their village representing the entire community brought the 50,000 yuan that the villagers had raised and rushed to the provincial hospital. Seeing the diagnosis paper and the despair in the grandmother's expression, this man from the mountains couldn't help but redden his eyes. Although Li Xiaomei was young, the hardships she had faced made her far more mature than her peers. She looked at her grandmother's hair, which had turned even whiter overnight. She looked at the 50,000 yuan brought by the villager, which had been painstakingly saved by the villagers. Thinking of the doctor's words, she made a heartbreaking decision for her grandmother. She took her grandmother's calloused hand, her voice weak, yet resolute. "Grandma, let's go home." "Silly child, what are you talking about? Now that we have money, we can treat you," the grandmother cried, holding her tightly. "Grandma, this illness cannot be cured. We can't incur such debt. How will you repay it in the future? Let's go home. Oh, I will be with you for as long as I can." Ultimately, unable to withstand her granddaughter's insistence and fully aware of the harsh reality, the grandmother painfully completed the discharge formalities. She paid off the remaining debts and tightly clutched the over 40,000 yuan left, which was to be returned to the villagers. Before leaving the provincial capital, the grandmother used her last bit of money to buy Li Xiaomei a brand new outfit adorned with small flowers. This was the prettiest piece of clothing her granddaughter had ever worn. Back in the village, they barely managed with the pain relief medications prescribed by the doctor. However, the cost of the medications remained a heavy burden for this family. The villagers still occasionally brought rice, flour, and vegetables to help silently. Later, a young villager suggested to Li Xiaomei, live streaming is popular now. Since you have nothing to do at home, why not start a stream? Write about your situation in the introduction. Perhaps kind-hearted people will help you, and you can earn some money for medicine, alleviating your grandmother's burden. Thus, with the help of an outdated smartphone and a cheap data card provided by that villager, the Night Frog live stream began in this dilapidated farmhouse. She knew this felt like selling pity. It was a plea for sympathy. The dignity within her made her feel ashamed. But looking at her grandmother's increasingly bent back, she had no other choice. She didn't want to become a debt that her grandmother could never repay. She bought a cheap frog costume, hiding herself away. She didn't want others to see her emaciated face from the illness, and she wanted to retain that last shred of dignity. For the past 8 or 9 months, she wore the frog costume, quietly live streaming. She didn't have any talents to showcase. Most of the time, she simply sat quietly or looked at the barrage. The live stream's viewership remained low, with only a few hundred fans. Some kind-hearted fans, after learning of her situation, would send her small hearts, balloons, and other inexpensive gifts. Occasionally, there would be slightly larger donations. Whenever this happened, she would stand up, clumsily dressed in the frog suit, bow deeply to the camera, and with a faint voice say, "Thank you. Thank you, brothers and sisters." Of course, there were also doubts and insults. Comments like fraud, selling pity for sympathy, and scripted appeared. Li Xiaomei never defended herself, but she only endured quietly. The real suffering is often heavier and more silent than any fabricated story. Tonight, seeing the fans flooding the screen with news that Qiming was on the market, especially the phrase "families in difficulty can apply for exemptions or even free treatment." Under the frog headpiece, Li Xiaomei's heart began to race violently. She forced back her excitement and told the fans who cared about her on the screen, "Thank you all for telling me. I have something to attend to. I will log off now, sorry." She hurriedly closed the stream and immediately searched online for any information regarding Qiming and the Star. When she opened the official website of the Starfire Group and saw the prominent charity assistance application channel alongside clear application conditions and required materials, tears instantly blurred her vision. Hope. True hope. It was no longer an unattainable luxury, but a tangible path to reach out for and apply to. She took a deep breath and wiped away her tears. She took out her grandmother's ID card, her household registration book, the low-income certificate arranged with village assistance, the diagnosis reports from the county and provincial hospitals, and the expense list. All the materials that could prove her plight. Following the website's instructions, she uploaded the photos of these materials step by step with extreme seriousness and meticulousness. In the application description, she wrote about her life with her grandmother. She detailed the torment of the illness. She also wrote about her desire for life. When she finally clicked the submit button, it felt as if she had exhausted all her strength, collapsing onto the cold bench. From beneath the frog headpiece came the muffled sounds of sobbing mingled with hope and fear. This faint plea for help came from deep within the mountains. Would it be able to traverse the digital torrent and reach the starfire that would determine her fate? The Starfire Group conducted a review of the application materials for the Light of Dawn Charity Assistance Program, investing unprecedented manpower and effort. The review team implemented a 3-shift system, processing requests for help from all over the country around the clock, striving to convey hope to the families struggling in despair in the shortest possible time. The next morning, just as dawn broke, in a dilapidated adobe house in the southwestern mountains, Li Xiaomei and her grandmother had a simple breakfast, still thin porridge and a bit of pickled vegetables. Grandmother tidied up the bowls and chopsticks, reminding Li Xiaomei a few times before leaning on a wooden stick and unsteadily heading to a small workshop several miles away to do some packing and cleaning odd jobs. The pay was settled daily, although meager. It was the only stable source of income for this family at the moment. Li Xiaomei absent-mindedly cleaned the bowls and chopsticks, her clear eyes filled with anxiety and hope. Her thoughts had long flown to the application submitted last night. The cold water washed over the bowl's edge, and her fingers curled slightly due to nervousness. Would they pass? Would the Starfire Group believe in them? The qualification for free assistance. Would it truly come to a poor child in the depths of the mountains? Just then her phone, buried in the pocket of her old cotton jacket, suddenly rang with a piercing tone. This phone was usually just a decoration. Aside from a few caring fans occasionally messaging, hardly anyone called. She thought it was a sales advertisement and instinctively wanted to hang up. But as her finger touched the screen, her gaze caught sight of the caller ID showing the region, Jianghe Province, Xinyang City. This address was etched deep in her heart like a brand. It was the headquarters of the Starfire Group, the place where Qin Tian was. It was the only source that could offer her a new hope. Her heart instantly felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, then began to beat wildly. She hurriedly wiped her damp, cold hands on her thin clothing, cautiously pulling out the old phone with a cracked as if holding some unparalleled treasure. Her fingertips trembled uncontrollably as she took a deep breath, trying to make her voice sound less weak, and pressed the answer button. Hello. Hi. A warm and professional female voice came from the other end. Hello, may I ask if this is Ms. Li Xiaomei? We are the review center for the Starfire Group's Light of Dawn Assistance Program. We have received the application materials you submitted last night. Yes, I am Li Xiaomei. Her voice cracked with excitement. She felt like a prisoner standing before a judge waiting for the final verdict. The other party seemed to sense her tension, and her tone became even gentler. Ms. Li Xiaomei, first of all, congratulations. After our review team's strict evaluation, your application has been officially approved. You have received a full free treatment quota for the light medication. Boom. It was as if a warm ray of sunshine had instantly broken through the long-pressing dark clouds, shining directly into Li Xiaomei's cold heart. She was stunned, her mind blank. Only the words approved free treatment echoed repeatedly. Tears unexpectedly streamed down her pale, thin cheeks. Thank you. Thank you so much. She choked, barely able to form complete sentences. The staff on the other end patiently verified her ID information and detailed home address. Then came an arrangement that made her even more incredulous. Ms. Li Xiaomei, considering your condition and the difficulties of traveling long distances, with the group's approval, we will send 2 staff members to your home to provide free treatment. Please wait at home with your guardian and keep the phone line open. Our staff will arrive at your home this afternoon. Home treatment. The Starfire Group was actually sending people to this remote mountain valley specifically to treat her. Li Xiaomei was overwhelmed with excitement. She could only nod repeatedly at the phone. As if the other party could see, she kept saying okay. All right, well, wait at home. Thank you. Thank you so much. After hanging up the phone, the immense joy and excitement made her tremble all over. She forced herself to calm down, and the first thing that came to mind was to tell her grandmother this incredible good news. She immediately searched for the workshop owner's contact number and dialed. Hello boss, it's me, Li Xiaomei. I got the free treatment from the Starfire Group, and they are sending people to my house this afternoon to treat me. Can I let my grandmother take the day off today? She spoke incoherently, but the boss still understood. The workshop owner was a simple middle-aged man. He had long been aware of Li Xiaomei's family situation. Hearing this news, he felt happy for them. He quickly said, good news. A great good news. Don't worry, I'll let your grandmother go home right away. It's not counted as a day off, and her wage for today will still be paid. Before long, grandmother was called out by the boss. He not only settled the day's wage of 60 yuan, but also discreetly slipped her 200 yuan bills. Grandmother was taken aback and quickly declined. No, boss, I can't accept this. If you give me the wages, I would feel embarrassed. We can't accept this extra. The boss firmly pressed the money into her hand, saying emotionally, old sister, take it. Buy something good for the child, nourish her health. Xiaomei is saved. This is a great happy event. Hurry back and prepare well to host the great benefactor from Starfire. Grandmother looked at the money in her hand, and at the boss' sincere eyes, her eyes instantly reddened. She choked up and deeply bowed to the boss. Thank you. Thank you, boss. The boss quickly supported her, feeling an overwhelming emotion himself. This unfortunate pair of grandmother and granddaughter finally saw a glimmer of hope. Without delay, grandmother bought a small piece of pork from the only butcher in town, something they usually couldn't afford. She also bought a fish and some fresh vegetables, hurrying home with an indescribable excitement and reverence. Meanwhile, the 2 young employees sent by the Starfire Group, Zhang Yi responsible for coordination and Lin Xiaoxiao responsible for medical follow-up, had already taken the earliest flight to the local city, then transferred to a train, arriving at the train station in the county where Li Xiaomei lived around noon. The local county government, already notified, sent out a staff member and 2 medical personnel from the county hospital, waiting with 2 vehicles at the train station entrance. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they immediately set off towards the village located deep in the mountains. The mountain roads were rugged and they bumped along for more than an hour. The convoy finally arrived in front of the dilapidated yard. Li Xiaomei and her grandmother, having received the news, had been waiting eagerly at the door. When Lin Xiaoxiao and Zhang Yi got out of the car and saw the grandmother and granddaughter standing in the cold wind, both of their hearts were tightly tugged. Grandmother was hunched over, her face covered with deep wrinkles etched with the vicissitudes and hardships of life. Beside her, Li Xiaomei made Lin Xiaoxiao's tears well up instantly. The girl was small and thin, as if a gust of wind could blow her down. The old red jacket she wore was obviously ill-fitting, faded from washing. The most striking were the oversized tattered shoes on her feet, caked with mud, creating a painfully stark contrast with her delicate but colorless face. How could this resemble the appearance of a 16-year-old girl in her prime? The others in the convoy felt a pang in their hearts at this sight, silently moving the medical equipment and comfort items they brought. Li Xiaomei watched these two siblings who came from the heavens. They were dressed in clean, neat clothes, the man tall and handsome, the woman youthful and beautiful with extraordinary grace. Looking at her own tattered attire and dire circumstances, a deep sense of inferiority surged in her heart. She instinctively wanted to retract her feet, lowering her head, hesitating to step forward to greet them. It was Zhang Yi who reacted first. He suppressed the bitterness in his heart, showing a gentle smile as he quickly stepped forward, naturally extending his hand and gently touching Li Xiaomei's somewhat dry hair. He softly asked, "You must be Li Xiaomei, right? We are from the Starfire Group, here to take you to..." "Oh no, we are here to treat you." Feeling the warmth and kindness from the other party's palm, Li Xiaomei's tense mood relaxed a little. Lin Xiaoxiao also quickly wiped away her tears, stepping forward to shake hands with grandmother, explaining their purpose. Seeing grandmother's overwhelmed excitement, she felt a sudden pang in her heart. Lin Xiaoxiao was inspired and took out her phone, saying, "Grandmother Xiaomei, let's take a photo to commemorate this meeting." The grandmother and granddaughter stood together. A bit awkwardly behind them was the dilapidated earthen house, as Lin Xiaoxiao pressed the shutter, capturing this moment filled with hope and new life. The treatment process was simpler than expected. With the assistance of the medical personnel, Lin Xiaoxiao skillfully injected the first dose of light medication into Li Xiaomei. Throughout the process, Li Xiaomei cooperated exceptionally well, her eyes filled with a longing for life. After the injection, it was time to wait for the medication to take effect. Grandmother had already prepared the food and warmly invited everyone to eat at home. Although it was just simple farm dishes, it included meat and fish. This was already the highest standard of hospitality this family could offer. The staff members did not decline sitting around the old small square table. They had a particularly warm and heavy lunch. 1 or 2 hours after the meal, the effects began to show. Li Xiaomei felt the nausea and lingering pain that had been troubling her lessen significantly. Her spirits improved a bit, and she even proactively expressed that she felt a bit hungry. Grandmother joyfully hurried to serve her half a bowl of rice, watching her eat slowly. There was finally a hint of long-lost color on her face. The accompanying medical staff conducted a simple check, confirming that her condition was indeed improving. They provided follow-up care instructions and scheduled the next 2 days' treatment sessions with the Starfire staff before leaving for the county city. Zhang Yi and Lin Xiaoxiao decided to stay behind, residing in Li Xiaomei's home to facilitate observation and follow-up treatment. Local government staff delivered rice flour, cooking oil, new bedding, and some essential daily necessities. This temporarily resolved their accommodation problem. That night, Li Xiaomei did not put on that set of clothing that concealed her identity. She sat in front of the camera and started a live stream. The few dozens of fans in the live room were astonished to discover today's Frog was not wearing a headgear, revealing a delicate but pale face. "Hello everyone. I'm Frog. Today the brothers and sisters from the Starfire Group came to treat me," she said softly, her tone filled with uncontrollable excitement and gratitude. Lin Xiaoxiao and Zhang Yi also appeared in front of the camera, briefly greeting the fans and confirming the matter. Fans flooded the chat with messages expressing their gratitude to the Starfire Group and their blessings for Li Xiaomei. After the live stream ended, Lin Xiaoxiao looked around the bare environment. Especially seeing the glaring shoes on Li Xiaomei's feet, her heart was unable to calm down for a long time. She sent the photo of the grandmother and granddaughter taken that afternoon to her work group, briefly explaining Li Xiaomei's true situation. "Did you see the shoes on Xiaomei's feet? It hurts my heart too much. My God, what arrow is this? This child has suffered too much. Let's help her." The message spread like a drop of water falling into hot oil, instantly igniting a wave in the group. These young university students who had just entered society and mostly came from ordinary families but harbored goodwill were shocked by this stark poverty. They received salaries from the Starfire Group that far exceeded their peers, with all expenses covered, and their compassion overflowed. "They'll donate 1,000. They'll donate 500. Count me in." The donation chain quickly began, with amounts rapidly accumulating. The news quickly spread from the small group to the department group, then to other colleague groups with good relationships. Like ripples spreading within the Starfire Group. In less than 2 hours, the total amount of donations had reached several 100,000 yuan. and it continued to increase. This spontaneous large-scale employee donation behavior was unprecedented in the company. Grassroots managers did not dare to be negligent and promptly reported the situation at every level. The news eventually reached Qin Tian, who was anxiously conducting recruitment interviews at a university in the provincial capital. At that time, Qin Tian had just finished a deep conversation with a job applicant and was rubbing his brow to rest. Zhou Yunfeng walked over with the phone looking serious and whispered this matter to him. Qin Tian took the phone and quickly browsed through the photos circulating in the group and Li Xiaomai's basic situation. When he saw the photo of the grandmother and granddaughter standing in front of the dilapidated earthen house, especially noticing the oversized liberation shoes on Li Xiaomai's feet, which were completely inappropriate for her age and gender, his heart felt as if it had been struck hard by something. This scene was so familiar. Once upon a time he too had suffered greatly due to his impoverished family background. He also felt inferior because of a pair of shoes or a piece of clothing. Although his circumstances were not entirely the same as Li Xiaomai's, he had truly experienced that feeling of powerlessness in the struggles of the lower class. A complex emotion surged within him. There was the touch of the employee's kindness, sympathy for Li Xiaomai's plight, and a strong impulse to do something. He pondered for a moment, then looked up, clearly giving instructions to the executives around him who were paying attention to this matter. Thank you to all the employees who have shown their love. Their goodwill is invaluable. However, all donations will be handled uniformly by the company's finance department and returned in full. Everyone was taken aback. Qin Tian continued, in my personal capacity, I will take Li Xiaomai as my sister. This decision surprised and moved everyone present. Qin Tian spoke firmly, I will cover all her living expenses and educational costs until she graduates from university. If she wishes, after she recovers, she can be brought to Huaizhe County to study, or I can arrange for her to attend a better school in her hometown. Qin Tian's decision was quickly conveyed through internal channels. When employees learned that the donations were being returned, they were initially puzzled. But when they heard that the boss had taken Li Xiaomai as his sister and would fully fund her education, they instantly erupted. The boss is mighty. Oh my, this is so heartwarming. This is a true entrepreneur. Chairman Qin Tian, I want to have your children. Voice cracks, wake up upstairs, you're a man. So what if I'm a man? Can't a man have children with the boss? I don't care. The internal forum and chat groups were filled with various teasing praise and emotion. Qin Tian's image grew even taller and more approachable in the hearts of the employees. Soon Qin Tian personally contacted Zhang Yi, who was staying at Li Xiaomai's home. Through a video call he spoke with Li Xiaomai. In the video, Li Xiaomai looked at the brother she had only seen in the news shine. She was so nervous that she didn't know where to put her hands and feet. Qin Tian saw her timid appearance and spoke in an extremely gentle tone, hello Xiaomai, I am Qin Tian. Qin. Brother Qin Tian, hello. Li Xiaomai's voice was as soft as a mosquito. I know about your situation, Qin Tian said with a smile. Don't be afraid, you'll get better soon. From now on you will be my sister, okay? Once you are well, I will support your education. Wherever you want to study, you can go. On this side of the screen, Li Xiaomai listened to these dreamlike words, looking at Qin Tian's warm smile. The tears that had been pent up for so long broke free again, and she nodded vigorously. She was so choked up that she couldn't say a word. Grandmother, upon hearing this news, was even more excited, tears streaming down her face. She wanted to kneel and bow to the phone screen, but was quickly supported by Lin Xiaoxiao and Zhang Yi. Grandma, please don't do that, this is what I should do. Qin Tian quickly said on the other end of the phone. After I finish the recruitment work in the next few days, I will find time to visit you and make specific arrangements for Xiaomai's education. After the call ended, the dilapidated adobe house was filled with hope and warmth that had never been present in 16 years. Meanwhile, within the Starfire group, this wave of warmth, sparked by love, further united the hearts of the people. It gave this young enterprise a deeper cultural foundation. Zhanghe University. As one of the few key institutions of the 211 project in Zhanghe province, it carries the hopes of countless candidates and their parents. However, in stark contrast to the enormous number of candidates, which exceeds 1 million each year, there is a relative scarcity of quality higher education resources in the province. This makes those who can enter Zhanghe University stand out among their peers. Yet stepping through the school gates is just the first step. The pathways upon graduation present an even harsher reality. As the new school year begins, the senior students resemble fledglings about to leave the nest, eagerly plunging into the torrent of society. The campus is filled with an atmosphere of anxiety and confusion. The recruitment information board is always crowded and classrooms for various recruitment presentations are packed. However, upon inspection, most positions either offer a low base salary with high pressure in sales roles, or they are service positions with low technical requirements and high substitutability, failing to align with the student's years of hard study. Moreover, good jobs that come with generous benefits and bright prospects are exceedingly rare. The head of the school's Employment Guidance Center, Director Wang, has recently been troubled to the point of graying hair. Looking at the slowly increasing and somewhat dismal employment rate for recent graduates displayed on his computer screen, he felt the immense pressure weighing heavily on his shoulders. In recent days, he has nearly worn his lips raw utilizing the connections he has built over many years. He tirelessly called well-known companies inside and outside the province hoping to secure more quality job opportunities for the students. Having just finished a call with a so-called technology company the other party was willing to hire, but immediately offered the position of marketing promotion specialist. The base salary was $1,500 with performance-based commissions, and working 12 hours or more a day was the norm. Director Wang hung up the phone unable to help, but rub his throbbing temples muttering softly, "This isn't hiring college graduates. This is seeking cheap labor, treating people like pack animals. After studying hard for over a decade, is this all we are worth?" Just then the office door was suddenly flung open with a loud bang. A young staff member rushed in panting, his face flushed with excitement. Director Wang, already in a bad mood, felt his anger boil over and scolded, "What are you flustered about? This is no way to behave. I've told you countless times to stay calm in a crisis." However, the staff member paid no heed to the reprimand. Leaning on his knees and gasping for breath, he eagerly said, Director, good news. Tremendous good news. The Xingho Group. The HR department of Xingho Group just called us." Xingho Group. Director Wang momentarily did not respond, asking which Xingho Group. "The one led by Qin Tian. The group developing the Qiming drug." The staff member excitedly waved his arms. "They said they want to come to our school to recruit, hiring all kinds of senior students in science and engineering." Director Wang jumped up from his chair and shook his eyes wide. "What did you say? Xingho Group? Are they really coming to our school to hire people?" He could hardly believe his ears. The Xingho Group is now at the height of its fame, a top-tier platform that countless graduates dream of. Absolutely true. The staff member nodded vigorously, speaking rapidly. Moreover, they said that as long as you pass their assessment and get hired, the starting salary is $300,000. For those who perform exceptionally well, it starts at $500,000. All positions will be formal labor contracts with full payment of the highest standards for social insurance and housing fund and holidays strictly according to the national regulations. They will be trained as research personnel and engineers. A starting salary of $300,000. Research personnel and engineers. Director Wang felt his heart racing. This level of compensation surpasses that of the vast majority of companies in the province and is highly competitive nationwide. More importantly, positions like research personnel and engineers hold unparalleled allure for students in science and engineering. They signify a direct connection to their field of study, technical growth, and a bright future. When are they coming? Is the news accurate? Director Wang's voice trembled with excitement. Absolutely accurate. It was the HR director Zhao Lei from Xingho Group who personally called. The staff member confirmed. He also said that this recruitment will be personally led by Chairman Qin Tian. They have already arrived in the provincial capital and plan to conduct a tour of several key science and engineering universities in the capital, specifically reserving core talent for their Xingho Research Institute and future industrial expansion. Zhanghe University is their first stop. Tomorrow morning at 8 they will arrive at the school. Chairman Qin Tian is leading the team. The first stop is our school. Director Wang felt a rush of excitement, overwhelmed by immense joy, and he slammed his hand on the table, his voice booming. Great. This is what a real high-tech enterprise looks like. This is what it means to value talent. Listen, research personnel, engineers. This is what our Zhanghe students deserve after years of hard study. He immediately realized the significance of this matter and needed to report to the school leaders without delay. Quick. Go arrange for it immediately and make a welcome banner that stands out. Warmly welcome Chairman Qin Tian and the recruitment team from Xingho Group to visit our school to select talents. At the same time, notify all relevant major graduates through all channels immediately about this important news. I will report to the principal. Director Wang hurriedly ran to the principal's office, breathlessly relaying this news. Upon hearing the news, the principal was both surprised and delighted. He was well aware of the significance of Xingho Group and Qin Tian. This was not only an excellent opportunity to promote high-quality employment for students. It also affirmed the educational level of Zhanghe University and presented an excellent opportunity for publicity. The principal immediately decided, good. This is a great thing. Director Wang, coordinate everything and ensure the reception and support work is done well. Tomorrow morning, I will personally lead the school leadership team to welcome Chairman Qin Tian and his party at the school gate. Additionally, arrange for the university auditorium to host tomorrow's recruitment event for Xingho Group. We must present our highest standards and utmost sincerity. The principal's instructions were quickly put into action. Soon, Zhanghe University's campus intranet, official WeChat account, various colleges and class QQ groups and WeChat groups. All conceivable information channels were flooded with this explosive news. Urgent notice. Xingho Group Special Recruitment Fair. Recruiting Unit Xingho Group, led personally by Chairman Qin Tian. Target candidates: senior science and engineering graduates. Positions: research personnel, engineers. Core training. Direction: benefits. Starting salary of $300,000. Outstanding candidates: $500,000. Formal contracts: top-tier social insurance and housing fund. Regulated holidays. Time and location tomorrow at 8 in the morning. University auditorium requirements. Students interested and qualified in relevant majors, please download the attached registration form. As soon as possible, fill it out carefully and prepare for the assessment. This news fell like a deep water bomb on the calm surface of a lake. The entire Zhanghe University, especially the science and engineering departments, boiled over in an instant. My goodness. Xinghe Group. Qin Tian is coming. A starting salary of 3,000. And it's a research position. Am I dreaming? Hurry and download the form. This might be the closest opportunity to Qin Tian and Xinghe in my life. Brothers, let's go for it. Whether we can reach the pinnacle of life depends on tomorrow. The students rushed to inform each other, filled with excitement. The printing shop formed a long queue, with everyone nervously filling out registration forms, meticulously preparing their resumes, ready to showcase their skills in tomorrow's assessment. In this boiling crowd there stood a tall, sturdy boy with a resolute gaze. His name was Zhao Liwei. Originating from the vast northern Mongolian region, he is a senior student majoring in dynamics at the School of Mechanical Engineering. Zhao Liwei's family is a typical ordinary herding family. His parents worked hard at herding, saving every penny to send him to university. For a child like him, knowledge-changing destiny is not an empty saying, but the only lifeline to grasp tightly. Therefore, since the day he entered university, he did not indulge in games or slack off like some classmates. The library and laboratories were where he spent most of his time. He flipped through professional books repeatedly, making meticulous notes. His grades consistently ranked at the top, earning him several scholarships and inspirational awards. He initially believed that with his solid professional foundation and excellent grades, finding a job that matched his major and offered decent pay after graduation would not be difficult. He hoped to quickly alleviate his family's burden and spare his parents from hardship. However, the harsh reality soon struck him hard. The companies to which he submitted resumes either fell silent or replied that they needed candidates with project experience, rejecting fresh graduates like him. Occasionally, there were a few interview opportunities, but upon discussion, he found the job titles sounded impressive. Yet in essence they were for equipment maintenance or even sales, with a pitifully low base salary. The work hours were frighteningly long and benefits were barely mentioned. Repeated setbacks made this originally confident young man begin to sink into deep self-doubt and anxiety. He started to feel lost. The knowledge I've tirelessly acquired over these 4 years, does it still hold value in this harsh reality? Should I compromise with reality and take any sales job for now? Or should I grit my teeth and pursue further studies, adding more burden to my family? Whenever he thought of his parents' increasingly stooped backs and hopeful eyes, he felt a pang of heartache and helplessness. Just as he was staring at the computer screen, grappling with unsatisfactory job postings, his inner turmoil intensified. Suddenly his phone vibrated wildly and messages from class groups and professional groups sounded off incessantly, pulling his thoughts back. He puzzledly picked up his phone and opened the group messages. When the keywords Xinghe Group, led by Qin Tian, research personal engineer, and starting salary of 3,000 flashed before his eyes, his breath quickened suddenly. Xinghe Group. He certainly knew about it. It was a name that echoed throughout, representing cutting-edge technology and infinite prospects. Qin Tian was even more so an idol he deeply admired. He read through the recruitment information word by word. When he saw that they were hiring research personnel and engineers with such generous compensation, he felt a surge of long-lost passion and hope coursing through him. An opportunity. This is the real opportunity, he shouted in his heart. He had absolute confidence in his mastery of professional knowledge. He immediately stood up, dashed to the print shop, downloaded, and printed the registration form. Back in the dormitory, he carefully and neatly filled in his information. Each word embodied 4 years of sweat and hope. After completing the form, he looked at it and suddenly thought of that girl, Xiao Yan, a student majoring in electronic science and technology. Xiao Yan hailed from Xinyang City in the province and could be considered a half-local to Qin Tian. She possessed the unique, gentle temperament of a girl from the southern water towns, but had a resilient determination when it came to her studies. The two met during a cross-disciplinary innovation project activity. Their equally earnest attitude towards learning and shared respect and thirst for knowledge drew them together, sparking many common topics. After several interactions, they developed mutual feelings, but both were reserved in character. Moreover, they were acutely aware of the reality they would face after graduation, one possibly returning to the north, and the other perhaps staying in the south. Neither could easily alter the other's life trajectory. Thus, that hazy affection was carefully buried in their hearts, never openly acknowledged. Zhao Liwei took a deep breath and took out his phone. He found that familiar number and dialed it. The call was quickly answered, and Xiao Yan's gentle voice came through. "Hello, Liwei." "Yanhuang, it's me." Zhao Liwei's voice carried a hint of unnoticeable nervousness. "Did you see the mess about the Xinghe Group recruitment?" "Yes, I saw it." Xiao Yan's voice was also filled with evident excitement. "I just finished filling out the registration form. I never expected Xinghe Group would come to our school, and that Chairman Qin Tian would be here." "Indeed." Zhao Liwei suppressed his inner excitement. "Tomorrow, shall we attend the assessment together?" Sure. Xiao Yan agreed, without hesitation, her voice full of anticipation. After hanging up, Zhao Liwei held his phone, a smile filled with hope spreading across his face. A smile he hadn't worn in a long time. He felt an invigorating surge of strength. Tomorrow not only concerned his personal future. Perhaps it also held the possibility of a new beginning for the feelings he had buried deep within. Xingho has arrived, waiting for the talented to come forth. At exactly 8 o'clock the next morning, a convoy consisting of 3 black business cars smoothly arrived at the grand and elegant entrance of Zhanghe University. The principal and several school leaders who had been waiting immediately stepped forward, their faces beaming with warm and solemn smiles. As the car door opened, Qin Tian was the first to step out. Today he was dressed in a well-tailored dark casual suit without a tie, appearing both formal yet brimming with youthful vitality. Following him were Human Resources Director Zhao Lei and several core recruitment specialists, along with the carefully selected security personnel, exuding a sharp and competent demeanor. Chairman Qin, welcome. We warmly welcome you and everyone from Xingho Group to Zhanghe University. The principal tightly grasped Qin Tian's hand, his tone filled with genuine joy and importance. Surrounding school leaders also stepped forward to shake hands and exchange pleasantries with Qin Tian. Principal, you are too polite. It is we who are intruding. Qin Tian responded with a smile, his demeanor humble and composed. Zhanghe University is a cradle of talent in the province. Our Xingho Group is eager to find like-minded partners here. After some simple pleasantries accompanied by the school leaders, Qin Tian and his group walked through the tree-lined campus towards the grand auditorium, which had already been prepared. Along the way, many students who had heard the news stopped to watch, their eyes filled with curiosity, admiration, and desire. Inside the auditorium, the atmosphere was already buzzing with excitement. The auditorium, which could accommodate nearly 2,000 people, was fully packed, with even the aisles and back rows filled with engineering students who had rushed over. Zhao Liwei and Xiao Yan were fortunate to secure seats in the front row. They looked around at the crowd and listened to the myriad speculations and discussions about the assessment process that formed a buzzing sound. Feeling both nervous and filled with anticipation. I heard that the Xingho assessment is tough, though I wonder what it will entail. It must focus on practical application. After all, it involves direct research and development. The starting annual salary is 3,000. It's a do-or-die situation. Zhao Liwei whispered to Xiao Yan. Don't be nervous, our foundation is solid. Just perform normally. Xiao Yan nodded, taking a deep breath, trying to calm her racing heart. As 9 o'clock approached, a school leader jogged into the auditorium, signaling everyone to remain quiet. A few minutes later, accompanied by the principal and other school leaders, Qin Tian and his group ascended the stage. In an instant, the entire auditorium fell silent. All eyes were fixed on the exceedingly young figure in the center of the stage, gazing at Qin Tian, whose face was younger than most students present, yet had already created legends and commanded a business empire. A complex array of emotions surged within countless hearts. There was awe, admiration, yearning, and a hint of an indescribable urgency. The principal was the first to deliver a brief, yet enthusiastic speech. Students, please give a warm round of applause to welcome our outstanding alumnus, honorary title Mr. Qin Tian, chairman of Xingho Group, and the recruitment team from Xingho Group. A thunderous applause resonated throughout the auditorium. The principal continued, Xingho Group is the pride of our province and our nation, a benchmark for high-tech enterprises. This time, Chairman Qin Tian personally led the team to our school to select talent, which is a tremendous affirmation of our educational quality and a rare opportunity in the students' lives. I hope everyone cherishes this opportunity, takes the assessment seriously, and showcases the best side of us Zhanghe students. Now let us welcome Chairman Qin Tian to speak to everyone. Applause erupted once more, even more fervent than before. Qin Tian approached the microphone, his calm gaze sweeping over the youthful and eager faces in the audience. His eyes seemed to possess a certain penetrating power, making every student who made eye contact with him unconsciously straighten their backs. Good morning, fellow students of Zhanghe University. Qin Tian began, his voice resonating through the microphone and reaching every corner of the auditorium. I am Qin Tian. This simple self-introduction stirred the hearts of many students below. This was a living legend, breathing the same air as them. Today, standing here, I am in the capacity of the founder of Xingho Group, seeking future companions. Qin Tian's tone was serious. As you may know, Xingho Group started with the Qiming drug. I can tell you that the projected annual revenue of Xingho Pharmaceuticals will be a very considerable figure. He did not disclose the specific figure of 30 trillion, but it was enough to spark imagination. However, Qin Tian raised his voice. Medicine is merely the starting point for Xingho Group. We have accumulated capital, but more importantly, we have the determination to climb to greater heights. The future of Xingho Group will be directed towards broader high-tech fields. His gaze swept across the audience, his voice filled with infectious energy, electronic chips, new materials, renewable energy, aerospace. These core fields that determine the future competitiveness of our nation will be the battlegrounds for Xingho Group. We need the best talents to conquer these fortresses. Every word struck like a hammer, resonating in the hearts of every engineering student present. Chips, energy, aerospace. These are the most fiercely competitive fields in today's world of technology. They embody the dreams of countless engineering students. What an honor it is to be part of such a great endeavor. A surge of excitement coursed through the auditorium, and the students' eyes sparkled with ambition. Our assessment this time is very simple, consisting of just 2 steps. Qin Tian began to outline the process. The first step is a written test. The second step is an interview. The written test primarily assesses whether everyone has a solid grasp of foundational knowledge. We do not pursue obscure or bizarre questions, as long as you have a strong foundation from your 4 years of university, passing should not be difficult. Of course, the questions will also have varying degrees of difficulty. The interview will focus more on understanding your thought processes and personal traits. He added, but did not divulge further details. At this moment, Qin Tian's inner thoughts remained unspoken. The written test questions were drafted by him personally. They seemed basic, yet they precisely assessed the completeness of knowledge structure and depth of understanding. As for the interview, behind those seemingly simple questions lay his ability to discern human nature through the lens of civilized seeds. Any insincere words spoken to please would have nowhere to hide before him. This approach might not be entirely above board, but he had no other choice. His true plan was to select absolutely reliable core backbones. To secretly impart the method of cultivating primordial energy and personally conduct training in cutting-edge technology. Without the development of primordial energy, ordinary people cannot quickly comprehend and apply those technologies from higher civilizations. These selected seeds of fire will become the future leaders of Xingho Research Institute, leading the research and development of disruptive technologies, allowing Xingho Group to rise at an incredible speed. This is the true reason why he came personally and made such a grand effort to conduct the selection. Students who passed both steps of the assessment, Qin Tian addressed the audience, continuing. Xingho Group will sign a contract directly with you. Your starting annual salary will be preliminarily determined based on your written test scores. He announced the clear standards. The written test has a full score of 100 points consisting of 10 major questions. Answering 6 questions correctly will yield a basic annual salary of 300. Answering 8 correctly will yield 400, and getting all 10 correct will yield 500. The clear and transparent standards sparked a stir in the audience. Strength determines the starting point. And this is just the beginning. Qin Tian's words were filled with encouragement. At Xingho, as long as you have the ability and make contributions, $1 million annual salary is just the starting point. In the future, earning 10 million or even more is not impossible. The combination of wealth and grand vision created a powerful allure. The eyes of the students in the audience were filled with fighting spirit. Students, Qin Tian encouraged in conclusion. The opportunity is right before you. Whether you can seize it and become part of this great journey depends on your own strength and choices. I hope everyone answers the questions seriously, showcasing your true abilities. I wish you all good results. Now please follow the instructions and proceed to the designated classroom to prepare for the written test. The exam starts at 10:30 and lasts for 2 hours. With that, Qin Tian's speech ignited the passion within the auditorium. Under the organization of the student union members, the students orderly made their way to the examination hall. Zhao Liwei and Xiao Yan exchanged glances, each seeing determination in the other's eyes. At 10:30, all examinees were ready. One unexpected situation for all examinees was that there were neither confiscated phones nor signal jammers in the examination room. There wasn't even any proctor arranged. Only the test papers on the podium and the time for the exam displayed on the blackboard. Qin Tian's intention was to assess not only knowledge but also integrity and self-discipline. He certainly did not worry about cheating. In his perception, the power of the civilized seeds acted like an invisible radar covering the entire examination room. Every subtle movement, spiritual fluctuation, and any attempt to cheat by every examinee were under the monitoring of the seeds. Any who harbored thoughts of luck, no matter how concealed their methods, had already been marked for elimination in Qin Tian's eyes. Their test papers would not be reviewed. What he wanted was the real gold that emerged from true talent and hard work. As the test papers were distributed, the classroom was filled only with the sound of pen tips scratching against paper. Zhao Liwei took a deep breath, unfolded the test paper, and began to calmly analyze the questions. Just as Qin Tian had said, the questions assessed core foundational theories and principles requiring deep understanding and clear logic. He focused his mind and began to write down the results of his 4 years of accumulation and his expectations for the future on the answer sheet. The sands of time have washed away all but the real gold. A silent selection was fiercely taking place in this quiet examination room. The tense and lengthy written examination finally came to an end. When the signal to submit the papers echoed, Zhao Liwei gently set down his pen and let out a long breath. Thanks to 4 years of diligent study and a solid knowledge foundation, he not only completed all 10 questions smoothly, but also managed to leave some time for a quick review. Although the difficulty of the last few questions increased, involving a broader range of knowledge and requiring stronger analytical and deductive skills. He felt that his answers should have captured the core points. Watching as his exam paper was collected by a fellow student from the student council, he felt a mix of relief from completing the challenge and a hint of anticipation for the outcome. It was already noon, and the school cafeteria had prepared a sumptuous meal for Qin Tian and the student volunteers participating in the recruitment work. However, Qin Tian's mind had already flown to the thick stack of exam papers. After a simple meal, the grading work immediately began. In a quiet conference room, Qin Tian faced over 2,000 exam papers alone. What he first did was to rely on the monitoring reports silently recorded by the civilization seed during the examination process, identifying those suspected of cheating. Any exam papers that attempted to use a mobile phone, communicated with others, or merely had strong cheating intentions were directly discarded. For this portion of the exam papers, he didn't even glance at them before setting them aside, signifying that these students had lost their opportunity. What remained were the papers completed with genuine skills. For Qin Tian, the grading process was almost monotonous. He did not need to scrutinize every word and sentence like an ordinary teacher. He picked up an exam paper, his gaze akin to a high-precision scanner. In an instant, he scanned the entire answer sheet, imprinting all the text, formulas, and graphical information into his mind. Immediately, his brain, enhanced by elemental energy and comparable to a supercomputer, began to operate at high speed, aligning with the standard answers and grading criteria he had already mastered. In almost a fraction of a second, he completed the evaluation of the accuracy, logic, and completeness of all answers on the exam paper, producing an exact score. 1 paper, 2 papers, 10 papers, 100 papers. His speed was astonishing. Those nearby, like Zhao Lei and others, could only see Qin Tian flipping through the exam papers at a constant and mind-boggling pace. It seemed as if he was merely browsing, completely unlike someone conducting a serious review. Yet they dared not voice any doubts, quietly assisting in the sorting. In less than an hour, the review of all valid exam papers was completed. The results surprised Qin Tian slightly. After removing the cheaters and students with obviously insufficient answers, fewer than 6 questions, nearly 400 students had reached the basic admission threshold of 6 correct answers. This ratio was far beyond his initial estimate. It was evident that Zhanghe University, as an established 211 institution, indeed had a solid foundation in science and engineering students. What delighted him even more was that a few exam papers received perfect scores. Among these were the papers of Zhao Liwei and Xiao Yan. Zhao Liwei's answers exhibited rigorous logic and a clear derivation process. Especially on the last few more challenging questions, he displayed insights beyond those of ordinary undergraduate students. Xiao Yan's paper reflected a unique attention to detail and meticulousness characteristic of women. The steps were clear, the handwriting neat, and almost no points for deduction could be found. Not bad, truly a treasure, found Qin Tian remarked with a hint of satisfaction in his smile. This group of students would be the most solid foundation for the future Spark Research Institute. Soon the list of students who passed the written examination and their scores used to determine initial salary levels was published on the school network. It also included interview notifications. Students who passed the written exam should go to designated classrooms for interviews 1 hour later. The interview setup was simple, with only one employee from Spark Group as the interviewer in each classroom. On the table lay a list of dozens of questions. The interview process was straightforward. Students would randomly draw 3 questions to answer, and the entire process would last about 5 minutes. The questions were varied and did not involve advanced professional knowledge, focusing more on inquiries, such as if a research task is very dull, yet fundamental and necessary, what would you do? How do you view the relationship between teamwork and individual research? If you have the opportunity to work with cutting-edge technology abroad, but they offer exceptionally generous treatment to invite you, how would you choose? Please describe the greatest setback you've encountered and how you dealt with it. These questions seemed simple and casual, aiming to understand the student's personality traits, values, and adaptability. 7 or 8 interviewers worked simultaneously, each facing 40 to 50 students. The interview process continued from the afternoon until around 7 or 8 in the evening. The interviewers recorded each student's responses and the details they observed. These records were ultimately compiled and sent to Qin Tian. He once again utilized the auxiliary ability of the civilization seed, not directly reading memories, but combining the interview records to perceive the emotional fluctuations and sincerity of the students' mental states while answering questions. This allowed him to judge whether their answers came from the heart and whether their values aligned with Spark Group's core philosophy of serving the nation through technology and promoting industry for national prosperity. The final interview results once again surprised Qin Tian, but more than that, they brought him comfort. Almost all students who participated in the interview passed the assessment. Upon reflection, this was quite reasonable. First of all, the first round of written exams had already filtered out those with a weak foundation and improper intentions, cheating. The remaining students were at a stage in their lives filled with ideals and vitality. They had grown up in an era of rapid national development and increasing national confidence. They generally held profound feelings and pride for their country. The mentality of banana people who admire foreign things had no market among them. Moreover, they had not yet truly stepped into society and had not experienced much of the grind and temptation of reality. Their character mostly retained the simplicity and sincerity endowed by campus life. Faced with those seemingly simple questions, they mostly provided honest and positive responses. Thus, both rounds of assessments came to an end. Spark Group quickly sent formal electronic admission letters to all students who passed the assessments along with detailed labor contracts. When the students received the admission notice and contract bearing the Spark Group logo on their phones or computers, immense joy and excitement erupted instantly. Especially when they saw the annual salary figures clearly stated in the contract, many students couldn't help but cheer with joy, and some even wept tears of happiness. This meant they not only secured a job far beyond expectations with a bright future, but also delivered a satisfactory answer to their years of hard work. It also brought real hope for improvement to their families. The initial annual salary for most students was set at 300, a figure that made them immensely satisfied. A few outstanding performers received an annual salary of 4,000. Those like Zhao Liwei and Xiao Yan, who achieved full marks, were offered the highest starting salary of 5,000. Zhao Liwei tightly gripped his phone, looking at the contract terms on the screen, his fingers trembling with excitement. He immediately looked at Xiao Yan beside him and found her looking back at him. Tears of joy and excitement sparkled in her eyes. We did it. Zhao Liwei's voice was somewhat choked. Yes. Xiao Yan nodded vigorously, her face blossoming with a radiant smile. From now on, we are colleagues. The anticipation for their future careers intertwined perfectly with the feelings for those around them. In this moment, it all came together beautifully, filling them with boundless expectation for the new life that was about. Qin Tian immediately made arrangements with the accompanying human resources team to send the list of admissions and contract information back to the group headquarters immediately. The finance department was to transfer 2,000 yuan to the account of each newly recruited employee as a travel subsidy for their journey to report to the group. At the same time, all new employees were officially notified that they had half a month's preparation time and needed to reach the Spark Group headquarters in Huais County by a specified date for onboarding. They also required the group's logistics and administrative departments to prepare in advance for the reception and accommodation of nearly 400 new employees. The leaders of Zhanghe University learned that nearly 400 students were hired by Spark Group in one go. Moreover, the generous treatment was simply beyond their expectations. This was not only a personal success for the students, but also a significant breakthrough and impressive achievement in the school's employment efforts. The principal personally decided to hold a simple, yet warm celebration for this group of students about to embark on a new journey that evening in the Grand Hall. School leaders attended in droves to congratulate the students and encourage them to continue to carry forward the excellent academic style of Zhanghe University after joining Spark Group, to be pragmatic and courageous in innovation. Cherish this rare platform and strive to make outstanding contributions to the nation and society in the future. After the celebration, the school hosted a banquet for Qin Tian and the Spark recruitment team. At the banquet, the atmosphere was harmonious and warm. Seizing this opportunity, Qin Tian formally proposed to the school to establish a long-term and stable talent delivery cooperation relationship. This would not be limited to the current recruitment of research engineers. Future recruitment for other administrative and managerial positions at Spark Group would also prioritize the outstanding graduates of Zhanghe University. The school leaders were naturally eager for this and immediately agreed, promising to strengthen communication and contact with Spark Group to ensure effective talent cultivation and delivery, achieving a win-win situation for both the school and the enterprise. In no time, the hosts and guests were delighted and everyone was happy. In the following days, Qin Tian led the team to visit several key science and engineering universities in the provincial capital. With the golden brand of Spark Group, Qin Tian's personal charisma, and highly competitive treatment, the recruitment work progressed exceptionally smoothly. After several recruitment events, they successfully recruited over 1,000 outstanding fresh graduates. Ultimately, during this visit to the provincial capital universities, Spark Group recruited more than 1,500 new talents, far exceeding expectations. This team, comprising numerous exceptional individuals, was set to inject strong vitality into Spark Group. With the recruitment task successfully concluded, Qin Tian and his team returned to Huais County laden with fruitful results. The next important stage of carving these rough gems into refined instruments was about to begin. With the addition of this solid foundation, the Spark Technology Tower would surely rise at an even faster pace. Qin Tian and his team returned to Heping Village, bringing back fruitful results from recruiting over 1,500 top talents. After a brief rest, he immediately notified CEO Zhou Yunfeng early the next morning. An urgent core executive meeting was convened at the Xingho Group. In the brightly lit temporary headquarters conference room, department directors sat upright, the atmosphere serious, yet tinged with anticipation. They had all learned of the chairman's tremendous success during this trip to several universities and were eager to know about the upcoming strategic deployment. Sitting at the head of the table, Qin Tian scanned each executive present and stated directly, "Everyone, our recruitment at several universities in the provincial capital exceeded expectations, with over 1,500 outstanding graduates in science and engineering recruited." As soon as he finished speaking, a low murmur of astonishment erupted in the conference room. Bringing in such a large number of highly educated talents at once is a significant achievement for any company. "These individuals are the core seeds for our future development," Qin Tian said seriously. "Their addition means that Xingho Group will no longer just be a pharmaceutical company, but rather the beginning of our true transformation into a comprehensive high-tech giant." He then turned to Zhou Yanhuang and said, "Zhou, please introduce the overall operational situation of the group recently, especially the financial status." Zhou Yanhuang promptly pulled up the data and reported, "Chairman Qin, colleagues. Since our Qiming drug established stable supply relationships with major top hospitals nationwide, the speed of capital recovery has been remarkable. As of now, the available funds in the group's account have surpassed 100 billion huabi and continue to grow at a rate of 10 billion per day. 10 billion in cash inflow daily." This figure startled the executives present. While they were aware that Qiming was profitable, witnessing such a massive accumulation of funds was still shocking. Sufficient cash flow is the most solid foundation for a company to undertake large-scale expansion. Qin Tian nodded in satisfaction. "Very good, thank you all for your hard work. The rapid development of the company is inseparable from the diligent efforts of each one of you present. To recognize everyone's efforts and to motivate the team, I have decided that starting this month the salaries of all department directors and above will be doubled based on the current level." As soon as these words were spoken, a momentary silence fell over the conference room, which was soon broken by uncontrollable joy and excitement. Salaries doubled. This meant that their income would directly enter a significantly higher tier. Qin Tian raised his hand to signal for silence, and continued, "Not only that, but the salaries of all employees in the group will undergo a systematic increase. Led by the Human Resources Department, each department must collaborate to formulate a detailed salary adjustment plan with a minimum increase of no less than 50. We want every employee at Xingho to share in the dividends of the company's development and live a dignified and respectful." Chairman Qin is wise. "Thank you, Chairman Qin." The executives expressed their agreement, their faces glowing with excitement. Such a substantial salary increase not only greatly enhanced their personal earnings. More importantly, it demonstrated the company's extreme emphasis on talent and generosity. This could significantly strengthen team cohesion and employee belongingness, making their subsequent management work smoother. As everyone's emotions settled slightly, Qin Tian's expression became serious and focused. He cleared his throat and introduced the core of today's meeting, an ambitious development blueprint capable of changing the entire Huaizhe County and even larger regional patterns. "Everyone, we have the funds, talent is pouring in, and Xingho Group is about to welcome a leap in development. Next, I will outline the overall strategic framework for the group's future development, which requires each department to deeply understand and formulate detailed execution plans based on it." He surveyed the crowd and began to lay out his plans clearly. "First, we will build a world-class headquarters base. Immediately initiate the construction project for the new headquarters building of the group. Instruct the engineering department and external relations department to immediately contact the top geological surveying teams and architectural design institutes in the country to select the best locations within our planned area for detailed surveying and design. Our new headquarters will not be an ordinary office building. It must accommodate the office needs of tens of thousands of employees in the future, ensuring the office environment is spacious, bright, and humane, reflecting a sense of technology and modernity. One building is not enough. We will build 2, 3, forming a cluster. Do not fear investment. I want it to become a landmark building known throughout Jianghe province and even globally. This represents the image and strength of Xingho. Second, we will build a high-tech industrial ecosystem and establish various subsidiaries. We will simultaneously begin to establish several major specialized subsidiaries. The first batch of key subsidiaries includes Xingho Electronics, focusing on the full industry chain of high-end chips, Xingho Materials, developing new materials and cutting-edge alloys, Xingho Energy, tackling clean energy and power systems, Xingho Aerospace, exploring aerospace and future space technologies. These are the core of our future technology strategy. The basic framework for each subsidiary must be constructed quickly. Leaders of the subsidiaries will be selected and promoted primarily from capable and responsible managers within the group. If there are no suitable internal candidates, we will recruit nationwide with strict standards. Better to have none than to have poor quality. The planning department must immediately delineate enough industrial land for these subsidiaries and future expansions. The land area will cover the entire Heping village and many surrounding regions. Regarding land acquisition and resettlement of villagers, we must achieve the best outcomes. The compensation standard for house demolition will be uniformly set at 10,000 huabi per square meter. At the same time, we will plan and construct a new high-standard villa settlement for all relocated villagers in a suitable environment not far from the company. Each villa will have an area of approximately 500 square meters and must be equipped with a large yard of several hundred square meters, ensuring that the living quality of the villagers is qualitatively improved even better than before. Third, we will build the Xingho community to solve employees' housing issues. We want to create a large-scale Xingho. The community will include a villa area and high-quality residential buildings. In the future, senior management and core technical personnel of the company will be allocated standardized villas in a beautiful environment. Ordinary employees will be assigned residential buildings, but the indoor usable area of each housing unit will not be less than 150 square meters. Clarifying property rights, current employees enjoy the right to reside. If an employee leaves, the housing will be reclaimed by the company. If an employee is promoted to meet the conditions for villa allocation, they will move into the villa and the original housing will be reclaimed. Only when an employee serves in the company until retirement will the property rights of their residence fully belong to them. The overall community planning must accommodate a residential scale for 100,000 people. This is a long-term project, but it must be planned step by step. Fourth, we will improve internal transportation. In the overall planning of the Xingho Technology Park and community, we must simultaneously design and construct a complete internal public transportation system, setting up multiple bus stops and routes to ensure convenient and efficient commuting for employees within the vast park. Fifth, we will plan a commercial service street to promote common prosperity in the surrounding area. Near the park, we will plan and build a commercial street that integrates shopping, dining, and entertainment, as well as a large agricultural market. The shops on the commercial street can be leased to villagers from Heping Village and surrounding towns at preferential rents far below market rates. However, Qin Tian's tone shifted to seriousness. We must sign clear agreements with them, ensuring that all food goods and their raw materials sold must meet health and safety standards. The Quality Supervision Department of Xingho Group will conduct irregular and strict spot checks. The first time a problem is found, a warning will be issued with a deadline for rectification. If there is a second offense, the lease will be terminated, and they will be required to vacate the premises. We want to ensure that employees can consume with confidence, and we also want to guide the villagers towards standardized and honest business practices. Sixth, we will upgrade the security system and establish a professional security company. The group's security department will be formally separated and a wholly owned subsidiary. Xingho Security will be established with Wang Taijun serving as the head of the subsidiary. The security company needs to build an independent base that can accommodate training and living for thousands of people with complete and advanced facilities. We will immediately begin the large-scale recruitment of outstanding veterans with an initial target of 5,000. The Human Resources Department and the security company must actively establish contact and cooperation with relevant military departments to open up talent channels. Seventh, we will fully launch the Talent Reserve Plan. The Human Resources Department will immediately formulate a large-scale recruitment plan covering the entire group and all subsidiaries based on the aforementioned development plans. This plan will not only target RD personnel, but also include various management, administrative, and technical workers. We need to conduct systematic training in advance to establish a strong talent echelon, ensuring that once technological breakthroughs occur, we can immediately organize a mature production and operation team to rapidly transform results into products. Qin Tian concluded all the above plans involve a large amount of land acquisition and infrastructure construction. The External Relations Department and Engineering Department are required to immediately engage in in-depth communication with the relevant departments at the county, city, and even provincial levels to fully promote land approval and acquisition work. At the same time, they should immediately contact the top design firms and national-level construction enterprises in the country to complete the overall planning design as quickly as possible and organize construction teams to start this grand Xingho infrastructure project. His gaze swept over each executive who was filled with excitement, his voice steady and powerful. Everyone, the task is extremely heavy. This will be a hard battle that tests our group's overall collaborative capabilities. I require all departments to work closely together, ensuring seamless connections, efficient resource allocation, orderly progress, and together propel the giant ship of Xingho Group toward a broader sea of stars. A brief silence fell over the conference room. Every executive was deeply shocked by Qin Tian's grand vision and meticulous strategic layout. This is not just about building a few buildings and opening a few subsidiaries. It is about personally creating an unprecedented high-tech industrial ecosystem, a prototype of a future city. Moments later, warm applause and passionate affirmations erupted. Rest assured, Chairman Qin. We will ensure the completion of the task. We will give it our all. Xingho will surely succeed. The flames of determination burned in everyone's eyes. He clearly outlined the development blueprint for the company in the foreseeable future, and after delegating specific execution tasks to Zhou Yanhuang and other senior executives, Qin Tian felt a sudden lightness on his shoulders. The executives were responsible for coordinating and directing, while the employees below were busy implementing various plans. In contrast, Qin Tian, the helmsman, temporarily entered a rare period of leisure. The newly recruited over 1,500 researchers would not arrive at the group to report for another 10 days or so. There were no urgent research projects that required immediate attention. This gap was just right to deal with a matter that had been lingering in his mind. He recalled the girl in the remote southwest mountainous area, his acknowledged younger sister, Li Xiaomei. He wondered if her illness had completely healed. How should the follow-up life and study be arranged? The pharmaceutical factory's production had long entered a steady state. Su Qing, the temporary head of the production line, no longer faced the tangled mess she did at the beginning. Qin Tian found her and expressed his desire to visit Li Xiaomei, to which Su Qing readily agreed. She also felt deep compassion for this unfortunate, yet strong and sensible girl. She quickly handed over her current tasks to her deputy and joined Qin Tian. After a few days apart, the two had much to share about their separation. After a simple exchange of greetings and concerns, they changed into comfortable casual wear, accompanied by 2 dedicated drivers and several security personnel arranged by Wang Taijun. They took a few superior performance off-road vehicles and set off on their journey to the southwest mountainous area. This time, Qin Tian consciously slowed down the pace instead of pursuing speed. Along the way, the convoy stopped intermittently, enjoying the scenery as they transitioned from plains to hills and then to the towering mountains. The fresh air and beautiful natural scenery greatly relaxed both Qin Tian and Su Qing, who had long been immersed in research and management. This felt more like a hike during a work break, allowing their tense nerves to unwind. After 2 leisurely days of travel, the convoy finally arrived at that familiar, yet strange, impoverished mountain village, stopping in front of Li Xiaomei's dilapidated adobe house. Upon receiving the news, Li Xiaomei, her grandmother, and the 2 remaining employees from Xingho Group had long been eagerly awaiting at the door. At this moment, Li Xiaomei was a completely different girl from the one seen in the previous video, who had seemed to be on the verge of death. The deadly stomach cancer had been cured under the miraculous effects of the Qiming medication. After several days of nutritional supplementation and careful care, her pale complexion had faded, revealing a hint of healthy flush. However, the long-term suffering from the illness and malnutrition had left her body still looking very thin and frail, as if a gust of wind could knock her down, requiring a long time to gradually recuperate. Both she and her grandmother were dressed in brand new clothes, which were specially purchased for them in town by the 2 Xingho employees, following Qin Tian's instructions. Although they were not brand-name items, they were clean and well-fitted, refreshing the spirits of the grandmother and granddaughter. Seeing Qin Tian get out of the car, the grandmother was emotionally stirred. She grabbed Li Xiaomei and was about to kneel and bow in gratitude for the life-saving grace. "Benefactor, thank you for saving Xiaomei's life." The grandmother's voice was choked with emotion as her body leaned down to kneel. Qin Tian reacted quickly, taking a step forward to steady her arm, preventing her from kneeling down. Su Qing also hurriedly supported the kneeling Li Xiaomei. "Grandma, please don't do this." Qin Tian spoke sincerely. "I am now Xiaomei's brother, and you are my grandmother. How can a grandmother kneel to her grandson? This is against propriety and would embarrass me." However, the grandmother was exceptionally stubborn and said tearfully, "Mr. Qin, your great kindness we have no way to repay. Let us bow once, otherwise we will feel guilty in our hearts." She insisted that Li Xiaomei bow to Qin Tian. Seeing that he could not dissuade the elderly lady and noticing that Li Xiaomei had a serious expression, he could only sigh helplessly and let go. Li Xiaomei broke free from Su Qing's support and solemnly knelt on the slightly muddy ground. She bowed 3 times towards Qin Tian with a thud, thud, thud. When she lifted her face, there was dust on her forehead, but her eyes were filled with sincere gratitude. "Brother, thank you." Her voice was soft yet clear and firm. Qin Tian was touched and quickly helped her up again, gently brushing the dirt off her forehead and knees, and softly said, all right, I received your heartfelt intention. Please get up." Su Qing also took out the carefully selected gifts for the grandmother and granddaughter from their journey. Several sets of beautiful dresses, shoes, and school supplies suitable for Li Xiaomei's age. She also bought soft and comfortable new clothes and various nutritional products for the grandmother. The warm atmosphere diluted the previous sadness, and the group finally walked into the hall, which, though still simple, was much cleaner and tidier than before. Qin Tian expressed his gratitude to the 2 employees who had remained there for days and praised their responsible act. The 2 young employees were taken by surprise and repeatedly stated that it was their duty. At noon, the grandmother showcased her culinary skills. With Qin Tian, Su Qing, and the 2 employees assisting her, she exerted all her skills to prepare an extremely lavish lunch. The home-raised free-range chicken was stewed to fragrant perfection, the cured meat was fried to a shiny allure, the fresh fish caught from the river was steamed along with golden fried eggs and various local wild mushrooms. This was a feast that even this family might not be able to gather during the new year, filled with the grandmother's most sincere and grand gratitude. Qin Tian and the others were very polite, eating heartily and praising the food, which filled the grandmother with smiles. After the meal, Qin Tian discussed serious matters with the grandmother and Li Xiaomei. He proposed to take the grandmother and Li Xiaomei to Huaizhe County and Pingyi Village to live. Grandma, although Xiamaya's illness is cured, her education must not be delayed. She is only 16, which is the age for studying. The school conditions in Pingy Village are better, and I can personally supervise her studies, providing her with a better learning environment and resources. Moreover, if you go with us, it will be easier to take care of Xiaomei, and we can take care of you too. This is the best choice for Xiamaya's growth. Listening to Qin Tian's words, the grandmother's eyes filled with gratitude, but she slowly shook her head. Her wrinkled hands tightly clasped Li Xiamaya's, her tone gentle, yet firm. Xiao Tian, I fully understand your intentions, and I am immensely grateful. It is Xiamaya's blessing that you can think of her this way, and our old Li family's ancestors have accumulated virtue. I wholeheartedly agree and feel reassured about letting Xiaomei go with you to study and see a broader world. But, I am getting old and have lived in this little valley my whole life. I am used to the mountains and waters here, accustomed to the interactions with the neighbors. If I, this old bone, suddenly ran to such a far and unfamiliar place, I fear I truly would not adapt, feeling uncomfortable all over. Let me stay in this old house, this is my route. She turned to Li Xiaomei, who was already in tears, lovingly wiping her tears, and advising Xiaomei, do not cry. Going with your brother is a great blessing. You must listen to your brother, do not act spoiled, study hard, and repay your brother's kindness when you grow up, understand? Do not worry about me, I am still strong enough to take care of myself. Li Xiaomei listened to her grandmother's seemingly calm, yet reluctant instructions. Thinking about the imminent separation from her beloved grandmother, tears rolled down like beads from a broken string, and she cried heart-wrenchingly. She did not want to leave her grandmother, but she knew that only by following brother Qin Tian to study and grow could she truly have the ability to repay this mountainous grace and provide a better life for her grandmother. This complex emotion of parting intertwined with aspirations made her heart ache. Su Qing watched this touching yet heart-wrenching scene, her eyes also turning moist. She stepped forward and gently embraced the frail Li Xiaomei, softly comforting her. In the afternoon, Qin Tian asked Li Xiaomei to take him around the village, visiting each household. He sincerely thanked every villager who had lent a helping hand during the Li family's most difficult times. Not only did he repay all debts with interest as recorded, but he also brought generous gifts from the city for each household, including rice flour, oil, and candies. The villagers were both surprised and moved. They all expressed that Li Xiaomei had always been clever and sensible, and helping her was the right thing to do. Now, seeing her encounter a benefactor like Qin Tian, who cured her illness and enabled her to study in the big city, they felt genuinely happy for her. In their words, they couldn't help but express their feelings about how much this child had suffered, and it seemed that her fortunes had finally turned. After dinner, while pouring water for the grandmother, Qin Tian subtly moved his thoughts. He extracted a few drops of colorless and tasteless special life essence from the seed space, which could gently regulate the body, delay aging, and enhance physical fitness. Silently, he dissolved it into the water. The grandmother drank it without noticing, ensuring that in the coming years her body would remain robust with less illness. This could also be regarded as Qin Tian's silent gratitude and protection for this strong elder. Qin Tian noticed that Li Xiaomei still appeared somewhat reserved and cautious in front of him. It seemed as though she regarded him as a lofty benefactor rather than an approachable brother. To help the young girl relax and bridge the distance between them, Qin Tian thought of an idea. Xiaomei, shall we do a live broadcast? Qin Tian suggested with a smile. Let's report to the fans who have always cared about you and thank them for their previous support. What do you think? Li Xiaomei's eyes brightened slightly, and she nodded. She skillfully took out the old phone and opened the Douyin live broadcast. When the Night Frog live room lit up again, some old fans received the notification and gradually entered. They saw that Li Xiaomei looked much better and sent barrage messages to congratulate her. Frog looks much better. Congratulations. Her complexion is rosy, fantastic. However, when the camera captured Qin Tian sitting next to Li Xiaomei, Sharpied fans instantly exploded. Wait, am I seeing things? Who is that handsome guy next to her? OMG, that profile. Looks like Qin Tian. Is it really Qin Tian? The real Qin Tian? How could Qin Tian appear in the Frog's live broadcast? What a dream collaboration. The barrage exploded and the number of online viewers skyrocketed. The fans were extremely excited and wanted to tip, only to find that the tipping feature had been turned off. It turned out that Qin Tian had signaled Li Xiaomei to disable it. Turn on the tipping, Frog. We want to throw coins into Qin De Lao's golden bowl. Yeah, let us experience what it's like to tip a world-class billionaire. Quickly enable tipping. I want to send rockets to Qin Tian. The netizens came up with all sorts of playful and teasing comments, creating an incredibly lively atmosphere. The news spread rapidly, and the number of viewers in the live broadcast room soared like a rocket, quickly surpassing 100,000 and continuing to grow rapidly. The Douyin official team immediately caught this massive traffic and unhesitatingly gave it a full platform. This was Qin Tian's first appearance in the public eye in such a relaxed and casual manner, without the solemn platform of a press conference or the media's long lenses. They stayed for another 2 days in the southwestern mountainous hometown of Li Xiaomei. Qin Tian and Su Qing took the little girl to experience the unique natural scenery of the area. misty green peaks, crystal clear streams, and the ancient villages hidden within the woods. Although Li Xiaomei grew up here, illness and poverty had deprived her of the chance to appreciate the beauty around her. Now accompanied by her older siblings, she finally felt the charm of her hometown's landscapes. Before they left, Qin Tian specially sought out a reliable local construction team. They finalized a plan to rebuild their grandmother's house, demolishing the old dilapidated mud brick home and constructing a sturdy practical two-story building on the same site. It would be equipped with an independent bathroom and kitchen, ensuring that their grandmother's living conditions would be fundamentally improved. At the same time, he left her a sum of money sufficient for her to enjoy her twilight years. He repeatedly urged her to take care of her health and not to overwork herself for a living. Eventually, the moment to part with their grandmother arrived. Li Xiaomei hugged her grandmother and cried for a long time. The elderly woman's tears flowed as she lovingly stroked her granddaughter's hair. There was reluctance, but more so a sense of comfort that her granddaughter would have a bright future. In the end, with the gentle reassurances of Qin Tian and Su Qing, Li Xiaomei reluctantly boarded the vehicle, filled with concern for her grandmother and hopes for the future. As the convoy left the mountains that had nurtured her, but also brought her immense suffering after a long journey, they finally returned to Qin Town in Huaizhe County. When Qin Tian returned home with a strange little girl, both Grandpa Qin and Grandma Qin were somewhat surprised. After hearing Qin Tian briefly recount Li Xiaomei's background and experiences, the kind-hearted elderly couple was immediately filled with compassion. Grandma Qin stepped forward and embraced the thin Li Xiaomei, her eyes glistening with tears as she comforted her, saying, "Good child, you have suffered. From now on, this is your home, and we are your real grandparents. If Xiao Tian dares to bully you, tell Grandma, and I will help you teach him a lesson." Hearing this, Qin Tian pretended to look aggrieved and exclaimed, Grandma, now that you have a granddaughter, you don't want a grandson anymore, right? My status has dropped too quickly." His joking remark instantly lightened the mood, causing Li Xiaomei to laugh. Feeling the genuine love and acceptance from Grandpa and Grandma Qin, the part of her heart that had grown cold due to separation was gradually filled with warmth. She sweetly called out Grandpa and Grandma, quickly integrating into this new family. In the following days, Qin Tian personally took Li Xiaomei to familiarize herself with Qin Town and its surroundings. He showed her where the market was and where the small shops were located. He even took her around the outer area of the Starfire Group's modern manufacturing complex. This gave her a direct impression of the business her brother was engaged in. Facing Qin Tian's meticulous care, Li Xiaomei's heart was filled with gratitude and warmth. Through connections in the county, Qin Tian quickly arranged for Li Xiaomei's enrollment at the best middle school in Qin Town, allowing her to resume her studies and catch up on lost time. As Li Xiaomei gradually adapted to her new environment, Qin Town and the entire Huaizhe County were undergoing unprecedented changes. The large-scale infrastructure construction planned by the Starfire Group officially commenced. Tens of thousands of construction workers and a plethora of engineering machinery swarmed into this once tranquil land like a tide. The roar of bulldozers, excavators, and pile drivers echoed day and night. The wheels of heavy trucks crushed the newly constructed temporary roads, kicking up clouds of dust, painting a scene of bustling construction. Uncle Li and his fellow townsmen, who had originally worked outside, now found jobs right at their doorstep. Moreover, their salary and benefits far exceeded those they had earned elsewhere. Each time they saw Qin Tian, they couldn't help but rush forward to shake his hand tightly. They expressed their heartfelt gratitude in the simplest of words. Even more uplifting news for all Starfire Group employees was that the company officially announced a new round of salary adjustments and benefits enhancements. On the already leading compensation basis in the industry, they further raised salaries significantly and introduced various incentive measures, such as Project Innovation Awards and Technical Breakthrough Awards. At the same time, they further improved welfare guarantees for employees, children's education, and parents' medical care. When the news broke, all employees were overjoyed and the cohesion among them soared to unprecedented heights. Working at Starfire is a blessing we have earned. Since President Qin cares so much about us, we absolutely cannot let him down. Such sentiments circulated widely among the employees. Without any need for mobilization, everyone consciously devoted themselves to their work with greater enthusiasm, using their actions to repay the company's kindness. Everyone understood that a boss like Qin Tian, who not only had the ability to lead the company to create miracles, but also sincerely cared for the welfare of his employees, was truly rare. The powerful wave of construction and consumption potential driven by the Starfire Group quickly attracted countless keen business eyes. Renowned domestic restaurant chains, large supermarkets, brand retailers, and entertainment venues all rushed into Huaizhe County. Especially in Qin Town, which is closest to the Starfire Group, several top hotel management groups in the country decisively took action, already breaking ground in the designated commercial core area to build five-star hotels. This was to meet the inevitable surge in demand for high-end business receptions in the future. Meanwhile, major state-owned and commercial banks also acted swiftly. They set up branches or sub-branches in Qin Tian, targeting the enormous financial potential of the tens of thousands of high-income employees of the Starfire Group and their families. The large-scale infrastructure led by the Starfire Group acted like a powerful catalyst injected into the economy of Huaizhe County, which had been moving slowly. The real estate prices in the county began to rise steadily, commercial vitality, significantly increased tax revenues surged, and the pace of infrastructure construction accelerated. The ripple effects were becoming increasingly evident. What attracted the most attention and evoked envy from outsiders was the upcoming overall relocation and renovation plan for Pingi Village. According to the plan jointly formulated by the Starfire Group and the county government, in order to make way for the future research headquarters, high-end talent apartments, and supporting living areas of the group, Pingi Village would undergo a complete relocation. The demolition compensation plan was exceptionally generous. Rumor had it that the starting compensation for every household in the village was over 2 million. Families with large houses and spacious yards could even receive 4 to 5 million. What made the villagers from other villages feel unbelievable and envious was that it was said even the outdoor toilets in the yards were counted in the building area for compensation. And this was not all. Even more enticing was that the Starfire Group would uniformly build a batch of beautifully designed villas with courtyards for the original residents of Pingi Village in the newly planned residential area in the county. Pingi Village is truly blessed. With Qin Tian emerging, the entire village is prospering. If I had known back then, I would have married my daughter to Pingi Village. Alas, there's nothing to envy. After all, a true dragon has emerged from their village. Such discussions were incessant in the surrounding towns. The villagers of Pingi Village walked outside with their backs a little straighter than before. Qin Tian's name reached a new height of prestige in Huaizhe County. Now, if anyone dared to utter a word against Qin Tian, they would immediately be met with unanimous refutation and criticism from those around them. His high esteem was evident. Qin Tian gazed at the distant construction site, filled with dust and machinery, listening to the sounds of vigorous development around him. The momentum of the Starfire Group was rising, driving his hometown toward an unprecedentedly prosperous future. And all of this was just the beginning. The clamor and transformation of Heping Village resembled a boiling furnace, completely melting and reshaping the old order and perceptions. Inside the core research institute of the Xingho Group, a deeper and more fundamental transformation was quietly unfolding as the last batch of rigorously selected science and engineering university students reported in. A total of 1,537 vibrant and potential-filled young faces gathered in the conference room of the Research Institute. They came from all corners of the world, harboring aspirations for technology and dreams of the miracles of the Xingho Group, along with an immense curiosity about the legendary founder Qin Tian. Qin Tian's brief life of leisure familiarizing Li Xiaomei with the environment and calming hearts was officially declared over. These young people, with their eyes filled with confusion, excitement, and inquiry, would become the cornerstone that supports the Xingho Group's journey into deep space. The silver-gray metallic walls of the conference room flowed with a gentle glow. As Qin Tian, dressed in simple dark work clothes, walked steadily onto the stage, all the whispers instantly hushed. Over 1,000 gazes focused squarely on him. Without excessive pleasantries, Qin Tian's eyes scanned the audience, calm enough to seem as if he could penetrate each person's soul. Welcome everyone to the Xingho Group, to the starting point of humanity's future. His voice resonated clearly throughout every corner via the sound system. I know many of you have come with curiosity about high salaries, cutting-edge technologies, and even the secrets behind the Today I will tell you the ultimate goal of the Xingho Group. He paused, and in the palpable silence slowly uttered 4 words: the stars and the sea. A subtle ripple arose in the audience, but there was no overwhelming surprise. The phrase "the stars and the sea" is a common vocabulary in countless science fiction works and the visions of tech companies. It sounds grand, yet often appears hollow. Qin Tian seemed to see through everyone's thoughts. He smiled slightly and continued, "It sounds very distant, even somewhat empty, doesn't it? But if we break it down, its core consists of 3 essential elements: power, communication, and time." The screen behind him suddenly lit up, displaying simple, yet impactful visuals. Let us review the history of human activity's scope. Qin Tian's voice carried a sense of historical weight. In ancient times, humans measured the land with their feet, perhaps never stepping beyond 100 miles in their lifetime. Villages were their entire world. The visuals shifted to galloping horses and extending postal roads. Later we tamed horses, utilizing animal power, expanding our range to 1,000 miles, and cities and nations began to form. Information transmission relied on signal fires and postal horses taking a long time. Steam locomotives spewed white mist, massive ships cut through the waves, and airplanes skimmed through the clouds. The emergence of steam engines and internal combustion engines allowed us to cross oceans and connect continents, making the blue planet gradually shrink into a village in the eyes of humanity. The birth of radio and the internet enabled near real-time information transmission, binding the world more tightly than ever before. Finally, the visuals fixed on the roaring ascent of the Shenzhou series rockets, and the sight of the Tiangong space station floating above the azure Earth. Then came rocket technology, allowing us to break free from gravity, step into space, and touch the moon. This seems to be the pinnacle of contemporary technology. Qin Tian's tone suddenly shifted, carrying a sharp edge. But is this enough? Is this what we pursue? The stars and the sea. A simulated image of the solar system appeared on the screen, followed by that of the Milky Way, and then the vastness of deep space. The solar system appears minuscule within it, like dust. No, far from it. Qin Tian asserted firmly. With our current chemical rocket technology, even efficiently operating within the solar system is a challenge, let alone reaching the nearest star system, which would require tens of thousands of years. This so-called stars and sea is merely an empty phrase, a cage that confines us. His gaze shifted towards a specific area of the audience. Thus, power is the first key to breaking the cage. It is the foundation of everything. What we need are engines that can warp space and harness gravity, propulsion methods that allow us to shuttle freely between stars. Colleagues in the power disciplines such as Zhao Liwei, he pointed out, signaling to Zhao Liwei in the front row, who instinctively straightened his posture. The burden on your shoulders is heavier than a mountain. What you will research will be the power that subverts existing physical understanding. The entire audience fell silent, and students in the power-related fields felt a surge of passion rising in their hearts, accompanied by a heavy sense of pressure. Secondly, communication. Qin Tian continued as the screen displayed two planets gazing at each other across the vast star sea. A line representing traditional electromagnetic wave signals moved slowly, accompanied by a despairing time label. Imagine one day our spaceship reaches Proxima Centauri, the closest star to the solar system. If we send a hello using our current radio communication, it would take 2 years to arrive, and by the time we receive a reply, another 2 years would have passed. A round trip takes over 8 years. With such communication efficiency, how can we manage colonies? How do we respond to sudden crises? How do we form a unified interstellar civilization? His gaze swept across the students in communications, engineering, and information science. We need a completely new means of information transmission. Quantum entanglement, hyperspace sensing, or perhaps utilizing some pulsation of the universe's underlying structure. I don't know what the final answer is, but it requires your exploration and discovery. Efficient, nearly instantaneous communication is the neural network that sustains interstellar civilization. It must not be sluggish or on the verge of collapse. The students in related fields below furrowed their brows, deep in thought. The questions Qin Tian posed directly pointed to one of the core pain points of interstellar colonization. And third, Qin Tian's voice grew deeper, carrying a philosophical tone concerning the essence of life. Time, or rather lifespan. The visuals transformed into a schematic of a scientist's life: childhood, growth, youth, learning, and accumulation, and middle age, potentially reaching creative peaks. But soon bodily functions decline and cognitive speed slows. In old age, one becomes fatigued, ultimately leading to the end of life. The development of technology ultimately relies on scientists, on the wisdom of the brain. Qin Tian spoke slowly. A top-notch scientist, excluding childhood and old age, may only have a brief golden period of efficient creative thinking lasting just 20 to 30 years. Many never reach the boundaries of knowledge in their lifetimes, failing to make groundbreaking contributions before their lives come to an end. What a waste is that! One of the fundamental bottlenecks in the progress of human civilization. He scanned the audience, noticing many faces expressing deep empathy and even some frustration. The ocean of knowledge is vast and boundless, while individual lives are so fleeting. This is the deep sorrow within every seeker of truth. So how to resolve this? Qin Tian posed this ultimate question, leading to the core and most revolutionary content of today's meeting. How to extend humanity's most creative golden time? How can we ensure our minds operate at high speed for hundreds or thousands of years, tackling those technological barriers that require long accumulations to reach? He paused for a moment, allowing the suspense to peak, then stated word by word. The answer is the method I am about to impart to you. The method of Yuanli cultivation. The method of Yuanli cultivation. What is that? Qigong. Internal force. It sounds like something from a fantasy novel. Can it extend lifespan? The audience instantly erupted. If the previous discussions about power and communication were still within their realm of understanding, even if grand, they were still comprehensible. However, the phrase method of Yuanli cultivation completely overturned their scientific worldview. The conference room felt as if a bomb had been dropped. Gasps, doubts, and whispers of discussion blended into one. The uproar almost threatened to lift the roof. Silence. Qin Tian did not raise his voice, only calmly uttering 2 words. Yet an invisible, gentle, yet unresistible field of mental power instantly enveloped the entire conference room. All the noise seemed to be cut off by an unseen hand, and everyone felt a shiver down their spine. They involuntarily quieted down their gazes, once again focusing on Qin Tian, filled with uncertainty. I know your doubts. Qin Tian's tone was calm. Yuanli is not fictional. It is a basic energy that exists throughout the universe, forming the essence of all things. It is the underlying support for matter, energy, information, and even space-time. But humans in the past could neither perceive it nor utilize it. He began to explain in simple terms. The method of Yuanli cultivation is to actively absorb and refine the Yuanli in the universe through specific meditation, visualization, and guidance techniques to nourish and strengthen our bodies and spirits. To fully dispel everyone's doubts, Qin Tian made an unforgettable gesture. Without any assisting devices, he stood in full view of all. His feet slowly lifted off the stage as if weightless. He smoothly floated about 1 meter above the ground. Oh my. He flew up. This isn't a special effect. The gasps erupted again, but this time filled with extreme shock and disbelief. Everyone's eyes widened, staring fixedly at Qin Tian, suspended in midair, afraid to miss any detail. Zhao Liwei's pen fell to the ground unnoticed. Although Su Qing already knew something, seeing Qin Tian demonstrate in front of so many people still made her heart surge with excitement. After a moment, Qin Tian gently descended, his demeanor calm. As you can see, flying in the air is merely a natural manifestation of the body breaking free from planetary gravity after reaching a certain stage of Yuanli cultivation. He stated calmly, as if he had merely accomplished something trivial. Now let me specifically explain the preliminary stages of the Yuanli cultivation system. The first stage is called Yuan 2. The content on the holographic screen behind Qin Tian changed accordingly, displaying a diagram of the human energy cycle. Successfully introducing Yuanli into the body and opening up the basic cycle means you have entered this realm. Upon reaching the Yuan 2 realm, your physical fitness will undergo a comprehensive leap with strength, speed, endurance, and reflexes far surpassing human limits. More importantly, the enhancement to the brain. He emphasized, cognitive speed greatly increases, memory reaches photographic levels, and logical reasoning, imagination, and creativity will experience fundamental enhancements. Previously obscure and challenging formulas and complex theories will become clear as day to you, with deduction becoming merely a basic ability. One of the side effects of all this is a significant extension of lifespan. In the Yuan 2 realm, your lifespan can reach 1,000 years. 1,000 years. Photographic memory. Instant deduction. The students below completely went wild. If flying was merely a visual shock, then 1,000 years of life and superbrain struck at the deepest desires of every soul. Seekers of knowledge yearned for more time to explore the truth. Everyone desired a longer life to experience the world. The mystery of eternal life sought by the first emperor of Huaxiao seemed to be laid bare before them. Within reach. Humanity's historical record spans merely a few thousand years. Yet they could potentially experience and witness the next millennium. What an irresistible temptation. What an opportunity. The conference room was once again drowned in deafening waves of sound. This time it was pure excitement, ecstasy, and disbelief. Qin Tian raised his hand again, calming the boiling waves of sound. He understood the feelings of these young people. When he first received the seed of civilization, he felt the same. And the second stage is called Yuan Shi. Qin Tian continued, and the screen displayed a more complex energy structure. Physical fitness will undergo another qualitative change based on the Yuan 2 foundation, with cognitive processing abilities comparable to, or even surpassing, existing supercomputers capable of directly processing and understanding more profound cosmic laws. Flying in the air is merely a basic ability. The use of Yuanli will become increasingly sophisticated. Lifespan can reach 10,000 years. He stated calmly, I am currently at the Yuan Shi level. The audience below fell into complete silence, their excessive shock momentarily robbing them of their ability to speak. 1,000 years, 10,000 years of life, thinking akin to supercomputers. This had completely exceeded their limits of imagination. They gazed at the excessively young founder on stage as if looking at a deity walking among mortals. I know all this sounds like a myth. Qin Tian's voice pulled everyone back from their daze. But this is reality, and it is the fundamental reason that the Xingho group can lead the future. Without the physical enhancement and brain evolution brought by Yuanli cultivation, wanting to learn, understand, or even break through the technologically advanced knowledge I am about to teach, you would be no different from chasing dreams as difficult as climbing to the heavens. His gaze became extremely serious. Yuanli cultivation is the first threshold for you to enter the core research circle of the Xingho group, and is the most crucial cornerstone. It is not only a tool that grants you time and wisdom, but also a responsibility. Great power means greater accountability to civilization and to humanity. Now, Qin Tian's voice resonated throughout the room. I will guide you to conduct your first Yuanli induction, imparting to you the Yuan 2 level basic Yuan ingress method introductory chapter. Relax your mind and carefully feel the thought waves I transmit to you, remembering the initial energy rhythm. After saying this, Qin Tian closed his eyes, and a vast, yet gentle mental power mixed with pure Yuanli centered around him. It rippled out like water waves, gently enveloping every person present. Over 1,500 future stars of technology at this historic moment carried excitement, apprehension, and infinite anticipation. Following Qin Tian's guidance, they attempted to touch the door leading to a new world, the door to Yuanli. What Qin Tian imparted was merely the cultivation method for the first stage of Yuan 2, utilizing the unique ability of their civilization seeds through their Yuanli cultivation, directly imprinting the cultivation method deep within their minds as if it were an innate memory. However, it could only be practiced individually and must not be disclosed in any form. This includes, but is not limited to, verbal expression, written statements, and any other means that may lead to leaks. Once they touch upon anything that may lead to a leak, their memories will become incredibly vague. After the meeting at the Xinghe Research Institute, destined to be recorded in the annals of human history, the hearts of over 1,500 researchers remained tumultuous, like a lake disturbed by a thrown boulder unable to calm for a long time. The concepts of elemental power, millennium longevity, superbrains, and aerial flight, these terms, once mere figments of imagination, had now become a future within reach. Every face was a mixture of excitement, daze, and an indescribable sense of mission. Qin Tian stood at the podium, acutely aware of the restless, yet forcefully suppressed spiritual fluctuations from below, a result of their first encounter with elemental power. He knew that the seed had been sown. What remained was guidance and restraint. Ladies and gentlemen, Qin Tian's voice rang out again, drawing everyone's attention back. The method of cultivating elemental power is the core secret of the Xinghe group, and it is the fundamental guarantee of whether we can stand beneath the stars in the future. His gaze sharpened, slowly scanning each young, eager face in the audience. What I share today is limited to those present here. Any form of disclosure through any means is strictly prohibited, including to your closest family members, partners, and friends. His tone carried an undeniable seriousness. It is not that I lack compassion, but once this method spreads, it will not bring blessings, but unimaginable turmoil and disaster. The greed of humanity, the pursuit of power and endless life, is enough to tear apart the existing social order. Until the collective mindset of humanity reaches the corresponding level, this power must be strictly controlled. A profound silence enveloped the room. Everyone could sense the weight of Qin Tian's words. They had just personally experienced that arcane, profound energy perception. Knowing the value of this method of cultivating elemental power far exceeds mere money and power. It strikes at the essence of life and serves as the key to evolution. Such a treasure, if obtained by those with ill intentions, could trigger widespread chaos, leading to unimaginable consequences. We understand. A young researcher wearing glasses and visibly excited stood up first and exclaimed, "Mr. Qin, rest assured, we will not disclose a single word. This is not only for the group, but also for the stability of our entire civilization. Yes, we swear, we will never leak it. Please be assured, Mr. Qin." In an instant, the audience was filled with fervor, all expressing their commitments. They understood that Qin Tian's willingness to share such an important secret with them was a tremendous trust. This trust was heavier than a mountain. Qin Tian nodded slightly, not surprised by their reactions. Those selected to enter the Core Research Institute of Xinghe were not only exceptional in their professional abilities, but also underwent rigorous evaluation of their character. Very well. Qin Tian suppressed the voices of the crowd. Before you officially step into the realm of elemental practitioners, the Institute will not assign you specific research tasks. In the time to come, your main focus will be on cultivation. The cafeteria will provide specially formulated nutritional meals to help you better sense and absorb elemental power. The Institute has also set up dedicated quiet rooms for meditation. He encouraged, do not rush for achievements, but also remain persistent. Stepping into the realm of elemental practitioners not only signifies a longer lifespan and enhanced cognition, but also means you will possess the foundational tools to truly understand and propel future technologies. At that time, we will initiate various projects which will surely yield twice the result with half the effort. Upon hearing this, the spark in everyone's eyes grew brighter. Any initial disappointment regarding not participating in specific projects vanished in an instant. They understood that cultivation itself was the most important project at present, a necessary path to accumulate personal strength for the forthcoming technological explosion. After the meeting, the researchers left in an orderly manner, filled with excitement and a heavy heart, eager to return to their dormitories or quiet rooms. They were eager to continue attempting to sense that wondrous elemental power. Meanwhile, Qin Tian did not pause. In the next moment, his figure appeared at a newly established, heavily guarded training base located in the back mountains of Heping Village. This was the headquarters of the Xinghe Security Company. Unlike the scholarly figures at the Research Institute, this place gathered thousands of vigorous, disciplined young individuals. Most of them were excellent veterans recruited and trained by Wang Taijun. At this moment, they stood in a perfectly aligned formation on the spacious training ground, silent as the grave. Only the mountain winds rustled the flags. Wang Taijun stood at the front of the formation like a spear. Upon seeing Qin Tian arrive, he immediately jogged forward and saluted with a standard military gesture. "Mr. Qin, the Xinghe Security Company is supposed to have 3,876 personnel, and we currently have 3,876 present. Please give your instructions. Qin Tian nodded in response, his gaze sweeping over the determined faces below. What we are facing may not merely be corporate spies or thugs, but a threat from the depths of the starry sky, an enemy wielding unimaginable power. The eyes of the audience instantly turned solemn. Yet there was no fear, but rather a stronger fighting spirit ignited. Thus relying solely on the current combat skills and weaponry is far from enough. Qin Tian's voice was steady. Today I shall bestow upon you greater power, a path towards individual transcendence. Similar to his guidance to the researchers, Qin Tian once again elucidated the existence and significance of elemental force. However, this time the method he taught for cultivating elemental force had a completely different focus. The approach for the researchers was more geared towards nourishing the brain and developing intelligence. It optimized the efficiency of energy flow in the nervous system with a style leaning towards gentle, refined, and prolonged. In contrast, the method imparted to the security personnel was filled with a fierce, robust, and explosive aura. It primarily guided the enhancement of bone, skin, and organs, awakening the body's potential. It pursued ultimate speed, strength, and defense, and tentatively touched upon the externalization and offensive techniques of elemental force. This is a path of cultivation born for battle, directing towards the realm of cosmic warriors. Of course, Qin Tian only taught the foundational methods for the elemental disciples. Yet, even this basic level was sufficient to bring about a transformative change in these already physically outstanding security personnel. When that scorching, power-filled energy enveloped the entire training ground, thousands of iron-blooded men trembled simultaneously. They could clearly feel as if a dormant volcano within them had been awakened. An unprecedented sense of power blossomed within their limbs and bones. This was starkly different from the coolness and mental agility experienced by the researchers. This was a pure sense of power that could shatter mountains with a single punch and crack the earth with a single kick. As the guidance ended, everyone slowly opened their eyes, filled with shock and ecstasy. They looked at Qin Tian with eyes brimming with near-reverent awe and gratitude. Power is the most intuitive pursuit of a soldier. Qin Tian looked at the group below, their breaths coalescing and intertwining of fierce aura and nascent elemental force, and declared in a deep voice, "From this day forth, an independent department shall be established based on the Xingho Security Company, the Temple of Elemental Warriors. I will personally serve as the head of the temple. Wang Tiejuan, you shall be appointed as the first sword master of the temple, responsible for daily management and training. The Temple of Elemental Warriors shall operate under the guise of the security company publicly, while internally, it will be the core force guarding Xingho and executing special missions. Your existence is the deepest foundation of the group and the sword to face all future challenges. Your loyalty belongs only to me and to the core will of Xingho." Roar. Thousands of people below emitted a low roar like suppressed thunder, expressing unparalleled resolve and loyalty. They felt an unprecedented sense of belonging and mission. Wang Tiejuan was even so excited that his body trembled slightly. "President Qin, I Wang Tiejuan swear by my life. The Temple of Elemental Warriors shall be the sharpest sword and the sturdiest shield in your hands. Wherever the sword points, that is where we shall go. Your will is the direction of the temple. Should there be betrayal, heaven and earth shall condemn." His voice resonated powerfully, echoing across the training ground. Behind him, thousands of newly minted elemental warriors in reserve echoed in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. "Wherever the sword points, that is where we shall go. Your will is the direction of the temple." The sound surged upwards like a tidal wave, startling the birds in the back mountains which circled for a long time. Qin Tian looked at this nascent, extraordinary force before him, feeling a sense of calm within. The Research Institute is the brain and engine of civilization's advancement. The Temple of Elemental Warriors is the sword and shield for guarding civilization and exploring the starry seas. He firmly grasped these two core departments, one responsible for climbing the technological tree and the other for mastering absolute power. They are interdependent, yet mutually restraining. This is sufficient to confront any internal or external challenges that may arise in the current phase and for a considerable time in the future. The flame of civilization has already been ignited, and the power to protect this flame has also been initially forged. Next, it is time to wait for the sparks to grow. As Qin Tian diligently solidified the internal foundation of the Xingho group, he held the Vital Force Warrior Sanctuary in one hand and the cornerstone of the Research Institute in the other. The first groundbreaking product launched by the Xingho group, the Qiming cancer gene drug, was causing a whirlwind that swept across the globe with unprecedented speed and force. Qiming has already become a legend in the domestic market. More and more cancer patients, including those in late stages, walked out of hospitals with incredible joy and healthy bodies after undergoing the standard treatment. Major media outlets scrambled to report praising Qiming as a divine blessing bestowed upon humanity and a milestone in conquering cancer. The reputation of the Xingho group reached unprecedented heights, domestically raising the economic status of Huai, Zhe County, Pinkin Town, and even the entire province. However, while flowers bloomed within the walls, there was a sense of anxiety and chaos outside. Countless wealthy individuals, politicians, and celebrities worldwide were suffering from the torment of cancer. When the news of Kaiming's 100 cure rate was confirmed through various channels, their hearts, once shrouded in despair, were instantly filled with immense desire. The instinct to survive is the most fundamental need of living beings. No matter how much wealth or power they held, they were utterly fragile before the threat of illness. In no time, the public contact channels of the Xingho Group, phone lines, email, and official social media accounts, were nearly overwhelmed with inquiries and requests from around the world. At first, these overseas contacts carried with them a typical arrogance. Representatives from certain multinational conglomerates and even diplomats from small countries were among them. Over the phone, they demanded the Xingho Group immediately provide the Qiming drug in a commanding tone, speaking in various accents of English, French, Japanese, and more. Listen, we are XX multinational group. Our chairman needs to use your drug immediately. Please give us a price. I represent the XX country's Ministry of Health. I request you immediately submit all technical documents and clinical data for Qiming and prioritize supply to our country. We are the XX Foundation, hoping to discuss global agency rights. Please let your person in charge take the call. Faced with these domineering and utterly impolite inquiries, the customer service department of the Xingho Group had long received the highest directives. Well-trained staff responded with a smile and clear and standard Mandarin, "Sorry, I don't understand what you were saying." They would often be taken aback and then became even more frantic, repeating their demands in more fluent or stilted foreign languages, sometimes laced with threats. The customer service staff maintained their politeness, but were firm. "Sorry, I cannot understand your language. Please communicate in Mandarin. Otherwise this call will soon end." Then, without waiting for a response, they would directly hang up the phone. This tactic caught foreign elites accustomed to enjoying linguistic privileges worldwide off guard, inciting their rage. How dare they? This is sheer linguistic discrimination. The Xingho Group is too arrogant. There is no spirit of internationalism. A world-class company that does not provide services in an internationally common language is regressing. Similar accusations began to appear in some controlled overseas media, attempting to label the Xingho Group as narrow-minded and insular. However, the Xingho Group's response was dismissive. The official stance was non-committal, neither affirming nor denying, leaving everything unspoken. This almost indifferent attitude instead highlighted a powerful confidence: the rules are set by me. Faced with despair, and more importantly, the increasingly deteriorating health and threat of death, those once lofty foreign tycoons and government heads could only lower their noble heads, hurriedly seeking hiring or even urgently training fluent Mandarin interpreters or agents. They attempted to contact the Xingho Group once more. This time the language barrier was gone. Yet the response from the Xingho Group felt like a bucket of cold water, dousing them. "Thank you very much for your interest in the Qiming drug. However, our company's production capacity is extremely limited and meeting domestic market demand is already a challenge, thus we currently have no plans for export. Regarding treatment for foreign nationals coming to Huaxiao, we have not yet opened related channels due to capacity and reception limitations. Please be patient and await our subsequent announcements." Insufficient capacity. That's nonsense. Everyone who heard this response knew it was merely an excuse. What insufficient capacity? It's clearly a strategy of withholding, or simply a form of strategic limitation. The Huaxiao people are determined to keep core technologies firmly in their hands, using this life-saving drug to exchange for greater benefits. But knowing it's an excuse, what can they do? Can they wait until they are terminally ill and the medicine is ineffective? Time was not on their side. If hard tactics did not work, they had to resort to softer ones. Many wealthy individuals and politicians resorted to national-level power. They contacted Huaxia's diplomatic departments, speaking earnestly, even with a hint of pleading, hoping the Huaxia government would consider humanitarianism. They sought to coordinate with the Xingho Group to provide them with a lifeline. The reception hall and hotline of the Huaxia Ministry of Foreign Affairs became unusually busy. In the face of these requests, whether overt or covert, Huaxia's diplomatic personnel displayed high levels of professionalism and a firm stance. With just the right amount of sympathy and helplessness on their faces, they spoke gently, but firmly, "We fully understand your country's or your urgent feelings and deeply sympathize with the patient's predicament. However, Huaxia is a rule of law country that respects market laws and the autonomy of business operations. The Xingho Group is an independent commercial entity, and its production and sales plans are entirely decided by the enterprise itself. As a government, we have no right to and cannot forcibly interfere with the normal operational decisions of enterprises. This is our fundamental principle." The other party grew anxious, but we have already contacted the Xingho Group. They said there is insufficient capacity. This is clearly an evasion. If we wait any longer, many people will die. Please, your government must intervene. This concerns life. The diplomatic personnel still maintained their smiles, but silently praised the firmness of the Xingho Group. They remained unchanged regarding the capacity issue of the Xingho Group. "We believe the enterprise will adjust according to actual situations. The Huaxia government always adheres to the principle of non-interference in business development. We suggest that you continue to communicate with the Xingho group. Perhaps once their capacity increases and a clear export plan is established, the issue will naturally be resolved. Please be patient and wait. Wait. Until when? Until all our people are dead. Sometimes shouts of suppressed anger could be heard on the other end of the line. But the diplomatic personnel's responses were always that impeccably robust rhetoric of respecting corporate autonomy. After several exchanges, those foreign tycoons and politicians finally understood. The Huaxia government and the Xingho group were in perfect sync on this matter. The official stance would never force the Xingho group to do anything. Everything required them to display sufficient sincerity to impress the Xingho group. No rabbit, no hawk. Realizing this, the winds began to shift. Pure pressure and requests were ineffective. They had to present tangible offerings. Soon some foreign government officials with particularly severe conditions or extremely critical political statuses began to take more direct and high-level actions. Heads of state or government from several countries dispatched high-profile delegations to Huaxia's capital under the guise of sudden or urgent state visits. The core topic of these visits was self-evident. The outside world could only learn of the visit's existence from the brief official announcements. However, what was discussed and what agreements were reached remained strictly confidential. Reporters could only capture the serious and eager expressions of delegation members as they entered the Huaxia Ministry of Foreign Affairs or the Ministry of Commerce. Days later, subtle changes began to emerge. Some foreign former high-ranking officials publicly reported to be suffering from cancer. Current key legislators and even members of certain royal families started to arrive at the previously obscure place, Qin Tian, Heping village of Huaizhe County, under the guise of private tourism, cultural exchange, or study visits discreetly and almost noiselessly. Their arrival was devoid of grand welcoming ceremonies, no media frenzy. Only the Xingho group's security team, the Vital Force Warrior Sanctuary, dispatched dedicated personnel to receive and protect them. They were directly sent to the designated People's Hospital of Huaizhe County. Heping village, a small village that rose due to Qin Tian. Having transformed into a technological sanctum and an economic hotbed, it quietly added a new mysterious layer, a life oasis for global top elites. Yet the mastermind behind all this, Qin Tian, merely observed the waves stirred by Qiming with a detached interest. This is merely the beginning. The international game brought by Qiming is just a preview of the Xingho group stepping onto the world stage. It is also the first step for him to leverage the technology in his hands to gradually shift the global landscape, accumulating resources and influence for grander future plans. The real storm is yet to come, and the dual wings he has forged are waiting for the hurricane that will sweep through the... The Qiming potion from the Xingho group is like a giant stone thrown into the deep pool of global politics. The ripples it creates are rapidly evolving into a tidal wave sweeping across the world. When foreign dignitaries and wealthy individuals who have healed through secret channels and at unknown costs reappear in the public eye, the shock they bring is revolutionary, especially for the country that prides itself as the beacon of the world and global hegemon. This shock is mixed with an indescribable humiliation and a deep-seated anxiety. The CIA and various intelligence agencies of the country have their tentacles spread across the globe. They almost immediately confirmed the authenticity of these medical miracles. They quickly pinpointed the source, Huaguo Xingho Group Qiming Potion. Intelligence indicates that certain countries with delicate relations with Huaguo and even conflicts on some issues are involved. High-ranking officials suffering from terminal illnesses miraculously recovered after secret visits to Huaguo. What this implies is well understood by the political elites in Washington. This is certainly not merely a monetary transaction. It inevitably involves deeper political concessions, technology, sharing, or strategic cooperation. The people of Huaguo are using this life-saving drug to quietly dismantle the ally system that the country has maintained for many years. This could shift the global balance of power. This is blatant extortion. It is a despicable political manipulation exploiting humanity's most basic instinct for survival. A hawkish general slammed the table angrily in a senior Pentagon conference room. In recent years, Huaguo's comprehensive rise in technology, economy, and even military has put unprecedented pressure on the country. The foundation of its hegemonic status is trembling, and now the emergence of the Qiming potion feels like a heavy kick against the crumbling pillar of its dominance. It showcases a level of biotechnology capability that feels almost like a dimensional strike, along with the remarkable strategic collaboration between the Huaguo government and its enterprises. However, the deeply ingrained arrogance makes it difficult for the high-ranking officials of the country to accept the option of bowing to Huaguo, to publicly request the Qiming potion. That would be tantamount to admitting their technological backwardness on crucial fronts. It would also mean entrusting the lives and health of their citizens to the mercy of a competitor. This is a humiliation that the political correctness of the country absolutely cannot tolerate. Meanwhile, domestic pressure is also increasing day by day. Those billionaires equally tormented by cancer, who possess wealth rivaling nations, do not have the same concerns for national dignity as politicians do. They have wealth and influence, but cannot buy life with money. Watching others of the same social level regain health through secret channels only adds to their agony and anger. We must obtain the Qiming. An elder controlling a vast media empire shouted on the phone to an old friend, "If the government cannot acquire it through normal means, then we will use our own methods. Apply pressure, any form of pressure." Such calls frequently occurred in the corridors of power in the capital. The power of capital began to manifest. They exerted immense pressure on the White House and Capitol Hill through lobbying groups, political donations, and controlled media narratives. They demanded the country loosen the restrictions on Qiming. In this context of internal and external turmoil, the decision-makers of the government are dominated by a mix of anxiety, anger, and strategic miscalculation. They chose a path that seemed strong, but actually pushed both sides to the brink of danger. Since Huawei uses Qiming as a weapon, we must make them understand who truly has the final say. The Assistant for National Security Affairs stated in a meeting in the Oval Office. Soon a series of targeted hardline policies were introduced. The Department of Commerce announced a new round of stricter export controls on high-tech products. They targeted advanced chips, high-end lithography machines, and specific aerospace materials urgently needed by Huawei under the pretext of national security and potential military risks of technology. This was an attempt to choke off Huawei's industrial upgrade, forcing it to concede on the Qiming issue. As the news broke, the global semiconductor market trembled. In the face of the country's economic and technological coercion, Huawei's response was unprecedentedly swift and resolute. The spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs responded in a stern tone at a routine press conference. The country is generalizing the concept of national security, abusing export control measures, seriously violating market economy principles and international trade rules, harming others without benefiting itself. Huawei expresses strong dissatisfaction and resolute opposition to this. Subsequently, the Ministry of Commerce announced reciprocal countermeasures. They released a list of export restrictions on critical minerals, rare earth products, and specific advanced chemical materials targeted at the country. These materials are also the lifeblood that the country's high-end manufacturing, especially the defense industry, cannot do without. If the country thinks it can force Huawei to yield through extreme pressure, it is mistaken. The spokesperson from the Ministry of Commerce stated emphatically, Huawei has the firm will, full confidence and sufficient capability to safeguard its legitimate rights and developmental interests. The economic confrontation failed to force Huawei to back down, but rather led to reciprocal retaliation. This made the hawkish factions within the country even more restless. They believe that Huawei's arrogance stems from a misjudgment of the country's military deterrence. It is time to demonstrate true strength. We must make them clearly recognize who the true master of the Western Pacific is. The generals of the Pacific Command actively advocated for military deterrence actions. With authorization from the White House, the Pentagon deployed 2 carrier strike groups, the Carl Vinson and the Reagan, supported by numerous cruisers, destroyers, attack submarines, and supply vessels. They formed a large mixed fleet that sailed grandly towards Huawei's southeastern coast, entering the sensitive waters of the Western Pacific for so-called freedom of navigation and routine exercises. Satellite images showed 2 massive steel behemoths patrolling at Huawei's doorstep, with carrier-based aircraft frequently taking off and landing, simulating attack formations. The provocative nature is self-evident. Global attention instantly focused on this. The smoke of war in the Middle East seemed to be paused. The flames of war on the Eastern European plains also temporarily lost their heat. All political and military analysts were nervously watching every shift in the skies over the Western Pacific. The clouds of war suddenly thickened. However, Huawei's response once again exceeded the expectations of the country. There was no retreat, no urgent diplomatic negotiations, only a more resolute confrontation. The Ministry of Defense, Eastern Theater Command, and Southern Theater Command of Huawei consecutively released statements. They announced that high-intensity joint military exercises would be held in the same maritime area under realistic conditions. They designated large areas as no-fly zones. Subsequently, the 3rd aircraft carrier Fuhai, known as Huawei's Pride, led an elite fleet composed of Type 055 destroyers, Type 052D destroyers, Type 054A frigates, and attack submarines. They cut through the waves, resolutely departing from the naval port, heading straight for the designated exercise area. In the sky, J-20 stealth fighters, J-16 heavy multi-role fighters, KJ-500 early warning aircraft, and Y-8 electronic warfare aircraft cruised in dense formations. They formed a tense standoff in the air with the F-35C and E-2D early warning aircraft launched by the country's aircraft carriers. In the electromagnetic domain, the invisible contest had already begun. Both sides' electronic warfare aircraft were fully operational, trying to disrupt, suppress, and deceive each other's radar and communication systems. On the surface, the phased array radar of the warships firmly locked onto each other's key targets with anti-ship missiles in a ready state. Underwater, both sides' attack submarines stalked silently like assassins in the dark. Tensions were palpable, and the air felt as if it would solidify. Any minor misjudgment or unintentional operational error could ignite a comprehensive conflict between the two superpowers. At a press conference at the Pentagon, the defense secretary of the country, with a grave expression, stated our actions in this region are to uphold the rules-based international order and freedom of navigation. We urge certain countries to cease actions that undermine regional stability and immediately lift unfair trade and technology restrictions. The country and its allies are determined and capable of defending our interests and values. If the other side persists in its stubbornness, we do not rule out taking all necessary measures. The tone was filled with the flavor of an ultimatum. Almost simultaneously with the defense secretary's words, the spokesperson for the Ministry of Defense of Huawei stood before the blue podium. Facing the global media with a calm and powerful voice, they responded, the Huawei military is conducting normal training activities within its sovereign territory, which are reasonable and lawful, and no foreign country has the right to meddle. We firmly oppose any country making baseless accusations and threats of force regarding Huawei. Huawei does not seek trouble, but it is not afraid of it. We advise certain parties not to misjudge the situation and underestimate the firm will and strong capability of the Huawei people and military to defend national sovereignty, security, and developmental interests. The Huawei military stands ready, confident, and capable of defeating all provocations and addressing all challenges. The spokesperson's words spread across the world via radio waves. Like a stabilizing force, they provoked an even more intense reaction akin to throwing ice cubes into boiling oil. The Western Pacific was tumultuous. The clash between the two giants has pushed the fate of the world to an unprecedented crossroads. The power struggle between these two giants has shifted the world's destiny to an unprecedented crossroads. The confrontation between the two titans now hangs in a precarious balance, with the potential for explosive outcomes looming on the horizon. The tense situation in the Western Pacific is like a spring being tightened continuously. The world's attention is focused on every subtle change in official statements and military movements between the two nations. The press conference of the defense minister of a certain country undoubtedly struck a heavy blow on this taut string. When the minister, dressed in a crisp military uniform with stars glimmering on his epaulets, appeared, faced with a journalist's sharp question about whether war would be waged against Huawei, he stated in an unequivocal tone, "We do not rule out any possible options." The atmosphere inside and outside the venue became almost frozen. Immediately after, another journalist clearly had prepared thoroughly. He posed a more specific and painful question for the military nerves of that country. Minister Huawei has made rapid advancements in military technology in recent years, possessing numerous advanced drones, intelligent robotic dogs, and high-performance naval vessels. Their 5th-generation and even rumored 6th-generation fighter jets. If conflict breaks out, does the military of that country have confidence in technologically overwhelming the opponent and ultimately achieving victory? This question pointed directly to the core of that nation's strategic anxiety regarding Huawei in recent years, the loss of technological superiority. However, the defense minister's answer left countless viewers watching the live broadcast in astonishment. Especially the netizens across the ocean in Huawei were instantly engulfed in a sense of tremendous shock, and he had a solemn expression, slightly raised his head, and spoke with an air of utmost confidence. This journalist, I must emphasize, advanced technological equipment has never been the sole determining factor in the outcome of war, nor even the most critical factor. What truly determines the course of battle is the people. It is our brave soldiers of the United States. They possess unwavering beliefs, a steely will to defend freedom and democracy, and unparalleled courage. This is the fundamental guarantee for our victory in all endeavors. Steely will. America. The determining factor is the people. These keywords combined through satellite signals spread across the globe in an instant. Especially on the internet in Huawei, it was like pouring a ladle of cold water into a pot of boiling oil, causing an explosive reaction. On major social media platforms, news app comment sections, and military forums, related topics surged to the top of the trending list at an explosive speed, followed by a bright red explosion symbol. Wait, did I hear wrong? Or was there a translation issue? The defense minister of that country is emphasizing the human factor and steely will. Goodness, I can't believe it. Is this script reversed? Shouldn't these be lines from our more steel, less spirit era decades ago? To the one above, just interpret more spirit as steadfast will. But the current issue is, it seems we now have more steel and even more spirit. American soldiers with steely will. Sorry, I laughed. Was it the will during $0 purchases, or the will to decisively abandon positions and conserve combat power when faced with overwhelming enemy fire? Manual Doghead. In the past, they were the steel torrent, and we had the steely will. Now the tides have turned. We not only possess a steel torrent that is more advanced, but our steel is also rapidly acquiring will. Now they begin to talk about will. Minister, you better pray your soldiers truly possess the steely will they promote, because our robotic dogs charging into battle will not feel fear, and our drone swarms will not collapse in morale due to heavy casualties. Mockery and satire surged like a tide. Netizens of Huagua, with their unique sense of humor and confidence based on their robust national strength, started an unprecedented frenzy of secondary creation. Some quickly edited clips from various Hollywood war blockbusters featuring the American military in disarray, crying for help, accompanied by the defense minister's remarks on Steely, while creating an extremely ironic effect. More talented netizens even initiated a grand American-style mainstream artistic creation contest. Come, let me write a playlist for my American brothers. The Stars and Stripes Call Me to Battle. A Wide Mississippi. I have even thought of the movie titles. Flying to Seize the Golden Gate Bridge. Johnson sacrifices himself to blow up the bunker. Chris leaps to block the robotic dog's gun barrel. And the 5 heroes of President Mountain. The San Francisco defense battle. The protagonist is named Jack, surrounded by our robotic wolf pack, despairingly shouting into the radio for the freedom. Fire. Fire on my position. Translation: fire at me. The brother above is amazing. The imagery is too strong. I can already imagine the BGM. Furthermore, some quoted classical references and played historical gags. American military command: the 7th Insertion Company was supposed to have 157 personnel, but only 1 showed up. I am the only one who returned to report. The others surrendered. Imagine in a surrounded tunnel a squad of American soldiers, hungry to the point of seeing stars, finally getting an airdrop of an apple, everyone politely yielding, and ultimately the highest-ranking officer takes a small bite before passing it to the next. Meanwhile, the accompanying nurse starts singing A Wide Mississippi River to boost morale. Is this the scene? Why do I feel this is so discordant? Haha, I can't hold it in anymore. If your grandfathers who participated in the Peninsula War were still alive and heard your defense minister boasting like this, they would probably jump out of their coffins to slap you. They have personally experienced what Steely will means. As far as I know, after that ground battle, your military leaders have hardly slept soundly for over 80 years, right? These mockeries, jests, and even biting sarcasm reflect an unprecedented strong confidence and national pride of the people of Huagua, established on the rapid enhancement of comprehensive national strength, especially military power. Once upon a time, we were equipped poorly. What we relied on was that steely will and sacrificial spirit. We fought through extreme disadvantages to assert our national dignity and military prestige. Now times have changed. We possess a steel torrent that is not inferior and even surpasses our opponents in certain areas. Yet our former adversaries have started to pick up the spiritual slogans we once relied on for survival. This historical cycle and contrast inevitably evoke feelings of sentiment, and a sense of the world has changed. The netizens' revelry is not an enthusiasm for war. On the contrary, it is a disdain for the hegemonic actions of that country and an unwavering belief in their own nation's robust strength to deter war and safeguard peace. They believe that today's Huagua army possesses not only advanced steel, but also inherited spirit. It is a formidable force that no enemy dares to underestimate. This optimism and confidence, permeating the internet, subtly convey into the real world. Unlike the lighthearted and mocking atmosphere online, the soldiers confronting at the front line have serious expressions and sharp gazes. They tightly grip their advanced weapons, perhaps echoing similar sentiments in their hearts. But more importantly, it is the responsibility and determination to remain vigilant and accomplish their missions. They embody the perfect combination and manifestation of steel torrent and steely will in the new era. The wisdom of netizens is boundless. They have deconstructed the opponent's war intimidation in this unique, a western stretch of ocean thick with foreboding clouds. The leaden sea rolled beneath the low sky as if portending some grim fate. A combined fleet of a western nation lay anchored there. At its core floated 2 Nimitz-class aircraft carriers like steel cities adrift, dispersed across this vast and sensitive body of water. On the flight deck, F-35C carrier jets launched and recovered in relentless succession, their engines tearing at the heavy air. The spectacle was meant as deliberate deterrence, yet could not conceal the anxiety roiling beneath. Inside the flagship's command center, the atmosphere was so oppressive it seemed to drip. On the electronic chart, the blips representing the 2 sides were densely interwoven, some almost touching. Radar waves and communications signals collided and interfered in the invisible ether. The room hummed with the distinctive whine of electronics and a tension that could only be called the prelude to war. The commander of the combined fleet, a senior admiral, braced his hands on the cold console. His knuckles had gone pale from the pressure. His weathered face, carved with deep wrinkles, was now drawn into a pronounced, furrowed scowl. He fixed his gaze on the live tactical display as an operations officer reported in a voice trying for steadiness, yet betraying a tremor. Commander 2 of our VF-113 F-35CS and 4 of Waxia's J-16S have again become embroiled in a close encounter in C-3 airspace. Their pilot has been very aggressive, simulating fire control radar locks several times, and executing provocatively close barrel rolls and proximity maneuvers. Our pilot reported separation under 100 meters. He could clearly see the Huaxiao pilot's oxygen mask, and even the gestures he made through the canopy. The officer paused, his voice dropping. VF-113S, lead the Viper aircraft, requests authorization to respond with equal or greater force. He believes we've shown excessive weakness, and that has emboldened them. Nonsense. The Admiral slammed his fist down on the console with a dull, thunderous crack, making the nearby officers start. His chest heaved violently, his eyes were bloodshot. Not from sleeplessness, but from a furious buried dread lifting like a tide from the depths of his soul. Weak. Brazen. He doesn't know the first thing, the Admiral almost roared. Does he think this is a flight, a misjudged maneuver, a scrape, even a motion misread as an attack? Any of those could ignite this powder keg. When it happens, who will be held accountable? Is it that small squadron leader, or me, the fleet commander? Or is it those fools in the capital sitting in their offices sipping coffee and pointing at maps? The Admiral flashed in his mind the arrogant, foolish visage of the defense minister from the domestic news, and those blustering lines about not ruling out war and a vaunted iron will. A surge of uncontrollable rage rose to his head. Those politicians had no idea what they were driving. Pushing an elite fleet bought at enormous national cost toward what a desperate abyss they were steering it into. Did they still imagine their opponent to be a patient, submissive country of decades past, or some small state to be chastised with cruise missiles? Look at the Huaxia fleet's immaculate formations, the 055 destroyers flashing a cold light under the sun, the stealthy submarines that vanish from even the most advanced sonar, and the aircraft above, performances that in many respects match the F-35, with the J-20s presenting threats of their own. When the first blow falls, from where will it come? Sky? Surface? No. The deadliest strikes always come from the unseen. The Dongfeng series ballistic missiles hailed as carrier killers. They would plummet from the firmament along unbelievable trajectories, their kinetic fury and explosions turning this sea into an iron grave. What could stop them? The Aegis systems. How much confidence could one have against a saturated attack? Or the defense minister's performative boasts of iron will? A cold shiver ran through him. He drew a long breath and forced down the storm of emotion. To his aide, Rear Admiral Thompson, he barked immediately. In my name, issue the highest level order to every aviation unit in the fleet, especially those on the front line. Exercise the utmost restraint. Absolutely forbid any excessive provocative acts, including, but not limited to, simulated attacks, hazardous approaches, and insulting gestures. Everything must prioritize avoiding miscalculation and preventing an accidental shooting. Violators will be dealt with under military law. Thompson hesitated, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. Commander, the capital and the theater command have ordered us to keep high pressure and apply maximum force. If we issue such restraint, might it contradict higher intent? Could it be read as cowardice? The Admiral turned sharply. His bloodshot eyes bore into Thompson as if ready to spew flame. Thompson, are you also brainless? Higher-ups, do those fools understand what the front line faces? They only need to wag their tongues. We are the ones who must fill their political bets with our lives. He jabbed a finger at the dense blips on the electronic chart that represented Huaxia ships and aircraft. His voice, hoarse with emotion, rasped, look. Open your eyes and see it clearly. If some idiot pilot's brave act escalates into war, and the first wave of Dongfengs comes, tell me, what will we use to stop them? Your neck as a shield? Or the defense minister's vaunted iron will he parades on television? I'm telling you, if it comes to real fighting, each ship in this fleet, every single one, should not expect to return to the home port alive. Not one. Thompson was stunned by the Admiral's unprecedented loss of composure and bluntness, his face drained of color. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. He had served under the Admiral for years and knew this man, renowned for steadiness and toughness, was no coward. For him to lose control and speak such pessimistic, taboo words, it could only mean the situation had truly reached the razor's edge. His confidence in victory, or even survival, had vanished. Yes, Commander. He'll carry out the order at once. Thompson snapped to attention, saluted, and hurried away, his steps slightly unsteady. The order was rapidly relayed over encrypted channels to every airborne jet and every captain. The front line's tension seemed to ease, if only slightly. At least the Western nations' pilots curtailed some of their more fanciful and dangerous provocations. The command center resumed a busy, oppressive calm. Yet the Admiral seemed drained of strength. He sank slowly into his chair and rubbed his aching temples. Having dismissed his subordinates, a fear rooted in family memory rose uncontrollably to the surface. His grandfather, an old army lieutenant on the peninsula, had awakened him countless nights with screams pulled from nightmares. The old man rarely spoke of that war, but sometimes after a drink or in moments of delirium, he would clutch the young boy and in a trembling voice stammer fragments of those frozen tales. They seemed to climb out of hell, thinly clad, armed with crude sticks of wood for weapons. But their eyes. My God, he'll never forget that look. No fear, no hesitation, only a dead, icy stillness and a disregard for your life and their own. When the bugle blew, they surged like a tide, falling in droves under our machine guns, yet those behind trampled the corpses to keep coming without pause. They drew near, bloody bayonets fixed, making sounds you could not understand. It was not merely desperation, it was as if death itself had come. I saw one soldier with his entrails spilling out, still clutching a comrade and biting through his throat with his teeth. Dying, he dragged you down with him. They were not men, but demons. Cursed demons. The grandfather's aged, terrified face and those clouded, haunted eyes, shaped by long years of nightmares, were etched indelibly in the Admiral's mind. Those images remained painfully clear. He even remembered his grandfather's strange expression before he died. Not pain, but something like release. The old man had gripped his hand with his last strength and warned, "Boy, remember, never fight Huaxia. They are different. They are demons." Decades had passed. Through his own merits, the Admiral rose step by step to command a powerful carrier fleet. He thought the childhood horrors had been left behind, or at least could be seen through a rational lens. He studied Huaxia's military modernization, analyzed their hardware, assessed their tactical thought, once concluding that his grandfather's generation had faced a particular kind of spiritual ferocity born of historical conditions. He believed that in modern high-technology warfare, the old massed human charges and bayonet assaults had become obsolete, until now. When he truly faced this renewed Huaxiao military, when he felt the pilots' icy absolute resolve that brooked no doubt, when he observed their flawless formations and the vast war potential those formations implied, his grandfather's nightmares, the dead-eyed stares and talk of demons, miraculously overlapped with the reality before him. Equipment and techniques had changed, but that bone-deep chilling quality seemed unchanged. Huaxia, perhaps more terrifying than decades ago, now possessed not only that fabled iron will. They also had a steel torrent to match, or even surpass it. A profound exhaustion washed over the Admiral. He felt as if he were walking a thin wire above an abyss, while those in the capital continued to shake the cable. After this damned standoff, he stared at the grim horizon and quietly resolved, "No matter what, I will submit my retirement papers to the Defense Department. It is time to leave. I have had enough of the days filled with dread that could at any moment drag a nation and countless young lives into hell." He only wanted a quiet place to fish, to bask in the sun, to enjoy sleep without nightmares. As for preserving global hegemony, let those who boast of iron will take care of it themselves. A tense standoff over the Western Pacific nearly escalated into conflict. In a strange and delicate balance, it did not spiral into the hot war that some radicals had anticipated. The unwaveringly firm stance displayed by the fleet of the Dragon Nation, along with its capability to deliver a devastating blow to the American Carrier Strike Group, represented a regional denial access capability. Like a bucket of cold water, it extinguished the fervent war impulses in the minds of some in Washington, even though the hawkish rhetoric within the United States continued unabated. The Ministry of Defense occasionally issued strong statements. However, the order from Admiral MacArthur, commander of the frontline Joint Fleet, to maintain maximum restraint was strictly executed. Both sides' ships and aircraft continued to traverse, monitor, and confront each other in the sensitive waters, but those dangerous and provocatively close maneuvers had significantly decreased. The entire world seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, while also holding its breath, watching the next steps of this silent confrontation. This calm was not the end of the storm. Rather, it was the brief tranquility at the eye of the storm, a temporary stalemate following a balance of power. In this international context, a piece of news from Northern Europe cast a stone into this strange calm. The 2026 Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine was awarded to Qin Tian, the founder of the Xinghe Group of the Dragon Nation, in recognition of the revolutionary contributions made by his developed Qiming reagent in conquering cancer. The news sparked tremendous cheers and pride within the Dragon Nation. This was the highest recognition from the international scientific community for Qiming, for Qin Tian, and for the scientific strength of the Dragon Nation. Major media outlets rushed to report it, and the online atmosphere was filled with celebration. However, at the center of the storm, Qin Tian felt only a trace of insignificant surprise and more indifference and understanding when he received the formal notification letter conveyed by Shuimu University. Nobel Prize. He sat in his office at the top of the Xinghe Research Institute. His fingertips lightly tapped on the exquisitely crafted invitation letter, and a subtle, indescribable smile played at the corners of his mouth. He was well aware that beneath the halo of this award lay the arrogance of Western centrism and the shadows of political manipulation. Throughout its century-long history, it has often viewed the achievements of the descendants of Yin and Huang through colored glasses, reluctant to acknowledge them, and even deliberately ignoring them. It resembled an internal feast of the Western scientific community, a tool to maintain its discourse power. "You want me to go accept the award in October?" Qin Tian muttered to himself, shaking his head. Countless possibilities flashed through his mind. Certain foreign forces would not willingly allow this young man, who held disruptive technology, to travel safely to Stockholm to receive worldwide acclaim, and then return safely. The answer was clearly negative. He could even imagine that in some dark corners multiple plans had already been drawn up for this purpose. House arrest, coercion to surrender technology, creating accidents. It was best if they could forcibly detain him, if not they would not allow him to return to the Dragon Nation unscathed. Their preparations were destined to be meticulous and insidious. Unfortunately, all their calculations would inevitably fall short, because Qin Tian had never considered for even a second going to accept this award. He made no public response to this, neither accepting nor refusing. This silence might appear to outsiders as the young founder weighing the pros and cons or negotiating with various parties. Only Qin Tian knew that this was merely indifference. He had more important matters to attend to. He had no time or interest to cooperate in a scientific gala that was destined to be filled with traps. Time quietly passed amid these intertwined undercurrents. Half a year slipped away like a fleeting shadow. In these 6 months, Qin Tian accomplished something symbolically significant for himself. He submitted a request for early graduation to Xuemu University. With his current understanding and accomplishments in the field of biology that far exceeded those of ordinary professors, and given his remarkable achievements, Xuemu University expressed great openness and support. A special thesis defense was held at Xuemu University. Facing several highly respected academic luminaries, Qin Tian spoke eloquently with insights that were profound and perspectives that were broad. The professors present were astonished, unanimously giving him high praise. He smoothly obtained the dark green diploma and degree certificate. Qin Tian felt no significant turbulence in his heart, but there was a faint sense of relief. This marked a perfect conclusion to that ordinary student era, fulfilling a long-held wish. Meanwhile, the once bustling and dusty large construction site around Heping village gradually quieted down. The first phase of the major infrastructure project of the Xinghe Group, which Qin Tian personally planned and invested heavily in, had basically been completed. Looking around, a modern industrial new city had already risen on the former farmland and old village sites. The grand headquarters building of the Xinghe Group, the orderly factories and offices of various subsidiaries, and the particularly eye-catching Xinghe community, a cluster of uniquely designed high-rise suites and beautifully crafted villas, shone brilliantly under the sun. Next to the community, the planned large vegetable market and commercial street were completed and awaiting operation. Not far away, the relocation villa area built for the former villagers of Heping had also topped out and was undergoing final renovations. A prototype of a futuristic technological city had already taken root in this land. However, the most profound and fundamental changes over the past 6 months did not occur in these magnificent buildings on the surface, but rather in the lives of those who were chosen. Within the Xinghe Research Institute, over 1,500 fresh graduates recruited from various universities in the provincial capital, and the thousands of members of the Yanhuang Warriors Sanctuary Security Company, under the guidance of the Yanhuang cultivation methods and ample resource support provided by Qin Tian. After half a year of relentless training day and night, they all successfully crossed the extraordinary threshold, entering the realm of Yanhuang practitioners. This meant that this core force, composed of researchers and security personnel, had completed a thorough transformation on a life level. Their lifespan limit had surpassed 1,000 years, and their physical qualities had experienced exponential leaps. Their thought speed, memory, and understanding had reached an astounding level. Once those students with thick glasses and frail bodies now had bright eyes and full spirits. Their movements were filled with a sense of strength, and the glasses that symbolized frailty had long been discarded. Among them, a few with exceptional talent and qualities advanced rapidly. Shun Ming, a material science major, possessed a far superior perception of material structure than his peers. Xiaoyan, an electronic information major, had meticulous thinking and a natural sensitivity to energy and information flow. Zhao Liwei, a power major, had a strong physique and a delicate control over strength, and Su Qing, who had a close relationship with Qin Tian and decent talent. These few had already reached the mid-level of Yanhuang practitioners. In terms of learning and understanding capabilities in their respective fields, they far surpassed their peers. Most eye-catching was Wang Tiejuan, the actual manager of the Yanhuang Warriors Sanctuary. This former elite from a special forces unit with tenacity and rich combat experience. He forged ahead on the combat-oriented path of Yanhuang cultivation and surprisingly advanced to the late stage of Yanhuang practitioners. His aura was refined, his eyes sparkled with intensity, and every gesture contained explosive power. He had become Qin Tian's sharpest sword in hand. Over the past 6 months, the Xinghe Group, particularly the enormous fatty piece of Xinghe Pharmaceuticals, had attracted countless probing forces from home and abroad. Corporate spies, technology thieves, and malicious saboteurs. Like sharks sensing blood, they attempted to infiltrate through various channels. However, all their actions became laughable and futile in front of the members of the Yanhuang Warriors Sanctuary, who had already entered the realm of Yanhuang practitioners. These security personnel, who had gained extraordinary perception speed and strength, could see at night, as if it were day, discern breaths from 100 meters away, and move like ghosts. Any malefactor approaching the borders of the Xinghe Group was immediately locked onto and monitored before they even began their actions. Once they made any move, they would be swiftly taken down with a thunderous force. Without exception, they all fell into the net. A few clean and efficient counter-espionage operations not only thoroughly shattered the external probing, but also established Qin Tian's unshakable authority within the Research Institute and the Sanctuary. All members deeply felt the immense power that Qin Tian bestowed upon them, and the trust and responsibility that this power represented. Their admiration and loyalty to Qin Tian had long transcended simple superior-subordinate relationships. It had integrated into their bloodline and faith. The massive infrastructure of the Xingho group has settled, and the foundation of its internal core strength has been solidified. With the extraordinary thinking brought by the cultivation of primordial energy, over 1,500 research backbones are no longer mere fresh graduates. They absorb the advanced knowledge system imparted by Qin Tian with astonishing speed, like dry sponges. It is time to transform theory into practical productivity. Qin Tian first ignited the beacon of the material revolution. He personally appointed Chun Ming, who exhibited exceptional talent in both primordial energy cultivation and materials science, as the leader. Supplemented by dozens of material specialists recruited in the same batch, along with over 1,000 excellent materials graduates newly hired from major universities across the nation. A large-scale Xingho Materials Research Institute was established. Chun Ming, once a young man with thick glasses and a somewhat introverted demeanor, now stands tall with sharp and focused eyes. Upon receiving his appointment, he felt not pressure, but an exhilarating excitement bubbling within. What Dean Qin Tian entrusted to him was the first and most critical cornerstone leading to the future technology. Qin Tian delineated 3 clear and crucial breakthrough directions for the Materials Research Institute: the industrial low-cost preparation process of ultra-high purity monocrystalline silicon. This is the prerequisite for breaking through the barriers of high-end chip manufacturing. The synthesis and large-scale production of room-temperature superconducting materials. Once achieved, it will trigger disruptive changes in nearly all fields, including energy, transportation, and healthcare. New alloys that combine extreme high temperature and high pressure resistance, ultra-high strength, excellent ductility, and corrosion resistance. These are the bones and muscles of cutting-edge equipment, such as aerospace and power engines. Meanwhile, Qin Tian did not wait for breakthroughs in materials, but simultaneously advanced other key fields. He appointed Xiao Yan, who is meticulous and possesses exceptional talent in energy and information perception. A similarly scaled Xingho Chip Research Institute was established. Their goal directly targets the crown of the chip industry: the independent research and manufacture of a unanometer process lithography machine. Based on the anticipated future materials, they also commenced the design of a brand new chip architecture based on room-temperature superconducting materials, aiming to completely bypass the patent barriers accumulated abroad over decades, to fundamentally avoid the fate of being choked. On the other side, the Xingho Power Research Institute, led by the tall and energetic Zhao Liwei, also announced its establishment. Their task is even more forward-looking and arduous: the foundational theory and engineering blueprint research of gravity-defying engines. At the same time, a branch team is responsible for tackling the ultra-high density, ultra-efficient charging and discharging energy storage technology based on the anticipated room temperature superconducting materials. Everyone understands that power is the key to breaking free from planetary gravity and reaching the stars. The 3 major research institutes, like 3 sharp arrows, are aimed directly at the core target of future technology. And materials are undoubtedly the hardest part of the arrowhead. Under Qin Tian's guidance, this guidance often involves proposing a critical theoretical model, or pointing out a research path overlooked by traditional academia. Chun Ming's Materials Research Institute is making rapid progress. The first challenge tackled is the preparation difficulty of ultra-high purity monocrystalline silicon. Qin Tian provided a novel process based on a specific chemical reaction pathway combined with physical purification. This bypassed the complex and expensive traditional methods abroad, drastically reducing production costs. The purity achieved, however, reached an astonishing level. This makes it possible for future chip manufacturing costs to be reduced by an order of magnitude. Shortly thereafter, a multifunctional alloy named Xingho 1 was born in the laboratory. It maintains structural stability even at temperatures exceeding 6,000 degrees Celsius. Its compressive strength is several times that of top-grade titanium alloys, while also possessing excellent toughness and corrosion resistance. It is almost tailor-made for aerospace engines in extreme environments. However, the most exciting breakthrough quietly arrived one deep night. After Qin Tian seemingly casually adjusted the ratios and synthesis pathways of a few key elements, Chun Ming's team successfully synthesized a black crystalline powder with absolute zero electrical resistance at room temperature. Room temperature superconducting material. After repeated verification, this material, named Mo Jing, has a relatively simple preparation process, and the raw materials required are abundantly available on Blue Star. Its cost is so low that it can be mass-produced like ordinary industrial raw materials. When the news broke, the entire upper echelons of the Xingho Research Institute, limited to those in the know, were shaken. Su Qing, Zhao Liwei, Xiao Yan, and others rushed to the materials laboratory at the first opportunity. Watching that unassuming black powder exhibit perfect anti-magnetic properties in a magnetic levitation experiment, Everyone understood that a new era had been opened by their own hands. Qin Tian was not surprised by this outcome. He issued an order: all related technologies are classified as top secret. Immediately start the industrial production line at the Xinghe Materials Technology subsidiary. Fully produce high-purity monocrystalline silicon Xinghe 1 alloy and Mo Jing superconducting materials. The Xinghe Materials Technology company, already prepared, immediately revved up. In the brand new factory, the automated production lines run day and night without stopping, endlessly producing strategic materials capable of changing the world's landscape, storing them in heavily guarded warehouses. The breakthrough in materials has injected a strong tonic into other research institutes. The Chip Research Institute obtained the coveted high-purity silicon substrate and revolutionary superconducting interconnection material concepts. The Power Research Institute saw the realistic possibility of manufacturing efficient superconducting motors and constructing anti-gravity energy systems. The entire research progress of the Xinghe Group has suddenly accelerated. To commend the brilliant achievements of the Materials Research Institute, Qin Tian personally signed a commendation order. As the team leader, Chen Ming received a generous cash reward of 50 million huabi. Other core backbones received rewards ranging from 10 million to 30 million, depending on their contributions. Even those thousands of newly graduated assistants received at least 1 million huabi in bonuses. When this large sum hit their accounts, the entire Materials Research Institute erupted with excitement. Many young people gazed at the long string of numbers in their mobile banking apps, tears of excitement welling in their eyes, unable to believe this was real. Many of them had been scrambling to submit resumes for jobs with a monthly salary over 10,000 just 6 months ago. Yet now they have achieved financial freedom. The Xinghe Group truly rewards genuine contributions with real money. I will follow President Qin for the rest of my life. This is just the beginning. We need to research more and better materials. The substantial rewards not only represent a gift of wealth, but also a validation and encouragement of value. It greatly stimulated the sense of belonging, pride, and enthusiasm for tackling challenges among all researchers. The reputation of the Xinghe Group as contribution-oriented, generously rewarding meritorious individuals spread rapidly within, inspiring members of other research institutes to catch up. During this period, while Qin Tian focused on guiding the materials team and planning subsequent research and development. In October, the Nobel Prize award ceremony in Stockholm was held as scheduled. The Nobel Prize Committee once again sent a letter sincerely inviting Qin Tian to attend. Global media focused their cameras on that empty seat, filled with various speculations. However, Qin Tian's reply was simple and direct. Through official channels of the Xinghe Group, he announced, "Thank you to the Nobel Prize Committee for the recognition, but due to the busy research tasks, I regret that I cannot attend." He did not provide any political reasons. He only used the unassailable excuse of busy research tasks. He casually brushed aside this glory that countless scientists dream of. At the award ceremony, that vacant seat appeared particularly glaring. The Nobel Prize chairman could only routinely express his regret over Qin Tian's absence in his speech. Meanwhile, certain individuals who had set up elaborate traps in Stockholm preparing various welcoming plans found all their meticulous planning and deployment turned into a silent joke at this moment. They were like a group of hunters standing at attention only to find that the prey had never entered the forest. The breakthrough at the Spark Materials Research Institute was akin to pouring the richest nourishment into the entire Spark Group's technological tree. High-purity single-crystal silicon and the exceptional Spark 1 alloy. Especially the Mo crystal room-temperature superconducting material. A discovery capable of reshaping the course of civilization. These were no mere laboratory specimens. Through Spark Materials Technology, a wholly owned subsidiary, they had transformed into the ceaseless industrial lifeblood flowing along assembly lines. Fueled by this surging momentum, the Spark Chip Research Institute, under the leadership of Yanhuang, experienced an explosive surge. Prior to this, the complete design schematics for a uninometer lithography machine had long been finalized. Its exquisitely ingenious structure and underlying principles transcended the constraints of conventional lithographic technology. Yet, even the most skilled artisan cannot weave without thread. Many critical components demanded materials of near unimaginable specification. Traditional materials utterly failed to meet the stringent requirements for precision, stability, and thermal dissipation. Now the materials bottleneck had been decisively shattered. The core frame, an optical barrel fabricated from the ultra-high-strength low-thermal expansion Spark 1 alloy, ensured ultimate mechanical stability during nanoscale operations. Optical elements crafted from specially processed high-purity, single-crystal silicon achieved theoretical limits in both light transmittance and dimensional accuracy, and the magnetically levitated wafer stage, an extreme ultraviolet EUV light source system, developed using Mo crystal superconducting material, reduced vibration and energy loss to near zero. One by one, colossal, yet exquisitely precise uninometer EUV lithography machines emerged from the collaboration between chip and materials engineers, built and calibrated at unprecedented speed. When the first machine passed all performance tests, stably etching intricate circuits with a line width of merely 1 nanometer, the entire chip laboratory erupted in thunderous cheers. It's done. We've done it. Xiao Yaowen gazed at the electron microscope image, crystal clear, flawlessly structured chip patterns, and her voice trembled with emotion. Young engineers surrounding her wept openly, embracing one another. They had succeeded. They had shattered decades of technological monopoly held by foreign conglomerates, and now stood unchallenged at the apex of global chip manufacturing. Without pause, 10 identical 1 nanometer chip production lines commenced simultaneous construction within the Spark chip fabrication plant. Every piece of equipment, from lithography machines to etchers, from thin film deposition systems to ion implanters, was independently designed and manufactured by the Spark Group, achieving full technological sovereignty. Construction progressed at astonishing speed. Upon completion and final calibration of the 10th line, the vast chip fabrication plant was officially inaugurated. This would become the cradle of the future Spark core. Trial production began immediately. Silicon wafers entered automated processes and emerged as gleaming metallicid chips. Test results triggered another wave of elation. The yield rate approached 100%. This extraordinary achievement stemmed not only from unparalleled equipment precision, but also from the integration of MO crystal superconducting material. Within each chip, superconducting interconnects replaced traditional copper wiring, eliminating resistance-induced heat generation and signal latency entirely. Thus, chips operated with unwavering stability and exceptional reliability, even at ultra-high frequencies, while consuming minimal power. Meanwhile, a revolutionary architecture fully exploited the potential of the 1 nanometer process node. Rigorous benchmarking confirmed that this internally designated Spark First Light 1 nanometer room temperature superconducting chip surpassed the world's most advanced 2 nanometer chips by several hundredfold in overall performance, including computational throughput and energy efficiency. This was no longer a generational leap. It was transcendence across dimensions, a chasm as vast as that between horse-drawn carriages and supersonic jet fighters. A gulf as profound as earth and sky, murmured a chip engineer staring at the test report, his face radiant with awe and pride. The chip plant operated around the clock. 10 production lines, like 10 slumbering dragons awakened, began swallowing wafers day and night, forging chips that embodied absolute technological supremacy. These chips were stored in ultra-high-grade, climate-controlled vaults. When news reached the Spark Research Institute, it ignited another seismic wave of excitement. Material breakthroughs formed the bedrock, chip breakthroughs forged that foundation into a celestial sword, piercing through the heavens itself. Every researcher shared in the triumph, their morale soaring to its zenith. Qin Tian bestowed high praise upon the Chip Research Institute's accomplishments, and once again demonstrated the Spark Group's resolute commitment to honoring excellence. Xiao Yaowen, leader of the team, received an individual cash award of 50 million Huaxia yuan. Core senior members received awards ranging from 15 to 30 million. All researchers involved in the project received generous bonuses commensurate with their contributions, no less than 1.5 million for even the most junior participants. Gazing at the staggering new balance in her account, Xiao Yaowen, her heart swelling with exhilaration, immediately thought of a tall, broad-shouldered engineer from the northern grassland region. Clutching the newly issued commendation notice, she strode lightly toward the Power Research Institute's compound. Zhao Liwei and his team stood before a whiteboard dense with complex equations and theoretical models of anti-gravitational fields, their progress seemingly stalled. Frowns furrowed every brow. Chief Engineer Zhao busy. Xiao Yaowen approached with a bright smile, her voice tinged with irrepressible delight. Zhao Liwei looked up, recognizing her, and offered a warm smile. Though exhaustion and anxiety lingered in his eyes, Director Xiao, congratulations on your institute's monumental breakthrough. The news had spread widely. He genuinely rejoiced, but felt the immense weight of expectation pressing down. Xiao Yaowen playfully waved the document in her hand. Oh, nothing much. Just that we've completed the 1 nanometer lithography machine, built 10 production lines, and will manufacture over 100 million chips annually. Here, this is the bonus notice. Chairman Qin awarded our team quite handsomely. She winked mischievously. How's your end progressing? Any headway on the anti-gravity engine? Need our superconducting chips for simulation calculations. She spoke casually of 1 nanometer and room temperature superconducting chips, a tone playful in intent, yet to Zhao Liwei, deep in theoretical struggle, sounded unmistakably like triumphant flourish. He raked his fingers through his hair, grimacing. Director Xiao, please spare me. We're still gnawing on the hardest bones of anti-gravity theory. How could we compare to your meteoric pace? Just wait. We'll invite you aboard our anti-gravity spacecraft for a joyride once we break through. I'll hold you to that. Xiao Yaowen laughed, delighted by his dejected expression, offered a few words of encouragement, and departed gracefully. Her teasing was never arrogance, only a uniquely spirited way of fueling his resolve. Time slipped quietly to December 20th, 2027. Qin Tian summoned Zhou Yunfeng, CEO of the group, to his office and issued a clear directive. Mr. Zhou, issue an official announcement on behalf of the Spark Group. We will host a global press conference at our headquarters on January 1st, 2028, the first day of the new year. We invite all major international news agencies and every leading domestic mobile device and electronics manufacturer. Zhou Yunfeng's spirits lifted instantly. He sensed recent breakthroughs at the institutes, though specific details remained beyond his clearance level. Chairman Qin, what will be the central theme of the announcement? Materials Institutes Chunming and Chip Institutes Yanhuang will jointly announce to the world our successful mass production of room-temperature superconducting materials and full-scale commercialization of unanometer room-temperature superconducting chips. Qin Tian's voice remained calm, yet carried the force of tectonic upheaval. Even with prior anticipation, Zhou Yunfeng drew a sharp breath, his heart pounding violently. As a seasoned executive, he understood perfectly what these two technologies implied. Not mere advancement, but a total reconfiguration of the global industrial landscape. Understood. Chairman Qin, I'll execute this immediately. Suppressing his exhilaration, Zhou Yunfeng hurried out. Swiftly, the Spark Group's official announcement struck the global information sphere like a boulder dropped into still water, triggering cascading waves of reaction. Spark Group to host global press conference on New Year's Day. Theme undisclosed, but attendance is mandated for all major international media and top domestic electronics firms. After Spark Pharmaceuticals' success, what bold move comes next from Spark Group? The moment the news broke, public discourse exploded. Major domestic news outlets speculated wildly. Could it be a novel therapeutic for Alzheimer's or HIV infection? Entirely plausible. Their prowess in biopharmaceuticals is indisputable. Meanwhile, the invited domestic electronics manufacturers felt a chill, an acute sense of crisis. Why has Spark Group invited us? What are their intentions? Could it be they're truly entering the smartphone market? Finished. Our industry is already a blood-soaked battlefield. A certain Western nation continues to restrict our access to advanced semiconductors. Our situation is dire enough. If Spark Group enters with its colossal capital reserves, do we stand any chance? Their Enlightenment series has generated enormous profits. They could easily bankrupt us all through aggressive pricing. Panic, anxiety, and unease rippled through corporate boardrooms. Executives scrambled to book flights to Huai's County while convening emergency internal meetings to formulate contingency strategies. January 1st, 2028, New Year's Day. In Huaxia, Zhanghe Province, Huai's County, Pinkin Town, the headquarters of Xingho Group. On this day, the usually tranquil Pinkin Town, due to the New Year's holiday, became unprecedentedly bustling. Satellite broadcasting vehicles from major mainstream media outlets filled the designated parking lot. Cameras like rifles were set up in every advantageous position at the press conference. Western reporters with blonde hair and blue eyes, meticulous and stern East Asian reporters, as well as a large number of domestic media reporters intertwined with one another. They whispered to each other, and the air was thick with a nervous atmosphere, mixed with curiosity, speculation, and anticipation. Adjacent to the media area was a specially designated guest area. CEOs or senior vice presidents from major domestic smartphone manufacturers sat upright, exchanging glances, but rarely engaging in small talk. Each person's face bore a trace of unhidden gravity and unease. The scale of the event organized by Xingho Group was so large that even these seasoned veterans of the business world felt a sense of trepidation. At 9 o'clock sharp, the press conference began on time. The enormous circular venue was filled to capacity. Signals from major global live streaming platforms were simultaneously activated, with countless eyes focused on this event. After a brief opening statement from the host in a clear and powerful voice, he announced, "Next, let us welcome Mr. Chunming, the head of the Materials Research Institute at Xingho Group, to introduce the latest groundbreaking advancements the group has achieved in the field of basic materials." The spotlight instantly shifted to one side of the stage. A young man dressed in a well-fitted dark suit, tall and upright with a youthful appearance, yet an exceptionally calm and steady gaze. He walked calmly to the podium. A hush fell over the crowd, followed by whispers. Chunming, head of the Materials Research Institute. So young. I've never heard of this person. Is he a protege of some academician? How could Xingho Group let such a young person announce such an important news? Curious and puzzled gazes fell upon Chunming. Facing the dense crowd below and the countless flashing cameras, Chunming showed no signs of stage fright. The powerful mental strength gained from his cultivation allowed him to perfectly control his emotions and state. He adjusted the microphone calmly, sweeping his gaze over the audience. Speaking in clear and standard Mandarin, his voice resonated throughout the venue. Good morning, esteemed guests, and I am Chunming, the head of the Materials Research Institute at Xingho Group. This simple self-introduction was devoid of any unnecessary embellishments. Today I am honored to stand here representing Xingho Group to announce to the world a significant breakthrough achieved in the field of basic materials science. He paused slightly, as if gathering strength. It was also as if he was giving the world a moment to prepare for the impending shock. The audience fell silent, all holding their breath. Even those representatives from smartphone manufacturers who were initially somewhat indifferent straightened in their seats. Chunming's voice suddenly rose clear and powerful. After our team's long-term, unremitting research and experiments, we have successfully synthesized and achieved the large-scale stable production of a room temperature and atmospheric pressure superconductor named Yanhuang. He deliberately slowed his pace, ensuring that each word was clearly heard by everyone. This material, named Yanhuang, exhibits zero direct current resistance and demonstrates complete diamagnetism under standard atmospheric conditions. Moreover, I can responsibly tell everyone that Yanhuang is already capable of large-scale industrial production. Boom. As soon as Chunming's words fell, it was like pouring a bucket of ice water into boiling oil. The entire venue, gasps, audible intakes of breath, and incredulous questions flooded the room. Oh my god, what did I just hear? Room temperature superconductivity. This is impossible. This is definitely the biggest scam of the century. Room temperature superconductivity, and it's been achieved in mass production. Is this rewriting the physics textbooks? Quick, send this news back to headquarters. Immediately. Now, the reporters went completely mad. They shouted incoherently into their phones and microphones, trying to relay this earth-shattering news as quickly as possible. The representatives from the smartphone manufacturers turned pale, finally comprehending Xingho Group's intent in inviting them. This was not about making phones at all. This was about directly providing phones. No, it was about giving the entire electronics industry, energy sector, transportation industry, a new heart and blood. The news spread across the globe at lightning speed through modern communication networks. In a certain major Western nation, generals and dignitaries gathered for a New Year's security meeting at the Pentagon. Upon receiving the urgent report, their first reaction was disbelief. Verify. Immediately have frontline reporters verify. Use all means possible. In Silicon Valley, in the boardrooms of major tech giants, the festive atmosphere vanished without a trace as CEOs roared at the screens, ordering technical teams to analyze the feasibility immediately. At CERN, MIT, Stanford, the world's top physics laboratories and prestigious institutions recalled countless scientists from their holidays, staring at the live broadcast screen, their faces filled with shock and doubt. In Wuxia's capital, certain high-level leaders who had long sensed that Xingho Group was not simple were also taken aback by the terrifying progress as they looked at the urgent report sent internally, their eyes filled with astonishment and joy. On stage, Chunming seemed to have anticipated the audience's reaction. He neither urged them nor further explained. He simply stood quietly, waiting for the commotion to naturally subside. Time ticked by, and after the initial explosive outburst, the sound in the venue gradually began to diminish, but the atmosphere of restlessness and doubt remained thick. Finally, after waiting for nearly half an hour, the venue quieted down a bit. A domestic reporter wearing glasses almost snatched the microphone handed over by the staff. With a voice slightly trembling from nervousness, he loudly asked, Mr. Chunming, what you just announced, the room temperature and atmospheric pressure superconductor Yanhuang, and the fact that it has achieved mass production, is that true? Can you be 100% sure? Or provide evidence? This is simply too hard to believe. This question echoed the voice of everyone present, even those watching the live stream globally. Chunming looked at the reporter, his tone without a hint of hesitation. Yes, I am 100% certain. Xingho Group and I personally are responsible for every word we release today. As soon as he finished speaking, the massive circular screen behind him lit up instantly. Words are not enough, data speaks for itself. Please watch the detailed performance parameters and experimental verification video we prepared for the Yanhuang material. A carefully crafted video began to play on the screen. The images clearly displayed the unremarkable black, crystalline form of Yanhuang. Subsequently, a series of rigorous experimental data and graphs began to scroll: critical temperature curves, critical current density, critical magnetic field strength, and repeated experiments demonstrating complete diamagnetism Meissner effect. Each data point was accompanied by concise text explaining its physical significance and achieved levels. The video was not lengthy, but the content was extremely hardcore and professional. Those foreign physicists and engineers who had initially held strong doubts gradually replaced their skepticism with seriousness and shock as they looked at the logical and physically consistent data on the screen. If this data is true, it would trigger an immeasurable technological tsunami. As the video concluded, the venue fell into an eerie silence once again. But this was not the end. Chunming gestured towards the audience. Several researchers in white lab coats, looking serious, pushed a small cart loaded with various precision instruments onto the stage. These instruments were clearly branded with logos of top global testing equipment brands, such as Keysight Technologies, Tektronix, and Rohde Schwarz. I know there will still be people doubting the authenticity of the data. Chunming's voice rang out again. So we will directly measure the resistance of the Yanhuang samples using the top testing instruments from various well-known global brands that you are all familiar with right here on site. The staff skillfully began to operate, connecting a packaged sample of Mo Jing to different resistance testing. Every step of the operation was captured by high-definition cameras and projected in real time onto the big screen, ensuring that there was no possibility of cheating. 1 device, 2 devices, 3 devices. Regardless of which countries or brands instruments were used, no matter how the testers adjusted the precision and range. On all, the instrument displays the value representing resistance consistently and stably showed 1 character. No fluctuations, no jumps, just absolute 0. Oh my god. It's true. It's really true. 0 resistance. At room temperature. My god. The scene finally spiraled completely out of control. The gasps were no longer doubts, but transformed into extreme shock and madness. Reporters could no longer care about order, rushing toward the stage in an attempt to capture clearer footage. The live stream signals, comments, and chat sections were refreshing at an explosive speed. The networks around the globe nearly crashed at the same time. On foreign social media, it was flooded with accusations of fake news. And impossible. But more were expressions of shock and incredulity. Meanwhile, domestic online platforms, after experiencing an initial collective stupor, were instantly submerged by joy and pride. Xingho Group is amazing. Qin Ming is amazing. Room temperature superconductivity. And it's from Huaxia. This New Year's gift is too hardcore. Haha, I knew Xingho Group was holding back a big move. I didn't expect such an apocalyptic move. Thanks to Xingho Group. Thanks to Qin Tian. This is the best New Year's gift for the people of the nation, no, for all of humanity. Upstairs, watch your wording. It's the best gift for our humanity. Doghead emoji. A new era is coming. An era led by Huaxia. Chun Ming stood under the gaze of countless shocked, fervent, and even dazed eyes. He made a brief summary into the microphone. The birth of the Mojing room temperature superconducting material owes much to the exceptional platform and resource support provided by the Xingho Group, and it embodies the hard work of all my colleagues at the Material Research Institute. We believe this is just the beginning. Breakthroughs in materials science will bring unprecedented transformations to all industries. Thank you, everyone. With that, he calmly turned and walked backstage. His figure vanished behind the curtain, but the shockwave left in the venue had yet to subside. Down below, the representatives from domestic mobile phone manufacturers could no longer sit still. Room temperature superconductivity. What does this mean? It means that future mobile phones could have bodies that never heat up, batteries that charge instantly, processors with performance leaps, and revolutionary new features. This is not just an industry change, it is a complete industry reshaping. They must immediately rush back to the company, gather all executives, and urgently discuss countermeasures. Contemplating how to avoid being overwhelmed by this tidal wave, the heads of several major companies had already stood up, preparing to leave, their faces filled with anxiety and urgency. At this moment, the host hurriedly stepped onto the stage, and his voice clearly resonated through the microphone. Dear guest, media friends, please remain calm. Our press conference is not over yet. Next, there is another important technological achievement to be announced. The representatives of the manufacturers who had just stood up were stunned and instinctively stopped in their tracks. Another one. A technology that could rival or even surpass room temperature superconductivity. They exchanged glances, seeing disbelief in each other's eyes. Then they slowly sat back down, their hearts racing once again. Next, the host announced passionately, "Let's welcome Ms. Xiao Yan, the head of our Xingho Group Chip Research Institute, to introduce the groundbreaking progress we have made in the chip field." The spotlight shone again, focusing on the entrance of the stage. A graceful, lovely, and equally young woman she wore a well-fitted professional outfit and walked confidently. Unlike Chun Ming's calm restraint, her aura was softer, yet equally formidable. Chip Research Institute. The Xingho Group has a presence in the chip field too. Could it be? They have made breakthroughs as well. The reporters, who had just been stirred by the room temperature superconductivity, perked up their ears again. Though just a chip, it seemed somewhat ordinary compared to the gigantic nuclear bomb of room temperature superconductivity. However, thinking of the Xingho Group's consistent style and the host's earlier emphasis on important achievements, no one dared to take it lightly. Moreover, having just experienced the baptism of room temperature superconductivity, their psychological endurance seemed to have strengthened. Xiao Yan stepped to the podium and confidently began, "Good morning, everyone. I am Xiao Yan, the head of the Xingho Group Chip Research Institute. I am very pleased to be here to report on some achievements our Chip Research Institute has made after the great breakthrough in materials science." She paused slightly, her gaze sweeping across the audience, who appeared slightly surprised by her youth. But more were focused faces as she continued. With the strong support of the group and the cooperation of the Material Research Institute, our Chip Research Institute has successfully conquered all high-end chip manufacturing equipment and technical difficulties, including the unanometer extreme ultraviolet EUV lithography machine, achieving a completely autonomous and controllable chip industry chain layout. A unanometer lithography machine. My goodness, they really did it. Indeed. With such a miraculous material as a foundation, it's not surprising to produce a unanometer lithography machine. A chorus of exclamations arose from the audience. However, compared to the disruptive shock brought by room temperature superconductivity, this news felt more like a natural astonishment. After all, it seems reasonable that a team capable of tackling a material as mythical as room temperature superconductivity could also produce an uninanometer lithography machine. However, what Xiao Yan said next gripped everyone's hearts once again. But she shifted her tone, a hint of pride in her voice. What we manufactured is not a traditional uninanometer chip. She raised her voice, each word crystal clear. What we have successfully developed and achieved mass production of is an uninanometer room temperature superconducting chip based on the new architecture of Mojing superconducting material. We have named it Xinghuochuguang, 1 nanometer, room temperature superconducting chip. The chemical reaction produced by these two terms combined is no less than that of the previous room temperature superconducting material. Buzz. The audience erupted once again. The reporters were more shocked by the technology itself. Meanwhile, the representatives from mobile phone manufacturers who had just sat down were nearly jumping up with excitement. Superconducting chip. A uninanometer superconducting chip. Ultra-low power consumption. Unmatched performance. Mass production. They are talking about mass production. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the large screen behind Xiao Yan, which instantly lit up. The screen began to showcase the detailed performance parameters of the Xinghuochuguang chip process technology, 1 nanometer, based on a new superconducting interconnection architecture. Core frequency, a figure so high it is jaw-dropping. Power consumption, a value so low it defies common sense, only 1%, or even 1,000th of traditional silicon chips, at the same performance level. Comprehensive performance index approximately 500 times higher compared to the internationally leading 2 nanometer silicon chip, not yet in large-scale commercial use. Approximately 150 times higher compared to the theoretical uninanometer silicon chip, still in the laboratory stage. Yield rate 99. 9. A series of cold data, yet they burned like the hottest flames, searing the eyes and nerves of every audience member. Performance enhancement by hundreds of times. Power consumption reduced to the extreme. This is no longer a generational gap. It is a complete species isolation. Traditional silicon chips are like abacuses in the face of the Xinghuochuguang. That's great. That's great. A vice president of a domestic mobile giant clenched his fists tightly, his face flushed with excitement as he whispered to a colleague nearby. To hell with the blockade from that major world power. We have the best chip in the world. Immediately once the press conference ends, contact the Xinghuo Group. We must secure the first batch of supplies. Exactly. With this chip, our next generation mobile phones will possess overwhelming advantages globally. What fruits, what threesons, all will have to step aside. Another representative's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he could already envision the company reclaiming its place at the top of the world. All their anxiety, unease, and sense of crisis transformed into ultimate excitement and anticipation at this moment. They no longer feared that the Xinghuo Group would enter the mobile phone market because they realized that the Xinghuo Group had higher aspirations. What they controlled was the upstream core, the source of fresh water. Whoever could first obtain the Xinghuochuguang chip would dominate the next round of the mobile terminal revolution. As Xiao Yan elaborated on the vast application prospects of the Xinghuochuguang chip on stage, the combined effects of these two pieces of news were impacting the world at an unprecedented speed, especially across the ocean. In a major world nation at the New York Stock Exchange, the market was already calm due to the first trading day after the New Year's holiday, with emotions primarily cautious. When the breaking news that the Xinghuo Group announced the mass production of room temperature superconducting materials flashed across all traders' screens like lightning. The market first fell into a brief silence, then exploded like a powder keg, collapsing in an instant. Energy stocks were hit first, plummeting. Superconducting electricity transmission will completely disrupt the existing power grid system. Tech stocks, especially those related to chips and hardware, also plummeted wildly. The application prospects of room temperature superconductivity are too broad, with extreme uncertainty. The market index plummeted like a kite with a broken string. However, this was just the beginning. In less than an hour, the news that the Xinghuo Group announced the mass production of uninanometer room temperature superconducting chips hit like a second, even more powerful nuclear bomb. Precisely dropped on a Wall Street already in disarray. Chips. Their chips have come out too. 1 nanometer. Still superconducting. Performance enhanced by hundreds of times. It's over. Our semiconductor industry is finished. Panic reached its peak in the trading hall. The stocks of previously struggling giants like Intel, Nvidia, AMD, and Qualcomm were instantly submerged by countless sell orders. Stock prices did not just halve, they were cut off entirely, plunging off a cliff. The entire Nasdaq index plummeted uncontrollably, triggering the circuit breaker mechanism multiple times. Wall Street, once a land symbolizing capital and prosperity, was now filled with wails of despair. Fund managers looked ashen and traders slumped in their chairs, staring at the sea of red on their screens. An era dominated by a major world nation for decades in the global semiconductor industry had come to an end. On the first day of 2028, it was shattered by a company from the East, named the Xinghuo Group. Using two overwhelming technological powers, it was completely crushed. The old throne had collapsed, and the new ruler was being crowned in the east. The aftershock of the Spark Group's New Year press conference swept across the globe like a tidal wave. Representatives from major smartphone manufacturers departed the venue. Almost immediately they received engineering samples of the Spark first flight ship. Without pause they rushed back to their respective R&D centers. They needed to conduct the most comprehensive and rigorous testing possible, immediately, to verify whether those astonishing performance metrics were genuine. The entire consumer electronics industry of the Dragon Nation entered a state of intense, electrified readiness, tense yet exhilarated. Meanwhile, a far weightier announcement, quietly delivered yet seismic in implication, reached the Spark Group's highest echelons that same afternoon. Qin Tian received an urgent briefing from Group CEO Zhou Yunfeng. The General Office of the State Council had formally notified them. The following day, a high-level delegation, led personally by the nation's second-in-command, would arrive at Spark Group for inspection and critical negotiations concerning room-temperature superconducting materials and superconducting chips. The delegation comprised over a dozen academicians from the Chinese Academy of Sciences and the Chinese Academy of Engineering, experts in materials science, physics, microelectronics, energy systems, and strategic planning. Also included were principal directors from key national agencies: the National Development and Reform Commission, the Ministry of Science and Technology, the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, and the State Administration of Science, Technology, and Industry for National Defense, totaling more than 100 personnel. This was no routine visit. It signified the highest level of national recognition, the acknowledgement that Spark Group's technological prowess possessed the potential to reshape the nation's destiny. It reflected both unprecedented institutional attention and inevitable deep state engagement. Qin Tian was unsurprised. The moment Crystal and the first light ship were unveiled to the world, he knew this moment would come. He issued clear instructions to Zhou Yunfeng. Zhou Zong, spare no effort in reception preparations. Elevate security protocols to maximum alert. Absolute infallibility is required. Display our finest professional demeanor, but access to core technical zones must follow the pre-established contingency plan. Understood, Director Qin. Zhou Yunfeng's expression turned grave. Fully aware of the gravity, he immediately turned to execute the orders. The next morning at dawn, winter sunlight bathed the grand main gate of Spark Group's headquarters. Crimson banners fluttered gently in the breeze. Minimalist, yet solemn welcome signage had been unfurled. The entire campus, meticulously cleaned overnight, gleamed with pristine solemnity. Uniformed security personnel, members of the Primordial Force Warrior Temple, stood at all critical nodes, their formation appearing casual, yet rigorously calibrated, eyes sharp, presence unwavering. Qin Tian stood at the forefront of the welcoming line, dressed in a perfectly tailored dark Zhongshan suit. Beside him stood CEO Zhou Yunfeng, CFO Lin Wei, HR Director Zhao Lei, and other core executives. Behind them stood Su Qing, impeccably attired in sharp professional wear. Also present were Chun Ming and Xiao Yan, dressed formally, their expressions alight with exhilaration and quiet tension. At precisely 9 o'clock, a motorcade of black ceremonial sedans flanked by escort vehicles glided smoothly through Spark Group's main gate. The procession halted with quiet precision on the plaza before the main building. Car doors opened. A distinguished elder, vigorous, serene in countenance, yet radiating innate authority, stepped out steadily, accompanied by his entourage. He was the nation's second-in-command, a familiar face from official broadcasts. Qin Tian instantly led the delegation forward in greeting. Director, we are deeply honored by your inspection and guidance. Qin Tian extended both hands, clasping the director's firmly. His tone was respectful yet unyielding, poised, dignified, and wholly assured. The director smiled warmly, gripping Qin Tian's hand with palpable sincerity. His gaze held undisguised admiration and awe. Comrade Qin Tian, young, brilliant, truly extraordinary. Your Spark Group has delivered a monumental surprise, not just to our people, but to the entire world. We arrived uninvited. We hope we haven't disrupted your normal operations. Director, your words are too kind. Your presence, and that of all esteemed leaders and experts, is not only our greatest honor, but also a profound source of inspiration. Qin Tian replied with a gentle smile, stepping aside to gesture toward the conference hall. Please allow us to escort you and the delegation to the meeting room for a brief rest. Our rest can wait. The director waved lightly, his curiosity vivid and animated. I am eager, truly eager, to see with my own eyes how the world-transforming Crystal and First Light chip are manufactured. Let us go directly to the production floor. As you wish, Director. This way, please. Qin Tian acquiesced without hesitation, personally accompanying the director and several leading academicians and ministry heads toward the industrial zone deep within the campus. Meanwhile, Zhou Yunfeng guided the remaining delegation members to the designated rest area. The first stop was Spark Materials Technologies' Crystal production facility. Through massive ultra-strong observation windows, the interior revealed a dust-free environment where highly automated production lines operated with silent, flawless rhythm. Black precursor materials underwent intricate synthesis, purification, and crystallization processes, eventually yielding the unassuming yet epical MO crystal powder precisely packaged and stored by robotic arms. The entire workflow exuded futuristic elegance, effortless, precise, and profoundly advanced. The director observed every detail intently, occasionally leaning toward a venerable academician, a titan of materials science, with silver-white hair, to ask quiet, incisive questions. The academician watched, nodding repeatedly, his face radiant with emotion and awe. Remarkable. Absolutely extraordinary. Turning to Chun Ming beside him, the director asked warmly, "Comrade Xiao Chun, your team's average age is truly only 25. Though momentarily nervous before such senior leadership, Chun Ming's cultivation of primordial force granted him profound mental fortitude. He steadied himself instantly and responded with deferential clarity, "Yes, director. Most of our researchers are recent graduates conducting breakthrough research under the mentorship of Director Qin. Truly inspiring. The future of our nation rests upon shoulders like yours." The director firmly patted Chun Ming's shoulder, offering earnest encouragement. "Continue striving. Stay humble, remain focused, and achieve ever greater milestones." "Yes, director." Chun Ming straightened proudly, heart swelling with pride. Next, the delegation proceeded to the semiconductor fabrication plant, a facility governed by even stricter protocols. Visitors could only observe the core production zone from a designated viewing corridor. There they beheld colossal ultra-precise lithography machines, unanometer class, entirely designed and built in-house by Spark Group alongside complementary advanced equipment. And on the assembly line, the Spark First Light chips emerged, each one a masterpiece of microengineering crafted with artistic precision. Every delegation member stood transfixed, breath held, especially the academicians specializing in microelectronics. Their fingers trembled faintly as they gazed upon the realization of lifetimes of aspiration achieved here by a generation of young pioneers. Xiao Yan, director of the Chip Research Institute, offered a lucid, technically nuanced explanation of critical processes and engineering challenges, her articulate delivery earning approving glances from the director and senior experts alike. "Comrade Xiao, you have shattered monopolies and brought glory to the nation. You have rendered an immense service to our country." The director bestowed high praise and heartfelt encouragement. Finally, the delegation toured the main structure of Spark Research Institute, excluding classified laboratories. Gazing upon the vibrant, focused faces of young researchers immersed in their workstations, the director reflected aloud, "Talent is the paramount resource. Spark Group has assembled such an exceptional cohort of youth. That explains how such miracles become possible." The tour lasted nearly 2 hours. Upon its conclusion, the director and core negotiation delegates joined Qin Tian and Spark Group's top leadership in an exceptionally secure high-tier conference chamber within the headquarters tower. Here the true strategic-level negotiations would commence. The atmosphere in the chamber was hushed and solemn. Along one side of the long table sat the national delegation led by the director, comprising elite strategists, economists, and technologists. On the opposite side sat Spark Group's leadership core, Qin Tian at the head, flanked by Zhou Yunfeng and Su Qing. Chun Ming and Xiao Yan attended as technical advisors. The director opened proceedings, his expression turning grave and resolute. "Comrade Qin Tian, esteemed colleagues of Spark Group. First, let me once again convey on behalf of the nation our most fervent congratulations and deepest gratitude for your extraordinary achievements. The significance of MO Crystal and the First Light chip requires no elaboration. They are national treasures, pivotal strategic pillars on the path to national rejuvenation." His tone shifted subtly, precisely because of their strategic importance. The nation seeks to forge the closest possible strategic partnership with Spark Group. We come today bearing utmost sincerity, hoping to engage in profound dialogue on several critical matters and co-create mutually beneficial cooperation frameworks. Qin Tian knew the decisive moment for Spark Group's future had arrived. He drew a slow, steady breath, his gaze calm, yet unshakable, as it met the director's. Director Spark Group was founded in the Dragon Nation and thrives within it. To contribute to our nation is our highest honor. Please speak freely. We listen with full attention. Thus the negotiations formally began. In the solemn and tranquil conference room, the air seemed to thicken due to the grave expressions of both parties' representatives. The enormous mural of the Great Wall hanging on the wall silently witnessed this dialogue concerning the destiny and future of the nation. The opening remarks of the second-in-command set the tone for the cooperation. He first demonstrated the country's sincerity and vision. "Comrade Qin Tian, national development requires not only the institutional advantages of concentrating efforts on major tasks, but also vibrant innovation engines like Xingho Group. In order to promote a new round of technological industrial upgrading, the state plans to issue a procurement order to Xingho Group totaling over 1 trillion huabi. This encompasses Mojing room temperature superconducting materials and Xinghochuguang superconducting chips intended for key national projects, national defense construction, and pioneering applications in cutting-edge technology. This astronomical order is enough to drive any enterprise mad. It clearly indicates the state's determination to incorporate the technology of Xingho Group into its core strategic system. Qin Tian's expression remained calm, showing no excitement at this enormous order. He slightly nodded. Thank you for the trust of the state. Xingho Group has the capability to complete this order with quality and quantity assurance, whether it be existing specification products or customized production. Based on the state's special requirements, we can meet them. The first cooperation intention was preliminarily reached in a harmonious atmosphere. However, the real core issue was soon placed on the table. A leader responsible for technological strategy beside the second-in-command adjusted his glasses, and with a gentle yet targeted tone cut to the heart of the matter, President Qin Tian, your group's technological breakthroughs are of great significance. In order to transform these technologies into the national strength more quickly and efficiently, especially in key areas concerning national security and future competitiveness, we hope to conduct in-depth discussions on the complete formula and industrial preparation process of Mojing materials, as well as the transfer of core manufacturing technologies such as unanometer lithography machines. The state can provide corresponding compensation and ensure that Xingho Group's interests are protected in subsequent industrialization. At these words, the atmosphere in the conference room instantly became more delicate. Zhou Yunfeng, Lin Wei, and other senior executives of the group felt a pang of anxiety, knowing that the most critical and sensitive moment had arrived. All eyes were focused on Qin Tian. Qin Tian leaned slightly forward, hands crossed on the table, his gaze sincere and resolute as he met the other's eyes. Leaders, I fully understand the state's urgent need for these core technologies. As an enterprise rooted in Huaxia, Xingho Group is willing to do its utmost to support national development. In terms of products, we can provide the best, fastest, and most comprehensive support. However, he paused slightly, clearly expressing his position regarding the transfer of the formula and preparation process for Mojing materials, as well as core technologies such as unanometer lithography machines. Xingho Group currently has no such plan. I deeply regret this, but it is a decision made by the group after comprehensive considerations of long-term development and technological security. No plan for the time being. As soon as Qin Tian's words fell, a somewhat impatient department leader on the opposite side suddenly stood up. With a loud clap of his hand on the table, his face flushed with excitement. Comrade Qin Tian, please understand, this is not ordinary commercial technology. This is strategic technology that can change the fate of the nation. How can such important technology be held by a private enterprise? Who will bear the safety risks involved? It should be unconditionally surrendered to the state, so that the state can plan and use it uniformly, maximizing its benefits and ensuring absolute safety. Do you see only the profits of the enterprise and have no national perspective? Do you have no sense of social responsibility? This sudden harsh criticism was like cold water splashed into a pot of oil, causing the faces of everyone from Xingho Group to darken. Zhou Yunfeng and others showed signs of anger, but suppressed their feelings due to the occasion. A hint of sternness flashed in Qin Tian's eyes, but he controlled himself well and did not lose his composure. He slowly stood up, looking directly at the emotionally agitated department leader. His voice was not loud, but every word was clear, carrying an undeniable strength. This leader, please pay attention to your words and attitude. Firstly, the such important technology you speak of was precisely developed independently by the private company. This proves the innovative vitality and efficiency of private enterprises. His tone turned cold. Secondly, as a legally operating enterprise, is there anything wrong with Xingho Group relying on its own technology to obtain reasonable profits? Is it unreasonable for an enterprise to pursue development just for money? Is there no national perspective? What kind of logic is this? Qin Tian's gaze swept over the other party, carrying a hint of sharpness. Finally, regarding technological security, I can guarantee, with the reputation and strength of Xingho Group, that we have sufficient capability to ensure that core technologies are completely secure. This no one needs to doubt. You? The department leader was momentarily choked, his face flushed from Qin Tian's firm rebuttal. Pointing at Qin Tian, he found himself at a loss for words to counter. The atmosphere in the conference room dropped to freezing point, tense enough that one could hear a needle drop. Enough. Just then the second-in-command, who had been silently observing, finally spoke up. His voice was steady, carrying an undeniable authority, and his gaze swept over the standing department leader. What kind of behavior is this? Sit down. The three short words acted like a calming spell. The department leader's face shifted between green and white, ultimately sitting back down reluctantly, without daring to say more. The second-in-command's gaze returned to Qin Tian. Not only did he not scold him, but instead there was a hint of subtle appreciation. He slowly said, Comrade Qin Tian, we have heard your opinion. As Huaxia's reform and opening up has reached this point, it has always adhered to the principles of a socialist market economy, respecting and protecting the autonomous management rights and intellectual property rights of enterprises. Since Xingho Group is confident and capable of ensuring technological security and is willing to provide priority and high-quality product support when the state needs it, then we should respect the choices of enterprises. Cooperation can proceed in the direction you proposed. This statement was tantamount to a definitive conclusion. It affirmed Qin Tian's stance and showcased the enlightened and pragmatic side of the national leadership. Qin Tian felt a slight relief in his heart. His attitude softened, and he slightly bowed. Thank you for your understanding and support, Chief. Xingho Group will not fail the trust of the state. The second-in-command nodded and continued. However, Comrade Qin Tian, understanding is mutual. You know better than I do the strategic significance of merging room temperature superconducting materials. In order to ensure technological advantages and national strategic security, I hope Xingho Group will not sell merging materials externally, but can use them for internal purposes or supply them exclusively to the state. He made an extremely tempting promise. At the same time, the state is about to launch a nationwide cross-industry industrial and technological industry superconducting upgrade plan covering all aspects such as energy, transportation, medical care, scientific research, and national defense. The demand generated by this plan will be astronomical, sufficient to fully absorb all merging material production capacity currently and foreseeably available to Xingho Group. This is also a stable and enormous market guarantee for Xingho Group. This was a proposal based on practical considerations, offering a win-win situation. It not only limited the diffusion of sensitive technologies, but also locked in long-term large orders for Xingho Group, avoiding market risks. Qin Tian almost did not hesitate and immediately expressed his stance. Chief, your considerations are thorough, and I fully understand and agree. Xingho Group promises that the merging materials will prioritize national needs and will not be sold externally. Good. A satisfied smile appeared on the second-in-command's face. Then the specific procurement details, customization requirements, and production capacity planning will be handled by the people below. Comrade Qin Tian, let me remind you one last time, technological confidentiality is paramount. This not only concerns the interests of Xingho Group, but also the core competitiveness and security bottom line of Qin Tian solemnly promised. Rest assured, Chief, all members of Xingho Group will regard technological confidentiality as a lifeline and will never allow any core technology to flow out. By this point, the core issues had basically reached a consensus. The follow-up work will be carried out by a professional team. After the meeting, they bid farewell to the second-in-command. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of his office, Qin Tian looked down at the burgeoning Xingho city below. Today's negotiations have won Xingho Group a relatively independent and favorable development environment. The state has shown its inclusiveness and vision, while he has also maintained the bottom line of technology. As for the issue of technology leakage, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Qin Tian's mouth. He understood better than anyone. The birth of merging is not just a matter of formula. It also involves the microscopic structure control of materials guided by primordial energy and the extremely complex energy field-assisted synthesis process. Even if the complete formula and process diagrams were placed before others without the most crucial and irreplicable soul, attempting reverse engineering or imitation would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It could even be described as a fool's dream. The barriers of technology lie not only on paper, but also in the invisible, intangible dimensions that genuinely exist. And this is precisely where Xingho Group's true confidence lies. Just as the strategic cooperation framework at the national level was finalized, the headquarters of Xingho Group was met with another wave of surging commercial tides. Major domestic smartphone manufacturers, after urgently completing extreme tests on the samples of the Xingho Yanhuang chip, flocked in with near-manic excitement and urgency. They hoped to secure the core component that would determine their future destiny, as the atmosphere in the negotiation room starkly contrasted with the previous talks with the nation. It was filled with the scent of fierce commercial competition and boundless aspirations for the future. The first to finalize a partnership was Huawei, renowned for its deep technological foundation and ambition. After witnessing the terrifying performance of the engineering machine equipped with the Yanhuang chip, its negotiation representative unhesitatingly signed a massive procurement contract with Xingho Group. Mr. Zhou, we at Huawei wish to purchase your company's most powerful uninometer Yanhuang flagship chip, with an initial order of 50 million units priced at 5,000 wabic, as you proposed. The vice chairman of Huawei spoke with a tone of absolute certainty, leaving Zhou Yunfeng, who accompanied the negotiation, in stunned silence. It should be noted that currently the top international 10-nanometer chips have a unit procurement price of nearly $2,000, approximately 14,000 wabic. In contrast, the performance of the uninometer Yanhuang chip, which differs immensely, is priced at only about one-third of that. This is not merely a high cost-performance ratio, it is a complete price butcher. Your company's boldness is admirable. Qin Tian nodded calmly. Xingho Group guarantees timely and sufficient supply. The representative from Huawei's eyes sparkled with sharp light. He could already envision the new generation of flagship smartphones equipped with this chip. They would dominate the global market with overwhelming performance, revolutionary energy efficiency, and unprecedented new features, sweeping the once unrivaled fruit phone into the corners of history. The era belonging to Huawei and Huawei is about to arrive. Following closely, mainstream manufacturers like Xiaomi, Oppo, and Vivo also signed cooperation agreements with Xingho Group. Based on their brand positioning and market strategies, they mainly procured 10nm and 3nm specifications of chips, slightly adjusted for performance, but still based on superconducting technology. These chips still far surpass traditional silicon-based chips enough to stir up a storm in the mid to high-end market and reclaim lost ground. They initiated a full-scale assault on the global market. Unexpectedly, a collaboration partner also appeared at the negotiation table, the VoiceLink phone targeting the African market. Its manager, wearing a naive yet clever smile, said to Zhou Yunfeng, "Mr. Zhou, we at VoiceLink do not require the top-tier performance, but we need the chip's battery life to be extremely strong, and its image processing capabilities must adapt to extreme lighting conditions. We hope to purchase your company's 4nm superconducting chip, and the price should be more favorable." Zhou Yunfeng understood. VoiceLink phones are renowned in Africa for their terrifying battery life and camera algorithms that can capture clear images even of dark-skinned individuals. Now paired with the ultra-low power consumption and powerful computing capabilities of superconducting chips, they would undoubtedly gain a significant advantage and thoroughly dominate that vast market. Xinghuo Group would naturally not refuse such orders, quickly reaching a cooperative agreement at a highly competitive price. VoiceLink's goal is to firmly occupy the throne of the global low-end market. The smartphone industry is just the beginning. The storm brought by superconducting chips quickly swept into domestic home appliance giants reacted promptly with smart refrigerators, air conditioners, televisions, washing machines, all devices requiring a brain long to adopt this powerful Chinese chip. To achieve a true leap in intelligence, the new energy vehicle sector was even more fervent. Vehicle control chips, intelligent driving chips, battery management chips. The automotive industry, which has extreme demands for computing power and energy consumption, nearly rushed to purchase. Smart electric vehicles equipped with superconducting chips would see qualitative leaps in response speed, range, and autonomous driving safety. The global automotive industry landscape is about to be reshaped. Meanwhile, orders from the National Supercomputing Center and various top research institutions flooded in. They required Xinghuo Group to customize and develop dedicated superconducting computing units for supercomputers. Once equipped with these chips, Huawei's supercomputing capabilities would reach an unimaginable height, achieving comprehensive leadership in foundational scientific research fields such as climate simulation, drug development, astrophysics, and new material exploration. Faced with the explosive demand, Xinghuo chip manufacturing plants were operating at full capacity. New production lines were planned and constructed at an astonishing speed, with various specifications and purposes of superconducting chips flowing from Qin Tian to all parts of the country. The chip market, which once required spending hundreds of billions of dollars annually on imports, and was often choked, was nearly monopolized by Xinghuo Group within just a few months. This not only meant that tens of trillions of yuan in annual market share had changed hands. It also symbolized that the lifeblood of the entire Huawei high-tech industry was firmly grasped in its own hands. When news of this series of collaborations and the revolutionary products about to be launched by various industries in Huawei due to the adoption of superconducting chips began to spread through various channels, the shock generated across the ocean was not merely tremors, but a complete financial and social catastrophe. The New York Stock Exchange, once the heart of world finance, is now a bleak scene of desolation. Intel, Nvidia, AMD, Qualcomm, these former glories and symbols of Silicon Valley, saw their stock prices crash through the floor, sliding towards the abyss of zero. No investor would bet on an industry that had been thoroughly crushed technologically and had lost its largest market. But this was just the beginning. Panic spread like the deadliest virus, wildly coursing through the industrial chain. Companies providing design software, semiconductor equipment, and specialized chemical materials for these chip companies saw their stock prices follow suit, plummeting dramatically. Apple, competing with Huawei and Xiaomi in the smartphone market, witnessed a steep decline in its stock price, with the market widely believing it was about to lose its dominance in the high-end sector. Tech giants like Microsoft, Google, Tesla, and Amazon, relying on chips, also experienced significant stock price drops due to concerns over technological gaps and market competition. Traditional automotive giants, such as General Motors and Ford, upon learning that Huawei's new energy vehicles would be equipped with superconducting chips to achieve performance leaps, also saw their stock prices collapse. Energy materials, traditional manufacturing industries, almost no sector could escape. The Dow Jones and Nasdaq indices plummeted for consecutive days, setting record declines. Repeated circuit breakers could not stop the wave of panic selling. The collapse of the financial market quickly transformed into a cruel reality. Countless tech companies and related enterprises faced funding chain ruptures due to dwindling orders and collapsing stock prices. They were forced to carry out large-scale layoffs or even declare bankruptcy. The splendor of Silicon Valley faded away, leaving behind crowds of unemployed individuals leaving offices with cardboard boxes. The sharp rise in the unemployment rate ignited a powder keg. The deep-seated contradictions within the society of that nation erupted in an instant. Once prosperous urban streets saw $0 purchase activities that smashed shop windows swiftly spread from individual cities to nationwide, becoming common. The incidence of shootings skyrocketed. Chaos and violence filled many communities. The police system was overwhelmed and social order was on the brink of collapse. Despair, anger, and disorder became the dominant themes of this land. On Capitol Hill, the two parties were still attacking each other, arguing endlessly, yet they could not produce any effective response plans. The once unrivaled world hegemon was losing its luster at an unprecedented speed, shattering into pieces. The foundations of the economy were shaken, the stability of society was broken, and the technological advantage vanished. The twilight of the empire seemed to descend abruptly at this moment. All of this pointed to the rising technological giant in the east, Xingho Group, and the unfathomable young man behind it, Qin Tian. The balance of power in the world is undergoing fundamental and irreversible shifts. Time flowed onward. The biting wind of the 12th lunar month swept across every corner of Huai's County, carrying with it the festive air of the approaching new year. Yet this year's closing season bore significance far surpassing all prior years. All transformation traced back to a single entity that had alighted upon Qin Town's Hepping village, the Spark Group. Within its headquarters, the finance center blazed with light. Vast server clusters hummed softly, processing torrents of data. Under the direct command of Finance Director Lin Wei, the colossal finance team pressed forward in their final year-end sprint. Though mentally prepared, even they were unprepared for the sheer magnitude revealed when the annual financial report was finalized. The astronomical figure left every informed observer momentarily breathless. Group-wide annual revenue 3.5 trillion Huaxia currency units, a sum exceeding the annual GDP of numerous provincial-level administrative regions. Its core source stemmed almost entirely from Spark Pharmaceuticals' Dawn Enlightenment Serum, enabled by Qin Tian's proprietary biologically active compound extraction technology, remarkably efficient and astonishingly low cost. The profit margin of Dawn Enlightenment soared to an almost inconceivable height, bordering on pure profit. Next came an even more staggering tax declaration. Calculated under prevailing tax statutes and applicable preferential policies, the Spark Group's total tax liability for the fiscal year settled precisely at 410 billion Huaxia currency units. When this colossal sum, dispersed in tranches yet surging like a mighty river, poured into the designated National Treasury account of Huai's County's Tax Bureau, the entire county tax administration was swept into a euphoric, near-frenzied jubilation. The County Tax Bureau director stared at the screen where a balance figure stretched so long it demanded careful digit counting to verify its scale. His grin stretched ear unbroken all day as he repeatedly murmured to his deputy, old Zhang, "Did you see it? 400 billion. 400 billion. When has Huai's County, or even Xinyang City or Zhangyi Province, ever witnessed such a torrent of genuine tangible tax revenue? This is no mere enterprise. It is a living god of wealth." Word spread swiftly. Inside the Huai's County government building, an atmosphere akin to festival celebration permeated every corridor. The county's top official urgently convened departmental heads. Smoke curled lazily in the conference room, but every face glowed with exhilarated crimson fervor. "Comrades," his voice rang out resonant and brimming with irrepressible joy. "The Spark Group, the Golden Phoenix, has truly wrought a transformative revolution upon our Huai's County. In just 1 year, merely the beginning, it has contributed over 400 billion in tax revenue. What does this signify? It means Huai's County has overnight leapt from a rural, agriculture-dependent county ranked low in per capita fiscal income to a region of exceptional prosperity, prominent not only within the province, but across the Dragon Nation." He paused, surveying the room by statutory fiscal sharing ratios. "Even after remitting portions upward, our county retains over 200 billion in discretionary funds. A figure once unimaginable in our wildest dreams." Thunderous applause erupted, mingled with unrestrained murmurs of awe. Therefore his tone shifted to solemn gravity. "I reiterate and demand every department engrave this truth: serving the Spark Group is, and will remain for the foreseeable future, our county's most vital political mission and central economic imperative. No department, no individual shall, under any pretext, impose obstacles, levy arbitrary fees, or engage in extortion against the Spark Group. For any issue confronting the Spark Group, be it land acquisition, labor recruitment, regulatory approvals, or infrastructure support, green channels must be opened. Exceptional cases require exceptional handling. Urgent matters demand immediate resolution. Should anyone falter here, shattering our county's treasure vessel, I shall shatter their livelihood instead." Attendees stiffened, then pledged solemn commitment in unison. Of course, with wealth comes responsibility, to wield it wisely. A warm smile returned to his face. "First, we launch a countywide infrastructure upgrade. Step 1, and the most critical, is road construction." With a sweeping gesture, he declared all primary arteries linking the Spark Group Industrial Park to expressway interchanges, railway stations, and airports shall be widened and rebuilt to the highest possible standard. This ensures Spark Group products flow swiftly and seamlessly to every corner of the Dragon Nation. Simultaneously, repair and construction plans for other county trunk roads and rural routes must be expedited and launched without delay. Huai's county's transportation network must reflect the stature of the Spark Group. Second, his gaze turned to the Director of Education. Poverty must never compromise education. Hardship must never burden our children. Once our aspirations outstripped our capacity. Now, we possess both the means and the mandate. Director Li, your bureau must immediately draft a comprehensive education advancement plan. School building renovations, modernization of teaching equipment, recruitment, and incentive programs for outstanding educators, subsidies for disadvantaged students. All must be comprehensively covered. With the finest resources, we shall cultivate the next Qin Tian, especially the alma mater of Qin Tian, the County No. 1 High School, as well as the junior and elementary schools he attended. The county treasury will allocate dedicated funding prioritizing these institutions. These schools shall become flagship educational landmarks, not only for Huai's county, but for the entirety of Jianghe province. Upon receiving the extraordinary grant notice, Principal Li Ming of County No. 1 High School trembled with emotion, his face crinkling into radiant chrysanthemum-like folds. He instantly convened the school leadership. Comrades, this is the greatest opportunity in the history of our school's founding. His voice quavered with intensity. The county has granted us unprecedented support. Why? Because Qin Tian, our own distinguished alumnus, was nurtured right here. This is the glory of our entire faculty and student body. Waving the document aloft, he declared, we must honor this trust and investment. From this moment, every academic research group must submit concrete, actionable pedagogical enhancement plans. Homeroom teachers must deepen their care for students, especially those showing exceptional promise. We shall prove through results that Qin Tian was no fluke. That County No. 1 High School possesses the enduring capacity to nurture greatness. Meanwhile, Wang Ping, Qin Tian's former homeroom teacher, had long since become the school's most celebrated. Whenever he stood before a classroom brimming with eager, inquisitive eyes, he found himself instinctively recalling the student who would forever define his life's work. Students, do you know? Qin Tian sat right there, in the third row. He pointed to a quiet corner of the classroom, his gaze luminous with reverence and pride. He was not born extraordinary. His brilliance sprang from diligence, relentless inquiry, and an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Today he reshapes the world and transforms our homeland with that very knowledge. Learn from him. Cherish these extraordinary learning conditions. Strive with unwavering resolve, for the future belongs to you. As students listened, their eyes drifted beyond the window, to the broad, gleaming new highway leading toward the Spark Group campus. There in their gazes flickered the luminous spark of aspiration and the quiet fire of determined effort. Qin Tian had become the living idol, the unwavering compass for every young scholar in Huai's county. Beyond education, every county department surged with revitalized vigor, galvanized by this sudden extraordinary influx of fiscal strength. At year-end, all civil servants and public institution staff received generous year-end bonuses and abundant welfare gifts, igniting unprecedented enthusiasm and dedication. Gratitude to the Spark Group, gratitude to Qin Tian became the most widely whispered phrase. Meanwhile, the county's top official, the county magistrate, and Principal Li Ming now entered municipal and provincial meetings bearing transformed stature. Once relegated to silent corners, they now commanded center stage upon entering any hall. Senior leaders delivering speeches frequently cited the Huai's model and the Spark phenomenon, inviting them repeatedly to share insights on serving high-tech enterprises and catalyzing regional economic development. Each time they walked tall, heads held high, faces adorned with humble yet radiant pride, recognized, lauded, and emulated. All this change emanated from a single young founder. The Spark Group's presence did not merely detonate successive intellectual nuclear blasts across scientific frontiers. It functioned as a mighty engine, propelling the land upon which it stood into a breathtaking metamorphosis, swift, profound, and utterly transformative. A golden phoenix had indeed summoned 1,000 birds in reverent flight, breathing unparalleled vitality and luster into soil once deemed barren. Amidst the New Year's jubilation, Huai's county thrummed with collective contentment in the present and unshakable confidence in the future. As the year came to a close and a new one began, the statistical departments of various levels of government entered their busiest phase of finalizing the annual reports. When the staff of the Huaizhe County Statistics Bureau input the final verified GDP data into the system and generated the official report, the entire office fell into a near-frozen silence, which was soon shattered by an uncontrollable outburst on the cover of the report. That bold and enlarged number seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 pounds. Huaizhe County's annual gross domestic product, GDP, 39850 billion Huabei. Nearly 40 trillion. This number struck like a thunderbolt, first resonating within the administrative systems of Huaizhe County, Shenyang City, and even Jianghe Province. Compared to the previous year's data, barely breaking 300 billion. ranking low among county-level administrative units nationally, which required financial transfers from the central government to maintain operations. The data this year achieved an epic over 100-fold terrifying leap. It is worth noting that in previous years the county-level city ranked first in the national GDP only hovered around several hundred billion. Yet Huaizhe County, once an unremarkable inland county, had elevated this benchmark several times over, reaching a height that left future contenders in despair. The report was quickly presented to the municipal and provincial committees. The top leader of Xinyang City stared at the report speechless for a moment before slamming the table and exclaiming good 3 times. Previously, Xinyang City had long been ranked in the middle tier economically within the province. Now, thanks to Huaizhe County's contributions, the total GDP of the city soared like a rocket. It directly propelled Xinyang into the top 3 in the national city GDP rankings. This was something that would have been inconceivable in the past. In the conference room of the Zhanghe Provincial Committee, the atmosphere felt festive. The governor held the report, his hands trembling slightly. Comrades, do you see this? This is the power of technology, the most vivid embodiment of innovation-driven development. With the contribution of Huaizhe County, our province's total GDP has historically entered the top 3 nationally. The provincial leader took the floor, his voice resonant and full of passion. This is just the beginning. Xingho Pharmaceuticals is merely the first gleam of light from the Xingho Group. According to the information we have, Xingho Materials Technology and Xingho Chip Company already possess massive production capacities. As their products are fully launched into the market this year, the GDP contribution for our province is conservatively estimated to reach tens of trillions. At that time, our Zhanghe province reaching the national first place is no empty talk. The immense prospect of political achievements left all attendees invigorated. The core agenda of the meeting quickly unified. All efforts must be made to ensure the development of the Xingho Group. All levels of departments must deeply recognize the strategic importance of the Xingho Group. The provincial secretary emphasized firmly, it is not just a company, it is the core engine for the future development of our province and even our nation. Any actions that hinder its development are irresponsible toward history and the people. We must open all green channels, meet all its reasonable demands, and ensure this aircraft carrier can sail at full speed. Soon the annual GDP report of Huaizhe County was officially published on the government website. This simple communique was like dropping an information bomb in the online world, instantly igniting the entire internet. Am I seeing things, or did the Statistics Bureau make a mistake? Huaizhe County's GDP 40 trillion. You read that right, it's 39850 billion. I remember they barely had over 300 billion last year, and now it's over 100 times. It can't be that fast. Unbelievable. Is this really the impoverished Huaizhe County I remember, where fields stretched as far as the eye could see and young people all left for work? After the initial shock and skepticism, more local netizens and those who had visited Huaizhe County began to provide evidence. Is that for real? Come to Huaizhe County and see. Look at those 5-star hotels blooming everywhere, the industrial and commercial bank, Construction Bank, and Bank of China. Almost every bank has opened a grand branch here. Look at those luxury stores that used to be common only in big cities. See the Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and Porsche driving down the street, along with more and more foreigners with blonde hair and blue eyes. Moreover, about the roads, those once bumpy provincial roads are now wider and smoother than highways. New roads are being constructed all over the county, new streetlights are installed, and the entire county feels like a bustling construction site, full of vitality. I am from Huaizhe County, and without saying much, it just feels like this year the county's finances have become generous. That road in front of our community that had been in disrepair for 10 years was suddenly fixed beautifully last month. Data and reality intertwine, making it impossible not to believe. Following this, discussions about per capita GDP pushed the topic to a climax. Just a week inquiry, Huaizhe County has about 600 people with a 40 trillion GDP. That would mean over 6 million per person. Where do I go to claim my 6 million? I'm waiting online, I'm in a hurry. Ha, don't dream. Is per capita GDP calculated this way? If I average with Qin Tian, I'd be the richest in the country. Does that make sense? Exactly. The data looks shocking, mainly because the Xingho Group is so large. Most of the wealth and output are constant. However, for us ordinary people, the benefits are very real. A local netizen's comment resonated widely. I don't live in Heping Village, but I work at a subsidiary of Xingho Group. Previously working in the south, I worked hard all year and saved only a few tens of thousands. Now back in my hometown working at Xingho Group, the salary is high, benefits are good, the cafeteria is free, and I've heard we'll be getting housing soon. This year our department performed well, and the year-end bonus is said to be substantial. Being able to find such a good job at my doorstep, I am truly grateful to Xingho Group, to Qin Tian. One local netizen, claiming to be a villager from Heping Village, received countless envious gazes. I am from Heping. Let me be practical. Xingho Group took our village's land, compensated each household with a villa of over 500 square meters, and each household received an average cash payout of over 3 million. My parents are in their 50s, not well educated, and they work in cleaning and landscaping at the Xingho Group Park, together earning nearly 50,000 a month. At the end of the year, they also get a year-end bonus which I heard at their level can amount to several months' salary. Calculating my parents' combined annual salary is about over 600,000. That's even more than a programmer in the city earn. It's astonishing, it's shocking me for 100 years. Now in Heping village, who dares to say a word against Qin Tian? Without him even having to show up, the villagers' spit can drown anyone, and they wouldn't be able to leave Heping village. Not a chance. Under this reply, a tower of comments instantly rose. Wow. Is this for real? Cleaners earning 300,000 a year. Can people even live like this? I'm so tired of saying how envious I am. Heping village must have ancestral graves smoking green. No, it's more like the ancestral graves are spewing fire. Indeed, when one person achieves success, the entire village rises. No, it's the shared prosperity of the villagers. Heping village is truly blessed having produced a Qin Tian. The fervent discussions online reflect the most authentic transformation of Huaizhe County. The data may be cold, but the countless ordinary lives changed as a result are undeniably warm. The existence of the Xingho Group has not only reshaped the technological landscape of the nation, it profoundly changed the land it is rooted in, allowing hope and prosperity to shine through like the warmth of winter sunlight, illuminating countless homes. A county miracle rising due to technology is vividly presented before the world. At the circular conference room on the top floor of the Xingho Group headquarters, a vast floor-to-ceiling window revealed the burgeoning modern industrial city outside, while the group's most essential minds gathered within. Seated in the main position was Qin Tian, flanked by CEO Zhou Yunfeng, Sunto Depart Head of Xingho Pharmaceuticals, Su Qing Chief Financial Officer Lin Wei, Human Resources Director Zhao Lei, and other top management. Alongside them were young elites from the Research Institute, including Wang Tiejuan, Chun Ming, and Xiao Yan. The atmosphere in the conference room was solemn yet vibrant. This was a summary of the glorious achievements of the past year, as well as a prospect and layout for the future. Zhou, please start by reporting on the overall situation of the group to everyone. Qin Tian spoke directly, his voice steady. Zhou Yunfeng took a deep breath and picked up the prepared report. Although he was already familiar with the content, reading it aloud still stirred his emotions. Mr. Qin, esteemed colleagues. According to the group's strategy of solidifying the foundation and parallel development, we have invested heavily in building the framework for various subsidiaries and in ongoing training for new employees. As of now, the total number of employees at the headquarters, Xingho Pharmaceuticals, Xingho Materials Technology, Xingho Chips, and other subsidiaries, research institutes, and supporting departments currently being established has reached over 83,000. This number signifies that the Xingho Group has rapidly transformed into a colossal aircraft carrier for employment within just over a year. In terms of revenue, the group's total revenue for the past year was 35 trillion huabi. After deducting the salaries of all employees, procurement of raw materials for Xingho Pharmaceuticals, large-scale infrastructure investments throughout the year, substantial research funding for the Research Institute, and various subsidiaries' operational costs, and taxes, the group's annual net profit balance was 15 trillion huabi. He paused for a moment before continuing. Additionally, at the beginning of this year, having signed a trillion-level strategic order with the state and contracts totaling approximately 400 billion for chips and materials with major domestic mobile phone, home appliance, and automobile manufacturers, the current balance of usable funds in the group's accounts is 29 trillion huabi. A cash reserve of nearly 30 trillion. This figure caused everyone present except Qin Tian to feel a rush of breathlessness. This is almost the total market value of many Fortune 500 companies quietly lying in the Xingho Group's accounts, waiting to be invested in the next grand endeavor. Qin Tian nodded slightly, a hint of approval on his face. Remarkable achievements. Thank you all for your hard work. This is the result of the collective efforts of all employees. He then shifted his gaze to Lin Wei and Zhao Lei. How is the year-end bonus plan coming along? Lin Wei immediately reported on the preliminary plan based on conventional market standards and the company's profitability, which sounded exceedingly generous. However, after listening, Qin Tian gently shook his head. I believe it's still a bit low. His words drew everyone's attention to him. The achievements of the Xingho Group today are inseparable from the contributions of every employee. We must let our employees share in the dividends of the group's development. This is not only a reward, but also an incentive. Qin Tian's tone was resolute, setting the tone. CEO Zhou Yunfeng, the year-end bonus will be 100 million huabi. Zhou Yunfeng's body slightly trembled, although he had anticipated this. Head of the Research Institute Chun Ming and Xiao Yan will each receive 100 million huabi. Chun Ming and Xiao Yan's eyes widened instantly, their breaths halting for a moment. Although they had received substantial project bonuses, hearing about a year-end bonus exceeding 100 million was staggering. Other senior management personnel of the group and subsidiaries will receive bonuses ranging from 5 million to 50 million based on annual contributions. Core research staff of the institute, based on project breakthroughs and contributions, will receive bonuses between 3 million and 30 million. All ordinary employees of the group will receive year-end bonuses equivalent to 6 to 12 months of their basic salary. This plan far exceeds the standards of any company in the market. Especially for ordinary employees, even if calculated at the minimum of 6 months' salary, it would still be a significantly considerable income enough for them to enjoy an exceptionally prosperous new year. Director Lin, Qin Tian looked at Lin Wei. The finance department must calculate clearly and legally withhold and pay the individual income tax for all employees. This is our responsibility as a company. Yes, Mr. Qin. You can rest assured. Lin Wei immediately agreed. Director Zhao Qin Tian turned his gaze to Zhao Lei. The Human Resources Department needs to further improve and make the promotion mechanism more transparent. Employees who meet the promotion standards must be provided with an upward channel in a timely manner, and internal recruitment and assessments should be open and fair. We need to let employees see hope for development within the Xingho Group. Understood, Mr. Qin. We will definitely implement this. Zhao Lei promised solemnly. Then Qin Tian's gaze shifted to Su Qing beside him. With a gentle tone, he decided. Su Qing's work needs to be adjusted. Effective immediately, she will step down from her position as head of Xingho Pharmaceuticals and serve as my special assistant, assisting me in coordinating, managing, and following up on certain forward-looking projects related to the Research Institute. Su Qing was already prepared for this, nodding calmly. All right. She knew that Qin Tian's future focus would be on the vast seas and stars with the Research Institute as the core. Being able to assist him was far more meaningful than managing a mature pharmaceutical company. Additionally, the Xingho community has been fully completed. Qin Tian continued, according to the established plan, we will initiate the housing allocation process. Ordinary employees will be allocated high-level suites with an indoor area of no less than 150 square meters. Senior management personnel and technical backbones evaluated by the Research Institute will be allocated villas with an area of no less than 500 square meters. The Human Resources and Administration departments will jointly formulate detailed rules clarifying that property rights belong to the group, while employees hold the right to reside. If an employee resigns or changes positions, housing must be returned or exchanged according to the standards. This undoubtedly represents another heavy welfare bomb, completely solving the biggest challenge of employees settling down. As the year-end approaches, Qin Tian's tone lightened somewhat. The group has decided to hold a year-end party for the entire group on the 18th of the 12th lunar month. Due to the large number of people, multiple sub-venues can be established according to subsidiaries or regions to be held simultaneously. Employees are allowed to bring family members who can also participate in the lottery. He looked at the person in charge of administration and logistics. The organization of the party must be arranged well, and the performances submitted by each department must be interesting and lively. Procure a batch of gifts as rewards and prizes for the lottery. The standards can be set high and the variety wide, ensuring that employees and their families enjoy themselves. Security Department, he glanced at Wang Tiejuan. During the party, safety is of utmost importance. Prepare a comprehensive security plan and emergency measures. The group's unified holiday schedule is from the 20th of the 12th lunar month to the 16th of the 1st lunar month, with work resuming on the 17th. Each department should arrange duty personnel for the holiday who will enjoy 5 times the salary during their duty period. Finally, Qin Tian's gaze deepened as he looked at Zhou Yunfeng and others. Zhou, esteemed colleagues, this year's glory is now in the past. I already have a preliminary concept for next year's development plan involving multiple new fields such as energy, aerospace, and biotechnology. You need to be prepared. After the new year, we will embark on a new chapter. At the end of the meeting, various resolutions began to be communicated downward with astonishing efficiency. When the year-end bonus plan, housing distribution plan, and party arrangements were announced through the internal system, all 80,000 employees of the Xingho Group erupted in excitement. Cheers and applause resonated in every office building, factory, and laboratory. A sense of unprecedented belonging, pride, and happiness permeated the hearts of every Xingho employee. They knew that following such a leader and being part of such a company, the future was filled with infinite possibilities. And this year was destined to be the warmest, most abundant, and most anticipated new year of their lives. In the month of December in Huaizhe County, the festive atmosphere is gradually thickening. The enthusiasm radiating within the Xingho Group further elevates this festive spirit to a summer-like fervor. Preparations for the group's year-end party are underway. After Qin Tian set the tone, the team quickly mobilized with remarkable efficiency and enthusiasm. First, the administrative department reported the large-scale event to the Huaizhe County government following proper procedures. Upon learning that Xingho Group would host a gigantic party with over 80,000 participants, the county did not find it troublesome. Instead, they attached great importance to it. The county's top official personally called Zhou Yunfeng Mr. Zhou, this is great news. Xingho Group is the pride of our Huaizhe County, and the group's party is a grand event for the entire county. We will definitely support this event to the fullest. On that day, I will personally attend to express the county government's gratitude and New Year blessings to Mr. Qin and all employees. As for the police, fire department, and medical services, we will coordinate to deploy competent personnel to ensure the event is absolutely safe and flawless. With the county strong support, the preparations proceeded smoothly. Meanwhile, the group's publicity department partnered with a top domestic live streaming team to set up equipment and debug signals. This party will be live streamed in its entirety on major social media platforms through Xingho Group's official account. The announcement immediately drew widespread attention online. Countless netizens are eager to glimpse the cultural atmosphere within this mysterious and powerful tech giant, especially to see the charisma of the legendary founder Qin Tian. What most excites employees in the outside world is undoubtedly the extravagant list of prizes, which was personally reviewed and budgeted by Qin Tian. Once this list was revealed on the internal forum, it sparked cheers akin to a tsunami. Cash prizes. Grand prize 100 winners cash 8 Hua coins. First prize 500 winners cash 66666 Hua coins. Second prize 200 winners cash 18 Hua coins. Third prize 500 winners cash 8 Hua coins. Sunshine Award. All attending employees and their families will receive a cash red envelope of 288 Hua coins. Physical prizes. Grand Slam prize Huawei Xingho co-branded concept phone featuring the first light superconducting chip, not yet on the market 1000 units. High-end ultra-thin laptops 5000 units. Luxury cars. Grand prize 3 vehicles worth $1 million high-end domestic new energy flagship models. First prize 10 vehicles worth around 500,000 mainstream high-end models. Second prize 50 vehicles worth around 200,000 best-selling family cars. Special experience prize. Global selection Tindoi double tour 5-star service, paid leave 50 packages. Super paid leave additional 10 days, stackable 100 packages. Interactive fun prize. Courage Award opportunity to confess to the group founder Qin Tian on stage limited to 1 minute along with a custom diamond pendant heart of Xingho and a 3-day paid leave. This award was added by the planning team dark humor, and to their surprise Qin Tian smiled upon seeing it and nodded in agreement. The total value of this prize list has reached an astronomical figure, especially the 100 units of the yet-to-be-released Huawei concept phone and the numerous cars which generated a far greater buzz than any advertisement. The program's solicitation phase further showcased the vibrant energy and diverse talents of the Xingho Group team, primarily composed of young university students. After the registration channel opened, a flood of program applications poured in, including singing, dancing instruments, skits, crosstalk, magic, martial arts. Everything imaginable. Among them were performances of professional level quality. The program team had to conduct multiple rounds of selection to strive for a spectacular audiovisual feast. Among all the performances, the most anticipated were naturally those by the group's senior leadership. After the program team's persistent persuasion and the strong request from employees, several core figures finally agreed to take the stage. The most eye-catching, of course, was founder Qin Tian. He did not choose a high-difficulty performance, but decided to team up with Su Qing to sing a heartfelt duet, All Will Be Well. Once the news spread, the internal forum was instantly flooded with comments like "So sweet," "Officially spreading sugar," and "Mr. Qin is mighty, Sister Qing is the most beautiful." Employees expressed their delight at this wave of sweetness. Also drawing significant attention were the Research Institute's golden couple, Zhao Liwei and Xiao Yan. Over the years of working together, their feelings had rapidly intensified. This time, urged by their colleagues and invited by the program team, they gathered their courage to decide to sing a sweet duet, marking the formal announcement of their relationship. Employees from the Power Research Institute and the Chip Research Institute were particularly excited, expressing that this is a scientific marriage, a strong union. The group's CEO Zhou Yunfeng was also pushed to the stage. He prepared a passionate classic old song, symbolizing the flourishing of the Xingho Group's business. The finance director Lin Wei revealed her unknown side by preparing a graceful classical dance. The HR director Zhao Lei gathered several young people from various departments to perform a skit reflecting the humorous anecdotes from the early days of Xingho Group's establishment. On the 18th of December, amidst the anticipation of the masses, the event commenced as scheduled. At the Xingho Group campus, decorations adorned the area. The massive main venue was set up at the headquarters square, featuring a dazzling stage and a giant LED screen. Surrounding it were several sub-venues interconnected through livestream signals. As evening fell, the lights illuminated the area. Over 80,000 employees and their families dressed in festive attire entered in an orderly fashion, their faces glowing with happiness and anticipation. County leaders and invited guests were already seated in the front rows. The air was filled with cheerful music and excited whispers. Everyone knew this would be an extraordinary night. A brilliant night belonging to all Xingho people, a youthful party showcasing the vitality and warmth of Xingho Group to the world. The livestream signal commenced on time, drawing countless global gazes focused on this event through screens. The Xingho Shining Night is about to unfold. On the 18th day of the 12th month at exactly 7 o'clock in the evening, The main square of the Xingho Group headquarters was brilliantly illuminated, bustling with voices. Several large sub-venues surrounding the main venue were also linked in real time with the main venue through high-definition screens. Over 80,000 Xingho employees and their families, along with billions of viewers waiting in front of their screens via live broadcast, eagerly anticipated the opening of this grand event. Exciting opening music played, and a dazzling light show pierced the night sky, instantly igniting the atmosphere at the venue. Four spotlights simultaneously illuminated the center of the stage, and 4 elegantly dressed hosts made their stunning entrance. The 2 male hosts stood tall in tailored suits, exuding a refined and heroic demeanor. The 2 female hosts with bright eyes and flowing gowns displayed grace and elegance. They were all elite employees selected through rigorous internal competitions at Xingho Group. At this moment, standing on stage, they represented the vibrant and confident image of Xingho Group. Respected leaders and guests, dear colleagues of Xingho Group and our lovely families, and to our friends across the nation watching our gala live online, good evening, everyone. The 4 hosts spoke in loud voices, complimenting each other perfectly, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The venue erupted with cheers and applause like a tidal wave. The live broadcast chat exploded. Wow, look at this lineup of hosts. They are the pinnacle of beauty. This presence and aura could easily pass for a national-level gala. Indeed, Xingho Group gathers the best of the best. Even the hosts are exceptional. It feels so comforting, like a sense of peace and prosperity. After a simple opening speech, the hosts grandly invited the county leader of Huai's County to the stage to give a speech. The county leader, beaming with joy, approached the microphone, his voice loud and filled with emotion. Friends of Xingho Group, tonight I am honored to stand here and share this joy and glory with you all. In the past year, Xingho Group has created miracles and brought tremendous changes to our Huai's County. On behalf of the county government, I extend my warmest congratulations and sincerest gratitude to all colleagues of Xingho Group, led by Mr. Qin Tian. In the new year, may Xingho Group thrive and achieve greater glory. I also wish everyone a happy new year and all the best. His brief speech garnered warm applause. Subsequently, at the invitation of the host, the county leader launched the first segment of the gala, the first round of a lucky draw. The numbers on the big screen rolled rapidly, and with the county leader's command of stop, the first batch of over 1,000 lucky winners emerged, receiving cash red envelopes of varying amounts. The winning employees jumped up in excitement as cheers and congratulations filled the venue. The atmosphere surged to a small climax. As the warm-up concluded, the true artistic feast began. Next, let us give the warmest applause and anticipation. The female host's voice carried a hint of playfulness and excitement. Let us welcome the founder of Xingho Group and our guiding star, Mr. Qin Tian, together with his best partner, the beautiful and wise Miss Su Qing, who will bring us a heartfelt duet. Everything will be fine. The whole venue, both the main and sub-venues, was instantly drowned in deafening screams, whistles, and applause. The online live broadcast chat went completely wild, almost completely obscuring the screen. They're here, the official couple. Mr. Qin, Sister Qing. Oh, finally waited for this. Under the spotlight, Qin Tian held Su Qing's hand and walked onto the stage calmly. Dressed in a well-tailored dark suit, Qin Tian stood tall and composed. Su Qing, in an elegant white gown, radiated beauty, leaning affectionately against him. With a smile that was both happy and slightly shy, they had both entered the realm of elemental cultivation, their life levels far surpassing ordinary people, their presence pure and profound. As the music's prelude began, they exchanged smiles, their eyes filled with an unbreakable depth of affection. He'll sing a love song for my wife. Qin Tian spoke, his voice deep and magnetic, carrying a warmth that, this song represents the countless things I want to say to you. Su Qing joined in, her voice clear and melodious, filled with genuine emotion. There were no excessive techniques or displays, only heartfelt sincerity. The two of them harmonized perfectly, vividly conveying the emotions of mutual support, cherishing each other, and weathering storms together. They sang not just the lyrics, but the journey they have walked together and will continue to walk. As the song concluded, the lingering melody resonated. The venue fell silent for a moment, followed by an even more fervent round of applause. Many emotional employees, especially the female ones, even had tears of joy in their eyes. That was amazing. This is the most beautiful side of love. I declare this the best of the night. The host timely stepped on stage, blocking the two who were about to exit. Mr. Qin, Sister Qing, please stay. The male host smiled, glancing down into the audience with a hint of mischief. Everyone thinks since you sang so well, shouldn't there be some kind of recognition? Kiss, kiss, kiss. The audience instantly understood, and a synchronized chant erupted like a tsunami, sweeping through the venue. Even the sub-venues echoed with the thunderous calls. The online chat was completely flooded with requests for a kiss. Su Qing's face instantly turned crimson, and she playfully shot a glare at the host, becoming even more alluring. Qin Tian looked at his shy partner beside him, and then at the enthusiastic employees below, unable to help but smile. He had always been carefree and preferred to enjoy with his employees. He confidently turned around, gently wrapping his arm around Su Qing's waist. Under the gaze of billions of eyes, he lowered his head and placed a tender, yet firm kiss on her smooth forehead. Oh! The atmosphere at the venue reached a new boiling point. Applause, cheers, and whistles nearly brought down. I'm full. I've had enough of this dog food. Officially recognized the strongest CP. So sweet. Best wishes to Mr. Qin and Sister Qing. The gala continued in this sweet atmosphere. The performances by the senior executives were unexpectedly splendid. Zhou Yunfeng's passionate singing, Lin Weiss' graceful dance, Zhao Lei, and others' humorous skits all received thunderous applause. The employees' performances showcased the diverse talents of Xinghe people. Soon Zhao Liwei and Xiao Yan took the stage together singing a lively and sweet love song. One was tall and sunny, the other gentle and beautiful, and their eye contact flowed with love. Once again they sprinkled a wave of high-quality dog food on the audience, triggering another climax. Exciting performances interspersed with heart-pounding lucky draw segments. Cash, smartphones, laptops, luxury cars. One heavyweight prize after another fell to various winners, continuously elevating the atmosphere of the gala. Finally the gala reached the much-anticipated quirky segment, Confessing to Qin Tian Live. The host announced dramatically, next we have the specially set Courage Award segment. We will draw 3 lucky individuals to have a 1-minute live confession opportunity to our esteemed Mr. Qin. Please note the rule is, during the confession Mr. Qin must stand still. The crowd erupted in huge laughter and excited shouts. The online chat was filled with joyful comments reveling in the spectacle. In the first round of the draw, a young male employee from the production line won. Clearly very excited and nervous, he ran on stage, and facing Qin Tian struggled for a moment, his face flushed, finally shouting loudly, Mr. Qin, I admire you. You are my idol. I want to work hard for you my whole life. Though simple, his emotions were sincere, drawing kind laughter and applause from the audience. Qin Tian smiled and nodded at him. In the second round the winning number was announced. It belonged to a young male researcher from the Chip Research Institute. This researcher had frequent contact with Qin Tian and had a lively personality. As soon as he took the stage he transformed into a drama queen, starting his confession with an exaggerated tone. Oh, my great director. You are the embodiment of wisdom and the lighthouse guiding us forward. Your brilliance illuminates my research path. As the 1-minute mark approached, he dashed forward. Before Qin Tian could fully react, he hugged him, then swiftly planted a kiss on Qin Tian's cheek. Ha ha ha. The venue instantly erupted in laughter. The online chat was flooded with ha 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 and brave. Qin Tian, caught off guard, felt the wet sensation on his cheek and was momentarily speechless. He struggled to suppress the impulse to send this prankster flying while maintaining an awkward yet polite smile. In the third round of the draw, the winning number appeared on the big screen. A very muscular man, nearly 2 meters tall, and wearing a short-sleeved t-shirt that revealed bulging muscles and thick hair, strode onto the stage amidst astonished gazes. He came from the Elemental Warrior Sanctuary, possessing profound elemental cultivation and exuding a fierce aura. Upon seeing him, Qin Tian's heart sank. This was absolutely an inside job arranged by Wang Taijun. He looked at the muscular man's mischievous smile, his lips twitching slightly. He was already considering whether he should use his elemental warrior skills to disappear instantly. The muscular man didn't care about any of that and walked right in front of Qin Tian. With one strong arm, he easily lifted Qin Tian off the ground, as if he were a little chick. Then in a booming voice that contradicted his appearance, he said with a gentle tone, Boss, I cherish you, just like I cherish the barbells in our training ground. From now on I'm yours. The stark contrast of the scene left the entire venue silent for a second. Then it erupted into the most insane, prolonged laughter and cheering ever recorded. Even the county leaders in the front row were laughing so hard they couldn't straighten up. The online live broadcast server nearly crashed under the surging barrage of comments and likes. Ha ha ha, I can't take it anymore. This brother is a real talent. Mr. Qin, I was terrified at that moment. Xinghe Group's corporate culture is so joyful. Qin Tian, held up in the air by the muscular man, felt utterly overwhelmed. But looking at the employees below laughing uncontrollably and the ocean of joy surrounding him, he ultimately couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. He patted the muscular man's sturdy shoulder, signaling him to put him down quickly. In that moment, all notions of elemental warrior skills, of being a group founder, and of being a tech tycoon melted away in this pure and ultimate joy. The Xinghe Gala, in this unexpected climax, perfectly illustrated what it means to have cohesion, a sense of belonging, and the warmth and joy of home. The festive afterglow of the Sparklight Gala had yet to fade. The next day, December 19th by the lunar calendar, brought a more tangible, heart-racing joy to every employee of Sparklight. At dawn, as the first golden rays illuminated Pink and Town, countless Sparklight employees' mobile phones chimed in unison with crisp, melodious notification tones, or pinged with bank app alerts. Huaxiao Industrial Bank, your account ending XXXX, received salary bonus disbursement on January 19th at Zhengzhou. Hua Coin. In Huaxia Construction Bank, your account XXXX credited funds on January 19th. Hua Coin. In tapping open the messages, they stared, dumbfounded, at figures swollen several-fold, even tenfold beyond prior expectations. A chorus of incredulous gasps and exultant cheers erupted across the workforce. In honey, look, the bonus has landed. 100,000, 10,000, 80-some thousand. My heavens. An engineer from the chip production line clutched his phone, shouting to his wife, voice trembling with elation. And Dad, Mom, my year-end bonus just hit. 10-month salary. Over 500,000 Hua coins. Na fresh graduate who'd recently joined the Materials Research Institute dialed home, his voice quivering with excitement. Goodness. President Qin, truly. I've never seen so much money in my life. An elderly cleaner working on campus stared at her phone screen. 30-odd thousand Hua coins shimmering there, her hands shaking as she counted the zeros again and again. For ordinary frontline staff, year-end bonuses ranged broadly between 200 and 500,000 Hua coins, and for technical leads and mid-level managers, sums reached the million Hua coin tier, and for core executives like Chun Ming and Xiao Yan, as well as group vice presidents. Their accounts swelled with a 9-digit fortune, net of tax. In across Sparklight Group, it felt as though a potent stimulant had been injected into the very bloodstream of the organization. Offices, workshops, laboratories, dormitory zones. Every corner hummed with jubilation and profound gratitude. In this weighty reward was far more than mere wealth. It was the highest possible affirmation of their relentless dedication over the past year. It embodied Sparklight's core philosophy: merit above all, heroes richly rewarded, and powerfully fortified employees' sense of belonging and collective cohesion. Soon some employees, unable to contain their exhilaration, shared screenshots of their bank notifications on social media and year-end bonus received from Sparklight Group. Grateful to President Qin. Grateful to the group. Onward stronger in the new year. Screenshot. I thought the gala prizes were already lavish, but this year-end bonus. That's the ultimate trump card. Screenshot. Mom asked why I'm kneeling to look at my phone. Screenshot. These images detonated across the digital landscape like successive depth charges, igniting an instantaneous nationwide firestorm. Did I misread that? This is a year-end bonus. That figure dwarfs my annual salary by 15 times. Jealousy overwhelms me. I confess I've turned into a sour lemon spirit. Same job title. Why such a chasm in rewards? Our company did issue something, a holiday duty roster and a notice encouraging overtime smiling emoji. I can't bear another day of this grind. After slaving away all year, my take-home pay doesn't even match their spare. Suddenly recalling a certain expert's famous dictum, excessively high wages hinder youth's drive to strive. Judging by Sparklight's young talent, perhaps they'll all embrace serene stillness instead. Winking emoji. Humbly inquiring, does Sparklight's Research Institute still need floor sweepers or tea servers? I hold a master's degree from a Tier 1 university. No need to overcompete top floor poster. Let me ask plainly, do Sparklight's brilliant researchers still seek companionship? Preferably one who cooks well and warms beds. Online waves of admiration, gentle ribbing, self-deprecating humor, and faint traces of sour grape envy propelled Sparklight's other people's companies' year-end bonus to fever pitch. Offline, the shockwave of those bonus deposits rapidly transformed into a torrential consumer surge. Bank branches across Qin Tian and Huaxia County witnessed unprecedented transaction peaks. Sparklight employees queued for large-sum transfers, fixed-term deposits, and financial advisory services. In-bank staff beamed with delight, offering service warmer and more attentive than ever, serving tea, offering greetings, tending to every need. They treated each Sparklight employee as VIPs. And meanwhile, newly opened megamalls and integrated commercial complexes across the county were instantly flooded with crowds. Sparklight employees strolled in, accompanied by families, to embark upon lavish, unrestrained shopping sprees. Premium appliances, cutting-edge electronics, fine jewelry, designer apparel, festive gift sets. Their purchases ignited every counter. Cashier lines snaked endlessly. Sales clerks worked tirelessly, faces flushed with joyful exhaustion, while sales figures shattered records before their very eyes. This one, that one. And that one too. Wrap them all up. Young engineer pointed casually at several high-end electronics, speaking to the clerk with the nonchalance of selecting cabbages. Mom, Dad, you've labored your whole lives. This sable coat is non-negotiable. And this down jacket, for Dad. Young woman guided her parents through a fashion boutique, decisions firm and unwavering. Real estate agents and auto dealership salespeople roamed streets and alleys, deploying every ounce of persuasion. Clutching glossy brochures, they warmly intercepted young passers-by, easily identifiable as Sparklight employees. Sir, may I show you some properties? Huaxia County's growth potential is limitless. The housing market remains undervalued. Now is the perfect moment to invest. It's guaranteed to appreciate. I am considering an upgrade. With such a generous year-end bonus, surely you deserve a reward. Our latest new energy model delivers performance rivaling Sparklight's own chips. Yet when employees began serious inquiries, they were astonished to discover that the so-called undervalued market had long since vanished. What a 21,000 per square meter. Last month it was only 5,000. An employee seeking a home blurted out in disbelief at a brokerage office. Sir, that price is ancient history, and the agent replied, smiling warmly. Ever since Sparklight rose to prominence, Huaza County's property values have shifted daily, and many are still scrambling to buy, convinced prices will climb further. Similarly, car dealerships teemed with activity. Vehicles priced between 200 and 500,000 Hua coins were nearly entirely claimed by Sparklight employees, while luxury models exceeding 1 million Hua coins sold with surprising frequency. Sales managers grinned ear, urgently urging headquarters to expedite inventory shipments. Huaza County, entirely revitalized by Sparklight's single year-end disbursement, pulsed with the vigor of a powerful cardiac stimulant, its consumer economy flourishing with unprecedented intensity. Restaurants overflowed, cinemas sold out, nightly karaoke lounges echoed until dawn. This once quiet inland town was transforming, swiftly and astonishingly, into a vibrant modern metropolis brimming with energy and purchasing power. Sparklight's impact extended far beyond technological innovation. It catalyzed a profound socio-economic metamorphosis across the entire region. This colossal bonus, like a stone cast into still water, sent ripples expanding across every street, alley, and household of the county. The year-end gala of Xingho Group has come to a close. Over 80,000 employees filled with joy and generous rewards headed home. They were preparing to enjoy an unprecedentedly prosperous new year. The bustling park gradually quieted down. Qin Tian finally detached himself from his busy schedule, gaining a rare moment of leisure. After a heartfelt farewell with Su Qing at the airport, they agreed that Qin Tian would visit the Su family in Yanhuang on the third day of the Lunar New Year. After seeing Su Qing off, Qin Tian shifted his attention to Li Xiaomei. As the spring festival approached, the little girl was filled with homesickness, especially missing her grandmother in the southwestern mountainous area. Brother, when are we going back to Grandma's house? Li Xiaomei looked up at Qin Tian with eager eyes. After nearly a year of recuperation and study in Huaizhi County, her previously pale face had become rosy and healthy. She had also grown a bit taller, now approaching 155 centimeters. Her personality had transformed from shy and introverted to much more cheerful and lively. Her reliance on Qin Tian increased day by day. Qin Tian affectionately tousled her hair, saying, "In a couple of days, brother will take you back to see Grandma." He initially planned to drive himself, taking Li Xiaomei and necessary security personnel south. However, thinking of the epic congestion that inevitably occurs on highways at the year's end, he abandoned that idea. Although with his Yuan master cultivation, he wasn't afraid of traffic jams, it was unnecessary to waste time on the road. Manager Zhou, please arrange to book a few plane tickets to the southwestern provincial capital and prepare vehicles to wait for us there. Qin Tian made a call to Zhou Yanhuang. Given the current influence of Xingho Group, even during the busiest spring travel season, securing a few first-class tickets was a simple task. On the day of departure, Qin Tian only took Li Xiaomei and 2 security personnel, with restrained auras and sharp gazes, members of the Yuan Power Warrior Sanctuary. Sitting in the first-class cabin of the plane heading to the southwestern provincial capital, Qin Tian gazed out at the rolling sea of clouds, his thoughts drifting to far-off places. It's still too slow and limited by the airport and flight routes. Qin Tian furrowed his brow. The theoretical foundation for the anti-gravity engine has already been handed over to Zhao Liwei and the others. We must produce practical results as soon as possible. If we can create a mature anti-gravity aircraft, or even personal flying equipment, travel would be immensely more convenient, directly point-to-point, unaffected by terrain and traffic regulations. His mind began to sketch the blueprint for future urban aerial transportation. However, a series of real-world problems surged to the forefront of his mind. The energy core of the aircraft, based on high-density batteries using superconductors. A global high-precision real-time navigation system, the existing Beidou system's accuracy is far from sufficient. Air traffic control regulations. The construction of takeoff and landing sites. Noise control. Safety assurances, especially against falls and collisions. Each of these is a technical or regulatory challenge that needs to be overcome. And this is merely at the technical and management level. Once anti-gravity aircraft become widespread, it will bring about a transformative impact on the existing aviation industry, automobile manufacturing, logistics, and even urban planning. The number of vested interest groups involved is countless, and the resistance to implementation would be absolutely beyond imagination. This is a headache. Qin Tian rubbed his temples. Even he found it quite challenging to face such a systemic change that affects everything. This is not just a technological issue, it is a social engineering problem. Perhaps initially applications can only be made on a small scale in specific areas and fields, such as internal emergency commuting for the group's special goods transportation. Brother, what's wrong? Are you unwell? Li Xiaomei noticed Qin Tian's demeanor and asked with concern. Qin Tian came back to his senses looking at the clear, worried eyes of his little sister. His heart warmed. He smiled and said, "It's nothing, a brother is just thinking about some work matters. How about you? Are you keeping up with your studies lately? Is the pressure too much?" Mentioning her studies, Li Xiaomei's little face immediately fell and somewhat shyly said, "I've fallen behind on too many lessons. Although the teachers are all very nice and patient with me, I still feel a bit strained. The pressure is a little bit much." Seeing her troubled expression, Qin Tian made a silent decision. After the new year, he would find an opportune moment to teach her the Yuan power cultivation method. She doesn't need to cultivate to a profound realm. As long as she can strengthen her health, develop her brain, and have a photographic memory, it would be enough for her to easily cope with her studies and enjoy her carefree youth. The plane landed smoothly at the southwestern provincial capital airport, where vehicles were already prepared and waiting. The group switched to cars heading towards Li Xiaomei's hometown deep in the mountains. The mountain roads were winding, but they were much better than before. At least now, they were smooth cement roads. A few hours later, the familiar village entrance came into view. Compared to a year ago, the village seemed to have gained a bit more vitality. Most notably was the brand new gray-tiled, white-walled two-story house at the village entrance. This was the house that Qin Tian had arranged for someone to rebuild for Grandma Li. The car stopped at the courtyard gate, and Grandma Li, who had received the news, was already waiting at the door. The elderly woman was dressed in a brand new cotton coat, her complexion rosy, and her physique noticeably stronger than a year ago. "Grandma!" Li Xiaomei, like a joyful little bird, rushed down from the car and into her grandmother's arms. "Oh, my dear girl." Grandma Li tightly embraced her granddaughter, tears shining in her cloudy eyes as she looked her up and down, saying, "You've grown taller, gotten fatter, and look even prettier. Good, very good." She lifted her head, looking at Qin Tian as he got out of the car excitedly, saying, "Mr. Qin, thank you so much. You are a great benefactor to our family." Qin Tian quickly stepped forward to support the elderly woman, saying, "Grandma, please don't say that this is what I should do. Xiaomei is very sensible, we all like her very much." Entering the freshly renovated home, although the furnishings were simple, it was clean and tidy. The water and electricity were connected far better than the previous dark and dilapidated little house. Li Xiaomei excitedly pulled her grandmother along, chattering about her life in Huai's county, showcasing the new clothes and school supplies Qin Tian had bought for her. Grandma Li listened, her face blooming with a smile, occasionally using her rough palm to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes. After catching up, Qin Tian instructed the security personnel to bring down the prepared New Year goods and gifts from the car. Accompanied by Li Xiaomei and the village chief, who had been contacted in advance, they began visiting every household in the village. Rice flour, oil, candy, brand new quilts. Each item was a heartfelt gesture. This remote little mountain village was completely stirred up. Qin Tian from Xingho Group is here. He's the scientist who created the divine medicine and achieved room temperature superconductivity. Oh my, he actually came to our village. And he's bringing us gifts. Grandma Li's family is truly blessed to have such a godson. The villagers received Qin Tian with excitement and shyness, their words filled with gratitude and awe. Qin Tian chatted calmly with the elders, inquiring about the children's studies. He appeared like an ordinary young man, returning home to visit family. The news quickly reached the county chief personally called, expressing a desire to visit immediately, thanking Qin Tian for his care for the local area, referring to Li Xiaomei's hometown. Qin Tian politely declined, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, county chief. This trip is a private matter, mainly to accompany my sister back to visit Grandma. I don't want to disturb the locals or cause trouble for your staff. I've received your goodwill." After staying in the village for a night and enjoying the long-lost tranquility of the mountain village, the next day Qin Tian proposed taking Grandma Li with him to Heping Village for the new year. Grandma Heping Village has been built very well now. You can see the environment where Xiaomei lives and studies, and we can celebrate the new year together in a lively atmosphere. Qin Tian sincerely invited. Grandma Li hesitated at first, reluctant to leave her old home. But seeing her granddaughter's eager eyes and realizing her age, she thought that accompanying her granddaughter more would also be good. More importantly, she genuinely wanted to see with her own eyes what the place described by her granddaughter as paradise was actually like. In the end, she nodded, tidied up a bit, and locked the door of her new home. Following Qin Tian and the group, she set off on the journey to Huai's county. As the vehicle left the village, Qin Tian glanced back at the gradually receding mountains and the new little house. This return home not only fulfilled Li Xiaomei's wish, but also deepened his awareness of the responsibilities on his shoulders, and the seemingly distant, yet imperative future blueprint for changing ordinary people's travel methods. The anti-gravity engine must be accelerated. During the Spring Festival in Heping Village, the sounds of firecrackers and joyful laughter create an exceptionally warm atmosphere. The newly built villa of Qin Tian is filled with a harmonious ambience. Qin Tian's grandparents treat Li Xiaomei as their own, showering her with unconditional love. This allows Grandma Li to completely set her mind at ease, her wrinkled face radiating contentment and gratitude. Taking advantage of the leisurely holiday, Qin Tian called Li Xiaomei to his study one quiet afternoon. Little sister, let me teach you a method that will help you remember things faster, learn more easily, and be healthier, okay? Qin Tian's tone was gentle. Li Xiaomei's eyes lit up with absolute trust in Qin Tian, and she immediately nodded vigorously, saying, okay. Qin Tian carefully taught her the foundational method of the Yuan 2 stage, guiding her to complete her first faint sensing of Yuan power. Li Xiaomei's pure heart quickly caught the subtle flow of energy. Remember, little sister, Qin Tian said with a serious expression. This matter is our biggest secret. Apart from brother and grandma and grandpa, you can't tell anyone, not even your good friends at school. Can you do that? Feeling an unprecedented clarity in her mind and lightness in her body, Li Xiaomei, though not fully understanding, solemnly assured, brother, I will remember. I won't tell anyone. During the spring festival, Qin Tian's home was naturally bustling with visitors. From county leaders to old neighbors, people came and went in an endless stream. Most of the time, Qin Tian merely made polite appearances, leaving the socializing to his grandparents while he enjoyed this rare peace and family reunion. On the third day of the Lunar New Year, Qin Tian flew to Yanhuang as promised to pay New Year greetings to the Su family. During this visit, Su Qing's father, a prominent official, engaged in a lengthy and in-depth discussion with Qin Tian in the study. The conversation extended far beyond casual topics, covering international dynamics, national technology strategies, and the future positioning of the Xingho Group. On the 17th day of the lunar month, the Xingho Group officially commenced operations, and the previously dormant park was instantly infused with vitality. Employees returned to their posts with renewed spirits, and the support of their families filled with fighting spirit. On the very next day, Qin Tian gathered all core executives and key members of the Research Institute. They held the first strategic deployment meeting of the new year in the top-level circular conference room. The atmosphere in the meeting was solemn, yet full of anticipation. Qin Tian did not have a lengthy opening statement. He directly activated the holographic screen behind him, listing the core agenda. The old year has unfolded 1,000 brocades, and in the new year we shall strive for new heights. The first task is the source plan. Qin Tian looked at Zhou Yunfeng and Xiao Yan. The Human Resources Department, in collaboration with the Chip Research Institute and the newly established Future Software Center, will immediately recruit top experts in Chinese language and literature, linguistics, and ancient texts from across the nation, while also gathering the most outstanding foundational architects and algorithm engineers. A slight ripple of confusion arose among the audience. Experts in Chinese language. This seemed somewhat disconnected from cutting-edge technology. Qin Tian clarified. We aim to build an operating system completely based on the grammatical structure of the Chinese language and the logical thinking of Chinese characters. This is not merely a localization effort, it's a fundamental reconstruction to completely break free from the technical and cultural shackles of Western systems. His gaze was profound as he cast forth an even grander vision. This will not only be an operating system, it will be the fertile ground for nurturing true strong artificial intelligence and constructing the next generation of immersive virtual reality. The imagery, spatial sense, and profound cultural heritage of the Chinese language may very well be the only key to unlocking the era of general artificial intelligence and the integration of virtual and real worlds. Upon hearing this, everyone was deeply shaken. An independent Chinese system, strong, AI, virtual reality. Each represents a pinnacle of the future. They instantly understood the far-reaching strategic significance of this initiative that transcended technology. The second task is the Tianlian project. Qin Tian shifted his gaze to Xiao Yan and the communications technology team. Concentrate our efforts to overcome the theoretical and engineering barriers of quantum communication technology. The goal is clear: to achieve absolute security and instantaneous transmission between the ground and satellites, as well as between satellites. He pointed out the key application after the technological breakthrough. We will build and launch a constellation of quantum communication satellites belonging to the Xingho Group, creating an independent global high-precision positioning, navigation, and instant communication network separate from existing GPS and Beidou. This Tianlian will be the lifeline for achieving full-scope, zero-delay, high-reliability automatic driving and traffic management for future anti-gravity vehicles. Establishing a global positioning and communication network. This ambition and vision stirred the hearts of everyone present, comparable to national projects. The third task is the Qin Tian plan. Qin Tian finally looked at Zhao Liwei and his Power Research Institute, his tone serious. The anti-gravity engine is of utmost importance. It is the wings of all dreams. We must complete the principal validation and engineering prototype as soon as possible. Additionally, the corresponding new generation of solid-state batteries, based on Mo Jing superconducting materials, must be developed synchronously, featuring ultra-high energy density and instantaneous charging and discharging capabilities. This is the heart of the engine and cannot afford any mistakes. At the same time, the Strategic Planning Department will initiate site selection and design for the anti-gravity vehicle manufacturing base and begin preliminary evaluations of near-Earth orbital and deep space exploration plans based on anti-gravity technology. Our vision cannot be limited to just within the atmosphere. The Chinese language system and strong AI quantum communication and space-based networks anti-gravity and space exploration. 3 tasks stand as towering pillars collectively supporting a grand blueprint for a future technological empire. Every sound in the conference room was palpable. Everyone felt an unprecedented pressure. However, more than that was the excitement and passion of participating in the creation of history. Ladies and gentlemen, Qin Tian stood up, his gaze sweeping over every determined face. The road ahead is treacherous with challenges never seen before. But I firmly believe that with your wisdom, courage, and the infinite potential of the Xingho Group, we shall surely cut through the waves and transform these blueprints into reality. In the new year, let us join hands to open a new chapter for human civilization. As the meeting concluded, the massive Xingho Group began to operate like a precise war machine, rapidly revolving around these 3 core directions. While the Xingho Group was busy planning for the future, the external market was already surging with momentum, ready to take. Domestic smartphone giants such as Huawei, Xiaomi, Oppo, and Vivo were all set to launch epic-making products featuring the Xingho superconducting chip to the global market. A storm sweeping the global consumer electronics market was brewing, just waiting for the moment the launch events curtain was lifted. These launch events, destined to be recorded in history, would represent a concentrated explosion of the influence of Xingho technology. They would also send the strongest signal of Huawei's technological prowess to the world. The Xingho Group is diligently preparing for a grand blueprint for the future. In the outside world, a battle driven by its core technology and led by domestic smartphone manufacturers is set to completely rewrite the global smartphone market landscape. It has already erupted with great fervor. In late January, Huawei fired the first shot. Their global launch event was held in the most iconic building of the city. The venue was ablaze with starlight, filled with global media. The massive circular screen and meticulously designed stage lighting showcased Huawei's determination and confidence to reclaim its position at the pinnacle of the world. When Yanhuang, the CEO of Huawei's consumer business, stepped onto the stage, the audience fell silent and all cameras focused on him. In the past few years, we have faced unprecedented challenges. His opening statement carried a hint of unnoticeable emotion, but his tone quickly became resolute. Yet we have never given up on our pursuit of cutting-edge technology, nor have we ceased our exploration of the future. Today we present Huawei's masterpiece of rebirth, the Mate 90 series and the P100 series. The large screen behind him instantly lit up, displaying stunning visuals. However, everyone's attention was focused on the small text at the bottom of the screen. Core, Xingho superconducting chip 1 nanometer process. I know what everyone is most concerned about, Yanhuang said, revealing his signature reassuring smile. Performance. As his words fell, a series of comparative data struck like swords towards all competitors, especially the latest smartphone from the Fruit Company. GPU performance improvement approximately 800, CPU efficiency improvement approximately 600, AI computational capability enhancement approximately 1500, in extreme performance mode running large games continuously for 8 hours, the maximum temperature of the device 38.5 degrees Celsius. Under full charge, heavy usage endurance over 48 hours. Each piece of data revealed drew gasps of disbelief from the audience. This is no longer surpassing, it is a complete crushing. The Fruit Company's proud A-series chip appeared so pale and powerless in the face of the Xingho. Thanks to this powerful heart, Huawei engineers' long-suppressed technological imagination has been completely unleashed. The new Harmony Next system is deeply integrated with the chip. This has brought an unprecedented smooth experience with nearly zero latency in response speed. It is equipped with the Lingmu imaging system based on super AI computing power, achieving millisecond-level scene recognition and optimization. Night scenes, telephoto, and portrait effects have reached professional camera levels. The innovative Xing Flash near-distance wireless connection technology far surpasses traditional Bluetooth in speed and stability. The satellite communication function has been upgraded to bidirectional high-definition voice and rapid text and image transmission. A series of dazzling feature displays continuously pushed the atmosphere of the event to new heights. Finally, the price was announced. Mate 90 Pro starting at 16,999 yuan, Mate 90 Pro starting at 13,999 yuan, P100 Art starting at 14,999 yuan, P100 Pro starting at 11,999 yuan. This pricing clearly indicates Huawei's positioning, confronting heat-in, even aiming to replace the Fruit Company's dominance in the high-end market. The live broadcast room was instantly flooded with comments. Wow, this price. Am I getting inflated? Daring to click into Huawei's launch event? This performance, this functionality at this price, I feel seems acceptable. The Fruit Company is really going to be rubbed into the ground this time. The Xingho chip is awesome. Huawei is awesome. Huawei's launch event detonated the global smartphone market like a heavy bomb. Soon after the event, from another brand followed. Lei Jun was still wearing his signature jeans and polo shirt standing on stage with an impassioned tone. At Xiaomi we always adhere to touching people's hearts with reasonable prices. Today we bring the brand new Xiaomi 17 Ultra series also equipped with the powerful Qin chip. The large screen also displayed crushing level data. Although the extreme performance is slightly lower than Huawei's top flagship, it still leaves the Fruit Company and other Android flagships far behind. Xiaomi has also packed a lot into imaging, fast charging screens, and other aspects. I know everyone is concerned about the price, Lei Jun said with a smile extending 2 fingers. We promise that the hardware comprehensive net profit margin of the Xiaomi 14 Ultra series will never exceed 5. The large screen lit up with the final price, Xiaomi 17 Ultra starting at 6,999 yuan. This price compared to the terrifying performance it showcases can be described as brutal. Netizens erupted again, Lei Jun. Reasonable. This price, this performance, what more could one need? In the past I couldn't afford Xiaomi, now I can't afford Xiaomi doghead. The butcher in the mid to high-end market has arrived. Subsequently brands like Oppo and Vivo also held. They introduced their respective flagship or mid-range models equipped with the Qin chip, mostly slightly adjusted 2nm or 3nm versions. Prices concentrated in the range of 4,000 to 8,000 yuan. With excellent design, powerful performance, and targeted optimizations, they aim to carve out a slice in the global mid-to-high-end market. What surprised and amused domestic netizens the most was the launch event of the Quansheng phone. Many netizens had never even heard of this brand. Quansheng. Is that the brand making phones for seniors? It seems not, or reportedly it is sold specifically in Africa. Are they also holding a launch event? Are they using the Qin chip? The launch venue for the Quansheng phone was relatively simple, but its CEO spoke with equal confidence. At Quansheng we are committed to providing quality communication and smart experiences for more global users. Today we are bringing a revolutionary product, the Quansheng T28 Pro. When the performance data was revealed, netizens were astonished to find that this phone priced at only 2,499 yuan had core performance that fully surpassed the latest flagship of the Fruit Company priced at nearly 1,000 yuan. Especially in terms of endurance and stability in extreme environments such as high temperatures and dust, which have always been its traditional strengths. Now under the support of the ultra-low power consumption Qin chip, it has reached a shocking level. Its powerful imaging algorithms ensure that even in very poor lighting at night, clear portraits can be captured. Our goal is to ensure that users in every corner of the world can access the best smart technology. The CEO of Quansheng spoke passionately. Netizens were completely unsettled. 2,499. Performance beats the Fruit Company. I cried. Turns out the clown was me. Ooh, I can hardly afford the Quansheng phone now. This is the real price butcher. A conscientious enterprise. It's over. In the future it'll have to compete with the Black Brothers for the Quansheng phone. A series of launch events like a combination punch left the Fruit phone and other international brands utterly defenseless. Performance was completely crushed, and the pricing system was thoroughly demolished. With the Qin chip as their nuclear weapon, Huawei smartphone brands surged into the global market, reclaiming lost ground at an unprecedented pace. Netizens felt vindicated, mocking on social media. In the past I couldn't afford Huawei products, now I can't afford Huawei products. Fruit Company. Samsung. The times have changed, my friends. A good hand of cards was ruined by Cook. Oh no, it was the Qin Group's dimensionality reduction attack, making it unplayable. Now the pressure is on the Fruit Company. Mr. Cook, are you preparing to lower prices to clear inventory, or are you preparing to lower prices to clear inventory? An industry revolution driven by core technology is profoundly altering the global technology industry's landscape, breaking through the smartphone market. The former king fades into obscurity while a new dynasty stands tall in the brilliant light of Eastern. The technological spark ignited by the Qin Group breaks into the smartphone market, swiftly creating a wildfire effect that profoundly reshapes the global industrial landscape. The once invincible Fruit Company is fully crushed under the all-encompassing pressure of the Huaxia smartphone legion equipped with the Qin chip. Market share plummets like an avalanche. Its proud iOS ecosystem and brand premium become utterly vulnerable in the face of an absolute technological gap. Stock prices plummet, supply chains fracture, and waves of layoffs follow one after another. Ultimately, this once globally valued technology giant, after struggling for months, it is forced to announce a business restructuring and is ultimately acquired. An era quietly comes to an end. Meanwhile, across the ocean, the situation in the Western nation takes a sharp turn for the worse. Having lost the enormous benefits brought by technological hegemony, coupled with the continuous collapse of the financial market, the real economy suffers severe blows, and the unemployment rate soars to alarming levels. Social conflicts are ignited in an instant, and quickly spiral out of control. The streets of major cities are filled with scenes of violence and chaos, while the police force appears utterly overwhelmed by the surging crowd. The dire consequences of rampant gun proliferation are manifesting at this moment with street shootouts and gang conflicts occurring almost daily, turning once thriving urban areas into realms of disorder. Freedom is paramount and gunfights happen every day, has ceased to be mere internet banter, but a bloody reality. The government is exhausted and the two parties remain mired in endless internal strife and mutual accusations, unable to propose any effective solutions. The once world-dominating power is now deeply entrenched in the bitter brew of its own, making with order collapsing and the future looking bleak. In stark contrast to the chaos of the West, the Dragon Nation is experiencing orderly industrial upgrades and steady national strength enhancement. Leveraging a series of foundational technologies such as room-temperature superconducting materials and superconducting chips provided by the Xinghe Group, the national industrial system has begun a transformative upgrade. The deployment of superconducting power grids has reduced energy transmission losses to nearly zero, resulting in more stable and cost-efficient electricity supply. Intelligent factories equipped with superconducting chips and advanced control systems have achieved unprecedented heights in production efficiency and quality control. The Dragon Nation, which occupies nearly 30% of the global industrial capacity, stands as a formidable industrial giant. After completing a comprehensive technological upgrade centered on superconductivity and intelligence, the energy unleashed has made the world tremble. From high-end precision manufacturing to basic livelihood guarantees, and from cutting-edge tech products to everyday consumer goods, the brand image and value connotation of "Made in the Dragon Nation" have undergone fundamental changes. The Dragon Nation's position in the global supply chain has become irreplaceable. Its international influence and voice are growing day by day with an increasingly solid foundation. At the center of this transformation, the Xinghe Group Research Institute, a silent yet more rapid technological storm, is brewing and about to erupt. Over the past 6 months, Qin Tian has devoted nearly all his energy to the Research Institute. He is no longer just a strategist, but also the chief engineer and mentor deeply involved in the front line. With the mental computing power comparable to supercomputers and a profound understanding of the underlying rules of the universe brought by his Yuan-Shi realm, he is always able to provide critical insights or theoretical models that directly address the core issues when the project teams he guides hit bottlenecks. This accelerates the research progress significantly. Under Qin Tian's leadership and the relentless efforts of all researchers, a series of milestone achievements have emerged. First, a breakthrough in energy core technology. Just over a month after starting the energy laboratory under Zhao Liwei's Power Research Institute, in collaboration with the Materials Research Institute, successfully conquered the technology for three-dimensional mesh solid-state batteries based on the characteristics of Mo Jing superconducting materials. This battery, named Xinghe, has an energy density over 100 times that of traditional lithium-ion batteries, almost reaching the theoretical limit. Even more astonishingly, it supports ultra-fast charging from 0 to 100 in just a few minutes with a charge-discharge cycle life of up to several 100,000 times. Its safety is extremely high with virtually no risk of explosion. Mr. Qin, we did it. The Pancher battery can fully meet the energy demands for long-term high-power operation of the anti-gravity engine, Zhao Liwei excitedly reported to Qin Tian. Qin Tian looked at the exhilarating data in the test report and nodded in satisfaction, immediately planned the construction of the Pancher battery production line to prepare a powerful heart for our anti-gravity engine. This technology is not to be disclosed externally. It is classified as one of the group's highest secrets. He then signed a commendation order granting hundreds of millions of Hua coins in substantial rewards to the energy laboratory and the materials support team. All participants cheered with joy, morale soaring. Next, the groundwork for software and ecosystems was laid. Under the framework of the Chinese logical tree coding theory proposed by Qin Tian, a large team composed of the Software Center of Chaoyang's Chip Research Institute and numerous Chinese language experts and top programmers was assembled. After several months of relentless closed development, they successfully launched a fully autonomous Chinese underlying operating system, Kunlun. Kunlun's system, from compilation principles to system architecture, completely abandons the Western operating system mindset based on English. It fully utilizes the pictographic and ideographic features of the Chinese language and its grammatical structure, forming an entirely new and extremely efficient and concise coding logic. It operates in the hardware environment of the Xinghe superconducting chip. Kunlun's system demonstrates performance that crushes all existing operating systems, response speed increased by dozens of times, security as solid as a fortress, and extremely low resource usage. After the internal testing was completed, Qin Tian decided to make this achievement public. When the Xinghe Group officially released the open-source version of the Kunlun system along with a detailed technical white paper, it once again caused a seismic sensation in the global IT community. Major domestic software companies and internet giants felt as if they had struck gold. They immediately organized their strongest technical forces to rapidly adapt and develop their own desktop operating system server systems and even mobile systems based on the Kunlun system. The bottleneck issue that had plagued the Dragon Nation for decades regarding operating systems vanished at this moment. A completely autonomous and controllable technology-leading software ecosystem began to be constructed at an unprecedented speed. From now on, computing in the Dragon Nation has its own soul. A senior software engineer excitedly wrote on, building on these two major achievements, an even more ambitious plan is underway deep within the Kunlun system. The development of strong artificial intelligence AGI, based on Chinese logic and a new algorithmic architecture. This is the true core of future virtual reality, intelligent decision-making, and even interstellar exploration. The technological tree of the Xingho Group is growing madly towards higher and further dimensions at an unprecedented speed. A technological feast that will fundamentally change the course of human civilization has only just entered the main course stage. In September, Huaizhe County, the autumn air was crisp and clear. In the newly established aerospace subsidiary of the Xingho Group, a wide experimental field comparable to a large airport lay before them. A uniquely shaped object was quietly parked in the center of the field, shimmering with a cold metallic sheen. It measured approximately 8 meters in length with a height and width of about 3 meters. Its entire body was streamlined, resembling an enlarged, smoothly contoured cigar. Unlike traditional flying vehicles, it had no wings, tail fins, or propellers. Its smooth surface revealed almost no exposed components, embodying the mystery of futuristic technology. This was the first anti-gravity unmanned experimental aircraft created by the Xingho Group's Power Research Institute, which had invested nearly a year of effort and dedication. Qin Tian stood on the observation platform with all the core executives of the group and key personnel from the research institute behind him. Everyone's gaze was focused on the aircraft, which embodied countless wisdom and sweat, their eyes filled with excitement and anticipation. Su Qing stood quietly beside Qin Tian, her eyes sparkling with delight. Shun Ming, Xiao Yan, and others could hardly contain their excitement. Zhao Liwei, as the head of the Power Research Institute and chief engineer of the anti-gravity project, was currently standing in front of the observation platform using a microphone to provide final explanations to the audience and the observers sent by the National Aerospace Department. His voice was slightly hoarse from excitement, but filled with immense pride. Leaders and colleagues, what you see before you is the anti-gravity verification machine independently developed by our Xingho Group. He pointed to the streamlined aircraft. It completely abandons traditional aerodynamic principles. Its ascent and propulsion rely entirely on the anti-gravity engine we developed. According to the anti-gravity theoretical model and our repeated calculations and validations, the theoretical maximum speed of this prototype engine mounted on the anti-gravity aircraft can reach an astonishing speed of 1,000 kilometers per second. As soon as these words were spoken, even though the audience was filled with top scientists and executives, a wave of low gasps filled the air. 1,000 kilometers per second. This speed far exceeds the third cosmic velocity, sufficient for effortless interstellar travel. Zhao Liwei continued, considering this is the first full system flight test, and the safety redundancies for flying within the atmosphere, we have set the speed limit for this flight of Sun Tian, Ihao at 30 Mach, which is approximately 10.2 kilometers per second. 10 kilometers per second. This means it can circle the Earth's equator in just over an hour. Such high-speed flight within the atmosphere will produce destructive temperatures due to friction with the air. Zhao Liwei's tone turned serious. To address this, the Materials Research Institute provided us with the latest Xingho 3-type ultra-high temperature composite ceramic-based material for the exterior shell, along with a specially coated active heat dissipation and ablation-resistant layer. This protective system ensures that the aircraft's exterior can withstand extreme temperatures of up to 15,000 degrees at a speed of 30 Mach, while the internal structure remains stable and the cabin's temperature control system operates normally. He concluded emphatically, it can be said that it embodies our Xingho Group's highest achievements in materials, energy, power, and control, and is truly a pinnacle of Blue Star civilization technology. All preparations were complete, having already received the highest level of approval. The Xingho Aerospace Control Center and the National Aerospace Command Center established a tight data link. Together they monitored this groundbreaking flight. Countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Launch. As the command was given, the people on the observation platform held their breath. In the center of the field, the massive anti-gravity aircraft did not produce any flames or deafening roars. It simply floated vertically in defiance of logic, as light as a feather. It steadily ascended to an altitude of 1,000 meters. Its posture was so light and its movements so quiet, as if gravity had lost its effect on it. In the next moment, its streamlined body slightly adjusted its angle, and then, whoosh. A blurred afterimage, accompanied by an extremely brief sound resembling the tearing of cloth, the anti-gravity aircraft transformed into a streak of light barely visible to the naked eye. It instantly vanished into the horizon to the southeast. Its acceleration was so rapid that it surpassed any existing aircraft. Acceleration is normal. Posture is stable. Speed has broken through 5 Mach. 10 Mach. 20 Mach. Reaching the preset 30 Mach. Stable cruising. Flight path is normal, currently sweeping over the East China Sea. Within the control center, various data streamed in rapidly, and the operator's voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement. Just over a minute later, the signal from the anti-gravity aircraft indicated that it was flying over the eastern coastline of the Dragon Nation at a terrifying speed of 30 Mach, entering the airspace over the Pacific Ocean. 20 minutes later, an alarming event took place for some people. The flight path of the anti-gravity aircraft inevitably swept over the chaotic skies of a certain country's west coast. In the North American Air Defense Command, alert! Alert! Unidentified high-speed flying object detected. Speed. Oh my god. Speed exceeds 30 Mach. Trajectory cannot be predicted, cannot be locked. It flew over The command center fell into chaos, the radar screen showing the blip representing the anti-gravity aircraft flashing by. The speed was so fast that all their defense systems were rendered useless. They had no choice but to sound the highest level of air raid alert. They were engulfed in panic and chaos, yet utterly powerless. 1 hour and 8 minutes later, Qin Tian successfully completed its journey around the Earth. It precisely adjusted its posture, descending slowly and silently, like a bird returning to its nest, landing back at the center of the experimental field where it had taken off. Its position was spot on. Flight mission successfully completed. The control center provided the final confirmation. Wow! On the observation platform and around the experimental field, a thunderous prolonged applause and cheers erupted. Many people embraced excitedly, and Zhao Liwei was moved to tears. They succeeded. They really did it. This means humanity has officially entered the anti-gravity era. That night, the Xingho group held a grand celebration banquet. Qin Tian personally signed a commendation order awarding the Power Research Institute, led by Zhao Liwei, a team bonus of 3 billion huabi. Zhao Liwei personally received a bonus of 100 million. The Materials Research Institute, the aerospace subsidiary, the energy laboratory, and other contributing departments also received substantial rewards. The entire Xingho group was immersed in immense joy and pride. However, as the celebratory champagne had not yet fully dissipated, Qin Tian had already turned his gaze towards the distant deep space. In the subsequent high-level meeting, Qin Tian issued new grander directives. First, the Qin Tian project team must immediately use this technology as a foundation, collaborating with various departments to develop a practical aerospace vehicle capable of carrying large payloads, reusable, and safely traveling to and from low Earth orbit. This lays the foundation for us to build our own space station, space factory, and the next step in deploying a global quantum communication and navigation satellite network. The ultimate goal is to achieve manned lunar landings, construction of a lunar base, mineral resource exploration, and even unmanned investigations of the entire solar system. Second, the Human Resources Department, in conjunction with the Research Institute and the Yanhuang Warrior Sanctuary, will immediately launch the Xingho astronaut program. The first batch will select outstanding employees from the core members of the Research Institute and the Yanhuang Warrior Sanctuary who have achieved at least mid-level Yanhuang cultivation, are psychologically robust, and are loyal and reliable for systematic astronaut training. We must have our own, the best space exploration team. Third, Xiaoyan, your Chip Research Institute and Software Center must accelerate the development of the strong AI Fuxi and the quantum communication system. Future spacecraft navigating through the vast solar system must rely on strong AI for real-time decision-making and fault handling, and depend on quantum communication for instant and secure contact with Blue Star. This is the neural network that ensures the success of our space program. Finally, Qin Tian looked at Zhou Yunfeng and Zhao Liwei, the Power Research Institute, the Design Department, and the soon-to-be-established Xingho Transportation subsidiary must immediately engage in the design and development of civilian anti-gravity flying cars. At the same time, the construction of the flying car manufacturing factory, recruitment and training of personnel, and the establishment of a nationwide supply chain must all be initiated simultaneously. Our goal is to produce 1 million vehicles in the first year, fundamentally changing the way humanity. The astonishing breakthrough of the anti-gravity engine is akin to a key opening a portal for the Xingho group to a broader realm. However, to harness this formidable power and truly venture into the stars and the sea, further steps must be taken. 2 critically important components are still needed: a brain and nerves. A robust artificial intelligence capable of processing vast amounts of information and making complex decisions. Additionally, a communication network that disregards distance and ensures instantaneous security is essential. Thus, after the successful test flight of the anti-gravity aircraft, Qin Tian shifted his focus entirely back to the Research Institute. He virtually made the Research Institute his home, frequently appearing at the Software Center of the Chip Research Institute, the Quantum Physics Laboratory, and the construction site of the Supercomputing Center. With the insightful thinking ability derived from the Yuanshe realm and the forward-looking guidance from the seed of a 9th-level civilization, he often managed to propose revolutionary algorithmic architectures or point out overlooked key physical effects when projects hit deadlocks. This accelerated the research and development process at an astonishing pace. Under Qin Tian's nearly cheat-like guidance and the team's relentless efforts, the two core projects achieved decisive breakthroughs one after another. The first was the strong artificial intelligence, Fuxi. Its hardware core was specially designed by Yanhuang. It comprises a vast computational array formed by 1 million Xinghuo on a nanometer superconducting chips through three-dimensional stacking and superconducting interconnect technology. This supercomputer, named Heart of Kunlun, possesses a computational ability that reaches an unimaginable 100 quintillion 1019 floating point operations per second. Its performance surpasses the world's strongest supercomputers by tens of thousands of times. Yet its energy consumption is merely 1% of that of the latter. With this terrifying computational power, the core program of Fuxi, developed based on the unique logic of the Kunlun Chinese operating system and the stream of consciousness parallel processing algorithm provided by Qin Tian, was activated. The moment the first logical unit of Fuxi successfully operated on the Heart of Kunlun and passed internal tests, the entire research and development center fell silent, followed by an explosion of thunderous cheers. Fuxi exhibited an intelligence level that exceeded everyone's expectations. It could not only perform rapid retrieval and analysis of massive data. It was also capable of deep logical reasoning, creative thinking, and strategic simulations. It could comprehend extremely complex natural language instructions, especially Mandarin. It could even discern the intentions and emotional nuances behind the instructions. More importantly, Fuxi possesses powerful autonomous learning and improvement capabilities. It is like a voracious sponge of knowledge, rapidly absorbing almost all publicly available scientific literature, technical materials, and cultural knowledge accumulated throughout human history. Moreover, it can extract patterns and discover connections, even proposing entirely new research ideas that leave seasoned researchers in awe. Qin Tian immediately ordered the deployment of Fuxi's sub-intelligence systems for every core department of the Research Institute: materials, power chips, biology, aerospace. These sub-intelligences synchronize in real time with Fuxi and are specifically designed to assist with complex calculations, simulations, data analysis, and even design. Researchers were delighted to find that with the assistance of Fuxi's sub-intelligences, many problems that previously took months or even years to compute could now be solved in just a few hours. Some experimental phenomena that had troubled them for a long time could often be quickly given multiple theoretical explanations by Fuxi for validation. The efficiency of research and development saw another exponential increase. Almost simultaneously with the advent of Fuxi, quantum communication technology also reached its final maturity. With Qin Tian's theoretical framework and Fuxi's computational assistance, the research team successfully resolved global challenges, such as the stability of long-distance quantum state transmission and the high-efficiency generation of entangled particles. Based on this technology, the quantum communication satellite independently developed by the Xinghuo Group was designed and manufactured. This satellite is compact. However, it integrates a precise quantum signal generator, receiver, and relay device within. Its core components are also made from superconducting materials, ensuring stable operation in the extreme conditions of space. The entire quantum communication satellite network is named Tianluo. It is planned to consist of 36 satellites. Currently, all quality orbital resources in low Earth orbit have been divided among other spacefaring nations. The head of the aerospace subsidiary reported to Qin Tian, looking troubled. Qin Tian examined the star map. No worries. Our quantum communication technology is far less sensitive to distance than traditional electromagnetic wave communications. We will deploy the Tianluo network in mid to high orbits above 20,000 kilometers. Although a single satellite covers a larger area, 36 satellites are sufficient to achieve seamless all-weather coverage of the entire surface of the blue planet. He pointed at the simulation diagram. More importantly, at this orbital height, the instantaneous communication achieved through quantum entanglement can reach micron-level precision. Combining this with Fuxi's real-time data processing and path planning capabilities will allow for perfect zero-latency intelligent driving and air traffic control for future anti-gravity aircraft. This is the fundamental guarantee for the large-scale safe application of flying cars, to ensure the safety of the costly and intricate Tianluo network in space. Qin Tian also instructed that each quantum communication satellite be secretly equipped with a low-power, high-energy laser defense system. This system is not intended for active attacks. Its primary purpose is to eliminate space debris that may threaten the satellite, and if necessary, to deter and neutralize ill-intentioned approaching entities. This provides a necessary layer of self-protection for the Tianluo network in the chaotic environment of space. At this point, the two cornerstones for the Xinghuo Group's journey into the space era, Fuxi artificial intelligence and the Tianluo quantum communication network, are fully prepared. All hardware, all code, and all hopes are ready to take off. Now only the final and most critical step remains: the completion of final tests for the new type of aerospace vehicle developed by the Xinghuo Aerospace Company that can travel between Earth and space. It will carry these 36 Xingho satellites which embody the future and hope and accurately place them into a higher orbit belonging to the Xingho group. A globally encompassing, insightful, and responsive Tianluo is waiting to unfold. A new technological era driven by powerful artificial intelligence has officially arrived. The tentacles of the Xingho group are about to break free from the constraints of the atmosphere and truly reach for the stars and the sea. In December, the chill began to deepen in Huaizhe County. Yet within the colossal assembly plant of Xingho Aerospace Company, the atmosphere was vibrant and bustling. All eyes were focused on the enormous object at the center of the plant. It was streamlined in a silvery gray hue with sharp and elegant lines reminiscent of a dormant metallic giant. Measuring 108 meters in length and with both width and height exceeding 50 meters at scale, far surpassed any active spacecraft or launch vehicle. This was the first practical aerospace vehicle meticulously crafted by the Xingho Group, the Peace Village. The Peace Village was entirely based on anti-gravity engine technology. It completely abandoned the cumbersome mode of traditional rockets that relied on chemical fuels and massive boosters. Its main structure was crafted from the latest Xingho 5-type ultra-strong composite metal material from the Materials Research Institute, lightweight yet robust. 4 sets of large anti-gravity engine arrays were installed in the abdomen, providing powerful lift and attitude adjustment capabilities. The tail was equipped with a thruster based on superconducting plasma technology. This was intended for maneuvering and acceleration in the outer atmosphere and space. Meanwhile, Xingho Aerospace Company officially announced its internal classification standards for future spacecraft village-level vehicles under 300 meters in length, mainly used for transportation between planetary surfaces and low Earth orbit, tasked with connecting future space cities, space stations, or large motherships limited to the gravitational sphere of planets and satellite orbits categorized as small. Interplanetary spacecraft. Peace Village falls into this category. Town-level vehicles ranging from 1,000 meters to 10 kilometers in length, capable of carrying small aircraft, village-level, a large number of personnel, and heavy industrial equipment able to conduct long-duration and large-scale exploration and development activities within an entire stellar system, like the solar system, but still lacking the capability for interstellar travel, categorized as medium. Stellar-level vehicles. As for interstellar warships capable of traversing interstellar space, the required technology is far more extensive. It is still in the conceptual planning stages with no specific classification name established. This clear and grand classification system indicates that the Xingho Group's vision has long since transcended Earth, aiming towards the entire solar system and even further into deep space. After months of intense testing and adjustments, the Peace Village passed all extreme environmental simulations and ground testing. It was confirmed to fully meet the safety requirements for round trips to space. The launch date was set for a clear winter morning. Within the control center of Xingho Group, the atmosphere was tense yet orderly. A massive screen displayed the real-time status data of the Peace Village and global weather maps. Qin Tian was present at the control center with core members such as Zhou Yunfeng, Zhao Liwei, and Xiao Yan, all in attendance. A team of experts from the National Aerospace Bureau was also in the observation room, next door, monitoring via a dedicated line in real time. Fuxi systems self-check complete. Tianluo ground station link normal. Anti-gravity engine array preheating complete. Payload bay confirmed. 36 Tianluo quantum communication satellites in good condition. Clear commands and reports echoed in the control center. 1-minute countdown to prepare. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Launch. There was no deafening roar, no fiery ascent. Under the countless long focus lenses capturing the moment outside the base, the massive Peace Village was seen as if lifted by an invisible giant hand, gracefully and steadily hovering upward, accelerating silently. Its posture was so stable that it seemed not to be undertaking a challenging space launch, but rather performing a graceful aerial ballet. It swiftly traversed the troposphere and stratosphere, encountering almost no resistance. The anti-gravity engine perfectly countered the effects of Earth's gravity and atmosphere. Breakthrough CARM online. Entering near-Earth space. Maintain anti-gravity engine power. Activate plasma thruster. Orbital injection program commencing. Peace Village adjusted its attitude precisely towards the optimal trajectory calculated by Fuxi, steadily heading towards the predetermined altitude, 22,000 kilometers above ground, in medium Earth orbit. Upon reaching the designated orbit, the massive payload bay door of Peace Village slowly opened. Under the precise operation of mechanical arms, a series of Tianluo quantum communication satellites, glimmering with a metallic sheen, were released. Like seeds being sown, they detached from the mothership one by one, drifting towards their designated positions along preset orbital parameters. 1, 2, 3. The entire process lasted several hours. When the 36 satellites successfully entered orbit and confirmed the quantum entanglement link with the ground control center, a thunderous applause and cheers erupted within the control center. We succeeded. We did it. Tianluo network formation complete. Qin Tian looked at the 36 satellites on the large screen representing the will of the Xingho Group, forming a perfect global coverage network in the simulated star map, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. From this moment on, the Xingho Group possessed an independent set of eyes and nerves distinct from the world, and even ahead of it. The establishment of the Tianluo network had immediate and disruptive impacts. Within the Xingho Group, all research projects relying on high-precision positioning and instant communication, particularly the testing of anti-gravity flying cars, were immediately integrated into the Tianluo network. Test data showed that the positioning accuracy of the aircraft reached centimeter-level precision, and the transmission of control commands achieved true zero latency. Combined with the real-time path planning and obstacle avoidance capabilities of the Fuxi artificial intelligence, the reliability and safety of intelligent driving reached an unprecedented level. However, for the external world, especially other major spacefaring nations, the emergence of the Tianluo network was akin to a seismic strategic earthquake. The first to notice the anomaly was the space command of a certain world superpower. Report: a large number of unidentified objects detected entering mid to high orbits. Quantity: 36. Orbital parameters unusually stable, forming a global coverage network. Unable to identify their signal source and guidance method. Weight: signal type. My god, this seems to be quantum signal characteristics. We cannot effectively track and lock them. They are almost invisible. Similar chaotic scenes were occurring simultaneously at the European Space Agency, the Russian Space Agency, and elsewhere. All traditional space monitoring methods became nearly ineffective in the face of this quantum technology-based satellite network. They could detect the presence of objects, but could not accurately capture their dynamics or decipher their communications. What does this mean? It means that the Xingho Group, a private company, quietly wove a global web in space that could not be interfered with, intercepted, or even easily tracked, a heavenly net. This net could be used for civilian communication and navigation, but it could equally serve for military reconnaissance, command, and even attack. Its potential military value and strategic deterrent power sent chills down the spines of all aware nations. After global media received the news primarily through official channels along with observational reports from some astronomy enthusiasts, once again the headlines were taken by the Xingho Group. Private enterprise weaves heavenly net. 36 quantum satellites of Xingho Group quietly ascend. The technological divide is despairing. Global space agencies are left speechless. The new era of space dominance. Xingho Group holds absolute superiority in space. From anti-cancer drugs to anti-gravity to quantum satellites, what are the limits of Xingho Group? The online community erupted in response, filled with pride, shock, and deep concern. Wow! Directly networking quantum satellites. Is it global coverage? Is this something a private company can do? Will we never get lost again using Xingho navigation? Doge. Are the folks from that certain world superpower crying while holding their GPS? I feel like the Xingho Group is becoming like that kind of super company in movies. Isn't this power a bit too frightening? The establishment of the Tianluo network stirred the already turbulent world situation. It was not just a technological achievement, but a strong signal on the road to the future. The Xingho Group had seized the most crucial and lethal high ground with its unmatched technological prowess. The universe trembled as a new era defined by the Xingho Group was accelerating towards us. The successful first flight of the Peace Village marked the official knocking on the door of an era of large-scale, low-cost access to space. This heralded the dawn of a new age. The successful deployment of the Tianluo quantum communication network has laid down a global neural infrastructure for the Spark Group's grand vision. It renders ultra-precise zero-latency real-time global control feasible. Without pause, Qin Tian issued his next directive. At Spark Aerospace Aviation Corporation, Qin Tian addressed senior management and core engineers. The Heaping Kunkless spacecraft has proven the viability of our technology. But this is merely the beginning. I now demand you accelerate full-scale development and manufacturing of more advanced Village-class aerospace vehicles, enhancing both payload capacity and operational reliability. His finger pointed decisively at an empty sector of the orbital map. Near Earth, our next objective is not a space station, but a space city. A permanent large-scale orbital platform integrating habitation, scientific research, and high-end manufacturing. It shall serve as our forward bastion into the solar system, and provide the indispensable orbital base and testbed for designing and building future town-class, mid-sized spacecraft capable of traversing entire stellar systems. This audacious declaration electrified every attendee. A space city, a long-held dream of countless science fiction epics, now poised to become reality beneath their hands. Simultaneously, terrestrial transformation followed in swift succession. With the maturation of the Tianluo network and the Fuxi artificial intelligence, the final piece of the anti-gravity flying car project had fallen into place. Spark Transportation Technology Co., Ltd., a newly established subsidiary of the Spark Group, announced the successful completion of private aerial vehicle development and its imminent market launch. Inside Spark Group's top-secret exhibition hall, 4 distinctively styled futuristic aerial vehicles stood motionless beneath focused spotlights, exuding an awe-inspiring fusion of technological elegance and sophistication. The first model, the Dakin-class private aerial vehicle, its body finished in profound obsidian black, evoking the fathomless night sky. Its sharp angular contours radiated raw power. The front fascia, inspired by ancient warriors' helmets, conveyed an aura of icy austerity and unyielding dominance. Measuring 8 meters in length, 4 meters in width, and 3 meters in height, its streamlined silhouette harmonized aerodynamic efficiency with sculptural beauty. Its top speed reaches 5 Mach, approximately 6,125 kilometers per hour. Priced at 80 million Huaxia currency units. The second model, the Yanhuang private aerial vehicle, deep obsidian black accented with blazing crimson stripes, like flames burning through darkness. Its lines remain rigid, yet sharper and more aggressive than the Dakin class, delivering an overwhelming visual impression of invincibility. Its dimensions match those of the Dakin class, while its maximum velocity ascends to 8 Mach, nearly 9,800 kilometers per hour. Its price stands at 120 million Huaxia currency units. The third model, the Datang-class private aerial vehicle, dominated by resplendent golden yellow, symbolizing openness, inclusivity, and zenith prosperity. Its design balances imperial grandeur with refined dignity. Flowing curves gleam with lustrous gold, transforming it into a mobile work of art. This represents the apex of performance, a staggering 10 Mach, over 12250 kilometers per hour, with a price tag of 200 million Huaxia currency units. These 3 models serve as Spark Group's flagship demonstration of technical mastery and premium positioning, targeting the world's most elite industrialists, dignitaries, and institutions. Though endowed with extraordinary velocity, each integrates an intelligent flight control system employing progressive uniform acceleration, ensuring that forces experienced during supersonic travel remain comfortably tolerable, even for the elderly and young children. The fourth model, the Shengxing-class universal transport aerial vehicle, a colossal craft measuring 50 meters in length, 30 meters in width, and 20 meters in height, resembling a flattened aerodynamic cargo container. Unadorned, yet radiating pragmatic strength, its cavernous cargo hold and top speed of 3 Mach meet urgent global logistics demands, from high-value consignments to emergency relief supplies. Priced at 100 million Huaxia currency units, it targets major logistics enterprises, multinational corporations, and governmental emergency response agencies. All these vehicles operate exclusively within Earth's atmosphere. None are equipped with life support or thermal protection systems required for atmospheric escape, and thus cannot achieve. To ensure safe, orderly future aerial traffic, Spark Aerospace Aviation Corporation, leveraging both Fuxi AI and the Tianluo network, has already architected a comprehensive three-dimensional intelligent air traffic system. Airspace will be stratified into designated velocity bands, low-altitude, low-speed zones for urban transit and takeoff landing, mid-altitude corridors for regional flights, 1 to 3 Mach. High-altitude lanes are reserved exclusively for high-speed craft, such as the Qin Tian and Datang classes, operating above 3 Mach. Within each band, vehicles will glide along invisible aerial highways guided by Fuxi, which calculates optimal trajectories in real time, guaranteeing absolute safety and fully autonomous operation without human intervention. Such an immense production initiative is neither feasible nor intended to be executed solely in-house by the Qin Tian set the strategic framework. Spark Group retains exclusive responsibility for manufacturing only the most critical components. The anti-gravity propulsion engine, Pancher ultra-dense batteries, superconducting main control chips, and integrated Fuxi autonomous driving systems. All non-core components will be sourced via supplier partnerships. Crucially, Qin Tian mandated that all partners must be wholly Huaxia-owned enterprises. Any entity bearing foreign capital participation is categorically excluded from the supply chain. This policy aims to forge a fully sovereign, secure, and resilient industrial ecosystem. Upon announcement, the entire Huaxia manufacturing sector erupted with fervor. The Spark Group swiftly released the Spark Aerial Vehicle Component Supplier Call for proposals nationwide, detailing precise technical specifications, performance benchmarks, and quality standards for thousands of parts. From specialized alloy skins and high-strength structural elements to composite cockpit windows and interior materials, as well as sensors, auxiliary power units, and environmental control systems. Within Huaxia's industrial community, this document is regarded less as a procurement notice and more as a technological manifesto and a watershed moment of economic opportunity. Gaining entry into Spark Group's supply chain promises not only massive stable orders, but also an enforced elevation of technical capability to world-leading standards, propelling suppliers alongside Spark Group into the uncharted blue ocean of tomorrow. Instantly, every ambitious, capable industrial enterprise across Huaxia mobilized, devouring the proposal document, refining production processes, and preparing to seize their chance at the upcoming Spark Aerial Vehicle Global Launch Core Supplier Summit, to board this colossal vessel sailing toward the future. A storm is gathering, one destined to revolutionize human mobility and redraw the global industrial landscape. Set to make landfall with the official launch. The Spark Group advances with regal authority, laying the unshakable foundations for its epic defining. As the end of the lunar year approached, the sky over Huai's county appeared more crowded and striking than ever before. Qin Group chose the vast testing ground of its aerospace subsidiary for this event. It was set to host a private aircraft launch event destined to be recorded in history. The venue was meticulously arranged with a massive circular screen surrounding the area. This ensured that every spectator in every corner could clearly see the stage. However, what captivated everyone's attention was not the stage itself. Instead, it was the 12 colossal objects suspended above the stage approximately 3 meters off the ground. For models of aircraft, 3 of each stood like soldiers awaiting inspection. Quietly, and defying gravity, they floated in midair. They had no visible supports or nozzles, remaining there in a stable and silent pose. In an almost miraculous manner, they proclaimed to the world the official arrival of the anti-gravity era. The sleek and cold Qin, the imposing Han in black and red, the brilliant Tang in bright yellow, and the unpretentious, yet powerful Shenzhen transport vehicle. 12 futuristic creations shimmered with a chilling yet enchanting metallic luster under the winter sun, forming a striking vision of the future. Inside the venue, cameras from leading media outlets around the globe were already aimed at these aircraft, with flashes flickering like dense stars. The signals from major live streaming platforms had long been activated, greedily capturing every detail. Additionally, numerous representatives from Huaxia Enterprises invited to the subsequent supplier conference were present. They were not only potential partners, but also the first batch of lucky spectators to experience these dreamlike creations up close. They gathered around the aircraft, looking up with expressions filled with shock, excitement, and disbelief. Many raised their phones to take photos and record videos, or excitedly reported live in front of the cameras. In the online livestream, as the aircraft made their debut, the barrage of comments went wild. The comments became almost overwhelming. Wow. It really flew. Silent, and without a sound. The design. The texture. It's 1,000 times cooler than the concept art. That black model is so cool. It's like it was custom made for me if I had the money. The yellow one is so imposing. It feels like an emperor's chariot. That large transport plane looks like it can hold a lot. Will deliveries be instant from now on? Mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the livestream. Countless internet users expressed similar astonishment, praising the aircraft's appearance and hovering technology, and began eagerly speculating about their prices. I guess the cheapest one must start at 10 million, right? 10 million. You're dreaming. Look at this technology, this material. I estimate at least 50 million. 50 million. For that yellow one, I bet it won't go for less than 100 million. That's it. It seems I have no hope in this lifetime. I'll just have to enjoy watching the videos. Where are the tycoons? Come out and make a bid. I'm ready to be envious. Indeed, some top-tier wealthy individuals who had already learned of the news through special channels and received invitations were also paying attention to the launch event through various means. In certain private jet and luxury yacht club groups, the information had already exploded. Mr. Wang, did you see that Tang? We must get it. It's much more impressive than any private jet. Mr. Li, I plan to order one of each model to keep at different estates. This thing is the ultimate toy and status symbol. Speed of 10 Mach. It's like having coffee time from the capital to the southern city. It's unbelievable. Just as the global attention and discussions peaked, the launch event officially commenced. The elegantly dressed host took the stage, delivering an impassioned opening statement before diving straight into the core segment, the price announcement. On the gigantic circular screen, the renderings and detailed specifications of the Qin model lit up first. Qin Group's first private aircraft, the Qin model. The host's voice soared, it carries. After an introduction, he took a deep breath and declared loudly the official suggested retail price is 80 million huabi. Wow. A wave of gasps erupted at the venue, although many were mentally prepared for this. Yet this price still made most people's hearts race. The online comments were instantly flooded with tycoon exclusive, and excuse me for interrupting. Next, the imagery of the Han model appeared. With more powerful engines and a fiercer appearance, the Han model is priced at 120 million huabi. Another round of gasps followed. Then came the highly anticipated Tang model. Our flagship, representing ultimate performance and prestigious experience, the Tang model is priced at 200 million huabi. This price brought a brief silence to the venue. 200 million. This has exceeded the annual profit of many large corporations. Finally, it was the Shenzhen level general transport aircraft. Dedicated to transforming the global logistics landscape, the Shenzhen transport vehicle is priced at 100 million huabi. Once all the prices were announced, the reactions online shifted rapidly from initial shock to a chorus of lamentation and self-deprecation. All right, the prices are out. I've lost hope. It turns out the clown was me all along. I actually dared to click in to watch the launch event. 80 million. Even if I sold myself, it wouldn't be worth this amount. In the past, I couldn't afford Huaxia cars. Now I can't afford Huaxia aircraft with a facepalm. Congratulations to Xingho Group for successfully making me realize my own poverty. Alright everyone, disperse, time to go back to work. These things are just for looking. Despite the exorbitant prices that left ordinary people in despair, the appearance of these 4 aircraft marked the dawn of a new era. They were not merely modes of transportation, they symbolized the unparalleled technological prowess of Xingho Group. They were the first lever to pry open the future aerial transportation market. For the many Huaxia Enterprise representatives, present price was not their primary concern. What shone in their eyes was the light of opportunity. They knew that regardless of the price of these aircraft, as long as they could squeeze into the supply chain, it meant boarding the express train to the future. The benefits and development space it would bring would far exceed expectations. After the launch event, the subsequent supplier conference was the real battleground without smoke. The global shockwaves triggered by the private aircraft launch event have yet to settle. A similarly crucial, if not more decisive, battle for the foundation of Xingho Group's future looms ahead, the supplier conference. The Grand Conference Hall at the Xingho Group headquarters opened its doors. The main venue, capable of accommodating thousands, was filled to capacity with people even standing in the corridors and at the back. The attendees were a diverse mix, yet clearly delineated. In the front rows and core areas sat representatives of pure Huaxi enterprises who had passed a preliminary screening and held formal invitations. They were all visibly excited, rubbing their hands in anticipation, as if preparing to enter an exam that would determine their fates. Meanwhile, the edges of the conference hall and the back rows were crowded with many uninvited figures. Among them were representatives of many internationally renowned industrial giants and component oligarchs. Dressed in suits, they brought meticulously prepared technical documents several inches thick and highly enticing quotes. They sought to carve out a piece of this grand feast. The conference was personally hosted by the CEO of Xingho Group, Yanhuang. He wasted no time in pleasantries, getting straight to the point, reiterating the core principles of cooperation. For Xingho Group, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Xingho Group. Before the conference begins, I must once again emphasize our singular and unwavering cooperation baseline. Every supplier must be a 100 Huaxi enterprise with a clear equity structure and no form of foreign investment or technological dependence. This is the cornerstone of ensuring the security of our supply chain and our technological autonomy. There is no room for negotiation. At these words, the faces of the foreign enterprise representatives at the edges of the hall instantly turned grim. Some among them remained undeterred. During the breaks or the document submission phase, they attempted to find the procurement or technical heads of Xingho Group. They presented their proposals, which they regarded as technologically advanced and competitively priced. Sir, please take a look at our materials. We are global leaders in carbon fiber composite materials and can absolutely meet your company's aircraft skin requirements, and our prices can be 20 lower than any Huaxi enterprise. Mr. Zhou, this is the latest achievement from our sensor department, with precision and stability far exceeding international standards, which I believe is crucial for your company's intelligent driving system. However, their responses were polite, yet firm refusals. Sorry, your company does not meet our entry standards. We do not accept materials from non-Huaxi enterprises. The staff of Xingho Group acted like programmed robots. They strictly enforced the directives of Qin Tian, lacking even the interest to glance at those exquisite technical documents. No matter how eloquently the other party spoke or how low their prices were, it was of no use. These representatives of international giants, accustomed to bulldozing through the world with their technological and capital advantages, were experiencing the taste of being shut out for the first time. Moreover, this was not a government administrative order, but an unquestionable rule set by a company itself. They exchanged looks, their faces filled with frustration, confusion, and even a hint of anger, yet they were powerless. They finally realized that in the new order established by Xingho Group, the old rules had become obsolete. In stark contrast, the representatives of Huaxi enterprises in the hall were absorbing Zhou Yunfeng's words, witnessing the foreign representatives falter. A surge of indescribable pride and urgency welled up within them. They knew this was not just a matter of national fortune, but corporate fortune, a rare opportunity. The subsequent processes were tense yet efficient. Xingho Group announced a detailed procurement catalog and technical standards for components. These involved materials, electronics, machinery, chemicals, and dozens of other fields, with tens of thousands of subdivided projects. Powerful state-owned enterprise giants and top private enterprises. With their profound technological accumulation and scale advantages, they secured qualifications for several core or bulk components, their faces revealing confident smiles. Meanwhile, many small and medium-sized enterprises with distinctive features in specific fields, but lacking overall strength, fiercely competed for the supply rights of a single component. Price, technical proposals, production capacity, assurance, quality systems. Every aspect underwent rigorous evaluations by Xingho Group's professional team. For some enterprises that were just a step away from meeting Xingho's standards, but showed great potential and fighting spirit, Xingho Group did not simply eliminate them. After being evaluated by Fuxi, Xingho Group would send a team of technical experts to provide targeted technical support, even offering low-interest or interest-free RD funding. This would help them quickly overcome technical bottlenecks and meet the requirements. Of course, this support was not without. Xingho Group would acquire a certain percentage of equity in these enterprises through technology equity or capital equity, incorporating them into the core circle of the Xingho Ecological Alliance. This not only ensured the stability of the supply chain and technological synchronization, but also quietly constructed a vast industrial consortium centered around Xingho with tightly bound interests. This supplier conference, rather than being merely a procurement tender, was more akin to a comprehensive inspection and powerful integration of Huazi's high-end manufacturing industry. By the end of the conference, a supplier list encompassing hundreds of top Huazi manufacturing enterprises for Xingho Group's aircraft project was finalized. Thus, a fully autonomous, technologically advanced, and loyal logistics core was established. Time flew by, and another busy yet fulfilling year was about to pass. Xingho Group once again entered its holiday mode. During this holiday, the group celebrated a significant event. The head of the Power Research Institute, Zhao Liwei, and the head of the Chip Research Institute, Yanhuang. They ended their long courtship and officially stepped into the arena of marriage. Their union was humorously dubbed the marriage of power and chips by the employees, being the most hardcore scientific romance. Since Zhao Liwei's hometown was in the distant Ming region, considering the inconvenience for most Xingho employees to attend, the newlyweds decided to hold a thank you banquet in Heping Village, specifically to treat the group's colleagues and friends. When news of this spread, the entire group erupted with excitement. On the day of the wedding, Heping Village transformed into a sea of joy. Xingho Group reserved all available spaces in the village and even leveled several areas to set up thousands of dining tables. An unprecedented century-scale banquet grandly commenced. In the skies, several Dakin-class aircraft belonging to Xingho Group silently traversed for on-site coordination and aerial photography, adding a futuristic sci-fi touch. On the ground, the atmosphere was vibrant with chatter and laughter. Employees from the group headquarters, various research institutes, and subsidiaries brought their families. They all came to extend their blessings to this scientific couple. The standards of the banquet were astonishingly high. Dishes were served continuously on the tables readily available for guests to take. Bottles were opened one after another, filling the air with delightful aromas, ensuring that no one went hungry. Various delicacies and fresh seafood were continuously delivered to the dining tables as if they were free. According to incomplete statistics afterward, this banquet, which lasted through both lunch and dinner, opened more than 5,000 tables in total, with the total value of top-grade wines and ingredients reaching an astonishing tens of millions of huabi. What touched all guests even more was that the couple had clearly stated in the invitation, "Your kind intentions are acknowledged. We will not accept any monetary gifts." They simply wanted to take this opportunity to thank their colleagues who had always supported and helped them, and to share their joy with them. This extravagantly luxurious, yet warm wedding also indirectly validated Xingho Group's generosity towards core talents. If it were not for Zhao Liwei and Xiao Yan as heads of the research institutes, with annual salaries and project bonuses amounting to hundreds of millions, they might not have been able to bear such immense expenses. This also strengthened the belief of all Xingho employees. As long as they worked hard to contribute, the group would never treat anyone unfairly. The coldness of technology and the warmth of humanity perfectly intertwined in this century wedding. As the newlyweds embraced amid the blessings of the crowd, they not only embarked on a new chapter of life, but also became a vivid footnote to the cohesion and glorious achievements of Xingho Group. The year 2028 marked a technological boom for the Xingho Group, yielding abundant results. Room temperature superconductors, unanometer chips, anti-gravity engines, the powerful artificial intelligence Fuxi, and the Tianluo quantum communication network, along with private flying vehicles. A series of disruptive technologies capable of defining an era emerged one after another. Not only did these innovations profoundly change the world, but they also brought unimaginable wealth to the Xingho Group. When the financial report for 2028 was finally presented to Qin Tian, the figures had reached a scale that drew the attention of secular powers, an annual revenue surpassing 100 trillion huabi. This was nearly equivalent to the annual GDP of some moderately developed countries. Within just a few years, the Xingho Group had grown into a true commercial empire. Its scale and influence had already surpassed that of the vast majority of enterprises, reaching a status of wealth rivaling nations. Yet this was merely the beginning. As the year 2029 arrived, with the Xingho Transportation Technology Company operating at full capacity, 3 models of private flying vehicles, Daqin Dahan and Datong, began official deliveries. Despite their exorbitant prices leaving ordinary people in despair for the world's top billionaires, conglomerates, and certain national institutions, these were not merely vehicles, but symbols of status, power, and a leap into the future. Orders flooded in from around the globe, quickly lining up for years ahead. Oil magnates from the Middle East, tech tycoons from Silicon Valley, ancient families from Europe, and capital giants from Wall Street all waved their checks, eager to own their own anti-gravity flying vehicles. Some top billionaires even spared no expense acquiring all 3 models to park in their luxurious residences across different continents. The production speed of the flying vehicles far lagged behind the surging demand. It was foreseeable that based solely on the flying vehicle business, the Xingho Group's revenue in 2029 would easily exceed 100 trillion huabi. This was a figure that would make any economy tremble. The colossal Xingho Group had already reached into the very core of the global economy. Every move it made sent ripples through countless industries. Discussions about the flying vehicles online had never, while ordinary netizens expressed envy towards the wealthy many voiced their hopes. Xingho Group, please release a civilian version soon. I don't need 5 Mach 1 Mach will do. It doesn't have to be so big, just enough for 2 people. Yeah, if the price drops below 1 million, I would sell my belongings to support it. Just imagine commuting to work in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, or Shenzhen during the day, and flying home for dinner and sleep at night. How great would that be? Wake up upstairs. Even if the flying vehicle costs 1 million, can you afford to buy a villa in your hometown? Hope Xingho Group works hard to let us ordinary folks fly soon. The public's anticipation was fervent, yet reality was cold. The emergence of the Xingho Group's private flying vehicles was like a giant shark invading a pond, instantly disturbing the existing ecosystem and delivering devastating blows to many traditional industries. The first to bear the brunt was the already shaky real estate industry. When people had access to transportation that could cross 1,000 miles in 1 or 2 hours and facilitate same-day round trips, the barriers of distance were greatly diminished. The iron law of location is king, and core cities began to loosen. The value of land in remote areas and picturesque locations increased relatively. Meanwhile, the exorbitant real estate in city centers lost its greatest appeal. National housing prices, especially in the luxury market of first-tier cities, began to plummet. A steep decline emerged, with the market filled with sorrowful cries, and signs of a crash were already evident. Following closely was the traditional automotive industry. In the face of flying vehicles capable of vertical takeoff and landing, ignoring terrain, and reaching speeds of several Machs, no matter how luxurious the sports car or comfortable the RV seemed, they appeared as sluggish as snails. Global automobile sales plummeted dramatically. Stock prices of major car manufacturers collapsed, leading to waves of layoffs and bankruptcies. The entire industry fell into a state of desperate gloom. The aviation industry and high-speed rail transportation faced serious challenges, with high-end business travel markets being heavily siphoned off by flying vehicles. The Xingho Group single-handedly nearly reshaped human travel methods and portions of economic geography. This disruptive force, while bringing progress, inevitably touched countless established interests. The tall trees attract the wind. The rapid development and formidable scale of the Xingho Group finally invited increasing vigilance, wariness, and even hostility. Restrictions and pressures began to surge from all directions. The first area of concern was the energy sector. With the progression of the aerospace, vehicle manufacturing, space city plans, and future town-level vehicle research, the energy demands of the Xingho Group grew exponentially. The existing power grid supply and rock battery technology appeared somewhat stretched for supporting such a grand plan. Qin Tian instructed the group to submit an application for the Xingho Fusion Energy Project to relevant departments, hoping to independently develop controllable nuclear fusion technology to address the ultimate energy issues of future developments. However, this application, which carried infinite future potential, was politely but firmly rejected on grounds of high technical risk, significant safety uncertainties, and needs to be unified in planning. This was just the beginning. Subsequently, various overt and covert resistances followed. Certain departments, citing the maintenance of fair market competition, began to pay special attention and compliance scrutiny to certain business areas of the Xingho Group. Some influential capital forces began to explore various channels, whether through inducements or pressure, attempting to invest in the Xingho Group under the guise of strategic investments. They aimed to share this immensely large cake. Even more alarmingly, certain forces lurking in the shadows began to spread unfavorable rumors about the Xingho Group and Qin Tian. Some even subtly issued threats, suggesting that if they did not learn to share and cooperate, the road ahead might be very difficult. Storm clouds were gathering. The massive ship of the Xingho Group, which had been sailing smoothly, finally struck the enormous iceberg hidden beneath the calm water as it entered deeper waters. Technological barriers can be breached, market competition can be crushed. But when faced with a tangled web of interests and the constraints of invisible powers, the test would not only be technological strength, but also wisdom, tactics, and the fundamental confidence. Qin Tian stood before the floor-to-ceiling window of his office, overlooking the technological city he had built. He had long anticipated this day. When wealth and power accumulate to a certain extent, it would inevitably attract covetous eyes and constraints. Want to invest. Want to share the cake. What he held in his hands was not merely wealth and technology, but the key to the future and the strength to change the course of civilization. The top level of Xingho Group. In the circular conference room overlooking the entire industrial park, the atmosphere was so tense it felt as though it could drip with moisture. Apart from the top management of the group, including Qin Tian, Su Qing, Zhou Yunfeng, Lin Wei, and Zhao Lei, there were also core personnel from the Research Institute, Chunming Xiaoyan and Zhao Liwei. and the person in charge of the martial arts temple of Yuanli Wang Taijun. This was a truly core decision-making meeting. Qin Tian did not sit at the main seat. Instead, he stood in front of the massive floor-to-ceiling window with his back to everyone, gazing at the vibrant and promising technological city he had personally created. After a long while, he slowly turned around, his gaze sweeping across every familiar and loyal face present. Everyone. Qin Tian's voice was calm, but carried the weight of an impending storm. Xingho Group has reached a crossroads. He did not hide anything, laying out the pressures from various forces, the demands for shares, the rejection of energy projects, and various invisible restrictions and threats. These were clearly displayed on the table. This is the situation, Qin Tian concluded, his tone carrying a hint of coldness. If we compromise and allow them to invest, what awaits us will be endless internal strife and strategic interference. The final outcome will either be that Xingho Group becomes a tool for certain individuals to profit, stagnating in development, or our core technologies will be eroded and misused, potentially jeopardizing our nation's opportunity for resurgence. Although Zhou Yunfeng and the others had long felt the pressure, hearing Qin Tian dissect the situation so bluntly made their faces turn grim. They knew well that Qin Tian's words were not empty. With the technology that Xingho Group currently possessed, it had long surpassed the realm of ordinary commercial companies. It affected the most fundamental national strategies and the balance of international power. Mr. Qin, what do you mean? Zhou Yunfeng asked in a deep voice. He understood that Qin Tian had summoned them not merely to report the predicament. Qin Tian walked to the screen, lightly tapping it to switch the display to the vast black continent. Xingho Group is too large, and its goals are too obvious. On Blue Star, especially in the current international political and economic landscape, the constraints we face will only increase and tighten. His finger drew a circle around a vast yellow-marked desert area in the northern part of the Black Continent. We need a piece of land that is large enough, free enough, and allows us to fully unleash our potential. He looked sharply at everyone. I have decided to find a suitable country in the Black Continent to lease a barren coastal desert area for the long term. On the surface, we can use governing the desert, investing in construction, and promoting local development as an excuse. In reality, that place will become Xingho Group's new base in the future. Qin Tian said, only in a place where we can completely set the rules and are not restrained by any external forces can Xingho Group truly unleash its full potential and realize those grander goals. With the technological strength we possess, as long as we have sufficient space and resources, we can face any challenge and threat from any force. The attendees fell into a momentary silence, digesting this groundbreaking plan. Leaving the familiar, well-established base, venturing into an unknown, harsh desert was undoubtedly a gamble. Yet upon careful consideration, it seemed to be the best and perhaps the only way to break the current deadlock and secure absolute autonomy for Xingho Group. I agree with Mr. Qin's decision. Zhao Liwei was the first to express support, her eyes firm. Only by possessing absolute autonomy can our anti-gravity engines and space fighters be developed and tested without reservations. That's right. Xiao Yan followed closely. The deep application of quantum networks and strong artificial intelligence also requires a more lenient environment. Chun Ming nodded in agreement. Material research needs extreme testing environments. A desert area may be just right. Zhou Yunfeng, Lin Wei, Zhao Lei, and other management members exchanged glances and saw the determination in each other's eyes. They had long bound their fates to Xingho Group. Since Qin Tian had made the judgment, they chose to follow unconditionally. Mr. Qin, we support your decision. Good. A hint of relief flashed in Qin Tian's eyes. Since everyone is in agreement, the plan will be initiated immediately. He looked at Wang Tiejun, who stood silent like an iron tower. Taijun. Here. Wang Taijun stood up straight, his voice booming. You will personally select 100 of the most elite, loyal, and adaptable members from the security company to form an advance team. At the same time, I will send a professional negotiation team composed of experts in international law, geology, hydrology, and architecture to accompany you. Qin Tian commanded, your task is to go to the target area using all means necessary to finalize a long-term lease agreement for a sufficiently large coastal desert area under the guise of desert governance in the shortest time possible. Remember, safety first, strategy above all. If necessary, show a certain degree of force for deterrence, but try to avoid direct conflict. Understood. We will ensure the mission is completed. A flash of determination sparkled in Wang Taijun's eyes as he bowed to accept the order. This mission would mark the first true display of external force, and will since the establishment of the martial arts temple of Yuanli. Chunming Xiaoyan. Qin Tian turned to the heads of the research institute. Here. Your institute will immediately establish 2 urgent project teams. First, the Desert Rapid Growth Plants Project, utilizing gene editing and special cultivation technologies to develop plants that can withstand extreme drought, salinity, and rapidly stabilize sand, while improving soil, preparing for future environmental transformation. Second, the efficient large-scale seawater desalination project. The technology must be advanced enough, the cost low enough, and the daily processing capacity must reach over 1 million tons to solve the freshwater supply issue for the future new base. Yes, the two accepted the task without hesitation. Zhao Liwei, here. The Power Research Institute will collaborate with the aerospace subsidiary to immediately initiate two top-secret plans. First, the space fighter project. The design requirements based on anti-gravity engines. The speed within the atmosphere must not be less than 30 Mach with capabilities for space combat. The weapon system must be equipped with a high-energy particle beam cannon and pulse laser array centered on superconducting capacitors. Stealth detection and electronic warfare capabilities must comprehensively surpass any existing equipment. Second, simultaneously design and build an automated production line for this space fighter to ensure that once the new base is established, production can commence immediately. This is the fundamental guarantee for our future survival. Zhao Liwei felt a surge of blood rushing to her head and responded solemnly, yes. We will not disappoint your expectations. Mr. Zhou Director Qin Tian finally looked toward the management team. You are responsible for formulating the overall relocation plan for the group. It must be discreet and orderly. At the same time, order the Transportation Technology Company to fully expand the production capacity of this level transport aircraft. They will be the main force for relocating personnel and core equipment in the future. One clear and precise instruction after another was conveyed as though it were a military deployment. The originally tense atmosphere in the conference room was replaced by a fervent spirit of determination to break the boat and create a new path. The giant vessel of Xingho Group, feeling the constraints from the old continent, resolutely turned its head. It sailed towards that unknown territory, which was also filled with infinite possibilities, the new continent. A strategic shift aimed at breaking new ground with technology as the spear and wisdom as the shield quietly began. The golden cicada sheds its shell, awaiting the storm to rise again. The vanguard led by Wang Taijun was like a drop of water entering the ocean under the powerful electronic cover of Fuxi and the precise navigation of the Tianluo network. Riding in a camouflage transport aircraft, they silently traversed thousands of kilometers, landing in the coastal area of the nation of Lia covered by scorching yellow sand. Faced with this suddenly appearing mysterious team, representing a giant technology company from the east, the government of Lia transitioned from initial suspicion and vigilance to later compromise. The entire process did not last long. Wang Taijun executed Qin Tian's strategy flawlessly. On one hand, the inhuman strength inadvertently displayed by the members of the spiritual warrior sanctuary, and the aircraft's performance surpassing their understanding constituted a silent, yet weighty deterrence. On the other hand, the generous conditions offered by the Xingho Group were impossible to refuse, promising to transform this barren land into an oasis, investing in infrastructure in the leased area. After the lease expires, all results will belong to the nation of Lia, with the tempting financial incentives and development prospects along with appropriate military warnings. A long-term lease agreement for 99 years was quickly reached under the guise of global ecological governance and sustainable development experimental zone by the Xingho Group. They acquired the land use rights of 10,000 square kilometers of barren desert in the northern coastal region of Lia. Before the ink was dry on the agreement, the massive machinery of the Xingho Group had already roared to life. Under the electronic fog cover constructed by Fuxi, batches of engineers guarded by elite protectors from the spiritual warrior sanctuary boarded the transport aircraft like busy worker bees, tirelessly transporting tens of thousands of tons of large engineering equipment, prefabricated building modules, and special materials to this barren land. The speed of construction surpassed ordinary imagination. Huge anti-gravity engineering platforms hovered in the air, conducting precise earthworks and foundation leveling. Modular factories and residences were rapidly pieced together like building blocks. By the sea, a massive seawater desalination plant rose astonishingly fast. Its core utilized technology based on superconducting membranes and high-efficiency energy recovery. The daily processing capacity of seawater quickly reached the million-ton level. Like an inexhaustible giant faucet, thick water pipes, made of special composite materials, stretched out like blood vessels of life, swiftly extending towards the depths of the desert from the desalination plant. Following closely was the environmental transformation team. They sowed seeds of a special cultivar of sea buckthorn banyan developed by the Biological Materials Department of the Research Institute along the water pipes. This plant combined the drought resistance of sea buckthorn with the rapid growth and strong soil-fixing ability of banyan trees. Its growth speed rivaled that of bamboo, with a developed root system that could quickly stabilize shifting sands. It absorbed moisture and nitrogen from the air, improving the soil. Under the ample irrigation of fresh seawater, green life spread towards the depths of the desert, at a visible pace, defiantly resisting the millennia of yellow sand. Meanwhile, within the designated high-security military zone, the team, led by Zhao Liwei, began to construct an automated production line for aerospace combat aircraft. The production line was highly intelligent, making extensive use of industrial robots and 3D printing technology. Soon the first unmanned aerospace combat aircraft codenamed Xuanjia was offline for testing. The Xuanjia aircraft was entirely matte black, with sharp lines. Based entirely on anti-gravity engines, it easily broke through 30 Mach within the atmosphere, allowing for free travel between heaven and earth. It's equipped superconducting energy weapons, high-frequency pulse particle cannons, and laser arrays, demonstrated devastating power during testing capable of instantly destroying targets hundreds of kilometers away. Once these aircraft rolled off the production line, they quickly took to the skies, connecting with the Tianluo network and the Fuxi mainframe, forming an absolute air defense network and strategic deterrent for the new base of the Xingho Group. Despite Fux's full shielding, such a large-scale mobilization of personnel and materials by the Xingho Group could not completely escape the eyes of all interested parties, especially when the once silent desert was covered with greenery at a pace that defied natural laws. When some blurry high-speed, unidentified flying objects were captured by reconnaissance satellites from certain major powers, the secret could no longer be concealed. The Xingho Group has established an overseas base in the nation of Liao. They are transforming the desert, and the scale is astonishing. Unidentified hypersonic aircraft have been discovered with performance far exceeding any existing combat aircraft. The news spread like wildfire among intelligence agencies and high-level officials of various countries. It caused great shock and unease. They attempted to exert pressure, condemn, and even secretly plot sabotage. However, when several reconnaissance aircraft from a certain major power attempted to approach, they were intercepted and driven away by the suddenly appearing Xuanjia aircraft at speeds surpassing their reactions, even one of which was instantaneously blinded in all electronic equipment and nearly crashed. All restless movements instantly cooled down. 30 Mach aerospace combat aircraft, uninterceptable energy weapons. This had formed an absolute technological gap and military chasm. Without the assurance to counter such overwhelming power, no force dared to act rashly. They could only watch helplessly as the Xingho Group took root and grew in the nation of Liao. Since they had already been exposed, the Xingho Group simply stopped hiding and transitioned to a semi-public mode, facing the unprecedented population migration that was about to occur. The total number of employees and their families would reach 1 million. The Xingho Group began large-scale recruitment of construction workers, service personnel, and others from within the Dragon Nation. The generous salaries and future living guarantees in the new base attracted countless applicants. The construction wave escalated once again. The originally planned 10,000 square kilometers of land quickly became insufficient. The Xingho Group continued to lease more desert areas from the government of Liao through investments. It was only then that the government of Liao realized they had not invited a goose that lays golden eggs, but a dragon capable of swallowing everything. However, at this point, faced with the overwhelming military power of the Xingho Group and the actual economic benefits it brought along with the unexpected deaths of some uncooperative personnel, they could only passively cooperate, watching helplessly as a massive nation within a nation emerged within their borders. Time passed quickly, and 2 years slipped by amidst intense construction and rapid development. The once deathly desert had undergone earth-shattering changes. Looking around, it was no longer glaring gold, but vibrant green. A protective forest belt formed by sea buckthorn banyan locked in the wind and sand, and large areas of improved land began experimental planting of drought-resistant crops. A network of intersecting roads, well-planned urban functional areas, towering research and development buildings, and massive intelligent factories. And the artificial lakes like blue gemstones dotted within the oasis formed by seawater desalination. A super city full of futuristic technological sense rose from this once forgotten land. Its scale and level of development had long surpassed the original capital of the nation of Liao. The Xingho Group's recruitment plan targeting global descendants of Yin and Huang had also achieved great success. Countless top scientists, engineers, and skilled workers arrived here with dreams and aspirations. The number of employees in the group surpassed 1 million. Along with accompanying family members and personnel from surrounding industries serving this massive city, the population of the new base of the Xingho Group had approached 5 million. Forming a new urban agglomeration with high cohesion and unique culture, relying on absolute technological advantages and a powerful fleet of Xuanjia aerospace combat aircraft. The exploration and resource collection teams of the Xingho Group could freely enter and exit various parts of the continent. They acquired the abundant mineral resources of this land at fair prices. To support their massive industrial system, no local forces or warlords dared to obstruct them. Even many countries and forces actively sought cooperation, hoping to gain a bit of technology or investment from the fingers of the Xingho Group. The Xingho Group, a company that originated from a village in the Dragon Nation, in just a few short years had grown into a colossal entity occupying North Africa, radiating globally, possessing independent armed forces, mastering core technologies, and boasting a population of millions. It was no longer just a company. It had become a special existence hovering above the old world order, extraordinarily powerful. The uncrowned king of the continent had been crowned. 2 years of dormancy and construction were only to accumulate enough strength to usher in a more grand and spectacular era of interstellar colonization. The Spark New City on the North African coast has become a technological oasis. And above Earth's orbit, a grander construction project concerning the future of humanity is underway. It is advancing at an unprecedented pace. After 2 years of continuous investment and construction, it relies on the ceaselessly ascending Peace Village-class aerospace vehicles. The first orbital base of Spark Group, Space City, has begun to take shape, no longer merely a concept of a space station, but a true steel fortress suspended in the heavens. From the Earth, under specific time and weather conditions, one can vaguely see a point of light brighter than any star slowly moving. Through high-magnification telescopes, a complex and constantly extending massive structure can be observed set against the deep cosmic background and the azure Earth. It emits a cold metallic luster. The main structure of Space City now has a diameter exceeding 3 kilometers, presenting an ever-growing radiating structure. At the center lies a massive main axis and energy core, while the periphery features residential areas, research pods, ecological experimental pods, factory modules, and defense platforms expanding like rings. Its scale has far surpassed the largest international space station of the past, serving as the core pivot for Spark Group's exploration of deep space and a potential strategic stronghold for the future. From the outset of its design, Space City emphasized self-defense capabilities. At critical nodes within Space City, dozens of prominent weapon platforms are distributed. High-energy particle beam turrets, based on superconducting energy storage technology, can accelerate charged particles to near-light speed, creating devastating energy streams for precise targeting of incoming missile satellites, and even small meteorites with effective range covering thousands of kilometers. Long-range railgun arrays utilize electromagnetic forces to launch specially designed super-dense alloy projectiles. Although their speed is not as high as that of particle beams, their kinetic energy is immense and nearly impossible to intercept, providing formidable hard-kill capabilities, even capable of strategic deterrence against high-value ground targets. Global detection and electronic warfare systems consist of countless high-precision sensors and phased-array radars monitoring everything in the vast surrounding space of Space City under the coordination of Fushi, and capable of releasing powerful directional electromagnetic interference to incapacitate enemy electronic devices. This Space City is no longer just a research and living platform, but an armed bastion of the heavens, possessing strong deterrent power over low Earth orbit and even the surface. Currently, the number of staff and researchers residing in Space City has exceeded 500. They take turns to guard and conduct various cutting-edge experiments and trial operations of the space factory. However, the negative impacts of working and living in a weightless environment on the human body are evident: muscle atrophy, bone loss, cardiovascular dysfunction. These are long-standing challenges faced by astronauts on the International Space Station. Qin Tian does not wish for his core talents to suffer health damages as a result. To address this fundamental issue, Qin Tian personally took charge, leading a top team from the Theoretical Physics Institute and the Power Research Institute. They established a project group aimed directly at a god-level technology in the realm of science fiction: artificial gravity generation technology, guided by the knowledge Qin Tian acquired from the seeds of civilization. Combining preliminary understandings of gravity manipulation, the project group abandoned the traditional centrifugal force method that simulates gravity through rotation, opting instead for a more direct and challenging path: local gravity field manipulation. They attempted to create a specific, highly controllable energy field to simulate the gravitational curvature effects of a planet. In a specific area, a stable, downward-directed gravity stream was to be generated. The experimental process was filled with challenges and risks. In the initial attempts, either the energy field could not be stably maintained, or the gravitational effects produced were extremely weak and chaotic. There was even one mishap that caused all instruments in the experimental pod to fail. However, under the high-level guidance of Qin Tian and the massive simulation calculations provided by Fushi, the team continuously adjusted the energy matrix parameters and the structure of the field generators. Finally, one late night in the ultra-large experimental pod deep underground in Spark New City, a 10-meter diameter prototype gravity field was successfully activated and maintained stably for over 24 hours. The test objects within the field unmistakably exhibited the pull of approximately 0.3 times Earth's standard gravity, 0.3 g. As the news spread, the entire project group erupted in excitement. This marks the first time in human history that gravity has been truly created without relying on inertial forces. The technology was quickly iterated and optimized. Soon the technology to stably generate 1.0 g standard Earth gravity was conquered. Qin Tian immediately issued orders. This gravity generation system was to be prioritized for installation in the core residential areas and major work sections of Space City. When the gravity generation system was first activated in Space City, all astronauts and scientists present experienced an unforgettable scene: pins, data boards, water droplets that were originally floating in the air seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand slowly, yet steadily falling towards the floor. People felt their bodies suddenly sink, their feet firmly planted on the metallic floor. That familiar pull from Mother Earth returned. We can stand. Oh my. This isn't simulated rotation. This is real gravity. This is incredible. This is nothing short of a miracle. Cheers and gasps echoed throughout the section where the gravity system was activated. From then on, working and living in Space City no longer required holding onto handrails while floating around. No longer needing to worry about muscle atrophy, people could walk, sit, and perform various delicate operations. This greatly improved the comfort and health security of long-term space living, laying the foundation for future extended deep space voyages. The resolution of the gravity issue felt like breaking the last shackles. The construction of Space City entered a phase of rapid advancement. On the ground, Spark Group's giant factory operates day and night, producing standardized construction modules for Space City, ranging from residential compartments and research laboratories to large solar sails and new factory units. These modules are designed to be easily transported by Peace Village-class aerospace vehicles. Every day, several, even dozens of aerospace vehicles are loaded with new modules. Breaking through the atmosphere from the North African base, they precisely dock with the orbital Space City with the assistance of space robots Fux's precise control and the astronauts' operations. The new modules are firmly secured to the main structure like building blocks connecting energy data and life support systems. Space City is expanding at a visibly rapid pace. The annular structure is becoming increasingly massive, and the facilities within are becoming more and more complete. It is no longer just a fortress, but rather an evolving, vibrant prototype of a space city. Inside there is an illumination system simulating natural light, an ecological garden growing fresh fruits and vegetables, and fully equipped residential areas and recreational facilities. Moreover, there are automated factories operating day and night attempting to utilize the unique conditions of space, high vacuum, microgravity, and strong radiation, for special material processing and drug synthesis. Time flows like water, quietly slipping away. While leading the Xingho Group to forge ahead and continuously break technological barriers, Qin Tian's cultivation of primordial power has never ceased for a moment. With a steady supply of resources and the guidance of the seeds of civilization, his cultivation finally reached maturity, breaking through the shackles of the primordial warrior realm. Stepping into the more profound realm of the primordial master, Qin Tian felt a leap in the level of life itself. His mental power surged like a vast ocean. It could easily envelop the entire Xingho new city, perceiving every subtle fluctuation of energy. His physical strength reached an astonishing level. His understanding and control over cosmic energy have reached an entirely new dimension. The enhancement of his own strength also led Qin Tian to contemplate more deeply the foundational future of the Xingho Group. Technological development is advancing rapidly, and the knowledge system of the future will become increasingly complex, drawing closer to the essence of the universe. Without sufficiently strong cognitive abilities and a profound life foundation, it will be difficult to comprehend and master the Sunto-merge miraculous technologies. He gathered the earliest core members who had come into contact with primordial power and whose loyalty was beyond doubt, including Su Qing, Wang Tiejuan, Zhao Liwei, Qiao Yan, and Shen Ming. Now, due to their exceptional talents and efforts, most of them have also reached the late stage of the primordial disciple realm. Our technological tree is climbing towards the direction of touching the fundamental rules of the universe. Qin Tian looked at these most trusted partners, his tone serious. Without a matching level of life and cognitive speed, we will find it difficult to make progress. It's time to let more people come into contact with primordial power. He made a significant decision. First, I will officially teach you the cultivation methods of the second stage, the primordial warrior realm. You are the backbone of the Xingho Group and must lead the way. Upon hearing this, everyone was filled with excitement. They understood the benefits brought by primordial power and were eager for a higher realm. Secondly, Qin Tian continued. I have decided to fully open the cultivation methods of the first stage, the primordial disciple realm, to all employees of the Xingho Group. As soon as these words were spoken, even Su Qing and others felt quite shocked. This meant that tens of thousands of people would simultaneously step into the world of primordial cultivation. President Qin, is the scope too broad? What about confidentiality issues? Wang Taijun expressed some concerns. The times have changed. Qin Tian waved his hand. The Xingho Group is the strongest in the world and fears no challenge. Moreover, all employees within the group have undergone rigorous screening by artificial intelligence and the Human Resources Department before joining. Their long-term work and behavior have also been assessed, ensuring loyalty and moral integrity. More importantly, future competition will be a competition of civilization levels. We need a large, high-quality group with a common belief as our foundation. Popularizing primordial power is the fastest and most effective way to build this foundation. He looked at Wang Tiejuan. The teaching task will be fully entrusted to your primordial warrior sanctuary. The sanctuary will officially establish a transmission hall formulating strict teaching and assessment processes. We must ensure that the methods are not misinterpreted and that cultivation is not deviated. The methods of primordial cultivation will be imprinted deep in the minds of the recipients through special means by the deeply cultivated members of the Primordial Warriors Sanctuary. The recipients can only rely on this imprint to understand and cultivate on their own. They cannot leak any specific content of the methods to a second person through any known means such as language, text, or images. Any attempt to describe or analyze the methods will result in a blockage of consciousness and a blurring of information as if there were an invisible lock imprisoning this core secret. Yes, Sanctuary Master, Wang Taijun solemnly accepted the order, feeling a surge of ambition in his heart. The Primordial Warrior Sanctuary was finally stepping into the spotlight, ready to take on a more significant mission. The news spread like a hurricane throughout the entire Xingho group. All employees, whether in the North African New City or in the Space City, upon receiving the notification, their first reaction was disbelief, followed closely by ecstatic joy. The methods of primordial cultivation. That was a divine skill that could grant extraordinary power, extend life, and develop wisdom. Previously, it was a top-secret privilege only for a select few within the group. Now it was astonishingly open to all of them. The internal network of the group was instantly flooded with excited discussions. Am I dreaming? We can also cultivate. Thank you, President Qin. Thank you, group. I knew joining the Xingho group was the best decision of my life. For the group, for the future, we must work hard to cultivate. An unprecedented sense of cohesion and unity surged within the Xingho group. No one is a fool who would be willing to betray and align with those outdated forces destined to be eliminated by the times when they have such miraculous power and bright futures. Meanwhile, another plan concerning the century-long strategy of the Xingho group was also launched simultaneously. The educational area that had already been planned during the construction of the new headquarters now has been established as a campus group with advanced facilities and beautiful environments. The Xingho Academy. This academy has a complete system from kindergarten to university, but its admission criteria are extremely strict. First, it primarily targets the children of Xingho group employees. Second, it is open to the talented and virtuous descendants of the Yin and Huang nations selected through the Fuxi big data and the personal assessments of sanctuary members. Third, it absolutely does not accept any foreign students. Fourth, the language of instruction is exclusively Chinese with no foreign language courses offered. Students interested may take elective courses based on the learning abilities brought by primordial power. The teaching staff has also undergone rigorous selection worldwide, with each being an outstanding figure in their respective fields, possessing a strong sense of identity and belonging to the Yin and Huang civilization. The most eye-catching aspect, which also sparked some discussions, is the educational model announced by the Xingho Academy. The academy declared education is entirely free and students will receive 3 meals a day provided with nutritional meals by the group. This is undoubtedly a tremendous benefit. However, the management regulations that followed seemed exceptionally traditional and even strict. The school implements quasi-military management, emphasizing discipline, character, and academics equally. For those who repeatedly fail to correct their behavior, exhibit poor character, or severely neglect their studies, teachers are allowed to administer moderate physical punishment limited to striking the palms, buttocks, and other fleshy areas. The aim is to let them feel pain and remember the lesson, but it is absolutely forbidden to cause any skeletal or organic damage. This academy adheres to the ancient precept that strict masters forge outstanding disciples, enforcing rigorous discipline and pedagogical rigor. Those who embrace this philosophy and are willing to collaborate fully with the institution are warmly invited to enroll their children. Such an educational model, viewed through the lens of contemporary society, appears boldly unconventional, indeed heretical to prevailing norms. Yet within the Sparkfire group, and across the broader Huaxia-speaking world, the response was unexpectedly excellent. Today's youth sorely lack discipline. If Sparkfire Group assumes such firm guidance, we entrust our children without reservation. Free tuition meals provided and authentic skills imparted. What harm lies in strictness? Better this than watching them devolve into societal deadwood. Gaining admission to Sparkfire Academy is a blessing akin to ancestral graves exhaling azure mist. Strike their palms if needed. So long as they mature into accomplished individuals, all methods are justified. Observe Sparkfire Group's extraordinary achievements. Their pedagogical vision must hold profound merit. Should my child be selected, I endorse it wholeheartedly. For countless parents weary from the relentless anxieties of education, Sparkfire Academy emerged like a beacon piercing through darkness. Under its unique system, where time-honored wisdom converges seamlessly with cutting-edge technology, students shall blossom into pillars of strength destined to uphold the future of the Yanhuang descendants. Soon Sparkfire Academy welcomed its inaugural cohort of scholars. The moment they crossed the school gates, they commenced not only academic study, but also foundational cultivation of primordial energy resonance. They are truly the living embers of the Sparkfire Group, the nascent force destined to navigate the star oceans and master cosmic laws. The widespread integration of primordial energy and the founding of Sparkfire Academy mark a pivotal metamorphosis. Sparkfire Group has transcended its identity as a mere technological or commercial entity. It now systematically, deliberately cultivates an entirely new collective, one both formidable and unified by a shared civilizational core and extraordinary latent potential. In late June 2031, in the Dragon Nation Danshan province, within an ordinary residential building, the air was thick with a mix of anticipation and anxiety. 18-year-old Li Mu sat in front of his computer. The screen clearly displayed his college entrance examination score, 612 points. This score, if placed in provinces with abundant educational resources or fewer candidates, might secure a spot in a decent key university. However, in Danshan province, known as a major examination province, the number of candidates consistently ranks among the top 3 nationwide, while top-tier double first-class universities are few and far between. In the face of the harsh provincial rankings, the number 612 appeared utterly powerless, with a disheartening gap from the cutoff scores of the 2 top universities. As for applying to top universities in other provinces, with this score, it was simply out of the question. Xiaomu, this score. What do you think? The mother's voice was laced with cautious probing and an unmistakable sense of disappointment. Both parents were ordinary blue-collar workers pinning their hopes for a better life on their son, longing for him to leap over the dragon gate and change their destiny. The father sat nearby, silently smoking, his brow furrowed. How about repeating a year? We could tighten our belts a bit more and find you a better review class. Li Mu lowered his head, his fingers unconsciously scratching the edge of the table. His scores in mathematics and physics were quite impressive, nearly reaching full marks. However, English was an insurmountable barrier for him. No matter how hard he tried to memorize, the twisted letters and complex grammatical rules seemed like an ancient text. This time, poor performance in English had severely hindered him. He was extremely resistant to the idea of repeating a year. It meant another year of psychological torment and immense uncertainty. With his foundation in English, there was no guarantee he could achieve the same total score next year. But if he were to casually enroll in an ordinary undergraduate program, he would end up like the majority of people. Struggling for a meager job, living a life with no future in sight, made him unwilling. I need to think about it more. Li Mu's voice was somewhat hoarse, filled with confusion and a sense of helplessness about the future. He sighed, feeling as though he stood at a crossroads in life, with fog surrounding him on all sides. At that moment, a sudden urgent ringtone shattered the stillness of the room. It was Li Mu's father's phone, displaying an unfamiliar number. The caller ID indicated Xingho New City North. Hey. Hello, who is this? Li's father answered with a hint of confusion. A clear, warm, and confident female voice came through the phone. Hello, may I speak with Li Mu's father? Xingho Group. Li's father was momentarily taken aback. The name was as thunderous as it was familiar. He often spotted those sleek, silent private aircraft or massive Xinxing transporters gliding through the sky. On the news, he frequently saw scientists from the Xingho Research Institute achieving world-shocking breakthroughs. It was a name that lived in legend and headlines. Why would they suddenly call him? Yes, Mr. Li. After a comprehensive assessment, we believe your child Li Mu meets the admission criteria for our Xingho Academy. The caller politely explained their intention, asking if he and his child would be willing to attend Xingho University. Li's heart raced uncontrollably, and he quickly pressed the speakerphone button so Li Mu and his wife could hear as well. Xingho University. Could you please explain the details? Li's father asked, suppressing his excitement. The caller patiently explained, Xingho University adheres to an elite educational philosophy. All students are exempt from tuition and accommodation fees, and the school also provides 3 meals a day for free. The dormitories are standard double rooms with private bathrooms, providing a comfortable environment. The cafeteria sources ingredients from our group's own ecological farm, ensuring safety and nutrition. In terms of faculty, in addition to top professors, recruited globally renowned scientists from the Xingho Research Institute will regularly come to teach or even serve as mentors. Although Xingho University was established not long ago, we can guarantee that our educational resources and research platforms are of world-class standards. Graduates after assessment will be prioritized for employment in various departments of Xingho Group. The caller also candidly mentioned the unique and rigorous educational management model of Xingho Academy. This included quasi-military management and moderate disciplinary measures. If it were another school saying this, Li's father might hesitate. But this was Xingho Group, an entity that had proven its strength through countless miracles. He had an almost blind trust in Xingho Group, believing that strict management was the guarantee for success. Li's father looked at his son, silently asking for his opinion. At this moment, Li Mu was already standing up in excitement, his face flushed with joy, nodding vigorously. This was simply a path through the tangled mountains, a breakthrough through the dark willows and blooming flowers. Gaining access to the Xingho Group's system and engaging with cutting-edge technology. Could there be a better opportunity than this? We agree. We agree for Li Mu to attend Xinghe University. Li's father immediately said into the phone, his voice trembling with excitement. That's wonderful. The caller's voice also carried a smile. Li Mu's electronic admission notice has been generated. You can log on to the Xinghe Group's official website, enter the Xinghe Academy section, input Li Mu's ID number, and this query code XXXXXX to view and download it. It contains a detailed introduction video of the school and admission guidelines. Additionally, the caller added, about a week before the start of classes, we will dispatch a dedicated manned transport aircraft to the designated pickup point in Dongshan province to uniformly pick up Li Mu and one parent willing to accompany him for enrollment and to learn about the school. The specific time and location will be notified through text messages and on the official website. After the call ended, the Li family was engulfed in a wave of ecstasy. Li Mu couldn't wait to rush back to the computer and log onto the technologically advanced official website of Xinghe Group as instructed. After entering the information, a beautifully crafted electronic admission notice seemingly infused with starlight appeared on the screen. Xinghe Academy University Admission Notice. Li Mu, after comprehensive evaluation, you have been admitted to our School of Theoretical and Applied Physics. Please hold this notice and report to the designated time and place. We look forward to exploring the mysteries of the universe with you and igniting the flame of literature and stars. The notice was signed with the school emblem of Xinghe Academy and an electronic signature from Qin Tian. That's great. Son, you've been admitted to Xinghe University. Li Mu's mother cried tears of joy. Li's father was even more excited, dancing with joy. He immediately shared a screenshot of the admission notice in family groups, friend groups, and on his social media captioning, "My son Li Mu is fortunate enough to be favored by Xinghe Academy, about to embark on a journey to study in Xinghe New City. Thank you, Xinghe Group." This news dropped like a bomb in the social circle of the Li family. My goodness. Xinghe University. Old Li, your kid has made it big. Congratulations. This is a tremendous piece of news. Better than getting into Qingbei. Xinghe Group. After graduation, he can directly join Xinghe with an unlimited future. Uncle, how did Li Mu get selected? Are there any criteria? My cousin also took the college entrance examination this year. Li Mu's father, the enrollment banquet must be held. We will definitely attend. Messages of congratulations, envy, and inquiries flooded the screen. Many friends with children taking the college entrance examination, especially those whose scores were higher than Li Mu's, but could not reach top universities, were frantically inquiring about Xinghe University's admission standards and application channels. Li Mu looked at the envious messages on the screen, seeing the radiant smiles on his parents' faces which he had never seen before. All the gloom and confusion in his heart vanished. He clenched his fists tightly. His eyes sparkled with infinite longing and determination for the future. In the summer of 2031, the search rankings of the Chinese-speaking internet, both in Huaxia and globally, were dominated by an unprecedented name, Xinghe University. In previous years, the focus of the internet at this time was undoubtedly on the admission notices from traditional top universities like Xuemu University and Yanhuang University. Major media outlets vied to report which provincial champions received offers. However, this year the winds had completely changed. Whether on social media, short video platforms, or news apps, the most popular, most shared, and most commented content was unambiguously, without exception, they were screenshots or videos of the dazzling Xinghe University admission notices. Xinghe University opened its doors to the world, especially in the Huaxia region, enrolling over 100,000 new students in its first batch. This enormous number meant that there were 100,000 families. In that summer, they were engulfed in immense joy and honor. Online-related short videos and posts had completely exploded across platforms. Some students opened their electronic admission notices with trembling hands, embracing their families and crying. Others gathered around phones, gazing at the exquisite admission notice and smiling broadly. Some even projected their notices onto the exterior walls of their homes, drawing neighbors to watch as if it were a festival. In the comments section, sentiments varied. Congratulations. May this joy rub off on us. I hope my brother can be selected next year. Xinghe University, this is a direct express train to the future. I'm so envious. So jealous. Why wasn't I chosen? The design of this admission notice is just too beautiful. It is filled with a sense of technology and hope. However, amidst the congratulations and envy, there were also doubts and questions. I just don't understand. My son scored 685 in the college entrance examination, ranking in the top 100 in the province, yet he didn't receive an offer. The neighbor's child scored only 580 and got accepted. What exactly are the selection criteria of Xinghe University? I second that. My daughter also missed out despite her high scores. It feels very confusing. What do they look at if not the scores? I received the notice, but it's for studying in Heizhou. It's so chaotic there. I heard there's even more. We didn't dare let our child go. Better to just attend an ordinary university at home. Exactly, it's too far. We can't feel at ease. Xinghe Group is impressive, but having the school built there makes me These doubts and concerns mainly centered on 2 points: the mysterious selection mechanism that seemingly does not fully consider examination scores, and safety concerns about studying in Heizhou, which many perceive as chaotic and backward. Nevertheless, the majority still held a supportive and approving attitude. More and more people began to realize regarding the selection mechanism. What Xingho Group seeks is likely not just exam experts. Rather, it might be a kind of quality with greater potential, perhaps an extreme in mathematical logic or an innovative ability that has yet to be publicly assessed, or even. This sense of mystery further enhances the allure of Xingho University. As for safety issues, most trusting parents believed with Xingho Group's strength, having built a space city, and with advanced aircraft flying everywhere, protecting a school should be more than sufficient. There it's probably safer than in most places in the world. However, within Huaxiao there were indeed some opposing voices, mainly from the education system and some conservative forces. They felt that Xingho University's actions were squeezing talent and seizing the best resources. Over time, this would impact the domestic higher education system. Some even suggested that enrollment at Xingho University in Huaxiao should be restricted. Yet such voices quickly appeared weak. Moreover, the ethereal and elusive aircraft made any restrictions appear ineffective. The admitted students would always find a way to be quietly picked up on some weekend or evening. Forcibly blocking them would not only be ineffective, but could also exacerbate conflicts. Ultimately, a more pragmatic attitude was adopted, tacit approval, neither encouraging nor openly opposing. After all, once these students completed their studies, they might still return to work in Huaxiao through talent introduction. It is better to open avenues than to block them, out of sight, out of mind. Time flew, and soon it was late August, the start of the school season. Xingho Group fulfilled its promise, dispatching a large fleet of manned aircraft. These streamlined silver-gray airbuses could accommodate hundreds of people each. They acted like loyal messengers, taking off from Xingho New City and silently crossing through the clouds. They accurately landed at preset transfer points around the world, mostly secret airports or open areas far from cities. In Dongshan Province, the designated transfer point, Li Mu, accompanied by his father, dragged a brand new suitcase, excited yet slightly nervous as he boarded a Xingho shuttle. The cabin was spacious and bright, with comfortable seating filled with a sense of futuristic technology. Through the giant windows, the outside scenery was clearly visible. Like Li Mu, other new students on the aircraft also had a parent accompanying them. After all, they were about to cross the ocean to study and live in a completely unfamiliar place for several years. How could the parents feel at ease? They all wanted to see with their own eyes what the place their children would live in was really like. Moreover, Xingho Group provided free transportation throughout. Such a tour and inspection opportunity was not to be missed. The aircraft took off smoothly with hardly any noise or turbulence. Soon the ground scenery began to shrink. Cities became miniature models and rivers looked like ribbons. The atmosphere in the cabin was lively. Originally unfamiliar, the parents and students quickly became acquainted through their shared experiences and expectations. Hey brother, which college is your child in? Theoretical and applied physics, how about yours? What a coincidence. My child is too. Who knows, they might even be classmates in the future. I heard the dormitory conditions at Xingho University are particularly good, and the cafeteria food is specially provided, even better than five-star hotels. Indeed. Plus, they'll have the chance to attend classes by great scientists like Qin Tian and Shun Ming. Just thinking about it is thrilling. We are really catching a good moment, though our children can receive such education, their future achievements are boundless. Li Mu's father and other parents chatted enthusiastically, their faces beaming with pride and anticipation. They exchanged various experiences regarding Xingho Group and discussed their children's future academic directions. Their words were filled with trust in Xingho Group and confidence in their children's futures. All worries seemed to dissipate in that moment, replaced by a sense of belonging to the Xingho family. Li Mu and his peers were more excitedly discussing the upcoming campus life, filled with endless longing for the top laboratories and aerospace vehicles. P.S. It's a pity for IG felt like the first 3 rounds had chances. Sigh. A massive fleet of manned aircraft resembled a flock of migratory birds carrying hope and dreams, finally arriving above the Starfire New City. However, they did not rush to land, but began to slow down at the edge of the city, adjusting their posture along a predetermined flight path. They began to circle around this legendary city for a low-altitude tour. Dear students and parents, welcome to Starfire New City. A clear voice echoed through the broadcast of each aircraft. This was the voice of Fushi, personally serving as the narrator for this aerial tour. Next, we will take about 30 minutes to give you a preliminary glimpse of a city where you will live, study, or frequently visit. Outside the window, a panoramic view of a super city filled with futuristic aesthetics slowly unfolded before everyone. The first thing that caught the eye was the residential area. Starfire New City planned several large residential districts. They are not a monotonous forest of high-rises, but a clever combination of various designs. Clusters of exquisitely designed villas, each with its own courtyard, coexist harmoniously with smoothly lined staggered high-rise apartments. Nestled among lush greenery, community centers, parks, lakes, and sports venues are dotted throughout, as if the most ideal living environment has been brought into reality. The residences you see are all welfare housing provided by Starfire Group for its employees, Fushi explained. Based on employees' ranks contributions and housing needs, corresponding specifications of apartments or villas are allocated for free, aiming to provide every member who strives for Starfire with the most comfortable and secure home. The aircraft slowly turned, and the scene below suddenly changed. An incredibly vast, neatly arranged industrial park appeared at the end of their view, stretching nearly as far as the eye could see. Countless uniquely shaped modern factories, towering cranes, and assembly workshops resembling silver behemoths stood in close proximity. Here the clamor of traditional industrial areas was absent, replaced by an efficient and tranquil sense of busyness. One could see that in some giant factories models like the Qin and Shunxing were being assembled, while in a dedicated aerospace port, enormous Peace Village class aerospace vehicles occasionally soared vertically into the sky, dragging light blue plasma tails toward the space city under construction beyond the atmosphere. In the sky, various aircraft shuttled back and forth in great numbers, yet organized and orderly under invisible coordination without interference. This is the industrial heart of Starfire Group, Fushi introduced. What we see now is just a part of it. Here almost all core products of Starfire Group are produced, from private aircraft and aerospace vehicles to space city modules and cutting-edge research equipment. Every moment products roll off the assembly line, shipped globally or sent directly to space. Then the aircraft glided over well-planned agricultural and livestock areas that shimmered with varied hues. Here there is no murk of soil or odor of livestock. Instead, what replaces them are high-tech vertical farms, automated irrigation systems, and ecological cycle pastures. We employ the most advanced agricultural technology and ecological cycle techniques to ensure a sufficient, safe, and high-quality food supply for all residents of the new city. Self-sufficiency is one of our fundamental goals. As the aerial tour concluded, the Star Shuttle fleet finally began its descent. Smoothly flying towards the southeastern corner of the city, an area characterized by a more open layout and a more academic architectural style, Starfire Academy. When the aircraft finally stopped at the designated landing pad near the university's main entrance, the hatch opened. As Li Mu and all the new students and parents stepped onto this land, a strong sense of unreality and shock lingered in their hearts. Is this really a school? This is clearly a microcosm of a fully functional future city with a level of technology far beyond outside imagination. Welcoming them were leading teachers in uniform, full of spirit and exceptional demeanor. Guided by the teachers, everyone boarded the campus public transportation system, an almost tireless bus hovering about 20 centimeters above the ground. The bus glided silently over the spotless surface, beginning to take everyone on a tour of the campus. The first stop was the magnificent teaching building complex. With a streamlined design and facades of smart light-adjusting glass, the research building is particularly eye-catching. From the outside, one could even see mechanical arms and flashing complex instruments within some laboratories. The massive sports facilities are fully equipped. In addition to conventional projects, there are also some previously unseen venues, presumably for special training. As the bus passed through a relatively heavily guarded area, several beautifully shaped Peace Village class aerospace vehicles, shining with a cold metallic sheen, were quietly parked outside the dedicated hangar. Instantly attracting the attention of all students, it triggered a wave of low exclamations. What you see, students, is our school's teaching practice aerospace vehicles. The leading teacher introduced with a smile. Our educational philosophy at Starfire University is a deep integration of theory and practice. The school boasts high-standard laboratories in almost all cutting-edge disciplines, with resources open to all students eager to explore. He paused, his tone carrying a hint of pride. In the future, many of you will not only learn the principles of these aircraft, but will also have the opportunity to learn to pilot them. The school will arrange courses to ensure that every qualified student has the chance to pilot aerospace vehicles, to visit our space city for observation learning, and even to conduct some experiments that cannot be done on the ground in space. This statement ignited a fiery passion in all students. Piloting aerospace vehicles into space. This is simply a dream come true. Subsequently, the bus arrived at the dormitory area. Li Mu and his father were guided to their pre-allocate room. Opening the door revealed a spacious and bright double room. With 2 single beds, a desk, a wardrobe, and a storage cabinet fully equipped. The design is simple yet practical. The independent bathroom has a dry-wet separation, clean and tidy, with hot water available 24 hours. Network interfaces and high-speed wireless internet coverage are extensive. The living conditions far exceed the dormitory standards of most universities, making the accompanying parents nod in approval, extremely satisfied. The final stop of the tour was to the central cafeteria of the school. The cafeteria features vast internal space and an elegant environment, with serving windows categorized by cuisine: Sichuan, Hunan, Cantonese, Shandong. A dazzling array of choices filled with enticing aromas. All ingredients are labeled with their source, produced by Starfire Group. The school cafeteria is open for free to all faculty and students, the leading teacher reiterated. Dishes are updated daily to ensure balanced nutrition and flavor. The principle is, as long as there is no intentional waste, take as much as you like. Li Mu and his father holding their trays freely selected their favorite dishes. Braised pork was tender and flavorful, steamed fish was incredibly fresh, and the seasonal vegetables were crisp and refreshing. The taste was even better than many high-end restaurants outside. This meal left both father and son savoring the flavors completely satisfied. Throughout the tour, whether it was the shocking city panorama, advanced campus facilities, or the tempting practical opportunities, or the comfortable living conditions and delicious free meals, all left the students and parents utterly pleased with every aspect of Starfire University. The last shred of concern vanished, replaced by immense anticipation and unwavering confidence for the upcoming new learning life. The fervor of registration at Qinghe University gradually subsided. Over 100,000 new students from around the world settled in. Those parents, filled with both pride and reluctance, boarded the manned spacecraft that brought them here and began their journey home. At their farewell, their eyes no longer held worry. Only an infinite yearning for their children's future and profound trust in the Qinghe group remained. The campus now truly belonged to this group of vibrant and promising young individuals. In Li Mu's dormitory, he quickly became acquainted with his roommate Qin Xingfeng, who hailed from the southern seas. Qin Xingfeng was tall and handsome, with an air of heroism and a composure well beyond his years. His Mandarin carried a slight southern seas accent. However, his choice of words was precise, and his speech was filled with pride for his Huang ancestry. In my great-grandfather's generation, during the most difficult times in Huagua, our family almost sold off our possessions to transport a large amount of medicine, rubber, and funds back home through various channels. Qin Xingfeng's eyes brightened as he spoke of his family's history. Our family always tells us that our roots are in Huagua, and our spirit is Huang. No matter where we are, we must never forget where we come from. His tone then turned somber. But in the southern seas, we Chinese expatriates seem to be doing well in business and living comfortably, yet we are like unanchored reeds. A change in policy can lead to unrest among the locals, and years of hard work can vanish in an instant, with even our lives at risk. Without a powerful military backing, wealth and knowledge are merely sheep ready to be slaughtered. His fists clenched slightly. Thus I chose the weaponry major. What I want to master is the power that makes any oppressor feel fear. Just like the Qinghe group, only with absolute strength can one earn true respect and peace. Li Mu felt a deep resonance while listening to Qin Xingfeng's narrative. Although he grew up in the homeland and had never experienced that sense of crisis of being at the mercy of others, he too yearned for power and sought to explore the unknown. He was deeply drawn to Zhao Liwei's achievements and the powerful propulsion systems of the Qinghe group. My goal is propulsion systems, especially the future of interstellar propulsion technology. Li Mu's eyes sparkled. I hope that one day I can design engines that will lead humanity across the stars, just like Chief Engineer Zhao Liwei. That would be the true power to change the course of civilization. By then, our Huang descendants will not only be able to live and work peacefully on Blue Star, but will also sow the seeds of civilization throughout the galaxy. The two young men, one devoted to protection and deterrence, the other obsessed with exploration and adventure. Though their paths diverged, their core was astonishingly aligned, an unwavering pursuit of strength, a sense of responsibility for their lineage, and a yearning for the vastness of the starry sea. They clicked instantly, encouraging each other, resolved to excel in this Qinghe Academy. University life officially began with the first core course. It was not advanced mathematics or physics, but the imparting and guidance of the techniques for cultivating primordial energy. A senior instructor sent by the Primordial Energy Warrior Sanctuary unveiled the first layer of the mysteries of life evolution to this meticulously selected group of students. Perhaps due to their youth, their bodies were pure and highly malleable. Perhaps the Fushi selection mechanism favored those with good primordial energy affinity, or perhaps it was their strong thirst for knowledge and desire to grow that played a role. This group of students demonstrated astonishing talent for cultivation. Li Mu, Qin Xingfeng, and most of their classmates successfully sensed the cosmic primordial energy and guided it to complete their first cycle within just a few weeks. They officially stepped into the threshold of primordial apprentices. Entering this realm brought about revolutionary. Li Mu, who had previously been somewhat nearsighted, took off his glasses, and his vision improved dramatically, even allowing him to see the textures of distant leaves. Qin Xingfeng felt his strength multiply, and his reaction speed quickened significantly. Most notably, their cognitive abilities surged. Complex formulas that once required repeated contemplation were now understood with ease, and their memory reached a level where they could remember everything at a glance. However, before they could thoroughly enjoy this extraordinary joy, the rigorous course schedule of Qinghe University struck like a tempest. In terms of cultural courses, the school's goal was to complete all core theoretical knowledge from undergraduate to doctoral level within a semester. The timetable was packed, and the stack of textbooks was taller than the students themselves. Quantum field theory, deep mechanics of superconductivity, anti-gravity, matrix mathematical modeling, basic algorithms for strong artificial intelligence principles, and applications of gene editing. Each subject was a tough nut to crack, even for superbrains blessed with primordial energy. Studying was arduous, requiring total commitment. This was merely the theoretical aspect. Practical courses were equally demanding. Every morning, without fail, there was high-intensity astronaut fitness training. This was not ordinary physical exercise. Rather, it was extreme physical and psychological endurance training under simulated high-force, overload weightlessness adaptation, and the pressures of tight space survival. Sweating through their clothes and muscle soreness to the point of trembling became routine. Even more thrilling were the manual piloting simulation courses for aerospace vehicles. In a highly realistic holographic cockpit, they had to learn to manually control the vehicle's takeoff, maneuvering, and evasion in complex weather, electromagnetic interference, and even simulated combat environments. The pressure of instant decision-making and precise control made every trainee's nerves tense. The learning was tough and the pressure immense. Often Li Mu and Chen Xingfeng battled through the night in the library, returning to their dormitory almost ready to collapse. There were also times when they were so exhausted from training that they needed to lean on each other to walk back to their dorm. Li Mu, hang in there. Think of the future starship. Xingfeng, keep going. Think of your dream energy cannon. They often motivated each other like this. The strong recovery power and resilient will brought by primordial energy became their greatest support in persevering. They felt pain yet joy because they could clearly sense that they were transforming each day, drawing closer to their dreams. 3 months flew by in a tense, fulfilling, and nearly brutal tempering. On this day, a notification was sent to Li Mu and Chen Xingfeng's accounts through their personal terminals. The notification was also received by a group of students who had performed exceptionally well during the same period. Notification: congratulations to students Li Mu, Chen Xingfeng for your outstanding performance in this stage of study and training. You have qualified for the first group to visit the Xingho Group Space City for a field trip and short-term residency study. Please gather at the designated aerospace vehicle takeoff and landing pad tomorrow at 00 for a unified departure. Looking at this notification, Li Mu and Chen Xingfeng were initially stunned for a few seconds. Then they suddenly jumped up from their seats, excitedly high-fiving each other. Great! We're really going to space. Finally, we can see and experience Space City firsthand. After 3 months of intense study and training, all their sweat and efforts transformed into immense joy and anticipation at that moment. This group of fledgling eagles who had just stepped into the primordial energy world and received the baptism of cutting-edge knowledge were finally about to spread their wings and truly break free from the gravitational pull of the Earth for the first time, flying towards the starry sea that they had long yearned for. Xingho University adheres to an elite and high-intensity educational management model. However, this does not mean it is completely isolated from the outside world. The school encourages students to maintain normal communication with their families provided they do not disclose core secrets. This helps students maintain their mental health and allows parents to gain a more intuitive understanding of their children's growth and the school's nurturing achievements. Upon receiving the notification for a visit and study at the Space City, Li Mu suppressed the impulse to rush to the launch pad and return to his dormitory at the first opportunity. He initiated a video call request to his parents back in the Dragon Nation using his personal terminal. It was almost answered immediately. The video feed was stable and clear, revealing the concerned faces of Li Mu's parents on the screen. Having not seen him for just 3 months, they keenly noticed the significant changes in their son. Mu, his mother exclaimed with surprise, you seem to have become much stronger. Your complexion is much healthier too. In the video, Li Mu stood tall, and his previously youthful face appeared to have gained some defined features. His eyes were bright and sharp, filled with confidence and vitality, a stark contrast to the boy who had seemed somewhat lost and dejected due to exam pressures just a few months ago. Dad, Mom, I'm doing great. Li Mu replied with a smile, his voice resonant. The school food is good, and we have plenty of exercise. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Li Mu eagerly shared the big news. Dad, Mom, I have great news. Because I have performed well during this period, I have qualified to pilot a space vehicle to visit the Xingho Group Space City with a group of classmates tomorrow. Going to Space City? Li Mu's mother instinctively exclaimed, her face instantly filled with worry. Are you going to fly the vehicle by yourself? That seems too dangerous. Li Mu's father was initially taken aback. However, seeing the excitement and determination in his son's eyes on the video, and recalling the near-miraculous technological prowess displayed by the Xingho Group in recent years, he swiftly suppressed his instinctive concerns. Honey, don't worry unnecessarily. Li's father waved his hand, his tone reflecting unwavering trust in the Xingho Group. Just think about how many people and supplies they have transported to Space City. They built such a large city, and I heard that there are now thousands of people residing there. Have you ever heard of a single accident? Not a single one. Their technology must be foolproof. Since the school dares to let students go, they must be fully prepared, far more thorough than we can imagine. Hearing her husband's words, Li's mother gradually felt reassured. Indeed, it was the Xingho Group, a name that continually creates miracles. Xiaomu, your dad is right, Li's mother cautioned. Once you arrive in space, follow the instructions, do exactly as the teachers say, and don't try to show off. Safety first. Don't worry, Mom, I understand. We've practiced this many times during training. Li Mu nodded vigorously while a sense of pride and satisfaction appeared on his father's face. He seemed to envision the envious likes and comments flooding in from his social circle. Son, hurry. Send me a screenshot of that notification. This glorious event must be shown off properly. Li Mu laughed and sent the screenshot of the notification, which bore the official insignia of Xinghe University and detailed itinerary. As soon as the call ended, Li's father immediately sprang into action. He carefully selected the screenshot and paired it with an exciting caption. My son Li Mu has been in Xinghe Academy for over 3 months diligently studying, and has earned the recognition of his teachers, obtaining the qualification to be among the first batch to pilot a space vehicle to Space City for research. As a father, I am both delighted and deeply appreciative of Xinghe's nurturing. I look forward to my son soaring through the sky and exploring the mysteries of the stars. Attached are images of the admission notice and the notification for this space trip. This message was simultaneously posted on WeChat Moments, family group chats, colleague groups, and several popular social media platforms. As expected, the news created a ripple effect akin to a large stone tossed into a calm lake, instantly stirring up waves of excitement. In the moments and family groups, likes and comments flooded in. Oldly, your family must have some ancestral fortune to go to space in just 3 months. Congratulations. Li Mu has really brought honor to our family. Xinghe University is incredible. Their educational practice goes straight to space. Look at other people's children. Then look at my child still playing games in the dorm. Son, Uncle Li, may I ask if Xinghe University is still accepting students? My cousin is taking the college entrance examination next year. The reactions on social media were even more fervent. This status was quickly shared and commented on with hashtags like Xinghe University students piloting space vehicles and other people's university, rapidly climbing the trending charts. Wow, is this for real? A freshman 3 months flying a space vehicle to space by themselves? Hey, confirmed it's true. The child from my neighbor's house received a notification as well. They are throwing a big feast. Xinghe University's teaching model is just too hardcore. Direct hands-on teaching. Think about our university's metalworking internship filing a hammer. It was all so trivial. This is truly quality education combined with elite education. The perfect integration of theory and practice with astronaut training included. I'm feeling envious. Is it too late for me to drop out and retake the college entrance examination? Not just Li Mu, but other students who received qualifications also shared this honor and joy online almost simultaneously. Thousands of similar statuses and discussions converged into a powerful wave of public opinion, bringing Xinghe University's educational model to the forefront. It sparked profound reflections on the traditional education system across society. Many college students and fresh graduates, upon seeing the futuristic itinerary notifications of Xinghe students, could not help but feel a strong sense of loss and envy when comparing their own bland, competitive, or severely disconnected college experiences. Look at what students at Xinghe are learning and doing. Anti-gravity space flight, quantum communication. Meanwhile, we are still struggling with exams and those meager credit scores. It feels like we are living in different eras from them. Isn't it said that Xinghe University has strict management, even permitting corporal punishment? Looking at it now, the strictness hides genuine growth and opportunities that far exceed the norm. The difference is clear. Really, it's not about not recognizing quality, but about comparing quality. This wave of heated discussion sweeping across the internet is not merely about parents showing off and students feeling envious. It is a strong impact on outdated educational philosophies. Xinghe University has shown the world what education for the future truly means in the most direct and shocking way. It is not just about imparting knowledge, but also about honing practical abilities and bravely exploring the vastness of the universe. This journey to space is a rare experience for Li Mu and others, while for the entire educational sector, it serves as a profound revelation and intense debate on the future talent cultivation models. Starfire University placed the utmost importance on the first space practice for this group of outstanding students. Safety was prioritized above all else. Each Peace Village-class spacecraft used for this teaching flight was under the strict surveillance of the Fuxi mainframe. Every parameter of the spacecraft and every inch of its trajectory were linked in real time to the computational core of Fuxi. Should the system detect any deviation from the planned flight path, exceed safety limits, or signs of improper operation, Fuxi would immediately take control of the spacecraft, cutting off manual operations from the students, switching to full automatic safety mode to ensure absolute safety. In addition, inside the cockpit, besides the main and co-pilot students, each student was assigned an experienced astronaut from Starfire Group as a safety officer. They stood silently in the observation position at the back, their eye-sharp hands ready to take control in the event of any emergency that the students could not handle. Soon they would take over the controls. In the early morning, as the sun rose, it cast a golden glow over the new Starfire city. On the designated launch pad, over a dozen silver-gray spacecraft stood like poised falcons. They quietly awaited their young riders, Li Mu, Qin Xingfeng, and other qualified students clad in deep blue spacesuits emblazoned with the Starfire University logo. Under the guidance of their instructor, they walked orderly towards their assigned spacecraft, although they had already experienced countless takeoffs and maneuvers in the simulator. When faced with this colossal machine ready to pilot it through the skies, their young hearts were still inevitably stirred with nerves and excitement. Students, take a deep breath, channel your vital energy, and calm your minds. The instructor's voice came through the internal communication system, steady and powerful. Remember everything you learned in the simulator.